Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Konoha starting form taking Ninetales as a pet 1NT. Chapter 1. Flying Thunder God reveals Kamui Konoha Village. A bright moon is hanging high in the sky. At this moment, Konoha Village looks so peaceful under the moonlight. In an ordinary small room, a handsome young man with black hair and black eyes, wearing a chunin green vest and black tights, about 18 years old, slowly opened his eyes. I have finally reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. I don't know what strength I need to get to return to Earth. This man is called Namikaze Tianming. That's right, this man is not a native of this place, but a chosen one, a one-in-a-million time traveler. Namikaze Tianming never expected that one day he would travel to the world of Hokage. My father in this world actually gave me a very childish name, Namikaze Tianming. At first, Namikaze Tianming was a little resistant, but later when he found out that his brother was actually the most prestigious man in the Hokage world, the future fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. He accepted the name. Although Namikaze Minato was just a little kid when he was born, the subsequent development was the same as the plot. Namikaze Minato is an absolute genius, attracting the attention of thousands of people. He is a disciple of Jiraiya and is famous in the ninja world. He also earned the nickname, Golden Flash, for his strength. After marrying Uzumaki Kushina, he successfully took over the position of Hokage from the third Hokage and became the fourth Hokage of Konoha Village. As for Namikaze Tianming, unlike Namikaze Minato, Namikaze Tianming has always adhered to the philosophy of being low-key in life. So compared to Namikaze Minato, Namikaze Tianming seems very ordinary, because Namikaze Minato has already taken over as Hokage, and his younger brother has just become Chunin. Of course, it's not that Namikaze Tianming's ability is really that bad. Because from the beginning to the end, Namikaze Tianming was thinking about how to return to his hometown, Earth. He knew that the ninjas in the Hokage world were very powerful, so from the beginning Namikaze Tianming wanted to practice the ninjutsu of this world to improve his own strength. Maybe one day he would be strong enough. However, Namikaze Tianming later discovered that his own training system was completely different from the training system in the Hokage world. Because soon after Namikaze Tianming was born into this world, he awakened the sign-in system. Through the sign-in system, Namikaze Tianming obtained the cultivation method, Tienming. What's even more terrifying is that the Heavenly Emperor technique is a supreme technique for cultivating both the Dharma and the body. Therefore, Namikaze Tianming embarked on the path of cultivating immortals, refining Qi, building foundation, golden elixir, Yuanying, and transforming into a god. Although the cultivation systems are different, Namikaze Tianming knows that what his ancestors passed down are the best. Advertisement now Namikaze Tianming has signed in silently for 10 years and has received countless rewards, including magic weapons, elixirs, and so on. Now, after 18 years of practice, his cultivation has reached the peak of the nascent soul. And Chunin's strength is just the tip of the iceberg revealed by Namikaze Tianming, because he doesn't want to be noticed and wants to keep a low profile in everything. Just when Namikaze Tianming finished his training, the ground suddenly shook. An angry beast roar broke the tranquility of Konoha Village. Namikaze Tianming frowned, and his spiritual sense naturally saw the situation outside clearly. Having seen Hokage, he naturally knew what the plot was now, which was the Nine-Tails foxes attacking Konoha. According to the original plot, if nothing unexpected happens, his elder brother and sister-in-law will die in this battle, leaving behind Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. What a pity, with me here, something unexpected is going to happen. Namikaze Tianming lowered his head and muttered to himself, then he disappeared on the spot. Ah, what kind of monster is this? This is Nine-Tails. The patrolling ninja of Konoha Village looked at the wanton destruction of Nine-Tails with horror in their eyes. Many ninjas rushed towards the Nine-Tails fox one after another, but without exception, they were easily slapped away by the Nine-Tails fox. Crying, cries for help, wailing, it's like the end of the world. Many villagers of Konoha Village fled in panic. They didn't know any ninjutsu and were facing imminent death. Carrying the name of Hokage and protecting my family in the village, this is my duty now. As the voice sounded, a figure with yellow hair and blue eyes, wearing a white Hokage robe with the words, Fourth Hokage, written on it, a Jonin green vest lined with it, and a blue tights, suddenly appeared in front of the Nine-Tails fox that was wreaking havoc. This person is the new fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. When Nine-Tails fox saw Namikaze Minato appearing out of nowhere, its pupils suddenly contracted and its mouth suddenly opened wide. Chakra gathered towards the head of Nine-Tails fox, and a huge-tailed beast bomb gradually formed. Namikaze Minato looked at the tailed beast bomb that was gradually forming near the Nine-Tails fox's mouth with a serious expression, because he felt the power of this tailed beast bomb was terrifying. If the village were to be hit by this attack, it would probably be destroyed directly. Don't even think about destroying this place. Namikaze Minato holds a kunai shaped like a trident, with the Flying Thunder God spell marked on the handle in a defensive position. Advertisement gradually, the huge-tailed beast bomb near Nine-Tails' mouth has taken shape. Supersized tailed beast bomb, launch. This huge-tailed beast bomb was heading towards Konoha Village at an extremely fast speed. The speed of this super large-tailed beast bomb has exceeded the speed of sound. Konoha Village, danger. Namikaze Minato was seen forming seals with his hands quickly, and a spiderweb-like black circle was quickly forming in the sky above Konoha village. And this is exactly Namikaze Minato's famous ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, the transfer technique. And just when the transfer was completed, the huge-tailed beast bomb hit us. Boom! An extremely huge amount of energy madly hit the transfer technique. Namikaze Minato, holding a three-pronged kunai, also felt a powerful force coming at him. After all, Namikaze Minato is the fourth Hokage of Konoha village. Even under such tremendous pressure, he still gritted his teeth and held on tightly. I saw that the tailed beast bomb began to disappear little by little. It seemed that the tailed beast bomb was being swallowed up little by the transfer technique. Finally, with the last bit of tailed beast bomb being swallowed, the crisis of Konoha village is temporarily resolved. In a sea area far away from Konoha village, a huge tailed beast bomb appeared out of nowhere and crashed into the sea. Boom boom boom. The huge explosion caused thousands of feet high waves, and waves surged in all directions. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, Namikaze Minato had just moved away the huge tailed beast bomb released by Nine Tails and was preparing to continue dealing with Nine Tails. Suddenly, a masked man appeared out of nowhere behind Namikaze Minato and reached out to grab Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato suddenly realized, grabbed the kunai and stabbed behind him. However, a strange scene appeared. Just when the kunai pierced the masked man's body seemed to disappear, and the kunai penetrated through unhindered. It's all over. The masked man actually grabbed Namikaze Minato's hand and muttered, Chapter 2. Uchiha Madara may not be dead, but it is definitely not you. Namikaze Minato was startled when his hand was grabbed by the mysterious masked man. Before Namikaze Minato could fight back, a strong suction force suddenly appeared from the right eye of the mysterious masked man. It looked like he was about to suck Namikaze Minato in. At this moment, Namikaze Minato disappeared out of thin air. In a forest not far from Konoha village, a figure was lying on the ground, breathing heavily. It was Namikaze Minato who escaped from the mysterious masked man using the Flying Thunder God transfer technique. My attack penetrated him, but he was able to materialize again. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Namikaze Minato stood up from the ground, confused. Who is this mysterious masked man? At this moment, there was another wave of fluctuations in the space in front of Namikaze Minato, and the mysterious masked man actually caught up with him. You are Uchiha Madara. Looking at the mysterious masked man in front of him, Namikaze Minato suddenly had a shocking idea in his mind and couldn't help but exclaim. But soon, Namikaze Minato shook his head again and denied it. No, that's impossible, he died a long time ago. The mysterious masked man calmly took off his cloak and tilted his head and said. Who knows? It may not be possible. Namikaze Minato's pupils suddenly contracted. He picked up the kunai in his hand and stared cautiously at the mysterious masked man in front of him. Just as he was preparing for a tough fight, a lazy voice came. Uchiha Madara may not be dead, but you are definitely not him. Namikaze Minato and the mysterious masked man were both surprised. Someone was lurking around them without them noticing? The two of them quickly looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a young man wearing a Konoha shinobi headdress and chunin clothing walking slowly towards them, yawning. When Namikaze Minato saw who it was, he was shocked. Wasn't this his younger brother? Tienming, hurry up, it's dangerous here. Namikaze Tianming smiled and shook his head. His brother was truly a good man. He could barely protect himself, yet he was still thinking about others. Namikaze Tianming slowly walked to Namikaze Minato and patted Namikaze Minato's shoulder. Brother, it is you who should leave. Have you forgotten about my sister-in-law and my newly born nephew? Advertisement. Hearing what Namikaze Tianming said, Namikaze Minato was immediately caught in a dilemma. The mysterious masked man was disdainful when he saw that the person coming was just a chunin who was about 17 or 18 years old. So he crossed his arms and watched the Namikaze and Minato brothers quietly. Let's go, leave this to me. Namikaze Tianming walked between Namikaze Minato and the mysterious masked man and waved at Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato's face flashed with a trace of entanglement, but he finally sighed, looked at Namikaze Tianming with moist eyes and said. Brother, you must be careful. This person is not an ordinary little character. Not only does he have the ability to control 9 tails, he even possesses time and space ninjutsu that is superior to mine in the second generation. Unexpectedly, Namikaze Tianming shook his head and said impatiently. Hey, brother, don't be as long-winded as mom, just leave now. Namikaze Minato's eyes twitched involuntarily. They were just having a deep relationship with each other, and you do this to me? But Namikaze Minato also understood why Namikaze Tianming did this. He just wanted him to leave here as soon as possible to save the village. P.S. This is just what Namikaze Minato thought. In fact, Namikaze Tianming really thought Namikaze Minato was in the way. Because his younger brother's strength is too mediocre, confronting this mysterious masked man is simply seeking death. But now, Namikaze Minato has no choice but to give up some things. Namikaze Minato had tears in his eyes. Brother, take care of yourself. Namikaze Minato said, then used Flying Thunder God and left. Want to run? Not that easy. Just as the mysterious masked man was about to chase after him, he heard Namikaze Tianming's voice. Hey, do you really think I don't exist? The mysterious masked man glanced at Namikaze Tianming. Although he didn't know how Namikaze Minato suddenly had a younger brother, he really had no intention of getting entangled with him. His goal is not here. The mysterious masked man ignored Namikaze Tianming and prepared to use space-time ninjutsu to chase Namikaze Minato. Humph, you actually ignored me? In that case, block the space. Namikaze Tianming snorted coldly, and an invisible wave instantly spread out in all directions. What's going on? The mysterious masked man was surprised to find that his ninjutsu was ineffective. Advertisement, Kamui. The mysterious masked man made hand seals again, trying to activate the space-time ninjutsu, but no matter how he struggled, he still stayed where he was, motionless. The mysterious masked man was unwilling to accept this. If his Kamui became ineffective, it would be like cutting off one of his arms, and his strength would definitely be greatly reduced. Uchiha Obito, you'd better stop struggling. I have blocked the space here. Your Kamui can no longer be used. Namikaze Tianming raised the corners of his mouth slightly and lightly revealed a shocking secret. That's right, Namikaze Tianming, who has watched Hokage, naturally knows who the mysterious masked man in front of him is. He is none other than Uchiha Obito, who has been dead for many years. When Obito heard that Namikaze Tianming had directly exposed his identity, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide and looked at Namikaze Tianming in disbelief. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you know who you are. Why? Do you think you can save Lin by abandoning your own name and doing those things in the dark? Namikaze Tianming stared at Uchiha Obito with sharp eyes. Hearing Namikaze Tianming mention Lin, Obito went into a frenzy and roared through gnashing teeth. I don't allow you to mention her. How do you know my pain? No matter what, I will make you feel the pain I endure. In that case, you should go find Uchiha Madara. He was the one who planned Lin's death. Namikaze Tianming still spoke calmly. Impossible. You're talking nonsense. I saw with my own eyes how Lin died. Obito roared angrily. Fool, some things may not be true even if you see them with your own eyes. Namikaze Tianming advised patiently. Boy, don't hinder me here, otherwise, you will die too. Fire-style great fireball technique. At this time, Obito had already lost his mind. In his opinion, the man in front of him said so much just to sow discord between him and Uchiha Madara. A huge fireball came out of Obito's mouth and headed straight for Namikaze Tianming. Humph, you are stubborn. Namikaze Tianming snorted coldly. He originally wanted to persuade this poor guy, but since this kid is so stubborn, he might as well teach him a lesson. Advertisement Chapter 3. You should take care of the children by yourselves. Humph, you are stubborn. Namikaze Tianming snorted coldly and looked at the fireball spit out by Obito with disdain. Then he stretched out his right hand and slowly opened his mouth. You dare to show off your skills in front of an expert? Look at my fire control technique. Suddenly, an Uzumaki appeared in the palm of Namikaze Tianming's hand and absorbed all the fireballs sprayed by Uchiha Obito. Such a strange scene scared Uchiha Obito. How did this person teleport his fireball away without me even noticing the fluctuation? Could it be that this person's space-time ninjutsu is superior to mine? Humph, let me show you what real fire control is. Burning Sky Dragon Flame. Namikaze Tianming pointed in the air and a fire dragon flew out from his fingertips. The fire dragon grew from small to large and in an instant it grew into a 10-meter-long flaming dragon. The space around the fire dragon became distorted due to the high-intensity burning. Go! At Namikaze Tianming's command, a giant flaming dragon roared out, and wherever the flaming dragon passed, everything around it was burned. Trees, stones. No exception. Looking at the fierce fire dragon, Uchiha Obito was not to be outdone. He quickly formed seals with both hands and shouted angrily. Fire style. Storm dance. I saw a huge flame in the shape of a fire snake, with great power and rarely seen in the world. It was also rushing towards the fire dragon at an extremely fast speed. Giant fire dragon, raging red flames. The giant fire snake refuses to be outdone. Boom. With a loud bang, the two attacks collided with each other in an instant. The originally ferocious fire snake was as fragile as a piece of paper and was directly smashed into pieces by the fire dragon and disappeared into thin air. Uchiha Obito, who was controlling the giant flaming snake, was suddenly hit hard and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was actually injured by the aftermath of the fire dragon. What's even more terrifying is that after tearing apart the flame snake, the fire dragon was not affected at all and still rushed towards Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito's pupils suddenly contracted. The power of this fire dragon was so terrifying that he had never seen it before. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Uchiha Fire Formation. Advertisement. Feeling the power of it, Uchiha Obito jumped back repeatedly and quickly formed seals with both hands. I saw a wall of earth and a wall of fire rising rapidly, blocking Uchiha Obito. Looking at the thick protective shield in front of him, Uchiha Obito breathed a sigh of relief. Boom! The giant flaming dragon instantly crashed into the earth wall, and the two huge energies collided, making a shocking noise. But soon, Uchiha Obito's expression changed, because he felt that the first earth wall could no longer hold on. In this case, his fire formation might not be able to hold out for long. Run. Must run. Although it was only a brief fight, this person's strength was simply too terrifying. This is the only thought in Uchiha Obito's mind at this moment. Unable to use Kamui, Uchiha Obito turned around and ran back. In a short while, Uchiha Obito had already run hundreds of meters away. As expected, not long after Uchiha Obito ran away, the flame formation could no longer hold and shattered. Even though it broke through the two major defensive ninjutsu, the earth flow wall and the fire ray, the giant flaming dragon still created a small canyon about 10 meters wide and hundreds of feet long in front of it. And everything in this canyon was burned. Uchiha Obito was secretly congratulating himself on his fast running speed, when suddenly a heat wave hit him. Uchiha Obito's face changed again, and he quickly jumped back again. Even this heat wave cannot be underestimated. That feeling of restraint just now is gone. Just when Uchiha Obito retreated to a certain range, he suddenly felt that the feeling of restraint just now had disappeared. It was this feeling of restraint that prevented him from using Kamui. He understood that he was out of the range of this mysterious man's ninjutsu. If you don't run now, when will you run? Kamui, start. Although this operation failed, Nine Tails will be mine sooner or later. Uchiha Obito fled from here in an instant. At the same time that Uchiha Obito disappeared, Namikaze Tianming also appeared here, looking at the direction where Uchiha Obito disappeared and muttered to himself. It seems that the scope of this space blockade is still too small. Although he could catch up with Uchiha Obito, Namikaze Tianming did not intend to waste his time by catching up. I have said what I should say, now it depends on whether he can wake up. Advertisement. What we have to deal with now is the 9 tails that are still wreaking havoc. I hope he hasn't reached the point of using the demonic sealing technique yet. Namikaze Tianming whispered, and then his spiritual consciousness burst out in the direction of Konoha village. In just a moment, Namikaze Tianming found Namikaze Minato and his wife. Next to Uzumaki Kushina, the baby held by Namikaze Minato is his nephew, the future protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto. Behind them was 9 Tails, who was about to release the second-tailed beast bomb. At this time, they had been transferred outside of Konoha village by Namikaze Minato using the Flying Thunder God transfer technique. Suddenly, 9 Tails went berserk and was no longer under human control. But Uzumaki Kushina still tried his best to release the diamond chain to control 9 Tails and prevent it from continuing to destroy Konoha village. Seeing Kushina spitting out a large pool of blood because he had reached his limit, 2 lines of hot tears could not help but slide down Namikaze Minato's cheeks. Namikaze Minato seemed to have made some important decision. He gently put the baby Naruto on the ground, then stood up with a serious face and slowly walked towards 9 Tails. He wanted to put an end to it, but a barrier instantly enveloped 9 Tails and Namikaze Minato. Just when Namikaze Minato wanted to continue making hand seals, a figure appeared out of nowhere and patted Namikaze Minato on the shoulder. Brother, what do you want to do, younger brother? Namikaze Minato immediately recognized Namikaze Tianming's voice and turned to look at Namikaze Tianming. Although he was surprised that his brother could escape from the mysterious masked man and break through his barrier, he no longer had the mind to think so much at this moment. Namikaze Minato smiled. Brother, you came just in time. From now on, Naruto will be handed over to you. As his uncle, you must take good care of him. After Namikaze Minato finished speaking, he turned around and wanted to continue making hand seals. Kushina on the ground also saw what Namikaze Minato was thinking, and couldn't help but burst into tears. Just when she was about to say something, suddenly she saw Namikaze Tianming, who had been silent, giving Namikaze Minato a big FK on the back of his head. Namikaze Minato was hit so hard that he staggered forward a few steps. Namikaze Minato touched the back of his head, which was hurt from being hit, and turned to look at Namikaze Tianming in disbelief. Brother, what are you doing? Namikaze Tianming rolled his eyes and said. It's better for you two to take care of children yourselves. What I hate most is taking care of children. Namikaze Minato opened his mouth and looked at his brother walking towards him, not knowing what to say for a moment. Namikaze Tianming walked up to Namikaze Minato, patted Namikaze Minato's shoulder again, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Also, don't use this shitty thing called the demonic Fujin. Chapter 4. Namikaze Tianming vs 9 Tails. Also, don't use this shitty thing called the demonic Fujin. Namikaze Minato looked at his brother in astonishment. How did he know that he wanted to use the Shiki Fujin? However, Namikaze Tianming didn't even give Namikaze Minato a chance to speak, and teleported directly in front of 9 Tails. Seeing that 9 Tails' eyes were still in the 3 Megatama state, Namikaze Tianming knew that 9 Tails was still being controlled by Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito, I hope you won't persist, Namikaze Tianming murmured in a low voice, then looked at 9 Tails and smiled. 9 Tails, it's mine, contract seal. Namikaze Tianming stretched out his hand towards the void and caught something like a rune in his hand. Then he squeezed it lightly, and the rune was crushed by Namikaze Tianming. At the same time, 9 Tails' eyes returned to normal at this moment. Uchiha Obito, who was running away in the distance, suddenly opened his eyes wide and sped up his escape again. He had a hunch that this young man named Namikaze Tianming could appear beside him at any time. After 9 Tails lost Uchiha Obito's control and regained consciousness, he became even more excited when he saw that he could see the light of day again, and he couldn't help but struggle desperately. 9 Tails' struggle made Kushina, who was already struggling, even more exhausted, and she vomited a large mouthful of blood again. Sister-in-law, just take the diamond chain and leave 9 Tails to me. Namikaze Tianming turned around, gave Uzumaki Kushina the same smile as Namikaze Minato, and spoke. Uzumaki Kushina stared at Namikaze Tianming standing in the air in a daze and was so surprised that he was speechless for a moment. Is this still the ordinary younger brother of my husband? How could this speed be as fast as that of the flying thunder god? How could this person stand in midair? Although he never looked down on his brother-in-law, Namikaze Tianming's performance nowadays is really surprising. Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but cast a questioning look at Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato was also confused, but he still nodded. Although he didn't know why, he chose to believe his younger brother. Kushina, remove the diamond chains. I believe in my brother. Looking at Namikaze Minato's determined eyes, Uzumaki Kushina smiled slightly. Good. Advertisement, sealing technique, diamond chain, collect. The moment Kushina took back the diamond chain, Nine Tails, who regained his freedom, suddenly became excited. At this time, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had led a group of elite ninjas to force Nine Tails out of Konoha village, also arrived here with a group of elite ninjas. But because Namikaze Minato deployed a barrier, they were all blocked outside the barrier and couldn't get in. Seeing Namikaze Tianming standing in the air, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his eyes wide in shock. Who is this young man? Why don't I have any impression of him? An elite ninja behind Sarutobi Hiruzen also hurried forward to report. Third generation master, this seems to be the fourth generation master. No, this is not Minato. Although the body shape is similar, I can tell that this is not the fourth generation. The third generation leader Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Although the young man in front of Nine Tails looked like Namikaze Minato from behind, this man's hair was black, which was obviously different from Namikaze Minato's. This doesn't seem to be a fourth generation adult. The person who answered the third generation's purpose was none other than an Anbu ninja who was in charge of obtaining intelligence on Konoha village. However, at this moment, he really couldn't give an answer. After all, he couldn't see clearly because of the barrier between them. Is this young man going to fight Nine Tails alone? But looking at his attire, he is clearly a chunin. This is ridiculous. Isn't he courting death? Sarutobi Hiruzen said anxiously. Chakra gathered at the soles of his feet again, ready to go for support, but he couldn't break through the barrier for the moment. I could only sigh inwardly. It seems like it's too late. Nine Tails swung his claws directly at Namikaze Tianming, who was standing in the air. His speed was so fast that even without the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen with his instant body technique couldn't catch up. Tianming, be careful. Seeing that Namikaze Tianming didn't move at all, Namikaze Minato and his wife exclaimed at the same time. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were also staring nervously at Namikaze Tianming in the air. Nine Tails' claws were about to pierce Namikaze Tianming through the heart. Namikaze Tianming finally moved. Namikaze Tianming just stretched out a finger, moved it slightly forward, and pressed against Nine Tails' sharp claws. But Nine Tails' claws could no longer move forward even a little bit. Submit to me, and you will be spared the pain of the flesh. Advertisement. Although Namikaze Minato and third-generation member Sarutobi Hiruzen could not see Namikaze Tianming's expression, they saw how calm Namikaze Tianming was. Everyone couldn't help but gasp, especially when he saw Namikaze Tianming blocking Nine Tails' claws with one hand. He was so shocked that his mouth opened wide and his jaw dropped to the ground. Boy, you are quite strong, but don't get in my way. Nine Tails had sharp eyes and spoke in human language, saying that after being sealed for so many years, it was finally free again and needed to vent. Oh, you are so stubborn. Looks like I am going to get serious with you. Namikaze Tianming shook his head helplessly. Namikaze Tianming's eyes became extremely sharp at this moment. He grabbed one of Nine Tails' claws with one finger, and then grabbed with his right hand at the same speed. Why, are you going to give me a shoulder throw? Looking at the human in front of him who was not even as big as one of his claws, Nine Tails sneered. Although he was able to block his casual attack just now, that was all. No need to throw over your shoulder, I'll show you how to swing a sledgehammer. As Namikaze Tianming spoke, the spiritual power in his body instantly gushed out and turned into a huge net, binding Nine Tails tightly. Nine Tails felt that he was suddenly restrained by a strange and mysterious force and he couldn't move at all. Get up, for me! Namikaze Tianming roared, and Nine Tails was horrified to find that he was being swung up like that. Then, Nine Tails felt dizzy and the scenery in front of him kept changing. It turns out that Namikaze Tianming not only swung Nine Tails up, but even spun it in circles. 80, FKU. Just when Nine Tails was disoriented, Namikaze Tianming actually threw Nine Tails out. Bang! There was a loud bang, and Nine Tails directly crashed into the barrier set up by Namikaze Minato, causing the barrier to shake. Bang! After hitting the barrier, Nine Tails fell stiffly to the ground, feeling dizzy. Advertisement Chapter 5. Nirvana Pill, Minato, is this still the brother we know? At this moment, Kushina was completely confused. The performance of the Namikaze Tianming in front of her was completely different from the Namikaze Tianming she had seen before. As the younger brother of Namikaze Minato, Namikaze Tianming's previous performance was really unsatisfactory. Not only was he not strong, he was also a low-key person and did not like to meet outsiders. So even though many people know that 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato has a younger brother, they don't know what this younger brother's true appearance is. But now it seems that the strength of Namikaze Tianming is no less than that of Namikaze Minato. Ah ha ha. It seems like he really is my brother. Seeing his wife's inquiring look, Namikaze Minato could only smile awkwardly. Little did he know that Namikaze Minato's heart was also in turmoil at this moment. He wanted to shout without caring about his image. This is the first time I've seen you like this, you ask me? Nine Tails struggled to stand up from the ground, shook his dizzy head, and his eyes turned blood red because of anger. Boy, you have successfully angered me. I admire you very much, but I want you to die even more. Nine Tails roared, and the yin and yang chakras gathered frantically towards Nine Tails' throat, mixing and compressing. Soon, a huge-tailed beast bomb with purple and black mixed with a certain proportion of blue was about to take shape. Obviously, if Nine Tails releases this tailed beast bomb, everyone and everything within the barrier will be destroyed. Namikaze Minato flashed and was about to cast a seal to activate Flying Thunder God to divert the tailed beast bomb from Nine Tails. Namikaze Tianming pulled out a circle covered with runes from somewhere and threw it forward, directly hitting Nine Tails' neck. The moment the circle was added, Nine Tails suddenly felt something was wrong. The tailed beast bomb was not yet fully formed, but it was ready to be released. Who knew that Namikaze Tianming's mouth corners slightly raised? Hey, it's too late. Receive. As soon as Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, a flash of light appeared and Nine Tails disappeared out of thin air. At this moment, a scream from Namikaze Minato suddenly came from behind Namikaze Tianming. Kushina. Namikaze Tianming also quickly turned his head and saw Namikaze Minato holding the unconscious Uzumaki Kushina with red eyes. Kushina, you'll be fine. Advertisement. Namikaze Minato's eyes were full of heartache and regret. It was the first time that Namikaze Tianming saw him like this. Namikaze Tianming teleported and came in front of Namikaze Minato. Brother, as the fourth Hokage, aren't you crying a little? Namikaze Minato raised her head, tears still flowing. Brother, but Kushina. Kushina was already weak from giving birth and was injured, and she had just tried her best to stop Nine Tails. Now she was about to die. How could Namikaze Minato not be sad? Namikaze Tianming shook his head helplessly. Namikaze Minato was already in a mess at this moment. He was no longer as calm as the Hokage. Although my sister-in-law is seriously injured, isn't it okay if she is cured? Hearing Namikaze Tianming say this, Namikaze Minato's tears fell even harder. But Kushina's injuries cannot be cured by anyone except that sir. You mean Tsunade? A figure suddenly appeared in Namikaze Tianming's mind. Namikaze Minato nodded. It's exactly Lady Tsunade, but we don't even know where she is. No, I must get Master Tsunade back. Namikaze Minato is about to stand up with tears in her eyes. Brother, don't be impatient. Wait until you find Master Tsunade. Can your sister-in-law wait until that day comes? Namikaze Tianming sighed. It seems that he has to do it himself. Brother, don't be sad. I can heal your injury. Apart from Master Jiraiya, who else can I find? Wait, what did you say? You can heal. When did you learn medical ninjutsu? Namikaze Minato was halfway through his words when he suddenly looked up at Namikaze Tianming and asked with an incredible look on his face. I don't know any medical ninjutsu, but I have this. Namikaze Tianming said this and took out a black, round object. Brother, what is this? At this moment, Namikaze Minato's face was full of question marks. This is called Nirvana Pill. As long as my sister-in-law is still alive, she can be saved. Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming said with some pain that even he didn't have much of this healing holy pill left. After Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, he bent down and gave the pill to the unconscious Kushina. Namikaze Minato swallowed involuntarily and watched Namikaze Tianming's every move nervously without stopping him. Although Namikaze Tianming's every move made him feel confused, he still instinctively chose to believe his younger brother. After all, his current performance really overturned his previous cognition. Sure enough, Kushina, who was lying in Namikaze Minato's arms, slowly opened her eyes not long after taking the Nirvana pill. Kushina, brother, Kushina is awake. Namikaze Minato looked at Kushina, then at Namikaze Tianming, and for a moment he was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Namikaze Tianming on the side just smiled and said nothing. He had expected all this. After all, it was the Nirvana pill and its effect was indeed extraordinary. When Kushina woke up, she saw Namikaze Minato, whose eyes were red and whose face was filled with worry and excitement. Minato. I'm not. Huh? What's going on? Why'd I feel like all my injuries have healed? Kushina had just said half of his words when he noticed something unusual on his body. How come all the injuries that he thought would be fatal had disappeared? Kushina. Are you telling the truth? Namikaze Minato had never expected that his brother's mysterious elixir would work so quickly. Well, I feel even better than before. Kushina was now no less shocked than Namikaze Minato. Kushina flipped over, jumped out of Namikaze Minato's arms, and landed steadily on the ground. Okay, as long as you're okay, Kushina, it turns out what my brother said was true. There is no other emotion on Namikaze Minato's face except happiness. It's my brother. Kushina shifted his gaze to Namikaze Tianming and looked him up and down curiously. Namikaze Tianming's performance was really unexpected. Namikaze Tianming smiled innocently and touched the back of his head. Suddenly, Namikaze Tianming's expression changed. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was rushing towards this side with a group of elites. It turned out that Namikaze Minato accidentally opened the Vice Admiral barrier just now. Brother and sister-in-law, we can talk about it later. I'm leaving first. If someone asks you about me later, just say you don't know and that you don't know me. After Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, he disappeared. Chapter 6. Nine Tails surrenders. With the disappearance of Namikaze Tianming, Namikaze Minato and his wife could only smile at each other. This younger brother is really mysterious. Minato, Kushina, as soon as they lifted Uzumaki Naruto from the ground, Mr. and Mrs. Namikaze Minato heard the concerned cry of third-generation leader Sarutobi Hiruzen. I saw the third-generation leader Sarutobi Hiruzen from a distance, and several body flicker techniques came in front of Namikaze Minato and his wife. Minato, Kushina, are you okay? Third-generation master, we are fine. Namikaze Minato and Kushina smiled and shook their heads, then looked at Uzumaki Naruto in their arms, feeling somewhat relieved. I'm glad you're all right. Third-generation member Sarutobi Hiruzen also breathed a sigh of relief after receiving confirmation from Namikaze Minato and the others. By the way, where is the young man who was fighting with Nine Tails just now? Why didn't I see him? That person disappeared after taking Nine Tails away, and we don't know that ninja. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina looked at each other, then looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and shook his head. You don't even recognize him? Could he be a ninja from another village? But the clothes he's wearing are clearly from our Konoha village? Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised. I really don't know him. Namikaze Minato blushed but said firmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina for a while, then nodded and said. Well, it seems we can only find this hero later. Right now, the most important thing is to rebuild the village. As for Nine Tails, I hope nothing unexpected will happen to him. In the system space, Nine Tails looked around, but he couldn't see anything here, just an empty, endless space. Could it be that I've been sealed again? But I don't feel the aura of the seal, and why can't I feel chakra here? Nine Tails looked around for a long time, but couldn't see anything. He couldn't help but think to himself, that person was really weird. What's even more terrifying is that here, not only is there no chakra, but even the chakra in one's body cannot be mobilized. Not being able to mobilize chakra means not being able to use tailed beast bomb. Ha 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 ha, Kurama, welcome to my world. A voice suddenly sounded in Nine Tails' mind, and the owner of this voice was the hateful human who had just stopped him. Advertisement, sly human, stop hiding and come out to me now, or I'll eat you alive. Even though Nine Tails roared like that, he still stepped back involuntarily. Ha 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 ha, Kurama, am I that scary? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared out of nowhere in front of Nine Tails. It was Namikaze Tianming. As soon as Nine Tails saw Namikaze Tianming, his pupils shrank immediately, and he grabbed Namikaze Tianming with his claws without hesitation. Unexpectedly, Namikaze Tianming remained extremely calm, with a smile on his face, neither dodging nor evading. However, just when Nine Tails' claws were about to touch Namikaze Tianming, the circle on Nine Tails' neck suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Nine Tails was horrified to find that an inexplicable force was restricting him, preventing his claws from moving any further. But this human clearly did nothing. The source of this power seems to come from the circle around his neck. Nine Tails immediately discovered the source of the problem. He grabbed the circle around his neck with his claws, trying to tear it off. However, after struggling for a long time, the circle did not move at all, and was not even damaged in the slightest. Kurama, you'd better give up. This is a circle of immortal spirit beasts. Even if the Sage of Six Paths comes in person, he can't do anything. Namikaze Tianming, who had expected this, spoke slowly. Who are you? Why do you know so much? Nine Tails stared at Namikaze Tianming closely. Why did this human know his name? Why did he know the Sage of Six Paths? It's not your business how I know this. You just need to know that from now on, I am your master. Such a majestic Nine Tails has become your own pet, so cool. Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but laugh out loud. What a joke. You think you can be my master? I'll see if you have what it takes. Nine Tails was extremely angry at this time. In its opinion, no one was qualified to be its master except the Sage of Six Paths. You don't accept? Then I'll beat you until you accept? After Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, he teleported and appeared above Nine Tails' head. Mount Tai is pressing down on us. Namikaze Tianming kicked Nine Tails directly on the head from above. Nine Tails didn't even see Namikaze Tianming's movements clearly before he felt a huge force suddenly coming from his head, making him dizzy. Boom. Advertisement. Nine Tails was kicked down by Namikaze Tianming. Bang. 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 Before Nine Tails could even react, Namikaze Tianming kicked him away again, and then gave him a good beating. Stop. Nine Tails was knocked to the ground by Namikaze Tianming again, and he didn't care about the pain in his body at all, and quickly called for a stop. Since he couldn't use chakra to offset damage and heal his body. Namikaze Tianming punched Nine Tails hard, and soon, he beat him until he had a black eye and a swollen face. What? Are you convinced? If you were convinced, you should have said so earlier. What I hate most is violence. I have always believed in winning people over with virtue. Namikaze Tianming said this while rubbing his wrists, which made a creaking sound. I don't agree. If you have the ability, don't restrict me from using chakra. Nine Tails still refuses to give in. This is its last act of stubbornness. Namikaze Tianming smiled lightly. Okay, if that's the case, then I'll convince you. Namikaze Tianming just snapped his fingers lightly, and Ninetales felt that the restraint just now disappeared, and chakra could be used. At this moment, the injuries suffered by Namikaze Tianming began to recover quickly. Ninetales smiled grimly, and was about to avenge his previous humiliation when suddenly a powerful aura burst out from Namikaze Tianming's body. Before Ninetales could even regain his strength, he was directly crushed to the ground by this aura. Even after using up all his strength, Ninetales managed to raise his head and look at Namikaze Tianming. The moment they saw Namikaze Tianming, Ninetales was shocked. The aura of this human being before them was so terrifying, even no less than that of the Sage of Six Paths back then. It was at this moment that Ninetales realized that he was no match for this human. A tiny human being, yet so terrifying. I surrender. Ninetales finally lowered its proud head. Such a powerful human being is indeed qualified to be its master. Why don't you just surrender earlier? Why do you have to suffer like this? Namikaze Tianming shook his head. I'm sorry, my tone was a little harsh just now. Sorry, master. Ninetales lowered his head, feeling aggrieved. Chapter 7. Kurama is hit hard. Oh my god, is this still the arrogant Ninetales I know? Why is there something wrong? Namikaze Tianming's eyes twitched wildly. Could it be that the Hokage he was looking at was a fake? Namikaze Tianming, who has watched the anime, naturally knows how arrogant Ninetales is. Could it be that because of his own time travel, Ninetales' personality has changed as well? Could this be the legendary butterfly effect? Namikaze Tianming shook his head. Why bother with so many things? Ninetales was the top monster in this world. Just being handsome was enough. I know that there is an old saying among humans that a man who knows the times is a hero. Master is very powerful and is indeed qualified to be my master. Ninetales said this, puffing out his chest in an attempt to save his face. In the end, Namikaze Tianming shook his head. He had already accepted it. Kurama, what kind of martial arts are you practicing? Kung Fu. What is that? Can I eat it? There is a big question mark on Ninetales' big head. Didn't the Sage of Six Paths teach you how to absorb chakra? How did you become stronger then? Namikaze Tianming is a little curious. My chakra is innate. I'm already so strong, how can I get stronger? Ninetales imitated Namikaze Tianming and scratched the back of his head with his claws. Namikaze Tianming asked back, are you strong? Ninetales. The originally proud Ninetales felt like a deflated ball when he heard Namikaze Tianming say that. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with his master saying that. In front of his master, he was really weak. Ninetales lowered his head and couldn't help but sigh. His self-confidence suffered an unprecedented blow. Even when he was sealed, it wasn't such a big blow. Ahem. Well, don't be sad, Ninetales. Since you're my pet, I won't treat you unfairly. How about I teach you a technique that can make you stronger? As if sensing Ninetales' disappointment, Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows, rolled his eyes, and spoke in a seductive voice. Ninetales raised his head, looked at Namikaze Tianming, and said in disbelief. Master, are you telling the truth? Can I really become stronger? I can't guarantee that, but you can give it a try. Namikaze Tianming said, and teleported directly to Ninetales' forehead. Then he pointed at Ninetales' forehead, and runes flowed out from Namikaze Tianming's fingertips and poured into Ninetales' mind. Ninetales only felt a series of mysterious and obscure formulas pouring into his mind. Although it was the first time he had seen such text, it was strange that he could actually understand it. Advertisement. The immortal secret of the Celestial Fox. Only the Ninetales Celestial Fox in the Fox clan can practice it. Excited by the sight of prey, Ninetales immediately began to practice according to the mantra. The chakra around him instantly surged into Ninetales' body like waves. Ninetales clearly felt that the chakra in his body became more solid. The skills given by the master are indeed mysterious and unpredictable. They're definitely not ordinary. Ninetales opened his eyes, a hint of joy flashed across his face. Namikaze Tianming carefully observed Ninetales' every move. To his surprise, Ninetales seemed to have good aptitude and could start practicing so soon. However, what surprised Namikaze Tianming the most was that Ninetales was practicing the technique he gave her, but what he absorbed was not the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but chakra. But what he absorbed was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, not chakra. At first Namikaze Tianming thought it was because of the technique. But now Ninetales' situation is completely different. Is it because Ninetales is a monster? It seems that we have to find someone else to try again. Namikaze Tianming pinched his chin and said after pondering for a while. Suddenly, Ninetales' aura began to rise. The first level of chi refining. The second level of chi refining. The third level of chi refining. In just half a day, Ninetales' aura rose to the 9th level of chi refining. This scene made Namikaze Tianming, who was standing by, stunned. Could it be that Ninetales is actually a genius monster? However, seeing that Ninetales was still in training, Namikaze Tianming did not disturb him and went straight back to his own little room. Although Namikaze Tianming intervened in time to stop Ninetales, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina survived. Uzumaki Naruto, the chosen one, also avoided the fate of Ninetales' Jinchuriki. However, the damage caused by Ninetales to Konoha village is still enormous. So as the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato has been busy rebuilding Konoha village. Namikaze Tianming is also happy to be alone. Just like that, time passed slowly, and half a year had passed. Advertisement during this half year, 9 tails actually cultivated to the peak of foundation building in one fell swoop, which can be said to be fast. Namikaze Tianming has been carefully observing 9 tails training, and finally Namikaze Tianming came to a conclusion. The reason why 9 tails cultivation speed is so fast is that 9 tails itself has a very large amount of chakra. When 9 tails condenses all of its own chakra, the speed of cultivation will slow down. However, over the past 6 months, Namikaze Tianming seemed to have hit a bottleneck, stuck at the nascent soul stage and making no progress. Just when Namikaze Tianming came out of the system space and returned to his room, there was a knock on the door. As soon as Namikaze Tianming opened the door, Namikaze Tianming saw Namikaze Minato's iconic smile. "Brother, long time no see, Sigma, Sigma." Namikaze Minato put his arm around Namikaze Tianming's shoulders. _1 comes to see you for no reason, big brother, just speak your mind. Namikaze Tianming shook off Namikaze Minato's arm. He knew that Namikaze Minato would come to him one day. "Hey, brother, since you already know why I'm here, I'll just get straight to the point." Asterisk. Namikaze Minato rubbed his hands together embarrassedly but with a hint of excitement. "You tell me." Up-tack, Namikaze Tianming suddenly discovered that he, the eldest brother, the fourth Hokage, seemed to have a bit of a Chunibyo attribute. "Ahem, brother, since your strength has been exposed, and you know that Konoha village is in a state of disrepair, I want you to be my right-hand man, or I can give you the position of Hokage." The more Namikaze Minato spoke, the more serious his expression became, especially when he talked about giving up his seat, he was extremely serious. Namikaze Tianming knew that what his elder brother said was true. Namikaze Tianming stretched out his hand. "No, please don't, I don't want to be the Hokage, it's so tiring, whoever wants to do it can do it, and don't even think about the left and right hand thing, I like freedom. In that case, how about you become a teacher at our Konoha village school, brother?" Namikaze Minato chuckled and stated his ultimate goal. Being a teacher? It seems like a lot of fun. Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows and looked at Namikaze Minato. "Brother, do you really agree?" Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up, he was even prepared to be rejected. Namikaze Tianming nodded and changed the subject. "But I have one condition." Chapter 8, Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy. As long as you agree, I will agree to any condition." Namikaze Minato happily showed his back teeth. "Big brother, don't agree so quickly, you might regret it." Namikaze Tianming raised the corners of his mouth into a beautiful arc. "Don't worry, I will never go back on my promise to you, brother." Namikaze Minato patted his chest vigorously and assured. "That's a deal, I only want 2 people from you, one is Hitaki Kakashi, and the other is Might Guy." Negation lower half circle negation. Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but let out a wicked smile as if his evil plan had succeeded. As long as he had these 2 people, his idea might be confirmed. "Brother, do you mean to teach Kakashi and Guy yourself?" What Namikaze Tianming didn't expect was that Namikaze Minato not only didn't feel reluctant, but looked at Namikaze Tianming with excitement. In fact, in the eyes of Namikaze Minato, his disciple Kakashi is a rare genius, and Might Guy is also the most persevering ninja he has ever seen, although he has not made much achievements in ninjutsu. But if he can get guidance from his younger brother Tienming, maybe he can grow into a pillar of Konoha shinobi village in the future. Yes. Although Namikaze Minato's attitude was a little surprising, Namikaze Tianming was more excited. "Okay, I'll call them over right away." After Namikaze Minato finished speaking, he disappeared. He looked so anxious that if you didn't know him, you would think it was his own business. After a while, Namikaze Minato appeared in front of Namikaze Tianming carrying 2 young men. It must be said that Namikaze Minato deserves the name of Yellow Flash, and his speed is indeed well deserved. Namikaze Tianming looked left and right at the 2 young men in Namikaze Minato's hands. The boy on Namikaze Minato's left had long flowing white hair, a black mask covering his face, a forehead protector worn diagonally to cover his left eye, and a black tight combat uniform. In addition, he was wearing a Jonin mail armor, and the red symbol of Anbu was tattooed on his shoulders and back. This is obviously Hitaki Kakashi. The boy on the right has a striking cap ahead, which looks like a black watermelon from a distance. He also has very thick eyebrows, an angular face, and wears a green tights, with the Konoha forehead protector tied around his waist. Advertisement such an obvious sign, it is obviously Might Guy. Might Guy was seen struggling desperately in Namikaze Minato's hands, shouting with high morale. "4th generation master, please put me down. I want to have a passionate youth duel with Kakashi." Hitaki Kakashi, on the other hand, seemed relatively quiet and didn't say anything. After putting Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy down, Namikaze Minato said, "Kakashi, Guy, from today on, you will be trained by Master Namikaze Tianming." Hearing Namikaze Minato say this, Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy remained silent at the same time. "Remember, this is my order as the Hokage of Konoha, you cannot disobey." As if he could see the reluctance of the 2, Namikaze Minato said with a serious expression. I secretly sighed in my heart, hoping that Kakashi and Might Guy could understand my good intentions. Moreover, he has been busy dealing with Konoha village affairs recently and has little time to spend with his son, let alone guide Hitaki Kakashi. After saying that, Namikaze Minato looked at Namikaze Tianming and spoke earnestly. Brother, I'll leave these two to you. Namikaze Tianming smiled brightly. Don't worry, big brother, I'll take care of it. Namikaze Minato nodded, and after looking at Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy, he used Flying Thunder God and disappeared. After Namikaze Minato left, Namikaze Tianming raised his mouth into a nice arc. Why, do you think I am not qualified to guide you? Unexpectedly, after Namikaze Tianming opened his mouth, Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy turned their heads to the left and right and ignored Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming naturally knew why Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy were silent, especially with his conspicuous Chunin costume, especially Hitaki Kakashi, who had become a Jonin at the age of 14, so he was naturally arrogant. As for Might Guy, there were other reasons, and they were unwilling to disobey the orders of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, which led to this scene. But for Namikaze Tianming, they all lead to the same destination, and they all need to convince others with their virtue. Namikaze Tianming smiled and already had a plan in mind. Advertisement Namikaze Tianming just grabbed Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy with two invisible big hands. Before Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy even had time to react, they simply disappeared out of thin air. Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy only felt the scenery change before their eyes, and they were directly in an unfamiliar place. Perhaps because they had been taught Flying Thunder God by Namikaze Minato before, the two quickly adapted to this change. However, when the two saw the surrounding environment clearly, they were shocked. What appeared before them was an orange nine-tails fox as big as a tall building. The two's pupils suddenly contracted. Wasn't this the Nine-Tails that attacked Konoha half a year ago? Nine-Tails, who was in a state of training, suddenly felt a fluctuation. Thinking that his master Namikaze Tianming had returned, Nine-Tails quickly opened his eyes and saw two young ninjas in a defensive posture, looking at him vigilantly. Hey, why did two little guys suddenly appear? Could it be that they are snacks given to me by the master? Listening to Nine-Tails mumbling to itself, Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy couldn't help but shudder. This Nine-Tails is so terrifying, and it actually has a master? After a brief moment of shock, Might Guy suddenly straightened up, raised his thumb and grinned. You could even see a golden light flashing across Might Guy's teeth. I am Nine-Tails, the mighty guy known as the Blue Beast of Konoha. Let's have a fair fight. Hitaki Kakashi looked at Might Guy, his eyes revealing helplessness. This guy was as passionate as ever, but fortunately, it was precisely because of his passion that he. However, this Nine-Tails seems to be even more terrifying than when it attacked Konoha. Hitaki Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly, with the kunai already in his hand. Ha 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 ha, kid, you're very interesting, let's fight it out. After spending some time with Namikaze Tianming, Nine-Tails' personality has changed a little. Leaf Hurricane. Might Guy jumped up and kicked Nine-Tails. Leaf Great Whirlwind, Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Might Guy kicked Nine-Tails on the arm again and again, but Nine-Tails just stretched out a claw to block Might Guy's attack, and then lay motionless, allowing Might Guy to attack. Chapter 9. Kakashi and Guy shocked. Have you had enough of the trouble? Nine-Tails yawned and swept his claws, sending Might Guy flying. Might Guy was quite agile and managed to resolve Nine-Tails' counterattack with a few backflips. Rakery. Hitaki Kakashi let out a low shout, and countless blue lightnings gathered in Kakashi's hands. At the same time, these blue lightnings also made a piercing sound like the chirping of millions of birds. Hitaki Kakashi looked at Might Guy and said, Guy, let's go together. Yohu, Kakashi, you are worthy of being my lifelong rival. I can't lose to you then. Ha 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 ha, having a strong enemy like Nine-Tails makes me more energetic and motivated. 8 inner gates. Open the door, open, human. The gate of life. Injury gate, Duman, open. Might Guy roared, and his aura began to rise. Nine-Tails, who had originally intended to tease the two human imps, couldn't help but become serious at this moment. The sudden rise in the aura of the two imps was already enough to threaten it. Interesting, kid, I'm going to be serious too. I'll let you guys have a taste of the new ninjutsu I learned. 9 stars in a row. Nine-Tails suddenly raised the 9 tails behind it, and there was an orange fireball at the tip of each tail. This is the first ninjutsu, actually a spell, that Nine-Tails has learned after practicing the Nine-Tails Heavenly Fox technique for so long. Although it does not look as terrifying as the tailed beast bomb, it has the advantage of being able to condense quickly and is quite powerful. 2 people and a fox were in a tense standoff, and it seemed like a fight to the death was imminent. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended from the sky and directly enveloped the 2 men and the fox. The 9 stars Link and Rakery, which had already taken shape, suddenly stopped firing, and Might Guy only felt an invisible hand tapping on his body a few times, and the doors that had been opened were closed again. For Nine-Tails, this feeling is all too familiar. However, it was the first time for Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy to experience such a situation. They stood back to back, somewhat at a loss, and looked around vigilantly. Advertisement suddenly, Nine-Tails looked up into the sky and shouted excitedly. Master. Oh. Hollow down pointing triangle, oh. Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy's expressions changed at the same time, and they looked in the direction Nine-Tails was looking. Then I saw a figure with his hands behind his back slowly descending from the sky. But when they saw the man's appearance clearly, Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy couldn't help but widen their eyes. Tienming teacher. Upper right quadrant circular arc DO, Might Guy was so surprised that his jaw dropped to the ground. Hitaki Kakashi, on the other hand, was equally shocked, but he quickly calmed down, his eyes flickering as if he was thinking about something. Welcome to my world. Seeing Namikaze Tianming coming, Nine Tails began to shrink rapidly, becoming the size of a puppy, and rubbed Namikaze Tianming's clothes affectionately. This scene shocked Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy. Is this still the ferocious Nine Tails? Teacher Tienming, when Nine Tails attacked Konoha half a year ago. A mysterious man once appeared and not only saved the fourth Hokage and his family, but also took Nine Tails away. It seems that Teacher Tienming is the mysterious person. At first, due to the sudden relocation and the sight of Nine Tails, it was so shocking that both Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy focused their attention on Nine Tails. Now with the emergence of Namikaze Tianming, Hitaki Kakashi immediately thought of the key. Possesses the ability to transfer time and space, so he can transfer Nine Tails. Because he is the younger brother of the fourth Hokage also helps him keep his identity secret. No wonder the third generation leader has been searching for so long but still hasn't found out who the mysterious person who saved Konoha is. However, being able to tame Nine Tails, this Namikaze Tianming is truly terrifying. At this time, Hitaki Kakashi began to truly face Namikaze Tianming in front of him, and understood why teacher Minato asked him to guide his training. Might Guy, on the other hand, listened to Hitaki Kakashi's analysis and immediately looked at Namikaze Tianming with his eyes shining. Teacher Tianming is the mysterious man? The hero of our Konoha? D. For a passionate man like Might Guy, the hero who saved Konoha is the one he admires. Namikaze Tianming patted Nine Tails' head lovingly, looked at the two of them with a smile, shook his head and said, I just happened to be there. I'm not a hero. In my opinion, people like Konoha's White Fang Hitaki Tsukumo and Might Guy, who are willing to sacrifice their own lives to protect the people around them, are heroes. Advertisement Namikaze Tianming's words were sincere. If he was asked to give up his life for others, at least he couldn't do it. However, Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy were shocked after hearing what Namikaze Tianming said. This sentence hit them right in the heart. Although Hitaki Kakashi didn't say anything, the look he gave Namikaze Tianming had become less cold. As for Might Guy, he was already in tears. Teacher Tianming, do you really think my father is a hero, TT? Of course, Senior Might Guy is an absolute strong man and a hero. Namikaze Tianming blinked, gave Might Guy a thumbs up, and grinned like Might Guy. Woo 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 woo, Teacher Tianming. The emotional Might Guy burst into tears again. He was very moved that his father was recognized. Namikaze Tianming smiled and looked at the two of them. One was a genius among geniuses, and the other was a tough guy who almost kicked his way out of the finale in the future. Now that I have become their teacher, this feeling is really so cool. So, starting today, I will guide you in your practice. Do you have any objections? Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy shook their heads frantically at the same time. They had already felt the power of Namikaze Tianming without even taking any action. Especially with Nine Tails, who looks like a puppy next to it. Nine Tails, who is so powerful, has become Teacher Tianming's pet. This is something I have never heard of or seen before. Teacher Tianming, I have a question. Might Guy suddenly raised his hand and asked. Namikaze Tianming, if you are curious, just ask. Might Guy. Teacher Tianming is so strong, why do you hide it? It's obvious that your strength has already surpassed the Jonin level. Just as Namikaze Tianming was thinking for a long time, considering whether to tell the two that he just didn't like trouble. Suddenly, Might Guy seemed to have thought of something, raised his hand again and said. I know, it must be that Teacher Tianming doesn't like fame and fortune. Even though he is so powerful, he only wants to protect Konoha silently. As expected, Teacher Tianming is indeed my respected hero. Might Guy looked at Namikaze Tianming with eyes full of admiration. Even Hitaki Kakashi beside him nodded in agreement. Namikaze Tianming. Chapter 10. The right medicine for the right situation, the new Kakashi and Guy. Looking at the excited and funny duo, Namikaze Tianming couldn't bear to tell them the cruel truth. If that's the case, let them think so. Teacher Tianming, what are you going to teach us? I'm ready. Might Guy looked at Namikaze Tianming with great enthusiasm and anticipation. Namikaze Tianming touched his chin and fell into deep thought. With the script in hand, Namikaze Tianming naturally knows the respective advantages and disadvantages of Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy. First of all, there is no need to talk about Hitaki Kakashi's own talent, but because the Mangekyo Sharingan given by Obito has been activated, but Hitaki Kakashi himself does not know how to turn it off, he is jokingly called by Hokage fans that he does not have enough mana. Of course, Namikaze Tianming himself doesn't know how to deactivate the Mangekyo Sharingan, so it looks like he'll have to go to the Uchiha clan for help in the future. If you want to solve the dilemma encountered by Hitaki Kakashi, you naturally need to solve the problem of Hitaki Kakashi's mana, that is, the problem of chakra amount. In fact, Namikaze Tianming had already planned this. In other words, Namikaze Tianming has been craving Hitaki Kakashi for a long time. Thinking of this, a book of martial arts that he got when he signed in appeared in Namikaze Tianming's mind, 3 Phases Sacred Law. The 3-Phase Bible is a very magical practice. If a person who practices this practice has average aptitude, he can only practice one dantian. But even so, his own spiritual power will be stronger than that of ordinary people. If one has good aptitude, one can open up a second Dantian and double one's spiritual power. If one has the heaven-defying aptitude, he can open 3 Dantians in total, not to mention spiritual power. Namikaze Tianming didn't know whether Itachi Kakashi absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or chakra after practicing this technique. But this has little impact. Chakra is a weakened version of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Except for the power being slightly less, there is no other difference. Advertisement: this is why Namikaze Tianming can use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to imitate chakra and release the ninjutsu of this world. So, Namikaze Tianming no longer hesitated and pointed at Itachi Kakashi's forehead. Suddenly, countless information flooded into Itachi Kakashi's mind. After a brief moment of daze, Itachi Kakashi immediately reacted, sat cross-legged, and digested the extra information in his mind. And Gai Huang, ahem, might Gai, Namikaze Tianming does not intend to change his development path. 8 inner gates is the most suitable for him. But 8 inner gates requires a strong physique. Although Might Guy has been exercising, he doesn't have the corresponding skills, I guess. Suddenly, when Namikaze Tianming looked at Might Guy, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, because he only now noticed that Might Guy's physical realm had actually reached the 5th level of body tempering. This is equivalent to the 5th level of chi refining. Might Guy has reached this level without relying on any techniques. And it was only because of the system that I had been able to reach the state of great perfection of the golden body in my body refining. As expected, Might Guy is definitely a genius in physical training. Thinking of this, Namikaze Tianming suddenly had an idea and immediately thought of what skills to teach Might Guy. The secret of immortal golden body: tempering the body, tempering the blood, tempering the tendons, golden body. This is also the physical training technique that I got when I signed in, and it is just right for Might Guy. If Might Guy can successfully practice the immortal golden body technique, then Might Guy's body will definitely be able to withstand the load of the 8 inner gates opening the 8th gate. In this way, it goes without saying how terrifying the Konoha blue beast is that can use Yu Shang and Yi Guy at will after opening the death gate. Seeing Might Guy's expectant eyes, Namikaze Tianming burst into laughter, stretched out his finger, and passed the immortal golden body technique to Might Guy. Advertisement: after Might Guy figured out the technique that Namikaze Tianming passed down to him, he immediately realized how important this technique was to him. With this skill, not only can I protect the people around me like my father, but I can also continue to burn my youth with full energy. Teacher Tianming, UDU. I will definitely practice hard and will never let down Teacher Tianming's hard work in this passionate youth. Might Guy was so excited that he burst into tears again. Seeing such an excited Might Guy, Namikaze Tianming raised the corners of his mouth and said, "So, are you ready to accept my devilish training?" "Teacher, I'm ready." Might Guy is full of passion. Namikaze Tianming nodded. "In that case, come on." As Namikaze Tianming spoke, he pointed into the distance, and a huge waterfall appeared out of nowhere in the distance, with the raging torrent constantly hitting the rocks below. Guy, while resisting the beating of the water, practice the exercises at the same time. This will help you increase your physical strength more quickly. Yes. Might Guy excitedly looked at the waterfall produced by Namikaze Tianming in an instant. It's not like he had never practiced like this before, but at that time he didn't combine it with body refining techniques. Might Guy is looking forward to what changes this training will bring to him. "Ah, I feel my youth boiling. Oh!" Might Guy roared excitedly, then sprinted to the front of the waterfall and dived directly under the waterfall, officially starting his youthful body training journey. Chapter 11. A showdown of youthful passion. On the seemingly quiet night, a bright white moon hangs high in the sky. A forest not far from Konoha village. A white light flashed, and the sound was like thousands of birds chirping. The two figures suddenly collided with each other. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom. After the explosions, two figures flipped over and jumped backwards. Then he quickly landed on the ground, steadying his body, and confronted each other from a distance. In the moonlight, you can vaguely see what the two people are wearing. The figure on the right has a head of straight white hair that is very eye-catching. Careful friends will find that his left eye is different from his right eye. Because the left eye is emitting a faint red light at this time, in the center of the eye, you can see a pattern that looks like 3 magatama. With such bright eyes, it goes without saying that the face hidden by the mask must be very handsome. The figure opposite him, the most conspicuous in the darkness, was his white fang, with a watermelon-shaped head and wearing a green tights, and a confident smile on his resolute face. The two people fighting are Itachi Kakashi and Might Guy, who have been training under the guidance of Namikaze Tianming for more than 2 years. Now their faces are less childish and more calm. "Hey, Kakashi, I didn't expect you to be able to use Rakery so many times. If it weren't for Teacher Tianming's guidance, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be your opponent today." Might Guy changed his posture to prepare for attack, but his face was full of excitement. Being able to have such a thrilling battle, this is the youth he wants. Itachi Kakashi looked at the Rakery in his hand, and his eyes turned into crescent shapes involuntarily. Everything he had was given by Teacher Tianming. Now that he had 2 Dantian, even with the Mangekyo Sharingan activated all the time, he didn't feel any lack of chakra. Moreover, even if he is not in a state of cultivation, he can still feel the constant flow of chakra flowing into and nourishing his body. "Guy, I just developed a new ninjutsu, and I'd like to let you experience its power." A gleam of light flashed in Hitaki Kakashi's eyes, and then he shouted in a low voice. Advertisement, lightning-style thunder beast chasing Fang. The rakery in Kakashi's hand instantly transformed into a white lightning wolf, howling towards Might Guy. Ha 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 ha, new ninjutsu. I like this kind of moves the most, this is my youth. Might Guy's eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly, while his hands quickly formed seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. I saw a thick earthen wall rising rapidly between the two of them. If this scene was seen by other ninjas in Konoha village, their jaws would surely drop to the ground. As everyone knows, Might Guy's talent in ninjutsu is extremely low, especially when Might Guy was in ninja school, he often failed in ninjutsu. Now he can actually use ninjutsu like Doryukaki. Although Doryukaki is not a very powerful ninjutsu, the fact that Might Guy can use it makes it different. Even Might Guy was looking at the formed earth flow wall with excitement at this moment. Although this was one of his few ninjutsu and it was not very powerful, Might Guy just liked to use it. Sure enough, after a loud bang, Hitaki Kakashi's Thunderbeast Chase Fang destroyed the earth flow wall with great ease, and rushed straight towards Might Guy with undiminished momentum. Ha 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 ha, back off. This is not the youth of my Konoha Blue Beast. Might Guy seemed to have expected this, he roared passionately and jumped up, green energy suddenly rising around him. Jingmun. Open. Night Phoenix. I saw Might Guy waving his legs in the air and kicking quickly. The speed of Might Guy's kicks was getting faster and faster. Only blurry shadows and the sound of air friction could be seen with the naked eye. Then we saw Might Guy's body seem to be surrounded by flaming red flames as Might Guy threw a punch. A phoenix cry. The flames around Might Guy suddenly transformed into a flaming phoenix and rushed towards the Thunderbeast Zufang. Boom. With a deafening bang, flames shot up into the sky, thunder roared, and the darkness was illuminated like day. Konoha instant body technique. Might Guy roared again and his figure disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already not far in front of Hitaki Kakashi. Unlike other ninjas who rely on chakra's instant body movement technique, Might Guy's unparalleled speed is achieved entirely by relying on his own physical strength. This shows how strong Might Guy's physical strength is. To the peacock. Might Guy punched out quickly and continuously, and waves of fire flew all over the sky like a peacock spreading its tail, heading towards Hitaki Kakashi. Advertisement. Feeling the fluctuations in the nearby space, Hitaki Kakashi knew that he had no choice but to face the battle head-on. Earth style, multiple earth flow walls. Several earth walls instantly blocked Might Guy, but how could they stop the passionate Might Guy? In just a few seconds, Might Guy defeated the earth flow wall and attacked Hitaki Kakashi again with Chao Konkyu. Double thunder shock. Hitaki Kakashi clapped his hands and rakery suddenly appeared in his hands, not only making a shrill birdsong, but also emitting a dazzling white light. Boom. A powerful collision between peacock and double thunder. A deep pit with a radius of hundreds of meters was formed, and everything inside the pit was destroyed. Ha 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 ha, what a joy, Kakashi, your double thunder shock is really powerful. Inside the deep pit, Might Guy, whose clothes were tattered, seemed completely unaffected. He happily looked at Hitaki Kakashi, who was also in tattered clothes, and laughed. Hitaki Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes at Might Guy at this time. This guy, relying on his strong body, actually withstood his double thunder shock. Haha, your body has probably reached the peak of the blood-tempering realm, right? You're really a pervert. Ha ha ha, what do you think? Are you envious? Then next time when I temper my body, will you come with me? Might Guy smiled triumphantly, gave a thumbs up again, and showed his signature smile and that white fang. I don't want to, uptack. When Hitaki Kakashi thought of Might Guy being roasted in the stove, feeling both pain and pleasure, he couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. This kind of practice is not suitable for me, let's go back first. After Hitaki Kakashi used an earth style to fill the deep hole created by the fight between the two, he turned to look at Might Guy and said. Unexpectedly, Might Guy ran away, shouting as he ran. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, let's see who can get to the village first. How can I repair it? Don't run. Hitaki Kakashi immediately followed with a flash technique. The two of them ran all the way, and suddenly, Hitaki Kakashi's eyes changed and he stopped, looking at a big tree 800 meters away, and spoke slowly in a lazy tone. Don't hide, I've already seen you. Chapter 12. Kidnapped on the road, Hyuga Hinata. The Might Guy who was rushing in the front paused when he heard Hitaki Kakashi's voice. In a flash, Might Guy returned to Kakashi and asked seriously. Kakashi, what's wrong? There's an intruder. Hitaki Kakashi narrowed his eyes and pointed to a big tree 800 meters away. Ha ha ha, let me do it. Boom punch. Might Guy threw a fiery punch, and suddenly a flame burst out. Boom. A big tree 800 meters away exploded, and a figure suddenly jumped out, avoiding Might Guy's punch attack. At this point, Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy finally saw the person hiding behind the big tree. This person was dressed in black and wearing a mask. It was impossible to tell where he came from, but he was holding a baby girl about 3 or 4 years old in his arms. Kakashi, he's holding a child in his arms. Might Guy's face hardened and he said seriously. Hitaki Kakashi nodded. I know that the girl in his arms is Hyuga Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. It seems that this man has great ambitions. After all, before in Anbu, Hitaki Kakashi knew more information than Might Guy who was training blindly. Moreover, this man in black was able to quietly bring Hyuga Hinata to the border of Konoha village and was about to leave the village. If he had not discovered it, he would have succeeded. You coward, put Hyuga Hinata down and I'll let you go. Although Might Guy hated the man in black for kidnapping the little girl, for the safety of Hyuga Hinata, Might Guy could only suppress his anger and said with gritted teeth. The man in black, holding Hyuga Hinata, couldn't help laughing when he saw that the two people blocking their way were actually two teenagers of about 15 or 16 years old. Ha ha ha, I was wondering who had the ability to find me, but I didn't expect it to be two little brats. Really, I don't have time to play with you guys, get out of the way, or you won't have a good time. In the eyes of this man in black, they're just two little brats and pose no threat at all. Get out of my way. The man in black snorted coldly, and immediately shot two kunai at Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy respectively. Looking at the two weak kunai, Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy looked at each other helplessly. It seems that they were underestimated. Advertisement. After easily dodging two kunai, Hitaki Kakashi slowly pushed up the Konoha shinobi's forehead protector that was blocking his left eye, revealing the Sharingan in his left eye. When the man in black saw Hitaki Kakashi reveal his Sharingan, his eyes suddenly widened, obviously recognizing Hitaki Kakashi. You are Copy Ninja Kakashi. The voice of the man in black also became serious at this time. He originally thought that he had just met two ordinary teenagers, but he never expected that he would meet the genius ninja of Konoha village, Hitaki Kakashi. He was not afraid of Hitaki Kakashi, and Hitaki Kakashi was very difficult to deal with. If they started fighting, they would be easily discovered. Then the purpose of his trip might be. Get out of my way, or this little girl might die. The man in black became ruthless and a kunai suddenly appeared in his hand, which he pressed against Hyuga Hinata's neck. Anyway, his goal was just to get the Hyuga family's disdain, so even if he brought back a corpse, it would be a success. Stop it. Might Guy wanted to cut the man in black into pieces at this moment, but he couldn't act rashly and couldn't let Hyuga Hinata get hurt. Who knew? Hitaki Kakashi seemed not to notice the kunai in the black-clothed man's hand at all, and slowly walked towards the black-clothed man. Step. 2 steps, I said, stop it, do you want her to die? The man in black opened his eyes wide in horror. He didn't expect that Hitaki Kakashi would be so stubborn. If I get entangled by Hitaki Kakashi, and the high-end combat forces of Konoha village arrive, I'm afraid I'll be dead here. However, Hitaki Kakashi still seemed to have heard nothing and continued to walk slowly towards the man in black. You forced me to do this, die. The man in black became ruthless, raised the kunai in his hand and stabbed hard at the unconscious Hyuga Hinata in his arms. Phew, blood splattered. Hee. Feeling the blood on his face, the man in black couldn't help but laugh wildly. But soon, a big question mark appeared in his mind. Why did Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy on the opposite side look at him as if he was a fool? What's going on? Are they so cold-blooded? Aren't my methods cruel enough? Aren't they afraid of me? Advertisement. No. Why does my arm hurt? Finally, the man in black discovered something was wrong and looked at his arm. The little girl in his arms was nowhere to be seen. A kunai was stuck in his arm and blood was still flowing out. The man in black looked up again and found that Hitaki Kakashi was looking at him not far away. Hyuga Hinata, who was supposed to be in his arms, was now lying safely in Kakashi's arms. Illusion. He fell into an illusion without knowing it. When did you use the illusion? Why didn't I notice it? The man in black looked up and muttered in disbelief. I should be the one asking you this question. When did you feel that I didn't use illusion? Hitaki Kakashi smiled faintly. His voice was like an ancient well, without any fluctuations. Impossible. How could someone put me under an illusion without me even realizing it? At this moment, the man in black still couldn't believe it. Hitaki Kakashi ignored the man in black and looked at Might Guy beside him. The moment the man in black appeared, Hitaki Kakashi's illusion was already activated. In fact, even Might Guy fell into Hitaki Kakashi's illusion because he was afraid that the honest Might Guy would unknowingly destroy his illusion. Although it won't be long before Might Guy realizes that he has fallen into his own illusion. There was a snap of fingers, and Might Guy, who was still stunned, turned to look at Hitaki Kakashi. But when Might Guy saw Hyuga Hinata in Hitaki Kakashi's arms, he immediately smiled. Wow, Kakashi, you are worthy of being my lifelong rival. I knew you could rescue the little girl. Hitaki Kakashi nodded calmly and pointed his lips in the direction of the man in black. Guy, I leave this man to you. Remember, you must capture him alive. Don't worry, old friend. Might Guy smiled and clenched his fists. Finally, he didn't have to suppress the anger in his heart. He was going to beat the man in black into a pulp. Leaf Hurricane. Taijutsu? You want to compete with me in Taijutsu? You're courting death? Seeing that the strange-looking man next to Hitaki Kakashi actually wanted to use taijutsu against him, the man in black almost laughed out loud. Compared to ninjutsu, taijutsu was what he was most proud of. Chapter 13. Might Guy's deliberate punch. Hitaki Kakashi held Hyuga Hinata in his arms, and after confirming that Hyuga Hinata was not hurt, he looked at the man in black and spoke softly. I advise you not to be careless. This is our Konoha's blue beast. Ha ha ha, blue beast? Lousy is going to beat you until you turn into a cat. Apart from Hitaki Kakashi, the man in black had never heard of any talented ninja of the same age as Hitaki Kakashi, so he didn't think that the overly hot-blooded man in front of him posed any threat. especially since this man actually used physical skills. Lightning-style armor. The man in black just let out a low shout, and his body was wrapped in a thin layer of thunder, like a thunder armor. At this moment, Might Guy's Leaf Hurricane has already attacked. Thunder Hot Axe. The man in black raised his right foot and kicked towards the attacking Might Guy. The 2 feet intersect, then separate quickly. The man in black groaned in pain and couldn't help but take a few steps back. His right foot was burning with pain. It was as if he had kicked a steel plate with that kick just now. However, even though his feet were covered with lightning-style armor, he could still be injured. On the other hand, this so-called Konoha Blue Beast was not only not injured, but was jumping around. This is mocking yourself. I am the ambassador of Cloud Shinobi Village. How could I have ever suffered such an injustice? Impossible. Apart from those adults, how could I lose in physical skills? And to such a little brat? Impossible. The man in black was furious. Regardless of the pain in his right foot, he jumped up unwillingly and took the initiative to attack the Might Guy in front of him. Oh, your faith is shaken, you have already lost. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Negation Lower Half Circle Negation. Might Guy grinned and went forward without any fear. Bang. 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 The 2 men's attacks became faster and faster. In just a few seconds, they had fought dozens of rounds. The atmosphere between the 2 became more and more tense. All that could be seen were blurry figures, and all that could be heard were the bangs of collisions and the sound of air friction. Advertisement gradually. The man in black was almost exhausted, but what was even more terrifying was that Might Guy was still full of energy and didn't look tired at all. Only then did the man in black feel the terrifying power of the strangely dressed young man in front of him. He is scared. During the fierce battle, Might Guy keenly felt that the man in black had lost the will to fight, and Might Guy would naturally not let go of any flaws revealed by the man in black. Might Guy couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, revealing his back teeth. You lose. Leaf Strong Whirlwind, Konoha Bad Rock Rising. Might Guy seized the opportunity and immediately accelerated his attack. The man in black, who was already exhausted, could no longer resist. Might Guy once again used a set of Leaf Hurricane combos, followed by an elbow strike from top to bottom, knocking the man in black to the ground. Intentional Punch. Comet, filled lower left triangle D filled lower right triangle, Comet. Might Guy roared again, and a huge shadow rose up behind him. As Might Guy punched out, a fist shadow with a diameter of several meters directly hit the man in black on the ground. Boom. The man in black on the ground looked at the fist shadow coming at him at a very fast speed and couldn't help but open his eyes wide in horror. He wanted to hide, but the pain all over his body and the shock wave emitted by the fist shadow made the man in black completely unable to move. There is no way to avoid it. With a scream, a fist-shaped deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Yoho. Done. Tears of joy Might Guy shouted excitedly and couldn't help but give a thumbs up, looking at Hitaki Kakashi with some pride and expectation. Just like a child who expects praise from his parents. Guy, I told you not to hit him so hard, you have to catch him alive. Unexpectedly, Hitaki Kakashi ignored Might Guy and rolled his eyes at him. He then carried Hyuga Hinata and used the instant technique to come to the side of the man in black who was covered in black smoke. The man in black was covered in wounds and had lost consciousness, but he was still alive. Fortunately, I'm still alive. Hitaki Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement then, Might Guy also jumped into the deep pit, rubbing the back of his head a little embarrassedly, and said naively. Ha ha ha, I was so angry just now that I lost my sense of propriety. Fortunately, I didn't beat him to death. Asterisk. Hitaki Kakashi shook his head and ignored Might Guy, instead reaching out to take off the hood of the man in black. But when Hitaki Kakashi saw clearly the Cloud Shinobi Village ninja forehead protector on the black-clothed man's forehead, he fell into deep thought. I didn't expect it to be someone from Cloud Shinobi Village. Looks like I have to tell 4th generation master and teacher Tienming about this news as soon as possible. Hitaki Kakashi knew that Cloud Shinobi Village had sent an envoy to Konoha Village, but according to the current situation, the real purpose of Cloud Shinobi Village's mission to Konoha Village was to kidnap Hyuga Hinata of the Hyuga family. If they hadn't happened to meet me and Guy, I'm afraid they would have succeeded. At this moment, several sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and soon they arrived near the deep pit. Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy looked up and saw that the people coming were none other than 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hiyashi, his brother Hyuga Hizashi, and some ninjas from the Hyuga clan. It turns out that shortly after Hyuga Hinata was kidnapped, Hyuga Hiyashi discovered that Hyuga Hinata was missing and hurried out to look for her, and 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato also went out after hearing the report from the Hyuga family. Just when they had no idea what to do, they felt the sound of Might Guy's deliberate punch and rushed over. Then I saw this scene in the deep pit. Hyuga clan leader, Miss Hinata is fine, there is no need to worry too much. Hitaki Kakashi flashed in front of Hyuga Hiyashi and handed Hyuga Hinata to Hyuga Hiyashi. Kakashi, my Hyuga family owes you a great favor. Hyuga Hiyashi looked at Hitaki Kakashi with some excitement. Only when he saw that his daughter was safe and sound did Hyuga Hiyashi feel relieved. After returning Hyuga Hinata to Hyuga Hiyashi, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and everyone in the Hyuga family looked at the Cloud Shinobi Village in the deep pit and all the people in black were silent. Cloud Shinobi Village, how dare you kidnap the young lady and bully my Hyuga family, who has no one? Someone in the crowd shouted something, which immediately aroused the anger of everyone in the Hyuga family. Could it be that Cloud Shinobi Village is about to start a war again just after the truce? Let them fight, are we in Konoha afraid of them? No, we must go to Cloud Shinobi Village and ask for an explanation. Walk. Seeing the excited crowd, Namikaze Minato quickly spoke out to stop them. Everyone please don't get excited. I swear in the name of the 4th Hokage that I will give justice to the Hyuga family. Chapter 14. The shameless Cloud Shinobi Village executives confuse right and wrong. Looking at the calm 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, the members of the Hyuga clan calmed down. Given the character of the 4th Hokage, they naturally believed him. Namikaze Minato and Hyuga Hiyashi looked at each other and nodded. Obviously, they agreed. Then Namikaze Minato and Hyuga Hiyashi turned around and walked towards Konoha village. Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy looked at each other and followed. As the parties involved, they naturally had to be present when seeking justice. Hyuga Hizashi looked calm, pointed at the Cloud Shinobi village man in black who was no longer in human form in the pit and said coldly. Tie him up, we're going to settle accounts with Cloud Shinobi village. Yes. After a while, the man in black was dug out by the members of the Hyuga tribe and was tied up. Looking at the tied up man in black, Hyuga Hizashi nodded with satisfaction and commanded the people of the Hyuga clan to lead the man in black to chase in the direction of Namikaze Minato and Hyuga Hiyashi. Konoha village, a group of Hyuga clan members were loudly denouncing the crimes of Cloud Shinobi village outside the residence that hosted the Cloud Shinobi village envoys. Leading the way was none other than 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and Hyuga family patriarch Hyuga Hiyashi. Across from them was the Cloud Shinobi village's envoy on this mission to Konoha village. But these messengers remained silent and kept looking towards the outside of the village. Because the person who kidnapped Hyuga Hinata this time was none other than the head of the Cloud Shinobi village delegation that was sent to Konoha, the man in black who was beaten unconscious by Might Guy. Without the leader of the envoys, no one would be qualified to talk to Namikaze Minato, so the Cloud Shinobi village envoys chose to remain silent. Just when Namikaze Minato was about to lose his patience, a member of the Konoha village patrol suddenly appeared in front of Namikaze Minato. Your Excellency, the 4th generation, there are dozens of Cloud Shinobi village ninjas gathered outside the village, asking to see you, including several high-ranking members of Cloud Shinobi village. After hearing the patrolman's report, the eyes of the Cloud Shinobi village messengers who had been silent suddenly lit up, as if they saw hope for survival. Namikaze Minato frowned immediately. Obviously, Cloud Shinobi village came prepared. Sure enough, after a while, dozens of Cloud Shinobi village ninjas were seen walking towards Namikaze Minato and the Hyuga family in an unusually domineering manner. Cloud Shinobi village was led by 3 burly, dark-skinned men. These 3 burly men were none other than the high-ranking officials of Cloud Shinobi village, members of the Yaoi family. Advertisement: these 3 people are none other than the brothers Yozuki Hai, Yozuki He, and Yozuki Jong from Cloud Shinobi village, all of whom are capable of elite Jonin level strength. Seeing the Cloud Shinobi village executives show up, Namikaze Minato's guess was further confirmed. The purpose of Cloud Shinobi village's mission this time, the alliance was fake, and the Hyuga family's Byakugan was their real purpose. These Cloud Shinobi village high-level officials are hiding outside the village to meet the Cloud Shinobi village envoys. However, they didn't expect that the emissary group would fail, and in a desperate situation, they actually showed up to save the Cloud Shinobi village emissary group. As the eldest of the 3 brothers, Yatsuki Hai walked towards Namikaze Minato aggressively as soon as he entered Konoha village and said in a thunderous voice. What does this mean, Master 4th generation? Are you trying to start a war between us by bringing people to besiege our Cloud Shinobi village's envoys? Aren't the people of Cloud Shinobi village the ones who want to start a war? Namikaze Minato narrowed his eyes and questioned Yaoi Hai with the same cold look. Oh, what do you mean, 4th generation master? Didn't Cloud Shinobi village go to Konoha to sign an alliance agreement? Why are you saying we want to start a war? Yi Yuhai was extremely thick-skinned and asked even though he knew the answer. I knew you wouldn't admit it. Show me the evidence. No matter how good-tempered Namikaze Minato was, he couldn't help but get angry at this moment. This Yi Yuhai was too shameless. As soon as Namikaze Minato finished speaking, a man tied up was thrown out. When Yi Yuhai saw the person on the ground clearly, his expression changed. He originally thought that even if the plan failed, Yi Yuchienwan could escape safely. He didn't expect that he would be caught by the people of Konoha village and beaten beyond recognition. But soon, Yi Yuhai's eyes rolled and a plan came to his mind. Yi Yuhai's face fell, he squatted down, and cried out in tears. Qian Huan, what's wrong with you? Qian Huan, how did you become like this? Yi Yuhai was seen hugging the unconscious Yi Yuchienwan on the ground, but his hand was pressing somewhere unconsciously. 4th generation master, what exactly do you want to do in Konoha? Why are you killing our messengers for no reason? Yi Yuhai was in tears and screaming at the top of his lungs, as if he had suffered a great injustice. How is it possible that he? Namikaze Minato was about to say something, but found that Yaoi Chienwan, who was still breathing, had died. But soon, Namikaze Minato figured out the reason and couldn't help but look at Yi Yuhai in horror. This man's methods were so cruel. You, Cloud Shinobi village, tried to kidnap the eldest daughter of our Hyuga family. He deserves to die. Advertisement. Seeing that Yi Yuhai was confusing right and wrong, many members of the Hyuga family denounced him. But Namikaze Minato and Hyuga Hiyashi frowned at the same time. Sure enough, not long after, Yuhai slowly stood up with a smile on his face. Kidnapping the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. How come I don't know? Words are useless. Where is the evidence? You. How can you be so shameless? Hyuga Hiyashi finally knew why he had such an ominous feeling just now. Itachi, Kakashi and Might Guy were about to step forward to testify against the people of Cloud Shinobi Village, but were stopped by Namikaze Minato. I saw Yuhai laughing. I don't know about the kidnapping, I only know that our Cloud Shinobi Village's messenger got into trouble in your Konoha village, and you, Konoha village, must take responsibility for this. Otherwise, don't blame us, Cloud Shinobi Village, for starting a war. Shameless. The ninjas present couldn't help but gasp. Shameless? I just want justice. Well, my demands are not high. Since Yaoi Qianwan of our Yaoi family was killed by your Konoha's Hyuga family, one life for another, we just need to take his life. Yaoi Hai said, pointing at Hyuga Hiyashi, fart. You're looking for death. When Yuhai said this, the Hyuga people couldn't stand it and started to curse him. The Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas behind Yuhai also stood up and confronted the Hyuga people, showing signs of ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. What if I say no? Namikaze Minato stood straight, the wind making the 4th generation cape on his body flutter. No? Then start a war. My Cloud Shinobi Village will never let you go. Yuhai snorted coldly. According to the information obtained a while ago, the 9 tails Jinchuriki of Konoha Village had lost 9 tails and its strength had been greatly reduced. However, Cloud Shinobi Village's 8 tails Jinchuriki has always been in their hands. In terms of strength, Cloud Shinobi Village is not inferior at all. Chapter 15. The system gives too much. Wage a war. It seems that I am too kind and you mistake my politeness for a blessing. Even I and Killer B dare not do this in front of me. Who do you think you are? Namikaze Minato looked coldly at Yaoi Hai, and his tone was so cold that everyone around him couldn't help but shudder. Listening to Namikaze Minato's cold tone, Yuhai suddenly realized that this seemingly harmless and smiling 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato is the famous Golden Flash. During the 3rd Ninja World War, Namikaze Minato had fought against Ai, the son of the 3rd Raikage who was about to succeed the Raikage, and his sworn brother 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer, and Namikaze Minato was able to escape unscathed. Now he has succeeded the 4th Hokage, and his strength is even more unfathomable. If Namikaze Minato wanted to keep them in Konoha Village forever, it would be effortless. Although they are high-ranking officials of Cloud Shinobi Village, and Cloud Shinobi Village will not sit idly by if anything happens to them, it seems a bit not worth it if they die here. Thinking of this, Yuhai quickly put away his arrogant expression. Ahem. Well, we in Cloud Shinobi Village are not unreasonable. Now you in Konoha Village say that our Cloud Shinobi Village messenger wants to kidnap the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, but where is the evidence? There is no evidence. What we in Cloud Shinobi Village saw was that our messenger was beaten to death by you in Konoha Village, and the body is still here. Excuse me, do you have anything else to say? Yuhai had a sneer on his face, and in his heart he couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. There was no evidence, and this was the confidence for them to bite back. Everyone in Konoha was extremely angry at this time, but Yaoi Qianwan died again for no reason. 4th Hokage, it's not us who are overdoing it, it's you Konoha who are overdoing it. It's you who want to start a war. As Yuhai spoke, he couldn't help but straighten his chest. You want evidence, right? Isn't it easy? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind the crowd in Konoha Village. Everyone quickly looked back and saw a young man in Chunin clothing walking slowly towards them with a cynical smile on his face. Did he just say he had evidence? Huh? Who is this? Why don't I have any impression of him? I remember now. He seems to be a teacher at our Konoha Shinobi school. His name is, what's his name? Advertisement, have you noticed that this person looks like the 4th Hokage, except that his hair is black? While everyone was talking, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato turned around and saw that the person coming was his younger brother. He shouted happily. Brother, did you witness this with your own eyes? When Namikaze Minato said this, everyone, except Itachi Kakashi and Might Guy, looked at Namikaze Tianming in shock. This man was actually the younger brother of the 4th Hokage? But why don't they have any impression? In fact, it's not their fault. This was all done intentionally by Namikaze Tianming. Usually Namikaze Tianming is very low-key and deliberately reduces his presence, so many people don't have much impression of Namikaze Tianming. As for why Namikaze Tianming appeared this time, it was naturally because of the system's task. Originally, Namikaze Tianming had no intention of taking action. After all, when Orochimaru defected from Konoha, Namikaze Tianming did not try to stop him. After all, the outside world is more suitable for people like Orochimaru who likes to do scientific research or snakes. In Namikaze Tianming's opinion, this is a comic world after all, and he doesn't want to change too much. Saving Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina is already the limit. This time, what Namikaze Tianming didn't expect was that the system actually gave him a task, which was to expose the conspiracy of the Cloud Shinobi Village envoys and prevent Hyuga Hizashi from dying in vain. Namikaze Tianming was quite surprised by this. After all, in the original work, Hyuga Hizashi was the scapegoat who was sacrificed in this incident in order for the Konoha village high-level officials to preserve their strength. But his elder brother Namikaze Minato is still alive. According to Namikaze Minato's personality, and the fact that Konoha village's high-end combat power has not suffered much, this shouldn't happen. In fact, Namikaze Tianming originally refused this mission, but the system offered too much, because the reward for this mission is the fragments of the lower part of the secret of the Heavenly Emperor. That's right, Namikaze Tianming's Heavenly Emperor secret only has the upper part, so Namikaze Tianming has been stuck at the nascent soul great perfection and cannot go any further. How to obtain the second part of the secret of the Heavenly Emperor is also the most troublesome thing for Namikaze Tianming. Now there is finally a way, but it goes against my own ideas. After struggling for a long time, Namikaze Tianming finally decided to take action for the sake of the overall situation. Looking at everyone's gaze, Namikaze Tianming sighed in his heart. He didn't really like this feeling. Advertisement, forget it. Anyway, this Hyuga Hizashi is the uncle of my eldest nephew's future wife, so he is also a relative. It's okay to take action once. Namikaze Tianming silently made an excuse for himself, and then walked to Namikaze Minato's side. Namikaze Tianming looked at the sturdy Yi Yuhai in front of him, raised his eyebrows, and said with some contempt. What evidence do you want? Yi Yuhai didn't expect that the person in front of him was actually Namikaze Minato's biological brother, but he looked a little ordinary. You're trying to say that you witnessed our Cloud Shinobi village emissaries kidnapping Hyuga Hinata? Namikaze Tianming nodded. I actually saw it with my own eyes. Hearing what Namikaze Tianming said, Hyuga Hiyashi and a group of people from the Hyuga family couldn't help but show joy on their faces. Who knew that Yi Yuhai would sneer? You? If I heard correctly, you are the younger brother of the fourth Hokage of Konoha village, Namikaze Minato. How can you be a witness? You want to cheat? Hyuga Hizashi next to Hyuga Hiyashi finally couldn't help but speak, and his Byakugan was activated immediately, as if he was about to fight if they disagreed. Because he was the one who brought Yaoi Qianwan here, he knew that Yaoi Qianwan was definitely not dead, but now that he was dead, it was definitely related to Yaoi Hai. What? You want to fight? Is Konoha village going to be so unreasonable? If that is the case, I can also say that I saw him attack our Cloud Shinobi village's messenger Yaoi Qianwan with my own eyes, causing his death. Yozuki Hai said, pointing directly at Hyuga Hizashi. Despicable and shameless. Hyuga Hizashi really couldn't suppress his anger now and was ready to take action. Wait a minute, why are you so anxious? It's just evidence, right? I'll show it to you. Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight, Namikaze Tianming stood up and said with a relaxed look. Chapter 16. Do something passionate and youthful. Hearing Namikaze Tianming's confident tone and calm expression, an ominous premonition surged into Yi Yuhai's heart. Does this person really have some evidence? But Yi Yuhai still had a glimmer of hope in his heart and said with his neck stiff. Okay, then I'll see what evidence you have. If you can't prove anything, don't blame me for turning against you. Mysterious light mirror. Namikaze Tianming glanced at Yi Yuhai and without further ado, pointed directly into the air. I saw a ray of light shot out from Namikaze Tianming's finger, then it stayed in midair and then slowly turned into a mirror with light. The key point is that pictures began to appear on the mirror. Everyone had never seen such a magical scene before. They opened their eyes wide in amazement, held their breath, and even dared not blink, for fear of missing any scene. Of course, this glare mirror is not a ninjutsu, but a spell that comes with the secret of the Emperor of Heaven, which can record things like a camera. Namikaze Tianming, who had the script in hand, knew what was going to happen when the Cloud Shinobi village messenger arrived. So he used the mysterious light mirror to record Yaoi Qianwan's every move. This guy said one thing and thought another. He clearly said he didn't want to care about anything. Hey, what kind of jutsu is this? How come we've never seen it before? It's amazing. Look, there's a picture in here. This place looks familiar, eh? Isn't this our Konoha village? Everyone, look, the picture is moving. Eh, isn't this the residence where our Konoha village entertains Cloud Shinobi messengers? Everyone, look, this man in black is sneaking around. Isn't he Yaoi Qianwan? Originally everyone was still shocked by Namikaze Tianming's unprecedented method, but suddenly one of the sharp-eyed ninjas noticed a person with a head sticking out from the gate of the guest house. Everyone looked over. In the picture, a person opened the door cautiously, stuck his head out to observe the surroundings, then jumped out, covered his face, and left the residence with an instant technique. Advertisement. Since he was not masked when he poked his head out, everyone could see clearly that the man in black was the messenger leader of Cloud Shinobi village, Yaoi Qianwan. The scene changed, and we saw the man in black skillfully bypassing the patrolling guards of Konoha village and finally coming to the Hyuga family's mansion. It was obvious that he had figured out the situation long ago. Then, everyone saw how the man in black carried away the unconscious Hyuga Hinata, and they all cast angry glances at Yozuki Hai. However, when they saw Yaoi Qianwan encounter Itachi Kakashi and Might Guy on the way to escape, Itachi Kakashi used magical illusion to save Hyuga Hinata. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and praised Kakashi. He was indeed the recognized genius of Konoha village. Especially when they saw Might Guy's superb physical skills beat Yaoi Qianwan unconscious, everyone couldn't help but gasp and looked at the ordinary Might Guy in disbelief. You know, in their concept, Might Guy is a strange guy with excess energy but not particularly strong. I never expected that Might Guy's strength would be so terrifying. Looking at everyone's surprised eyes, Might Guy couldn't help but straighten his back, opened his mouth and smiled and gave a thumbs up. The camera turned in midair and it was the scene where everyone in Yaoi Qianwan were denouncing the Cloud Shinobi Village messenger. Wow, look, isn't that us? Ha ha ha, this feeling is so wonderful. All of a sudden, the atmosphere among the crowd became a little subtle. But when everyone saw Yi Yu Hai secretly killing Yi Yu Qian Huan, seeing that Yozuki Hai had so cruelly killed his own companions and even wanted to use them to frame Konoha village, everyone looked at the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi village with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. Yu Hai, you are so brave, what else do you have to explain now? Namikaze Minato's expression was extremely serious at this moment. Now there was both witnesses and evidence. Seeing that Yaoi Qianwan and his own every move were exposed by this magical picture, Yaoi Hai's mind went blank. The faces of the two brothers Yayuehe and Yayuezhang behind him also began to become extremely ugly. This kind of scene of being slapped in the face is really... The shocked Yaoi Hai was actually relieved by Namikaze Minato's sudden questioning. As the saying goes, if you don't have any shame, you are invincible. Since I don't care about my face anymore, I will just go all the way. Yi Yu Hai's expression became calm again. He raised his eyebrows and said lightly. Humph, I don't know what you're talking about. We in Cloud Shinobi Village definitely didn't do any of this. Advertisement, what the hell is this Zongguang mirror? You must have prepared it in advance to frame us. Humph, this time we, Cloud Shinobi Village, have fallen into your hands, but we, the people of Cloud Shinobi Village, are generous and will not bother with you. Let's go. After Yi Yu Hai finished speaking, he glared at Hyuga Hizashi and Namikaze Tianming fiercely, then waved his hand, turned around and ran away. Behind him, the people from Cloud Shinobi Village also hurriedly followed him and fled. He didn't even take Yaoi Qianwan's body with him. Master 4th generation, are we just going to let them go like this? Seeing the people of Cloud Shinobi Village fleeing in panic, the unwilling Hyuga people spoke up. Don't worry, I won't let them off so easily. I will send this evidence to the 4th Raikage and seek justice for everyone. Namikaze Minato said, then turned to look at Namikaze Tianming, pointed at the Shuangguang mirror in the air and said, Brother, can you give this to me? Sure. Namikaze Tianming nodded, and the Shuangguang mirror turned into a ball of light and flew into Namikaze Minato's hand. And at this moment, Namikaze Minato also knew how to activate the Shuangguang mirror. Finally, with the comfort of Namikaze Minato, the indignant Hyuga tribesmen returned to their respective homes cursing. And Namikaze Minato had to prepare some things, so he left early. The one left behind was Namikaze Tianming, who was stroking his chin and lost in thought. Behind him were Itachi Kakashi and Might Guy. Originally, Namikaze Tianming thought that he had completed the mission after exposing the conspiracy of Cloud Shinobi Village, but Namikaze Tianming did not hear any prompt that the mission was completed. In other words, Hyuga Hizashi still has to die. Is it possible? Thinking of Yi Yu Hai's eyes when he left, Namikaze Tianming seemed to understand something. I knew they would never give up so easily. Then, Namikaze Tianming looked at Itachi Kakashi and Might Guy, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said, Kakashi, Guy, do you want to do something passionate and youthful with the teacher? Chapter 17. Let the bullets fly for a while. Kakashi, Guy, do you want to do something passionate and youthful with the teacher? Looking at Namikaze Tianming, who suddenly turned around with a mysterious smile on his face. Itachi Kakashi was just slightly stunned, then he thought of what Namikaze Tianming wanted to do, so he nodded slightly. However, when Might Guy heard Namikaze Tianming say he was going to do something, his eyes lit up. Oh, teacher, let's go. Itachi Kakashi glanced at Might Guy, feeling somewhat helpless. This guy. Guy, do you know what the teacher is talking about? Might Guy smiled and shook his head, saying with great passion. I don't know, but as long as it's something that teacher Tianming tells me to do, I will complete it even if I get shattered to pieces. Okay, let's not talk too much and go. Namikaze Tianming said, and he grabbed with both hands, and the three people disappeared instantly, as if they had never appeared here. Itachi Kakashi and Might Guy only felt the scenery change before their eyes, and they arrived at a big tree. Itachi Kakashi and Might Guy were already used to this kind of situation, so they weren't too surprised. The three of them looked down, and not far in front of the tree were the three brothers of Yatsuki Kai and more than 20 ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village. The three Yaoi brothers, who were in the lead, were muttering to each other, and no one knew what they were saying. Namikaze Tianming simply pointed lightly into the air, and an invisible ripple spread out in all directions. The conversation of the three Yaoi brothers could also be heard clearly by them. Brother, are we really going to return empty-handed? If so, we three brothers will lose face. The one who spoke was Yi Yuezhang, the second oldest of the three Yaoi brothers. He was also very strong and spoke in a muffled voice. Yes, big brother, we have all gone out in person this time. If we still cannot achieve our goal, it will be difficult to explain. The third of the three brothers also spoke up. Humph, our plan was originally foolproof. If it weren't for Itachi Kakashi and Might Guy, we would have succeeded long ago. We wouldn't be in such a mess now. Yi Yu Hai had a ferocious look on his face, and he punched a big tree on the roadside. The tree broke and fell to the roadside. Yes, and there's also Namikaze Tianming. This person is so strange, he actually knows something called Shuangguangjing. I've never heard of this kind of ninjutsu. If it weren't for him, we could have had a plan B, but he ruined it all. The expression on Ye Weijang's face was also very angry. Advertisement, do you think I will give up so easily? Yi Yuhai snorted coldly and spoke in a mysterious tone. Oh, brother, what good plan do you have? Ye Yuehei was immediately surprised. Of course, why else do you think I would stop here? Yi Yuhai smiled contemptuously. Brother, what's your trick? Ye Yuehei asked hurriedly. Ye Yuehai gave a look and Ye Yuehei and Ye Yuezhang hurried over. This time, retreating from Konoha village is just a delaying tactic. After this incident, Konoha village will definitely think that we have left. It is precisely at this time that their defensive awareness is weakest. But what if we return quietly at this time? Yi Yuhai muttered quietly, and after hearing it, Yi Yui and Yi Yuzhang's eyes lit up and they gave a thumbs up. For this mission, we can't have too many people, as it will easily expose our target, so we just need to have our subordinates disguise themselves as us and continue to move in the direction of Cloud Shinobi village. And we three brothers only need this time to return secretly. Since we can't kidnap the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, let's change our target. Yi Yuhai chuckled. Yi Yuezhang, oh, brother, do you have a new goal already? Of course, our new target is Hyuga Hizashi. With the strength of our three brothers, isn't it a very easy task to kill a Hyuga Hizashi? If everything goes well, I can kill Namikaze Tianming as well. This guy is getting in the way. When Yi Yuhai thought of Hyuga Hizashi's aggressive look just now, he was so angry that his teeth were itching. A vengeful person like him would naturally not let go of this opportunity. And Namikaze Tianming, damn this guy, brother is wise. Ye Yuezhang and Ye Yuehei immediately flattered Ye Yuehai and praised him highly. Advertisement. When Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy in the tree heard that Yi Yuhai actually wanted to attack teacher Tienming, they were immediately furious and were about to rush down to attack, but were stopped by Namikaze Tianming. Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy looked at Namikaze Tianming in confusion, but Namikaze Tianming smiled. No hurry. Let the bullets fly for a while, Hitaki Kakashi. Might Guy. Well, they didn't understand what Namikaze Tianming meant by, let the bullets fly for a while, but they knew that they had to take action, but they had to wait for a while. After the three brothers Ye Weihai made a plan, they exchanged clothes with their subordinates and asked them to return to Cloud Shinobi village first. After seeing their subordinates leave, the three brothers of Ye Yuehai smiled slightly. Second brother, third brother, get ready to take action. Ye Yuezhang, Ye Yuehei. Yes, big brother. At this moment, a voice that they were very familiar with, yet hated very much, came from above them. There's no need to go back, I think you should stay here forever. The three brothers' faces changed drastically, and they looked up quickly, and saw Namikaze Tianming and the other two falling from the sky like gods. When seeing Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy, a look of fear involuntarily flashed across Yi Yuhai's face. But when he saw that the person in the middle was Namikaze Tianming, Yi Yuhai laughed instead. Second brother, third brother, the prey has come to our door. You guys take care of the two on the sides, and I'll take care of the one in the middle, and then I'll come to support you. Ye Weihai knew that his two younger brothers were as strong as Ye Qianwan, but they were definitely no match for Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy. But he could definitely hold on until he dealt with that Namikaze Tianming, a little chunin. Although he knew some weird ninjutsu, he was really ignorant of his own limitations and actually dared to chase him. Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy cast a sympathetic look at Ye Weihai at the same time, then looked at the two brothers beside Ye Weihai with shining eyes. Might Guy. Yo, Kakashi, how about we see who can take down the opponent first? Hitaki Kakashi. I'll stick with you till the end. After the two exchanged glances, they headed straight for their respective targets. After a while, the fight between the left and right sides was in full swing. Yi Yuhai looked at Namikaze Tianming with a sneer, his fingers clacking. Well, let me treat you well, lightning style, Shibin Kante. Chapter 18. You will stay here forever, lightning style, Shibin Kante. Yi Yuhai used the instant technique and came in front of Namikaze Tianming. The hand turned into a sharp blade, covered with a layer of lightning, and stabbed directly at Namikaze Tianming. Seeing that Yi Yuhai's attack was about to hit Namikaze Tianming's head, Namikaze Tianming did not move. Yi Yuhai felt a little disdainful in his heart. Chunin was still Chunin. Although he had some strange methods, he was still not to be feared. Die. Looking at Yi Yuhai's ferocious face, Namikaze Tianming sighed slightly. This was all for world peace, not for the fragments of Emperor Tianju. The fire of karma burns the sky. Namikaze Tianming stretched out a finger and pressed it directly against Yi Yuhai's arm, then whispered softly, his voice low but sonorous and powerful. As soon as Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, a black flame spread along Namikaze Tianming's fingers directly to Ye Weihai's arm. Yi Yuhai didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was burned to ashes by the black flames and turned into nothingness. The power of the karmic fire that burns the sky can be seen in Madara. Namikaze Tianming didn't even raise his eyes to Ye Weihai's fancy ninjutsu, and didn't want to waste time, so he directly pressed Ye Weihai to death. Sure enough, after Yi Yuhai died, Namikaze Tianming heard the system prompt sound indicating that the task was completed. For Namikaze Tianming, this reminder sound is like the sound of nature. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward, the fragment of Emperor's Secret. Hearing the system's prompt, Namikaze Tianming's eyes lit up slightly, his hope of breaking through to a higher level finally came. Namikaze Tianming, in a good mood, turned to look at his two disciples. Cut, 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 towards the peacock, da 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 da. Might Guy's eyes were wide open, and he waved his fists wildly at such a fast speed that even though Yui Zhang was stronger than Yui Qianwan, he could not resist at all. He was hit by Might Guy's punch, and his eyeball protruded, and he vomited blood and died. Advertisement at the same time, Yayuehe was also killed by Hitaki Kakashi using Rakery. At almost the same time, the three Yayui brothers, high-level officials of Cloud Shinobi Village, died in just a short period of time. Hey, Kakashi, I didn't expect your Rakery to have improved again. Might Guy, admit that we're tied again. Might Guy is always so passionate, especially this time. Being able to work with teacher Tienming and kill these beastly ninjas with his own hands makes Might Guy even more excited. Even Hitaki Kakashi, who is usually calm and doesn't show much emotion, couldn't help but smile so much that his eyes turned into crescents. Very good, Kakashi, Guy, it seems that you have not been lazy in your training. The master is very satisfied. Namikaze Tianming is naturally not stingy with his praise. This is all thanks to the teacher's good teaching. After receiving praise from Namikaze Tianming, Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy actually scratched the back of their heads, looking a little shy. Apparently, this was the first time they had heard praise from Namikaze Tianming in such a long time. However, Namikaze Tianming did not notice this scene, but instead focused his attention on Yayuezhang and Yayue's body. Namikaze Tianming just waved his hand, and 2 drops of black flames flew towards the 2 bodies respectively. However, in the blink of an eye, raging fire ignited on the 2 corpses and then turned into nothingness. Looking at the scene before them, Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy couldn't help but open their eyes wide and shuddered involuntarily. If this black flame dripped on them, it would be unimaginable. Fortunately Namikaze Tianming is my teacher. Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy couldn't help but secretly rejoice that their teacher's methods were really endless. Perhaps, they have never witnessed teacher Tianming's peak strength from beginning to end. So, what will teacher Tianming's peak strength be like? This question involuntarily emerged in the minds of Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy. However, Namikaze Tianming naturally would not explain this to them, and simply pulled Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy away and disappeared into the sky. Apart from these 3, no one else knows what happened here. Half a month after the Hyuga Hinata kidnapping incident, the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato of Konoha Village in the Land of Fire brought evidence to Cloud Shinobi Village in the Land of Lightning to demand an explanation. Advertisement faced with the evidence, 4th Raikage and its senior executives were all speechless. Because this was really too embarrassing. They felt embarrassed not because the kidnapping was exposed, but because the kidnapper Yui Qianwan not only failed to be exposed, but was also defeated on the spot by an unknown Might Guy from Konoha Village. In particular, when Yui Hai was trying to turn the tables on Yui Qianwan, the people of Konoha Village recorded it using a strange ninjutsu. This is simply a slap in the face. What's even more strange is that the 3 brothers Yayuhai of the Yui family seem to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Some people said that the masters of Konoha Village secretly assassinated the 3 brothers because they were resentful of the kidnapping incident. But someone clearly saw the 3 Night Moon brothers swaggering all the way back to Cloud Shinobi Village from Konoha Village. Some people also said that the 3 brothers of Yui Hai chose to hide because their secret was exposed and they were too ashamed to face the people of Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha Village. Both sides have their own opinions, but the Cloud Shinobi Village in the Land of Lightning has no evidence, while the Konoha Village in the Land of Fire has both witnesses and physical evidence. Finally, 4th Raikage lowered his proud head, apologized to the Konoha Village Hyuga family, and signed a non-aggression alliance treaty with Konoha Village. After this incident, Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy became famous. Hitaki Kakashi, who was already known as a copying ninja, turned out to be so good at illusion. The other is Konoha's blue beast, Might Guy, a genius in taijutsu who can defeat Jonin-level warriors who have been promoted for many years with taijutsu alone. The point is, Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy are both such young ninjas with a promising future. Many people say that their achievements in the future will not be lower than those of the Konoha Sannin back then. This made the ninjas from other villages envious. There is also a legend about Konoha Village in the ninja world that Konoha Village developed a unique ninjutsu, the Sky Eye. This Sky Eye can monitor all places in Konoha Village and everyone's every move. If anyone wants to do anything improper in Konoha Village, it will be recorded. As for who developed the Sky Eye, there is no way of knowing. Of course, some people scoff at these claims, thinking that they are just rumors spread by boring people to exaggerate the situation. This includes Danzo from Konoha Village, because he is planning something big, and this big thing has reached the most critical moment. He needs to do it himself. Chapter 19. Distinguished Heavenly Gods. How could there be such a heaven-defying illusion? Konoha Village 56. 5 years have passed since the day 9 Tails attacked Konoha Village. Even the kidnapping of Hyuga Hinata took place over a year and a half. At this time, the village seemed to have returned to its former tranquility. However, what people don't know is that hidden beneath the calm surface is an unknown undercurrent. Inside the Konoha Village high-level meeting room, there were 5 people sitting side by side at the conference table. Sitting in the middle is, of course, the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato of Konoha Village. To the right of Namikaze Minato sit the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo, the leader of Konoha's Embu training organization Root. On the left sat Uchiha Ekaharu and Mito Chien, two of Konohagakure's top advisors. In front of the 5 people, there was a young man half kneeling. He was wearing a dark-colored high-necked short-sleeved top and triangular protective gear on his upper body, and pants of the same color and leggings on his lower body. On the back of the young man's clothes there is the Uchiha's unique clan emblem, ping pong racket, and he is carrying a small sword on his back. This young man was none other than the genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui not only has a very cool nickname, Instant Body Shisui. In addition, Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan's unique illusion, Distinguished Heavenly Gods, can manipulate others without them realizing it. It can even permanently change the will of others and is called the Strongest Illusion by another genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi. The 6 people in the conference room were discussing a big event, the rebellion of the Uchiha clan. It turns out that since ancient times, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan have been destined enemies, fighting each other constantly, with countless casualties. Although Senju Hashirama's persistence moved Uchiha Madara, and the two of them relied on their mutual trust and their respective prestige to jointly establish Konoha village, the rift between the two tribes had already existed, so how could it be easily eliminated? Especially after the establishment of Konoha village, the Senju clan's coming to power has caused dissatisfaction among the Uchiha clan. Especially after the death of the first-generation Senju Hashirama. After second Hokage Senju Tobirama came to power, he adopted a surveillance and high-pressure policy towards the Uchiha clan, which can be said to be very difficult for the Uchiha clan. After the death of second-generation Senju Tobirama, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato adopted a conciliatory policy towards the Uchiha clan. However, the root led by Shimura Danzo's hatred towards the Uchiha clan has never diminished, and they are secretly monitoring and suppressing them in various ways. Advertisement especially after Nine Tails attacked Konohagakure, a mysterious man appeared and took Nine Tails away. There was no loss of high-end combat power in Konoha village, but the village was still damaged. What's even more terrifying is that Nine Tails is completely missing. Many ninjas in Konoha village, especially those led by Shimura Danzo, have directed the blame for this incident towards the Uchiha clan. After all, only the Sharingan, unique to the Uchiha clan, has the ability to control the tailed beasts. What's more, many years ago, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, also did such a thing. Based on the principle of rather killing the wrong person than letting the guilty go, many ninjas in Konoha village deliberately distanced themselves from the Uchiha clan. How could the already proud and arrogant Uchiha clan tolerate such an injustice? After being excluded and framed time and time again, the Uchiha clan finally decided not to endure it in silence anymore and rose up in resistance to launch a coup. The glory of the Uchiha clan, they must take it back into their own hands. Last year, they even arranged for Uchiha Itachi, a genius ninja from the Uchiha clan, to enter Anbu as an undercover agent. Little did they know that everything the Uchiha clan did was seen by the Konoha village high-level officials. Now, the 5 Konohagakure high-ranking officials sitting in the conference room and Uchiha Shisui in front of them were discussing the Uchiha clan's preparation for rebellion. Shimura Danzo slammed the table, looked at the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato with a grim expression and said, "4th Hokage, in my opinion, the Uchiha clan is very powerful. If they succeed in launching a coup, it will be a very serious blow to the village. Therefore, in my opinion, it is better for us to take the initiative and destroy the Uchiha clan first." Hearing Shimura Danzo's ruthlessness, Uchiha Shisui, who was half kneeling, raised his head and asked the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato for orders. "Master 4th generation, please think twice. If you really want to annihilate the Uchiha clan, it will cause great damage to our Konoha village." Namikaze Minato hesitated for a while, and was obviously very confused. After a long time, he looked at Uchiha Shisui and said, "Shisui, I know what you mean, but the Uchiha clan's rebellion. 4th generation master, what if I can stop the Uchiha clan's coup?" Uchiha Shisui looked directly at Namikaze Minato and said very confidently, "Oh, Shisui, do you have any ideas?" Namikaze Minato's face lit up and he asked immediately. 4th generation master, my Sharingan has the illusion of distinguished heavenly gods, which can forcibly change the will of others. Advertisement as long as they rebel, I will mobilize the distinguished heavenly gods to change the will of the tribe and make them give up the coup forever. Uchiha Shisui pointed to his eyes and spoke slowly. Hearing Uchiha Shisui say this, all the Konoha village leaders present were shocked. Uchiha Shisui actually has such a heaven-defying illusion? Even the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but ask. Uchiha Shisui, is there really such an illusion in this world? Yes. Uchiha Shisui answered with great certainty. Hearing such a firm answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato both nodded in appreciation. Good, good, we were able to resolve the Uchiha clan's rebellion without bloodshed, great. Uchiha Shisui, if you can really do this, I will give you a great credit. At the same time, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and 2 senior advisors of Konoha village, Uchiha Ekaharu and Mito Chien, also nodded in agreement. Uchiha Shisui is delighted. Thank you, Mr. 4th generation. Uchiha Shisui will definitely live up to your expectations. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Shisui and said earnestly. Please, Shisui, the village will definitely treat the Uchiha clan well from now on. Yes. Uchiha Shisui bowed and then calmly left the meeting room. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, Udatane Kaharu, and Mito-chan all had smiles on their faces, feeling happy that they could resolve the Uchiha clan's rebellion so easily. Except for Shimura Danzo, of course, since Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato and other high-level officials of Konoha village agreed to Uchiha Shisui's request. Even though Shimura Danzo was unhappy, he did not refute, but his face looked a little ugly. Looking at the direction Uchiha Shisui left, Shimura Danzo's eyes flickered. It's such a shame to use such a heaven-defying illusion in this way. Chapter 20. Shisui, danger. Uchiha Shisui. Shimura Danzo shouted coldly while looking at Uchiha Shisui in front of him. Danzo is an adult. Uchiha Shisui Kung Fu, do you know why I called you here this time? Shimura Danzo looked towards Uchiha Shisui, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he was half asleep, and his tone was also very strange. I don't know. Uchiha Shisui shook his head, his expression not changing at all. Uchiha Shisui, tell me, what are you going to do now? Shimura Danzo suddenly opened his eyes wide, glared at Uchiha Shisui majestically, and asked in a cold tone. Reporting to Lord Danzo, the Uchiha clan is planning a rebellion. I plan to use my illusion distinguished heavenly gods to stop the coup. Hearing Shimura Danzo ask this, Uchiha Shisui's expression suddenly became serious. Shimura Danzo stared at Uchiha Shisui for a long time, then slowly straightened up and snorted. Humph, Uchiha Shisui, you actually want to use such precious power to prevent a mere coup? It's a complete waste of resources. At this moment, Shimura Danzo was angry. Originally, because of the Heavenly Eye incident, although Shimura Danzo did not believe it, he was still restrained in his private actions out of fear. But gradually, Shimura Danzo discovered that what he did in secret afterwards had not been discovered. Therefore, Shimura Danzo's ambition could no longer be suppressed, and now he has a crazy idea. Eye in the sky. So what if there is one? Shimura Danzo will take action. As long as this plan succeeds, then dominating the ninja world will be within easy reach, right? Shimura Danzo, will become the god of the ninja world. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo's expression began to become crazy. Uchiha Shisui raised his head in shock and looked at Shimura Danzo in confusion. He couldn't understand why Shimura Danzo said that. Isn't it the most important thing to do right now to stop the Uchiha clan's coup and restore peace to Konoha village? Shimura Danzo continued to look down at Uchiha Shisui and asked arrogantly. Uchiha Shisui, have you ever thought that even if you stop the Uchiha clan's coup, Konoha village and the Uchiha clan will still remain unchanged? Advertisement, what will you do then? Impossible. Uchiha Shisui immediately denied it. Shimura Danzo chuckled. Impossible? How can it be impossible? What makes you so sure? Uchiha Shisui stood up straight with a smile on his face. Because the third Hokage-sama promised that the village and the Uchiha clan would change, and the fourth Hokage-sama also agreed. I believe it too. The village and the Uchiha clan will change. Shimura Danzo sneered and glanced at Uchiha Shisui. Even if the third Hokage and the fourth Hokage have promised, so what? Anyway, in my opinion, the Uchiha clan is not trustworthy at all, so I will not change my mind. As Shimura Danzo spoke, his voice suddenly became fierce, and he looked directly at Uchiha Shisui. So, when that time comes, are you going to use distinguished heavenly gods on me as well? How can such a god-like power as the distinguished heavenly gods be exposed to the public like you have done? At this time, Shimura Danzo was filled with murderous aura. I'll take your Sharingan. Shimura Danzo said this, and then grabbed Uchiha Shisui's right eye with lightning speed. However, in an instant, Uchiha Shisui's eyes suddenly changed, the illusion was activated, and Shimura Danzo's right hand was grabbed by Uchiha Shisui at the same time. Looking at Shimura Danzo, who was in a fantasy, Uchiha Shisui said with some disdain. This is just an ordinary illusion. It will automatically dissolve after a while. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After Uchiha Shisui finished speaking, he ignored Shimura Danzo and prepared to leave and continue what he was going to do. But at the moment when Uchiha Shisui let down his guard, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Shisui. Bang, bang, bang. The combo was so fast that even Uchiha Shisui was caught off guard. Puff. Uchiha Shisui's left eye was dug out by that figure. Advertisement. After digging out Uchiha Shisui's left eye, the figure retreated at a high speed. At this time, Uchiha Shisui finally saw the figure clearly. It was Shimura Danzo. At the same time, several figures came to Shimura Danzo at this moment and protected Shimura Danzo. Danzo took off the gauze on his head, revealing a lifeless eye. Uchiha Shisui, you should give me your other eye. Don't force me to do it. There is endless pride in his tone. Seeing Shimura Danzo's smug look, Uchiha Shisui gritted his teeth angrily. Shimura Danzo. What the master said was true, you really have Izanagi. Shimura Danzo, who was originally very proud, was shocked and said in a lost voice. Izanagi? How do you know? Who is the gentleman you were talking about? Shimura Danzo, who was a little flustered, suddenly laughed again. Forget it, forget it. Even if you know, so what? Your eyes are already in my hands anyway. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Shisui suddenly burst into laughter. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly, and a bad feeling came over him. Uchiha Shisui, what are you laughing at? After laughing for a long time, Uchiha Shisui slowly stood up and pointed at Shimura Danzo and said, "Do you think you've won? Take a look at what you have in your hand first." Shimura Danzo quickly opened his palms, and with a bang sound, his eyes suddenly turned into smoke. At the same time, a figure slowly walked out from under a big tree behind Uchiha Shisui. This figure was none other than Uchiha Shisui. However, Uchiha Shisui, who was supposed to have one eye gouged out, now had both eyes intact, and was looking at Shimura Danzo and the others with a smile on his face. At the moment when Uchiha Shisui appeared, Uchiha Shisui, who had one eye gouged out, also turned into nothingness with a bang. Shimura Danzo looked at the scenes in front of him, his teeth almost broken. After a long time, he finally squeezed out a word from his throat, hatred soaring to the sky. Shisui. Shimura Danzo waved his hand. Come on, I will kill you without mercy. Chapter 21. Kanai stabs Susanoo, the first Danzo, fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Shisui leapt back, and a fireball surged towards Shimura Danzo. Water style, water waves. The 4 root members near Shimura Danzo immediately ran to the front and launched water style in an attempt to stop the great fireball technique. However, even if 4 people launched water style at the same time, they could only barely resist Uchiha Shisui's great fireball technique. After a long time, the fire from the great fireball technique gradually dissipated, but the water style also turned into water mist. When the mist dissipated, Uchiha Shisui had disappeared. Shimura Danzo ordered fiercely to disperse the mist in front of him. Chase him, even if it means you're at the end of the world, you must catch him. Yes. The 4 masked root members bowed and chased after them. You've made me waste a Sharingan, Uchiha Shisui. I will never forgive you. Shimura Danzo had a ferocious look on his face. He directly peeled off the lifeless left and right eyes, took out an eye from somewhere, and replaced it again. After replacing the eyes, Shimura Danzo tied the bandage again and followed again. No matter what his purpose is, he wants Uchiha Shisui's life. In the woods, Uchiha Shisui spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured after all. I was indeed too careless. I didn't believe that Shimura Danzo could do such a thing, although I was on guard because of my husband's reminder, but... Oh, it's all my fault for not completely believing the gentleman's reminder. However, Uchiha Shisui was secretly thankful at this time. If it weren't for that gentleman's reminder, he might have been successfully ambushed by Shimura Danzo this time. If your eyes are taken away, the consequences will be disastrous. Call out. Swish. In an instant, 4 or 5 shurikens shot from behind. There were many perception-type ninjas among the root organization members, and the enemy caught up. Although Uchiha Shisui was already injured, he had no problem dodging these shurikens. With just a few dodgers, Uchiha Shisui once again shook off the enemy behind him. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the front. Advertisement. Wind style. Vacuum wave. Boom. No attack could be seen, but the trees around him kept falling down. It was as if an invisible sword swept across. Looking at the direction, the target of this attack is me. However, Uchiha Shisui quickly determined the range of the attack and quickly jumped up to avoid the attack. Sure enough, Uchiha Shisui felt an invisible force sweeping across his feet. Boom. Almost all the surrounding trees were cut in half and collapsed with a loud bang. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Shisui. As expected of a flash Shisui, your speed is so fast that even I am ashamed of myself. Yes, this figure was none other than Shimura Danzo, who had caught up with us, and the attack just now was also launched by him. Haha, Master Danzo is too modest. As Nidaim's apprentice, how can my speed compare to yours? After knowing the true face of Shimura Danzo, especially with the lessons learned from the previous incident, Uchiha Shisui was no longer polite. Ha 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 ha, interesting, interesting, you are worthy of being Uchiha Shisui, you actually dare to say such words to me in such a tone. Shimura Danzo looked calm, and seemed to not care about Uchiha Shisui's ridicule. Danzo-sama, aren't you afraid that the 3rd Hokage-sama and the 4th Hokage-sama will find out about these despicable things you do in secret? Uchiha Shisui asked harshly. As a person who yearned for peace, Uchiha Shisui couldn't figure out why Shimura Danzo did this. So what if you know? Do you think the 3rd generation doesn't know what I did before? Shimura Danzo still has a light tone. Impossible, I won't believe it. Compared to the old fox Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Shisui still looks a little young, and his mood swings are more obvious. Haha, Uchiha Shisui, some people have to walk in the dark after all. As long as I can achieve my goal, I will use all means. Shimura Danzo looked straight at Uchiha Shisui and spoke slowly. This was his belief. To achieve the goal, he would do whatever it takes. Master Danzo, you are wrong. We can use more bright means. Advertisement. As for his immediate boss, Uchiha Shisui decided to try to convince him. Haha, Uchiha Shisui, you are so naive, but it doesn't matter if you don't understand. You're going to die here anyway, so what does it matter whether you understand or not? As soon as Shimura Danzo finished speaking, he suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Shisui, holding a kunai and stabbing Uchiha Shisui directly. At the same time, a huge green skeletal shadow suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Shisui and directly blocked Shimura Danzo's attack. Dang! The kunai in Shimura Danzo's hand broke with a sound. Seeing the green skeleton shadow gradually taking shape on Uchiha Shisui's body, Shimura Danzo was not surprised at all. He jumped back calmly and spoke lightly. Is this the Susanoo in the rumors? Uchiha Shisui, who was wrapped in the green Susanoo phantom, looked at Shimura Danzo. Master Danzo, please stop being stubborn. I believe that under the leadership of the 3rd generation master and the 4th generation master, Konoha village will definitely get better and better. Haha, Uchiha Shisui, you really don't understand. Ninjas are never glamorous. Walking in darkness is the fate of being a ninja. Shimura Danzo was very dismissive of Uchiha Shisui's statement. In that case, I won't be polite either. At this point, Uchiha Shisui knew that there was no need to continue the conversation. The sword is unsheathed. The small sword behind Uchiha Shisui soared into the sky, and was then firmly grasped in Uchiha Shisui's hand. Suddenly, flames ignited on the blade of the kodachi in Uchiha Shisui's hand. For some reason, I was reminded of the Zenka Taiba. Ahem, I'm getting off topic. Shimura Danzo on the other side also narrowed his eyes slightly at this time. Wind style. Shuriken. Shimura Danzo took a long breath and blew air into the shuriken in his hand. The shuriken immediately began to spin wildly, and invisible forces attached to the edges of the shuriken. Swish. Suddenly a shuriken flew towards Uchiha Shisui. Call. Swoosh. Several wind-style shurikens, whose power should not be underestimated, flew towards Uchiha Shisui at high speed. This is exactly the wind style that Shimura Danzo is best at. In his hands, the wind style has long been mastered by him. Chapter 22. Danzo vs Shisui, a fierce battle although far away. Uchiha Shisui still felt the dangerous aura from the incoming wind-style shuriken. Uchiha Flow Sword Leaping Flame. Uchiha Shisui was not afraid at all, and stabbed the wind-style shuriken with the small sword blessed by fire style. The high-speed rotating shuriken and the katana collided, and sparks flew everywhere. Swish. Several wind-style shurikens came after them. Uchiha Shisui's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. Now it was just Danzo. He could still deal with him, but what if Shimura Danzo's men also caught up with him? He knew that if he didn't use all his strength, he might really be unable to leave. Susanoo. Uchiha Shisui let out a rare long roar, and at the same time, his eyes transformed into the appearance of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and green chakra suddenly emerged around his body. The green chakra enveloped Uchiha Shisui's entire body, and then the green chakra turned into a giant skeleton as real as a mountain. This green giant is none other than Uchiha Shisui's Susanoo, who possesses both absolute defense and unparalleled offensive power. In particular, Susanoo's weapon is a one-handed spiral sword that can not only rotate at high speed to attack the enemy, but can also be combined with Shisui's fire style to increase its power. Susanoo behind Uchiha Shisui raised the spiral sword high in her hand and swept it towards the incoming wind-style shuriken. Boom! The wind-style shuriken was directly knocked away by Susanoo and flew towards Shimura Danzo instead. Shimura Danzo looked at the wind-style shurikens flying back without panicking. He picked up several shurikens again and exhaled, and suddenly several more wind-style shurikens were formed. Bite! Wind-style shurikens suddenly fought together, sparks flew, and then scattered in all directions. Even so, the wind-style shuriken can still cut the trees or rocks blocking the way in half. Wind-style. Vacuum sphere. Seeing that his attack failed, Shimura Danzo took a deep breath and then exhaled gently. The chakra in Shimura Danzo's mouth shot towards Uchiha Shisui at a high speed like a bullet. Bang! The bullet hit Uchiha Shisui's Susanoo directly. A wisp of smoke and dust rose, and Susanoo returned to its original state. Such a powerful vacuum sphere couldn't even leave a trace on Susanoo. Shimura Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he had heard of Susanoo from the Uchiha clan before, the defense shown by Susanoo still shocked him. Advertisement. Shimura Danzo took another deep breath, and the chakra in his mouth compressed rapidly. Wind style. Vacuum Lianyu. This time, the chakra, bullets, spit out by Shimura Danzo were densely packed, like a machine gun, firing continuously. These chakra, bullets, were extremely fast and hit Uchiha Shisui's Susanoo accurately. Even with such intensive attacks, they could only leave a fist-sized mark on Susanoo, but soon the mark slowly returned to its original state. Wind style. Vacuum ball. There was already a hint of madness in Shimura Danzo's eyes, and then he opened his mouth and vomited again. A breath several times larger than the previous bullet was exhaled, and the attack formed by chakra was like a cannonball, bombarding Susanoo thoroughly. This time's attack is obviously more powerful than the previous one. Susanoo, who had been standing firm, also shook at this moment. A head-sized hole also appeared on Susanoo's torso. But soon, the hole on Susanoo's body began to shrink slowly and finally disappeared. Master Danzo, you better give up. I really don't want to do it. So far, Uchiha Shisui has never actively attacked, and every time he attacks, it is for defense. Kindness is Uchiha Shisui's strength, but also his fatal flaw. Shimura Danzo turned a deaf ear to Uchiha Shisui's words and said calmly. Very solid defense. Well done, you have earned my approval, Uchiha Shisui. But that's all. Summoning technique. Shimura Danzo quickly formed seals with his hands, then slapped them downwards, and a spiderweb-like black line spread outward. Bang. Moo. With a loud bang, a huge animal figure appeared under Shimura Danzo, roaring towards the sky. This is exactly Shimura Danzo's summoning beast. The Night Tapir, a monster of gigantic size that resembles an elephant but is not an elephant. The Nightmare Tapir opened its mouth violently just like Shimura Danzo and sucked nearby objects directly into its mouth. Then the long nose suddenly stretched out and a hurricane blew out. Wind style. Vacuum wave. Shimura Danzo takes advantage of the situation and launches a wind-style attack at the same time. Advertisement: the already powerful hurricane was instantly doubled in power with the addition of the wind-style vacuum wave. The vacuum wave rushed towards Uchiha Shisui. Boom. It was like a tornado, destroying everything wherever it passed, rushing over with such force and momentum. Danger. Although protected by Susanoo, Uchiha Shisui still sensitively smelled a hint of danger. Perfect Susanoo. I saw waves of green chakra surging around Uchiha Shisui again, and the skeleton giant seemed to grow flesh and blood out of thin air, with arms, torso, head, and legs gradually taking shape. Even the green general armor appeared out of nowhere, wrapping Susanoo tightly from head to toe. Roar. The complete form of Susanoo is like a tall mountain, like a tall martial god standing between heaven and earth. The wings that transformed from the armor on the back were as sharp as two swords. Not only could they soar into the sky, they could even split mountains and meteorites with ease. The weapon in his hand, which looks like a knight's lance, is equally powerful. The weapon in the hand of the complete form Susanoo suddenly began to spin at high speed. People around can even hear the sound of the weapon spinning at high speed and the friction of the air. Yasukani no Magatama. The huge Susanoo suddenly threw out a circular weapon made of Chong Magatama. The shape of this Yasukani no Magatama is exactly the same as that of Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Boom boom boom. The Yasukani no Magatama and the blessed vacuum wave collided with each other, and suddenly there was a loud bang. An invisible wave spread out in all directions. I saw the surrounding trees and mountains collapsing and the ground collapsing. A circular pit with a depth of tens of meters and a diameter of hundreds of meters was formed. Wind style. Vacuum Lianyu. Wind style. Vacuum ball. Shimura Danzo is aggressive, the power of God. Uchiha Shisui also refused to give in. Chapter 23. Shisui surrenders. Wood style. Thrusting spear. Seeing Susanoo's overwhelming power, Shimura Danzo's expression changed. A towering tree instantly grew out of his right arm to block the attack of the spiral sword. Boom. Even though Shimura Danzo's wood-style move has extremely strong defensive capabilities, Susanoo's attack is ultimately stronger. The spiral sword tears apart the towering tree like a whirlwind. Puff. In the end, Uchiha Shisui's Susanoo was better, and Shimura Danzo was directly pierced by the spiral sword. Hey, Master Danzo, I told you not to push me. Uchiha Shisui sighed softly. He really didn't want to see such a situation. However, what happened next made Uchiha Shisui open his eyes wide in disbelief. The body of Shimura Danzo, which was originally pierced by the spiral sword, gradually began to hollow and finally disappeared. Uchiha Shisui, your strength is indeed great, but it's a pity that you can't use it for me. Uchiha Shisui looked back in shock. Shimura Danzo, who had been killed by him, appeared behind Uchiha Shisui without him noticing. Seal of self-karma binding. Uchiha Shisui's expression changed, but he found that he couldn't move his body. Black curse marks slowly emerged from his feet, and soon, they spread all over his body, binding Uchiha Shisui so that he could not move. Several images quickly flashed through Uchiha Shisui's mind. It seemed that Shimura Danzo was the one who had planted the curse when he had just attacked him. At the same time, Uchiha Shisui discovered to his horror that his chakra was also sealed, and Susanoo automatically released it. Uchiha Shisui, you've caused me to waste another eye. Shimura Danzo took off the bandage on his head, and the eyes that had just been replaced had lost their luster again. This is exactly the consequence of activating Izanagi. How is that possible? Your eyes were clearly. Uchiha Shisui looked at this scene in disbelief. Didn't Shimura Danzo, who had the Sharingan from nowhere, go blind just now? Now, everything the gentleman said has come true. Uchiha Shisui, give me both of your eyes. Only I can make the best use of them. Advertisement. Wind style. Vacuum sword. Shimura Danzo was seen holding a kunai, and the wind style exhaled from his mouth was continuously injected into the kunai. The originally short kunai turned into a sharp sword the next moment. Shimura Danzo didn't hesitate and stabbed Uchiha Shisui directly. Puff. Uchiha Shisui spurted out a mouthful of blood. My consciousness gradually began to blur. Uchiha Shisui felt very regretful in her heart. If only she could have trusted her husband 100%. If I had been more cautious with Danzo, how could it have ended up like this? Damn it. I should have listened to the master. What's hateful is that my eyes are about to fall into the hands of thieves. I can't accept this. Seeing Shimura Danzo approaching, he even stretched out his hand, ready to dig out his eyes. Uchiha Shisui only has regret in his heart. At this critical moment, a strange yet familiar voice suddenly sounded in Uchiha Shisui's mind. Uchiha Shisui, do you believe what I say now? Hearing the voice in his mind, Uchiha Shisui's eyes lit up, his eyeballs rolled around, and he shouted ecstatically. Sir, is that you? Of course it's me. Do you believe me now? Believe me, believe me. It's all my fault for not believing what you said. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. No one knew why, but Uchiha Shisui quietly broke free from the curse and looked around, as if looking for something. However, Uchiha Shisui's series of actions surprised Shimura Danzo, because he could not hear any sound at all. It was just Uchiha Shisui talking to himself. But Shimura Danzo, who was already suspicious, jumped back and looked around suspiciously for a long time. However, Shimura Danzo did not notice that there were other people around, and then Shimura Danzo became bold again. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. Humph, Uchiha Shisui, I didn't expect that even you like to play tricks and try to stall for time? Haha, I am not that stupid. Give me your eyes. Shimura Danzo's figure flashed at an extremely fast speed, and it seemed that Shimura Danzo's hand was about to touch Uchiha Shisui. Advertisement, however, at this moment, Shimura Danzo was horrified to find that there seemed to be an invisible wall between him and Uchiha Shisui, separating the two people. Even though I tried my best, I couldn't score even half a point. Where had Shimura Danzo seen such a scene before? He was so scared that he jumped back several times and put some distance between himself and Uchiha Shisui. Get lost. An extremely domineering voice suddenly sounded in Shimura Danzo's mind. Shimura Danzo didn't even see the person, but was shocked by the sound and stepped back repeatedly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Shimura Danzo was even more shocked. He had never heard of such a method. Considering the limited chakra he already had, Shimura Danzo did not hesitate and fled from the place at high speed. At the same time, the curse mark on Uchiha Shisui began to dissipate rapidly, and then disappeared from the spot. Uchiha Shisui only felt that the scenery in front of him changed, and the whole person seemed to be in chaos. When Uchiha Shisui's mind became clear again and he opened his eyes, he found that he had come to a very unfamiliar space. This space seems to be empty and boundless. Shisui, have you finally figured it out? This person is Namikaze Tianming. As soon as he saw Namikaze Tianming appear, Uchiha Shisui's face lit up, then he knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Sir, Shisui is wrong. She is so wrong and so naive. It turns out that Namikaze Tianming had found Uchiha Shisui not long ago and conquered Uchiha Shisui with his strength. Later, Namikaze Tianming also reminded Uchiha Shisui that Shimura Danzo wanted to harm him and that he possessed the Sharingan and Izanagi. Although Uchiha Shisui admires Namikaze Tianming's ability and even respectfully calls Namikaze Tianming Sir, he still refuses to believe that Shimura Danzo would do such a cruel thing. Unfortunately, everything Namikaze Tianming said came true one by one. Shisui, your idea is correct. There is nothing wrong with pursuing peace. The only thing wrong is the way you achieve your goal. Namikaze Tianming shook his head and comforted him. He couldn't say anything to blame this kind person. Sir, I have been targeted by Lord Danzo now. I am afraid there is no place for me in Konoha village. If you do not despise my low strength, I am willing to follow you in the future. Uchiha Shisui lowered his head, as if he had made up his mind, then raised his head and looked at Namikaze Tianming firmly and said. Chapter 24. Uchiha Itachi seeing Uchiha Shisui half kneeling in front of him to show his submission, Namikaze Tianming was delighted but remained calm on the surface. Follow me, Uchiha Shisui, have you made up your mind? Sir, Shisui has already thought about it. Even if my style of doing things is different from yours in the future, and sometimes even goes against your original intentions, are you willing to follow me? Namikaze Tianming looked at Uchiha Shisui coldly. Shisui is willing, because I know that even though Mr. S way of doing things is different from mine, the ultimate goal is the same. It seems that Uchiha Shisui has completely surrendered. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Subdue Uchiha Shisui and change Uchiha Shisui's fate. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward. 1. Heavenly Emperor Secret, Fragment. It turned out that Namikaze Tianming had already received the task assigned by the system. However, how could it be so easy to subdue a genius among geniuses? So, at the beginning, Namikaze Tianming approached Uchiha Shisui, first intimidating him with force, and then giving Uchiha Shisui some advice. And Uchiha Shisui obviously won't change his opinion of Shimura Danzo just because of Namikaze Tianming's words. Therefore, only when Uchiha Shisui was completely frustrated, in despair, and even about to lose his faith, did Namikaze Tianming take action. Let yourself become the beacon in Uchiha Shisui's heart. That's why Namikaze Tianming took action at the last moment. Of course, during the fight between Uchiha Shisui and Shimura Danzo, Namikaze Tianming also took care of those rude organization members. Of course, this is also what Shimura Danzo is puzzled about, why no one supports him. Looking at the young man in front of him, Namikaze Tianming sighed in his heart. Your ultimate goal is just the beginning of my ultimate goal. However, after getting the fragment of Emperor's Secret, Namikaze Tianming was in a good mood. He walked forward and helped up the half-kneeling Uchiha Shisui. Advertisement. Then he patted Uchiha Shisui on the shoulder and said, Shisui, since you choose to follow me, I also, have no requirements for you, and I will not restrict your freedom. I only ask one thing, that is, you must obey my orders, no matter what they are. Originally Namikaze Tianming was thinking about giving Uchiha Shisui a gift, but he couldn't think of any gift suitable for him, so he quickly put on a stern face and changed the subject. Yes, Shisui will definitely follow the master's orders. As a former member of the root, obeying orders is no problem for Uchiha Shisui. Namikaze Tianming nodded with a satisfied smile and then said, "Now, the first thing I want you to do is to kill yourself in front of Uchiha Itachi so that he can activate the Mangekyo Sharingan." Uchiha Shisui looked up at Namikaze Tianming in shock. He didn't expect that the first order Namikaze Tianming gave him would be like this. However, after hesitating for a while, Uchiha Shisui raised his head and said to Namikaze Tianming calmly, "Well, if my sacrifice can bring peace to the village, then what does my life mean to me? Moreover, I believe that Mr. Itachi will be able to realize my ideal. Shisui, is this worth it?" Namikaze Tianming looked directly at Uchiha Shisui and asked slowly. "Worth?" Uchiha Shisui nodded firmly. "Ha ha ha ha, okay." Namikaze Tianming suddenly laughed out loud. Such an Uchiha Shisui was worthy of changing his fate. "Don't worry, sir. How could I bear to let you really die?" Advertisement? What do you mean, sir? Now it's Uchiha Shisui's turn to be confused. Namikaze Tianming smiled mysteriously, then leaned close to Uchiha Shisui's ear and began to speak vividly. Uchiha Shisui's expression changed from confusion to shock, then to sudden realization, and finally he nodded in agreement. Mr. is very wise. After listening to Namikaze Tianming's plan, Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but give Namikaze Tianming a thumbs up. As expected of the fourth Hokage's younger brothers, with these two people around, Konoha village will definitely get better and better, Uchiha Shisui firmly believes. Konoha village, in a forest where the Uchiha clan lives. A young man with black hair and black eyes, who looked no more than 11 or 12 years old, with two long tear grooves on his face, his long flowing hair tied up, and he looked quite handsome. This handsome young man is none other than another talented ninja from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi. At this time, Uchiha Itachi was wearing an ordinary ninja uniform with a round fan that symbolized the Uchiha clan. He was holding a long sword and preparing to practice sword skills when a shuriken suddenly attacked from the depths of the forest at a high speed. Dong! Uchiha Itachi slightly turned his body and dodged the shuriken. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi frowned because he saw a piece of origami nailed to the shuriken. See you at the usual place, however, when Uchiha Itachi saw the contents on the paper clearly, he couldn't help but look happy, because he recognized that this was Uchiha Shisui's handwriting. Uchiha Itachi didn't think much about it and just disappeared, as if he had never been there. Chapter 25. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Konoha village, a crescent moon hangs high in the sky. On a cliff beside the Nani River, a figure stood alone. This person is Uchiha Shisui. Shisui. The one who spoke was Uchiha Itachi, who rushed over after receiving the message. At this time, Uchiha Shisui had his back to Uchiha Itachi, but Uchiha Itachi still recognized him at a glance. Uchiha Itachi was about to move forward, but Uchiha Shisui held out his hand to stop him. "Itachi, don't come over here." "Shisui, what happened?" Uchiha Itachi stopped, but an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Because Uchiha Shisui has never been like this before. In Uchiha Itachi's memory, no matter what happened, Uchiha Shisui was full of confidence and faced everything with a smile. But today, there was despair in Uchiha Shisui's voice. "Itachi, it seems that the Uchiha clan's coup can no longer be stopped. Once a civil war breaks out in Konoha, ninjas from other countries will definitely not miss this great opportunity and take advantage of it. War is inevitable." Having said this, Uchiha Shisui was silent for a long time, and Uchiha Itachi stood quietly behind Uchiha Shisui without saying a word. A gust of wind whistled past, and Uchiha Shisui continued. "Originally I wanted to use the distinguished heavenly gods to stop the Uchiha clan's coup. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Today, I was ambushed by Danzo and my right eye was taken away." As he said that, Uchiha Shisui slowly turned around. Uchiha Itachi was immediately shocked, because at this time Uchiha Shisui only had his left eye intact, his right eye was missing and was even bleeding. Advertisement, Shisui. Uchiha Itachi was heartbroken and wanted to say something, but it seemed as if something was blocking his chest and he couldn't speak. Uchiha Shisui just shook his head and continued, "Danzo never believed me from beginning to end. He is determined to resolve the Uchiha clan's coup in his own way and protect the village. So, he will definitely not give up my left eye. At this point, I have no choice but to destroy my left eye as well." After Uchiha Shisui finished speaking, he dug out his left eye and crushed it in one fell swoop. Uchiha Itachi stared blankly at Uchiha Shisui doing all this. At this moment, his mind was already in a mess. "Itachi, I can only ask you, my dear friend, for help with what happens next. Protect the village in the name of the Uchiha clan." Finally, Uchiha Itachi nodded. "Shisui, now that you have lost your eyes, what are you going to do next?" Uchiha Shisui smiled slightly. "If I die, I believe the situation in the village will definitely change. I've also left a suicide note." After Uchiha Shisui finished speaking, he stepped back step by step and was about to fall off the cliff. "Wait a minute, Shisui." As if realizing what Uchiha Shisui was going to do, Uchiha Itachi's heart was beating wildly, and he was extremely anxious, and he quickly spoke. "Don't stop me, Itachi, if you are still my friend." Uchiha Shisui fell off the cliff and disappeared into the Nani River. The moment Uchiha Shisui fell off the cliff, Uchiha Itachi's heart seemed to fall down with him. He understood what Uchiha Shisui was doing, and he knew that he couldn't stop it. Advertisement, however, at this moment, all kinds of emotions suddenly surged into my heart. What is the meaning of life? Is the village more important or the family more important? Various questions suddenly appeared in Uchiha Itachi's mind at this moment. The extremely conflicted Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes in pain at this moment, and tears. No, it should be said that tears of blood slowly flowed from his eyes. And Uchiha Itachi's eyes were also quietly changing at this moment. When Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes again, his Sharingan had evolved into the shuriken-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan. And Uchiha Itachi's strength also underwent a drastic change at this moment. But Uchiha Itachi just stared blankly at the place where Uchiha Shisui fell, and was unwilling to leave for a long time. Not far behind Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui looked at the depressed Uchiha Itachi and felt so sorry for him that he wanted to step forward. However, Namikaze Tianming put his hand on his shoulder and shook his head, signaling Uchiha Shisui not to go out. If Uchiha Itachi saw this scene, he would be horrified, because at this moment Uchiha Shisui was not only alive and well, but even his eyes were intact. It turns out that everything Uchiha Itachi saw and heard just now was arranged by Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming had already set up an illusion array here, and now Namikaze Tianming has also set up a soundproof array near the two of them, so there is no need to worry about Uchiha Itachi hearing it. Since Uchiha Itachi is a top genius in illusion, if you want Uchiha Itachi to enter the illusion, you must use Uchiha Shisui as bait. And Uchiha Shisui is also an important factor in allowing Uchiha Itachi to relax his vigilance and fall into Namikaze Tianming's illusion. And this illusion allows Uchiha Itachi to open the Mangekyo Sharingan, which is also the first mission assigned to Uchiha Shisui by Namikaze Tianming. Sir, now that the mission has been completed, what should we do next? Uchiha Shisui felt a little distressed when looking at Uchiha Itachi's back, but finally turned his head away mercilessly. After all, this was an experience of growth for Uchiha Itachi. Haha, don't be impatient, since we're just going to put on a show, let's do it in its entirety. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. During this time, you should practice in my space and don't show up in the village. Itachi's strength has become stronger, you can't fall behind. Namikaze Tianming smiled and spoke slowly while looking at Uchiha Itachi's back. Yes, sir. Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but smile at this moment. He had a hunch that following the master would be the right thing to do. Chapter 26. Where the leaves dance, the fire continues. Namikaze Tianming looked at Uchiha Itachi's back, then looked at Uchiha Shisui beside him, and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Suddenly, Namikaze Tianming's heart moved. He turned his head and looked at Uchiha Shisui and said with a smile. Shisui, where the leaves dance, the fire will continue to burn, the flames will continue to illuminate the entire village and allow new trees to sprout. We have to believe in Itachi. Even if you are not by his side, he can still grow up well. That's right, Namikaze Tianming shamelessly plagiarized what 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to say in the future. Namikaze Tianming turned around and found Uchiha Shisui looking at him with admiring eyes. Every word that the gentleman said hits Shisui's heart straight. In Uchiha Shisui's opinion, Namikaze Tianming at this time, with his hands behind his back and looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, looked extremely impressive. He is truly worthy of being the gentleman I am willing to follow. Every word he says is so poetic and contains the philosophy of life. Looking at Uchiha Shisui's admiring look, Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but blush. Ahem, okay, I won't say any more, you should go in and practice first. Namikaze Tianming said, then stretched out his hand and grabbed Uchiha Shisui, and he disappeared immediately. Namikaze Tianming looked at Uchiha Itachi's back and couldn't help but reveal a mysterious smile, then murmured. Konoha, things are going to change. The next day, a shocking news spread to every corner of Konoha village. Countless people were talking about this matter. Advertisement. Uchiha Shisui, who was known as the Uchiha clan's first genius and the best master, committed suicide. Uchiha Shisui left a suicide note last night saying that he didn't want to go on missions anymore, didn't want the Uchiha clan to have no future, and didn't want to change his path. Afterwards, Uchiha Shisui destroyed his own eyes and drowned himself in the Nanga River. Even his body disappeared. This news was also confirmed by the last person who saw Uchiha Shisui, another genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi. Countless people are mourning the death of this genius ninja. The death of Uchiha Shisui also caused a huge uproar among the Uchiha clan. Because one of the trump cards that the Uchiha clan is preparing to use to launch a coup is the genius ninja Uchiha Shisui. Now that Uchiha Shisui is dead, his eyes are missing, the Uchiha clan does not believe that Uchiha Shisui would destroy his own eyes, so the Uchiha clan's coup plan has to be put on hold for the time being. As the last person to see Uchiha Shisui and also Uchiha Shisui's best friend, when Uchiha Shisui disappeared, the Uchiha clan pointed the finger at Uchiha Itachi. Many people in the Uchiha clan believe that Uchiha Shisui's death is related to Uchiha Itachi. Maybe Uchiha Shisui's eyes are in Uchiha Itachi's hands. In order to protect Konoha village and Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi chose to conceal the truth, and took it all on himself. However, even though Uchiha Shisui died, The Uchiha clan did not change at all, and they were still as arrogant and looked down on everyone. Although the coup was suspended, it never stopped. Uchiha Itachi watched all this quietly without trying to stop it. His mentality also changed quietly as all these things happened. In Namikaze Tianming's system space, Uchiha Shisui shook his head and regained his consciousness. He looked around and knew that this was the mysterious space owned by Mr. Tienming. Mr. Tienming had brought him here before. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but admire that the master's space-time ninjutsu had obviously reached the pinnacle. For Uchiha Shisui, only when the space-time ninjutsu reached the pinnacle could it be possible to open up such a space. However, Uchiha Shisui soon discovered the difference. The last time I came in, everything around was empty, there was nothing. But this time, something seems different. Not far away, in the sky, strong winds were rolling up dark clouds, thunder was roaring, and one could even see lightning snakes swimming in them. Suddenly, a purple thunder fell from the sky with a deafening sound. Crack! A thunderbolt as thick as a bucket fell from the sky, like the end of the world. Uchiha Shisui looked at this scene in shock. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui discovered that there was a person near the place where the thunder was about to fall, and he seemed to be wearing Konoha's clothes. Danger! With Uchiha Shisui's keen eyesight, he could naturally see that the power of this purple thunder was even greater than the lightning he usually saw. If he were hit by this thunder, he would be seriously injured or even die. So, the kind-hearted Uchiha Shisui quickly spoke out to remind him, but in just a moment, Uchiha Shisui disappeared. Although he knew that his speed could not match that of lightning, he still couldn't help but activate the instant body technique. However, what happened next made Uchiha Shisui open his mouth in surprise and stand there in a daze. This scene will be unforgettable for a lifetime. Chapter 27. If it was Mr. Tienming, then everything would make sense. Just as the purple thunder was about to hit the person below, that person finally moved. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It was like the sound of tens of thousands of birds chirping, and at the same time, flashes of lightning appeared on that person's right hand. But surprisingly, the lightning in this person's hand was also purple. In this situation, a figure suddenly flashed through Uchiha Shisui's mind, and this figure was slowly overlapping with the figure under the thunder. Could it be him? Before Uchiha Shisui could think about it, the figure jumped up. I saw the thunder in that man's hand colliding with the purple thunder from the sky. Boom! The two collided, and there was a loud bang that shook the sky. A ray of white light seemed to illuminate the entire world. What is even more shocking is that the thunder not only did not kill the figure below. Instead, it was cut off by the purple thunder in that person's hand. Uchiha Shisui widened his eyes and said with great certainty. This is Kakashi-senpai's Reikiri. Uchiha Shisui had of course heard about Hitaki Kakashi's original ninjutsu that could cut off lightning and was named Reikiri. But hearing is just hearing after all. Now that I have witnessed this famous scene with my own eyes, I am naturally even more shocked. Hitaki Kakashi, who had just finished practicing the advanced version of Reikiri, frowned because he heard a stranger's voice. Hitaki Kakashi looked back and was surprised. Then he used the instant technique to get in front of Uchiha Shisui and asked in surprise. Uchiha Shisui, why are you here? Hitaki Kakashi had naturally heard of the name of Uchiha Shisui. It can even be said that without the guidance of Namikaze Tianming, Hitaki Kakashi might not be a match for the current Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui did not directly answer Hitaki Kakashi's question, but asked excitedly. Senior Kakashi, did Mr. Tienming ask you to come here to practice? Mr. Tienming? Oh, you mean Teacher Tienming, right? Yes, I have been practicing here for several years. When mentioning Namikaze Tianming, Hitaki Kakashi touched the back of his head and his eyes once again smiled into crescents. Mr. Tienming? Senior Kakashi is actually Mr. Tienming's disciple? I don't know why, but after hearing Kakashi say that, Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Advertisement. Why didn't Mr. Tienming accept me as his disciple? Was it because I wasn't good enough? Hitaki Kakashi nodded, but when Hitaki Kakashi saw Uchiha Shisui's lost expression, the clever Hitaki Kakashi immediately figured out the reason. What? Didn't Teacher Tienming accept you as his disciple? Yes, Mr. Tienming only agreed to let me follow him. With salt rubbed into his wounds again, Uchiha Shisui looked even more depressed. Hitaki Kakashi could only look at Uchiha Shisui with sympathy. As a disciple of Namikaze Tianming, Hitaki Kakashi naturally knew how lucky it would be if he could get guidance from Teacher Tienming. However, seeing Uchiha Shisui's lost look, Hitaki Kakashi quickly stepped forward and patted Uchiha Shisui's shoulder, comforting him. Ahem, Shisui. Don't be discouraged, maybe one day when Teacher Tienming is in a good mood, he will accept you as his disciple. After hearing what Hitaki Kakashi said, Uchiha Shisui's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly. Kakashi-senpai, are you telling the truth? Hitaki Kakashi nodded sharply, not wanting to dampen Uchiha Shisui's confidence, and then said. Shisui, you should know that you are a genius of the Uchiha clan. Besides, you are the fourth person to enter Teacher Tienming's space besides the three of us. Uchiha Shisui opened her eyes wide in surprise, and her already big eyes looked even bigger now. Thank you, Senior Kakashi. I knew I would work hard to get Mr. Tienming's approval and become his disciple. Uchiha Shisui is full of energy at this moment, Come on, Shisui, you will definitely get the recognition of teacher Tienming. Hitaki Kakashi patted Uchiha Shisui hard, and they smiled at each other. Senior Kakashi, you just said that I was the fourth person to enter this space. Is there anyone else here besides Senior Kakashi? Suddenly, Uchiha Shisui realized the point of Hitaki Kakashi's words. Hitaki Kakashi lol, how about I take you to meet them? Okay. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui is like a curious baby, excited and expectant. Hitaki Kakashi nodded. Okay, wait for me for a moment, I'll clean up here. Uchiha Shisui blinked her big eyes blankly. There was nothing around her. Was there anything else that needed to be dealt with? Advertisement. Just when Uchiha Shisui was puzzled, he saw Hitaki Kakashi looking up at the sky, quickly making unfamiliar hand seals with his hands. Disperse. Hitaki Kakashi pointed his hands to the sky, and a golden light shot out from his fingertips. Call out. I saw this golden light rising up into the sky, reaching the horizon, and soon disappeared into the clouds. Then, the sky, which was originally covered with dark clouds and thunder, suddenly dispersed and became clear. Uchiha Shisui opened her mouth wide, unable to make any sound. Everything he saw was obviously beyond his comprehension and touched his blind spot of knowledge. For the first time, he began to doubt his reputation as a genius. Senior Kakashi, you can control the natural forces of heaven and earth? Uchiha Shisui was already stuttering when he asked the question. Looking at Uchiha Shisui's stunned expression, Hitaki Kakashi smiled slightly. After all, when he first saw such a scene, he was not much better than Uchiha Shisui. Haha, of course I can't control the power of heaven and earth. All I just did is because this is teacher Tienming's space, and he gave me this ability. If I go out, I won't be able to do it, but teacher Tienming can. When saying this, Hitaki Kakashi's eyes were also full of admiration. Uchiha Shisui also nodded in agreement. With Mr. Tienming's ability, it was no surprise that he could do anything. Okay, I'll take you to meet the other two friends now. Thank you, senior. Swish, oink, in an instant, two figures appeared 100 meters away. After following Hitaki Kakashi for a long time, Uchiha Shisui heard a voice coming from the front, which was full of passion. Cut, I hit you, Leaf Hurricane. Leaf Strong Whirlwind. At the same time, another voice was heard, deep and powerful. Watermelon Head, look for the beating, Ula. Uchiha Shisui is even more anticipated. Chapter 28. Weird Practice, shocked Shisui. Although Uchiha Shisui was very excited by the sound of fighting, there was no one around. Seeing Uchiha Shisui's puzzled look, Hitaki Kakashi chuckled and then quickly formed seals with his hands again. Then he pushed forward, and the space in front suddenly distorted, and the colorful ripples opened to both sides like a door. Then, Uchiha Shisui saw a huge furnace. There was a raging fire burning in this alchemy furnace, but what was even more terrifying was that there were actually two figures fighting in this fire. Moreover, the sound Uchiha Shisui just heard was made by the two people fighting in the alchemy furnace. Looking at the scene in front of him, Uchiha Shisui suddenly realized that this must be the work of the gentleman. Sharingan. The two's movements were too fast, so Uchiha Shisui had no choice but to activate the Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui looked intently and finally saw the two figures inside. The figure on the right has a watermelon-shaped head, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and the contours of the face are also very clear. It's just that his outfit is a little weird, but now his whole body is filled with blue steam. It can really be said that his hair and beard are all standing up, and his eyes shoot out two rays of light, which is extremely terrifying. But every punch he threw and every kick he delivered had earth-shaking power, and even the space seemed to be distorted. Uchiha Shisui also recognized this man, a guy who called himself the Blue Beast of Konoha and liked to challenge all kinds of geniuses. His name was Might Guy. But in the past few years, he suddenly became low-key and silent. Apart from showing his strength once during the Hyuga Hinata kidnapping incident, we haven't heard much about him. I didn't expect it to be here, what is this? But when Uchiha Shisui looked at Might Guy's opponent, Uchiha Shisui's expression changed. He quickly rubbed his eyes, looked again and again, and finally became convinced that Might Guy's opponent was Nine Tails. Could these be the other two people that Kakashi-senpai mentioned? Wait, people? Nine Tails? Huh? For a moment, Uchiha Shisui fell into silence. Moreover, the Nine Tails that Uchiha Shisui saw at this time was different from the Nine Tails he had seen before. At this time, Nine Tails is the same size as a normal adult. But now its entire body is covered with a thin layer of the unique Nine Tails chakra. He can even speak human language and fight passionately with Might Guy. What's more important is that these two monsters are still fighting in the fire, as if they don't care about the burning of the fire at all. Advertisement. Kakashi-senpai, if I'm not mistaken, the one fighting against Guy-senpai was Nine Tails, right? Hitaki Kakashi nodded. Yes, it's Nine Tails, senior, what's going on with this stove? Curious Baby asked again. This furnace is naturally the teacher's masterpiece. According to the teacher, this is called a pill furnace. What kind of top-grade magic weapon or three-flavor true fire is this? I don't quite understand it. Hitaki Kakashi patiently explained that, not to mention that Uchiha Shisui was his junior from the same village, he might even become his junior fellow apprentice in the future. So, it's okay to explain it patiently, I see, although I don't know what this is, it seems very powerful. By the way, why are Guy Senpai and Nine Tails here? Uchiha Shisui continued to ask. Now his mind was full of questions. Since entering here, Uchiha Shisui felt like an idiot. I don't understand anything. Hitaki Kakashi smiled mysteriously and said slowly. Shisui, you may not believe this, but Nine Tails and Guy are training in there right now. The teacher said that practicing in there can strengthen one's body. Fighting against Nine Tails is also helping Guy strengthen his body. There is actually such a way of cultivation in this world? Uchiha Shisui opened his mouth in surprise. He felt like he was going numb from shock. Of course, the teacher also said that this kind of practice is only suitable for Guy. Not everyone can adapt to this kind of pain. Moreover, unlike the brutal Nine Tails in the past, the current Nine Tails has already been tamed by teacher Tienming. Therefore, there is no need to worry about losing one's life when fighting against Nine Tails. Having it fight against Guy can maximize the benefits of Guy's training. As if to clear up Uchiha Shisui's confusion, Hitaki Kakashi explained patiently. I see. Uchiha Shisui suddenly realized that he was finally no longer confused. Apart from these unique training methods, the only person in the world who can make Nine Tails so submissive is probably teacher Tienming. At the same time, Hitaki Kakashi also expressed his admiration for Namikaze Tianming in a timely manner. Advertisement, I see. It turns out that the hero who took away Nine Tails and saved Konoha was Mr. Tienming. But the gentleman said nothing, not seeking fame or profit, but silently protecting Konoha. As Uchiha Shisui spoke, her eyes couldn't help but become moist. Namikaze Tianming's image has been elevated again in Uchiha Shisui's mind. How can I compare with Mr. Tienming's high moral character? A towering mountain to look up to. Indeed, the teacher has been silently protecting Konoha and is a role model for my generation to learn from. Uchiha Shisui is like a devout believer at this moment. A brat from the Uchiha clan? Such an annoying aura? At this moment, Nine Tails and Might Guy had finished fighting and jumped out of the furnace. As soon as Nine Tails jumped out, he saw Uchiha Shisui. Because both times he was controlled by the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, Nine Tails instinctively felt repulsed. Roar. The Nine Tails, which was originally only the size of an adult, suddenly roared, and its body continued to grow taller, and it unexpectedly turned into a Nine Tails fox as big as a mountain. It turns out that since training with Namikaze Tianming, Nine Tails has been able to grow and shrink freely. Seeing Nine Tails suddenly transformed into a brutal fox demon, Uchiha Shisui's face changed. Because Nine Tails' strength has greatly improved now, the aura he exudes is even more terrifying. Nine Tails, don't do anything. This is the person the teacher has chosen. Hitaki Kakashi quickly reminded. Hitaki Kakashi's words made Nine Tails freeze in place, and the claws that had already been slapped out stopped in midair. He blinked somewhat awkwardly. Then Nine Tails' body shrank dramatically again and became adult size again. So this is the guy the master likes. Hello. Seeing the murderous aura suddenly disappear, Nine Tails' eyes smiled into crescent shapes and stretched out his claws in a very friendly manner. Uchiha Shisui was completely petrified. Isn't this change too big? My little heart can't take it. Uchiha Shisui complained inwardly, but still stretched out his hand stiffly and held Nine Tails' claw. Hello, I'm Uchiha Shisui. Chapter 29. The Sun Wukong I'm talking about is not the Sun Wukong from your world. One person, one fox. After saying hello, I was in an awkward situation. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Shisui, right? Don't worry about these details, you'll get familiar with them in the future. Might Guy put his arm around Uchiha Shisui's shoulders in a familiar manner and said with a laugh. While laughing, he also slapped Uchiha Shisui's shoulders hard. Since he had just finished training, every slap from Might Guy almost made the defenseless Uchiha Shisui fall down. Uchiha Shisui had no choice but to exchange pleasantries with Might Guy while hiding beside Hitaki Kakashi without making a sound. He was afraid of Might Guy's enthusiasm. Shisui, did the teacher let you in? Uchiha Shisui nodded and told him everything that happened to him. When they heard that the Uchiha clan wanted to launch a coup, Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy's faces changed. At the same time, he was also shocked by the abilities of Uchiha Shisui distinguished heavenly gods. Especially when he heard that Shimura Danzo actually attacked Uchiha Shisui and wanted to steal his Sharingan. Might Guy was extremely angry and he couldn't wait to have a youthful duel with Shimura Danzo right now. But later I heard that Namikaze Tianming rescued him and arranged the follow-up events. Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy breathed a sigh of relief. As for Nine Tails, he was combing his hair on the side. There was nothing he could do. He was not interested in what these three people were discussing at all. By the way, Kakashi just said that you are the one that the teacher has taken a fancy to. Are you also the teacher's disciple? Might Guy grinned, a starlight flashed between his teeth, and then he asked. Uchiha Shisui blushed and lowered his head and said. Master has not accepted me as his disciple yet. I am just following him now. Ha 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 ha, it's okay, this is only a matter of time. Uchiha Shisui nodded silently, and a glimmer of hope also appeared in his heart. By the way, I heard before that the Uchiha clan had a genius named Uchiha Shisui. You've come at the right time. I'm Might Guy, known as the Blue Beast of Konoha. What I love most is challenging geniuses. How about it, Shisui, let's have a passionate duel to decide the winner, sigma, sigma. Advertisement, equals. Uchiha Shisui was startled. Thinking of the fight between Might Guy and Nine Tails in the furnace, the corners of Uchiha Shisui's eyes began to twitch. Yes. Might Guy was rubbing his hands in excitement, but he was kicked away by Hitaki Kakashi beside him. Hitaki Kakashi kicked Might Guy away, then looked at Uchiha Shisui with an apologetic look. Shisui, I'm sorry, Guy is just like that, you just have to get used to it. No, Kakashi-senpai, you don't have to apologize. Now it was Uchiha Shisui who felt a little embarrassed, but she was still happy to avoid fighting. But after a while, Might Guy was seen running back with a resentful look on his face. At this moment, the sky and the earth suddenly changed color. A huge pressure directly enveloped everyone. Feeling this pressure, Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy and Nine Tails all raised their heads and looked upwards with joy. Uchiha Shisui naturally looked up as well and immediately understood. Because at this time Namikaze Tianming was slowly falling from the sky, wearing a white robe, with long sleeves in his hands, floating in the air, with an immortal look. Of course, Namikaze Tianming can appear next to Hitaki Kakashi and the others at any time. The reason why he chose to do it like this was nothing but for fun. Who hasn't dreamed of becoming an immortal when they were young? Teacher, sir, master. The three people in the fox spoke at the same time. After landing, Namikaze Tianming didn't say anything, but quietly looked around them up and down. Then he nodded with satisfaction. Well, it seems that you guys didn't slack off during the time I was away, very good. Nine Tails, you are not bad. Just keep going. Once you have a breakthrough, you can transform. Thank you for your guidance, master. Nine Tails raised his head proudly and looked at Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy provocatively, even though they were on good terms now. But we still argue over who Namikaze Tianming likes the most. Kakashi, the same goes for you. If you can open up another Dantian, then the quality of your chakra will also undergo a qualitative change. At that time, your Reikiri will not only cut off lightning, but also shatter it. Advertisement. The scene of Hitaki Kakashi practicing just now was naturally seen by Namikaze Tianming. Yes, sensei, Kakashi will definitely work hard to open up the third Dantian. In fact, Hitaki Kakashi already had an idea of it without Namikaze Tianming telling him, and it can even be said that he had already figured out some clues. Namikaze Tianming nodded, then looked at Might Guy who was looking forward to it. Guy, now that you have reached the peak of the middle stage of the tempering muscles realm, the three flavors true fire alone can no longer satisfy your daily practice. Teacher, what should we do? An airy summation, degree D degree no. Might Guy has become addicted to this practice method where he can feel his progress all the time. Now when he heard Namikaze Tianming say this, he couldn't help but be shocked. How difficult is that? I will increase the power of the three flavors true fire in the alchemy furnace to a higher level, and also add a small prop. Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows and said lightly. Then, Namikaze Tianming stretched out his hand and grabbed the alchemy furnace that was as big as a house and brought it nearby. Namikaze Tianming flicked his finger lightly, and a small flame flew into the furnace. Just by adding this tiny flame, the fire in the furnace became even more terrifying. It was as if the void had melted. Everyone gasped when they saw this scene. Even those standing outside the furnace could feel the terrifying power of the flame. Teacher, what did you just add? Might Guy said this while imitating the finger-snapping motion that Namikaze Tianming had just done. Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly, quickly searching for information about the five elements of fire in his mind. Ahem, actually, whether in heaven or on earth, we are all within the three realms and the five elements. And this fire of the five elements is the strongest flame in the three realms. Back then, in the alchemy furnace of Taisheng Laojun, Sun Wukong not only developed the fiery eyes and golden pupils, but also controlled the five elements of fire. Master, have you seen the fourth brother Sun Wukong? What are the fiery eyes and golden pupils? Has it ever been caught by some Taisheng Laojun? Isn't he sealed now? Now it was Nine Tails' turn to be curious. It knew that Four Tails was called Sun Wukong, but why couldn't it understand what its master said? Namikaze Tianming. The Sun Wukong I'm talking about is not the Sun Wukong from your world. For a moment, Namikaze Tianming was speechless. Chapter 30. An ordinary and ruthless iron rod? Teacher, how do you know Four Tails' name is Sun Wukong? W. Might Guy on the side also came to join in the fun. Although they also knew that there were nine-tailed beasts in this world, from one tail to nine tails, they had no idea what the names of these nine-tailed beasts were. Stop talking nonsense and go in and practice. None. A hash sign appeared on Namikaze Tianming's forehead. He definitely couldn't explain to them what Journey to the West was and what the Monkey King Sun Wukong was. After all, the Sun Wukong in his memory is not someone that the Four Tails Sun Wukong in this world can challenge. The difference in strength is too great. So, when Might Guy came over to join in the fun, Namikaze Tianming showed no mercy and kicked Might Guy directly into the alchemy furnace with the new five elements fire. As soon as he entered the alchemy furnace, Might Guy, who was originally laughing, suddenly felt something different. With his current physique, Might Guy can withstand a head-on fight against the tailed beasts. Moreover, I had already adapted to the burning of the three elements fire, but as soon as I came in, I felt the difference of the five elements fire. Ah! It's so hot. Might Guy, who was sitting on the fire, quickly jumped up, with white-hot air emanating from his body. What's even more terrifying is that Might Guy can also smell the smell of barbecue. Might Guy quickly practiced the immortal golden body technique, and was able to withstand the burning of the 5 elements fire. This feeling was what I experienced the first time I entered the alchemy furnace to practice under the guidance of teacher Tienming. Might Guy's eyes suddenly shone with a brilliant light. Omega asterisk, yo yo yo, constantly challenging the limits is what I, the blue beast of Konoha, like to do most. Namikaze Tianming and Hitaki Kakashi were not surprised by Might Guy's passionate look. It would be a surprise to them if Might Guy wasn't like this. However, when Uchiha Shisui looked at Might Guy, he was also filled with thoughts for a moment. I became famous at a young age. Talent is important, but am I as hardworking as Might Guy? If I had worked as hard as Might Guy, I probably wouldn't have been ambushed by Shimura Danzo. Just when Uchiha Shisui was reflecting on himself, he saw Namikaze Tianming muttering something, and then suddenly a huge black stick appeared in his hand. Looking at such an ordinary iron rod, everyone was confused. Advertisement. Everyone looked at Namikaze Tianming like curious babies. Namikaze Tianming smiled and explained, although the burning of the 5 elements of fire can strengthen the body, it is not enough. We need to add some powerful ingredients. Namikaze Tianming said, raising the weapon in his hand. Master, do you mean that we should fight Guy with this weapon? Heart, heart. The clever Nine Tails immediately figured out the key. Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows and looked at Nine Tails with a smile. Kurama, it seems that you are getting smarter, you were right. Hey. Nine Tails scratched his head in a simple manner, and one could even see the blush on both sides of Nine Tails' cheeks. Nine Tails seemed a little embarrassed when being praised by his owner. This guy is becoming more and more human. This weapon is called the Ruthless Iron Rod, and it has a special feature, it ignores defense. In other words, once you are hit by this ruthless iron rod, the damage caused is real, and the pain is also real. Besides, Guy's body has been tempered well. Although the quality of this ruthless iron rod is not high and can't break Guy's defense, the pain is. Just like this, the combination of the 5 elements of fire and the ruthless iron rod beating will definitely take Guy's physical body to the next level. Namikaze Tianming introduced it with a smile on his face, but his tone was very nonchalant. Kurama, since you and Guy have been fighting each other before, this mission will also be given to you. Namikaze Tianming said, and took out a fiery red bead from the system space, and handed it to Nine Tails along with the ruthless iron rod. Nine Tails, you are no longer able to resist the 5 elements fire. This is the fire avoidance bead I gave you. You just need to hold this fire avoidance bead in your mouth, and the 5 elements fire will not be able to harm you. Nine Tails' eyes lit up, and without saying a word, he took the 2 treasures and immediately put the fire avoiding bead in his mouth. Hitaki Kakashi was fine, after all, he had seen Namikaze Tianming's powerful strength and countless treasures, and he had become numb. Even Uchiha Shisui was still in shock. These treasures of 8 Gate were truly unheard of. And Nine Tails, urged by Namikaze Tianming, swaggered towards the alchemy furnace carrying the ruthless iron rod. I have to say that this fire-avoiding bead is really a treasure. After Nine Tails entered the alchemy furnace, he felt like a fish in water and was not affected by the flames at all. Advertisement. When Might Guy saw Nine Tails coming in and knew why Nine Tails came, he couldn't help but grin and gave a confident thumbs up. Ha, Nine Tails, come on, I'll stand right here and let you fight, carrot. Might Guy is still very confident about the strength of his physical body, especially since he is practicing the immortal golden body technique. Ordinary weapons cannot hurt him at all. What's more, this is such an ordinary iron rod. Nine Tails also grinned, showing his sharp fangs. Hey, then just stand there and don't move. I'm coming. Negation lower half circle negation. As Nine Tails finished his words, the ruthless iron rod in his hand fell mercilessly on Might Guy. After being hit by the stick, the confident Might Guy screamed immediately. Might Guy couldn't understand why this ordinary iron rod hurt so much when it hit him. It hurts so much, this ruthless iron rod is truly ruthless. Hey, Guy, what, where's your confidence just now? Nine Tails sneered with a wicked smile, looking at the ruthless iron rod in his hand with great satisfaction. Humph, who said I was scared? Might Guy stuck his neck out stubbornly. Then he was attacked by Nine Tails' iron rod like a storm, and Might Guy quickly blocked it with his hands. Another new round of screams. Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but shudder when they saw this scene. Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but shudder at the thought of being hit by a ruthless iron rod. This is too horrible. How is this different from purgatory? But what surprised Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui even more was that no matter how painful it was or how loudly Might Guy screamed, he did not back down, which shows how strong Might Guy's will was. Watching Might Guy getting better and better, Namikaze Tianming nodded with satisfaction. He never doubted that Might Guy could persevere. Afterwards, Namikaze Tianming turned his attention to Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui. Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but shudder, and an ominous premonition came to their hearts. Chapter 31. Does this thing require seals? Sure enough, after a while, the ominous premonition in Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui's hearts came true.
Kakashi, I see that although the power of your Reikiri has increased, it has also reached a bottleneck, so you have to change the way you practice Reikiri now. Namikaze Tianming hesitated for a while and then said to Hitaki Kakashi. I am a stupid disciple, please teach me. Hitaki Kakashi was also very happy because Namikaze Tianming hit the key point right away, which is also the problem that Hitaki Kakashi is currently facing. Kakashi, the problem of your chakra quantity has been solved, and the next thing to do is the qualitative transformation. Now, the Reikiri you send out with normal chakra can cut off the heaven Reikiri, but your lightning style is just ordinary thunder. However, if the quality of your lightning style is equivalent to that of heavenly thunder, then wouldn't the destructive power of the condensed Reikiri be even greater?
Just like that, Reikiri Thunder Beast chasing Fang. As soon as Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, the sound of 1,000 birds chirping rang out, and a beam of lightning shot out from Namikaze Tianming's hand at a high speed. Boom! A mountain in the distance was turned into powder.
This scene made Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui stunned.
How fast was Mr. Tianming's seal-making speed? Why didn't they see it?
Why is Tianming's Reikiri so powerful? And it was just a casual attack from him. Sir, I've heard before that Kakashi-senpai is the fastest at forming hand seals. After a long while, Uchiha Shisui raised his head and said with admiration.
Now it seems that only you can form seals the fastest. Even with my Sharingan, I can't see your movements clearly. Who would have thought that Namikaze Tianming looked at Uchiha Shisui with disdain? Hand seals? What are those? Do you need to make hand seals to perform ninjutsu? Hitaki Kakashi. Advertisement Uchiha Shisui. Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui looked at each other in silence, because they had no way to refute it. Okay, Kakashi, if you want to improve the quality of your Reikiri, you must increase the lightning element in your body. That is to say, first, I will increase the strength of the Thunderbolt. Then your practice will not only be to break the Thunderbolt, but also to absorb the broken Thunderbolt, until you can directly absorb the Thunderbolt. Namikaze Tianming said this lightly, but it scared both Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui. Absorbing heavenly thunder is another method of cultivation that has never been heard of. Can the heavenly thunder still be absorbed? But after just a moment's pause, Hitaki Kakashi looked at Namikaze Tianming with anticipation. Hitaki Kakashi never doubted Namikaze Tianming's words. So, Hitaki Kakashi immediately summoned out the purple sky thunder. Namikaze Tianming also pointed toward the sky tacitly, and the lightning in the dark clouds in the skies suddenly turned into a sea of thunder.
You can even see thunder dragons swimming in it. Hitaki Kakashi didn't waste any time and soared into the sky.
In an instant, 2 thunder dragons flew towards Hitaki Kakashi with even greater momentum. Ah! Similarly, Hitaki Kakashi also screamed. Hitaki Kakashi was covered in smoke and fell straight down from midair. Kakashi-senpai. Uchiha Shisui shouted worriedly and wanted to go over to check on Hitaki Kakashi's injuries. Who knew that Hitaki Kakashi struggled to get up from the ground, and then took out a small porcelain bottle from somewhere. Then he carefully poured out a black pill from the small porcelain bottle and swallowed it in one gulp. Advertisement that action was so skillful that it made people feel distressed. In just a few seconds, Hitaki Kakashi's injuries were healed. Then Hitaki Kakashi roared again, and took Reikiri towards the thunder dragon in the sky again. Sir, what is this? What is this? Even with such a shocking scene, Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but stutter. Oh, you mean the pill that Kakashi took? It was just an ordinary healing pill. After all, Kakashi's injuries were not serious. Namikaze Tianming explained with a smile. The injury isn't serious? Senior Kakashi was bleeding from all 7 orifices just now. Uchiha Shisui's eyes kept twitching, but he didn't dare to say anything. Maybe, the injury was not serious. After all, Senior Kakashi is still alive and well. While Uchiha Shisui was deep in thought, Namikaze Tianming patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Okay, Kakashi and Guy have arranged their training, now it's your turn. Looking at Namikaze Tianming's harmless smile, Uchiha Shisui's heart skipped a beat, but in the end, her expectations outweighed her fears. Uchiha Shisui asked excitedly, Sir, are you really willing to guide me in my practice? Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly. Why is that so difficult? Thank you, sir. Uchiha Shisui felt his heartbeat and breathing speed up involuntarily. Especially after seeing what I have seen and heard here, seeing the unique practice methods of Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy, it would be a lie to say that I am not envious. Since you just got here, I'll give you a simple and basic one first. Namikaze Tianming pinched his chin and thought for a while, then spoke slowly. Chapter 32. Hasn't this already begun? Sir, when do we start? Uchiha Shisui looked at Namikaze Tianming excitedly. Unexpectedly, Namikaze Tianming smiled strangely. Hasn't it already begun? Uchiha Shisui. Namikaze Tianming pointed to the ground and said, Look here. Ah. Uchiha Shisui looked down and was so scared that he let out a scream. The ground beneath his feet disappeared, and a dark bottomless pit instantly swallowed Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui fell down uncontrollably, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. I don't know how long I fell. Flutter. Uchiha Shisui only felt that his whole body fell to the ground, and the powerful impact force made his internal organs seem to shift. Uchiha Shisui struggled to get up from the ground, but before he could see his surroundings clearly.
In an instant, countless sounds of breaking through the air reached Uchiha Shisui's ears.
Uchiha Shisui turned his head and saw dense arrows shooting towards him like dark clouds covering the sun.
No matter how well-mannered Uchiha Shisui is, he couldn't help but swear. Obviously, even if he wanted to run now, it was too late. Come out, Susanoo. Uchiha Shisui's pupils suddenly changed color, and his ordinary eyes instantly turned into the shape of a shuriken pattern.
I saw a phantom of a war god wearing green armor, holding a spiral sword with wings on his back, as big as a mountain, covering Uchiha Shisui.
And Uchiha Shisui stood proudly in the middle of the chest of the martial god's phantom. At the moment when Uchiha Shisui's complete form Susanoo was formed, thousands of arrows attacked. Advertisement. The sound of jingling is endless. But soon, Uchiha Shisui discovered something was wrong, although these arrows could not break through Susanoo's defense and hurt himself. But wave after wave of arrows still caused damage to Susanoo. Although Susanoo could recover automatically, the speed of automatic recovery could not keep up with the speed of the arrow damage. If I continue like this, sooner or later I will be pierced by thousands of arrows.
The spiral sword in Susanoo's hand was spinning at high speed, and with a sweep of the spiral sword, it destroyed all the arrows in front of her. There were just waves of arrows coming one after another, endlessly. With a flick of the wings behind him, Uchiha Shisui flew into the air. However, the second wave of arrows that followed seemed to be tracking intelligently, turning a corner and attacking Uchiha Shisui's back. Uchiha Shisui didn't even turn his head, and the wings behind him flapped as if they had eyes. The wings that cover the sky and the sun are like two sharp swords that can cut off all the incoming arrows. Yasaka's Magatama, a shuriken with the same pattern as the Uchiha Shisui Sharingan, as if it was magnified hundreds of times, flew out from the hand of the martial god's phantom. The difference was that it was attached with Uchiha Shisui's powerful green chakra. Boom! The Yasaka Magatama and the arrow collided with each other, and an earth-shaking explosion sounded. Another round of arrows was completely destroyed. Unfortunately, a whole new wave of arrows followed. Susanoo 99. Uchiha Shisui roared, and swung the spiral sword in the hand of the god of war, and countless arrows transformed from green chakra gushed out from the spiral sword. The sound of explosions rang out everywhere. If it weren't for the deafening sound, it would have seemed as if countless gorgeous fireworks were blooming in the sky. After a long time, the waves of arrow attacks finally ended. Before Uchiha Shisui could even catch his breath, the scenery around him suddenly changed. Uchiha Shisui was surprised to find that there was suddenly water all around him. No one knew when the complete form of Susanoo that was originally activated disappeared. Did I fall into the sea? Advertisement. Before Uchiha Shisui could think about it, a suffocating feeling came over him. Oh no, I can't breathe, I have to swim upstream. Moreover, Uchiha Shisui discovered that a huge shark as big as a ship was rushing towards him. However, Uchiha Shisui was not panicked at all. The moment the shark attacked, he dodged the shark's bite with a slight flash. He even took the opportunity to go around the shark's head, use the force to jump up and swim upwards. How could the shark that missed the target have ever suffered such an injustice? Could humans step on its proud head? The angry shark sped up and chased after it. However, Uchiha Shisui used the same trick again and took advantage of the impact of the shark to swim upwards. And so on and so forth. Finally, Uchiha Shisui saw the light, and took advantage of the impact of the shark to jump up again, and finally jumped out of the water. Thank you, shark. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have reached the shore so quickly. When Uchiha Shisui reached the shore, he happily waved and thanked the shark in the water. However, the shark didn't understand what Uchiha Shisui said, and could only grimace in frustration in the water. The helpless shark could only turn around and go back to the deep water while cursing. After saying goodbye to the shark, Uchiha Shisui began to pay attention to his surroundings. Snow is flying all over the sky, snow-capped mountains stretch out. This is actually a world of ice and snow. Roar. With a roar, the snow-capped mountains in the distance turn into ice giants holding ice hammers. Kill. A huge ice and snow hammer fell from the sky. Gone. Come back. Susanoo. Uchiha Shisui gritted his teeth and summoned the perfect form of Susanoo once again, and got into a tough battle. Chapter 33. Naruto has been flirting with girls since he was a child. It's finally over, otherwise I would have really died here. Uchiha Shisui collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He didn't know how long he had been here, he only knew that there was endless killing here. He had just repelled the snow mountain giant in the ice and snow world, and before he had time to be happy, the surroundings immediately turned into a sea of fire. Countless monsters with blazing flames on their bodies pounced on him. Then there was a desert world, with black snakes that could burrow into the sand. Then there was a forest with countless vines that could strangle animals. Uchiha Shisui's chakra has been exhausted. Uchiha Shisui, you can be called a genius? You can't even pass the simplest test of the teacher, you are useless. Angle. Uchiha Shisui gritted his teeth and punched the ground, feeling extremely regretful and secretly hating himself for not being strong enough. At this moment, a light flashed in the sky and a figure fell from the sky. Sir, is that you? Uchiha Shisui suddenly opened his eyes wide and struggled to get up from the ground. The person who came was Namikaze Tianming. As soon as Namikaze Tianming landed, he saw Uchiha Shisui saying with a guilty look on his face. Sir, I'm sorry Shisui disappoints you. Disappointed? Disappointed about what? Namikaze Tianming blinked, not quite understanding what Uchiha Shisui meant. Shisui couldn't even pass the simplest test, sir, I'm so ashamed. Uchiha Shisui lowered his head, blaming himself, huh? Aren't you doing a good job of this? As if he understood what Uchiha Shisui meant, Namikaze Tianming shook his head and laughed. Then sir, are you here to expel me this time? Uchiha Shisui raised his head in surprise and looked at Namikaze Tianming with joy. Why should I expel you? I'm here to give you something. Namikaze Tianming said with a smile on his face. Speaking of this, Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but blush. Uchiha Shisui was sent into the 5 elements killing formation by Namikaze Tianming before. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. Advertisement. Originally, Namikaze Tianming had expected that he would give Uchiha Shisui several bottles of recovery pills in advance. Every time Uchiha Shisui experiences a killing array of one attribute, he can take the elixir and then fight the next round of killing arrays of other attributes. As a result, Namikaze Tianming forgot about it. What surprised Namikaze Tianming was that Uchiha Shisui was so tenacious that he actually forced his way through the 5 elements killing formation. Although his condition is pretty bad, it is already very good and he deserves the title of genius. Upon learning the purpose of Namikaze Tianming's visit, Uchiha Shisui was overjoyed and happily took the bottles of chi restoring pills given by Namikaze Tianming. After taking just one pill, Uchiha Shisui felt the power of this pill. With just one small pill, in less than a minute, his chakra was replenished again, and his condition was better than ever. Okay, I know what you mean, hurry up and practice. Namikaze Tianming waved his hand, not giving Uchiha Shisui the chance to say anything corny, and simply stretched out his hand and pushed Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Shisui fell into the 5 elements killing formation again. Moreover, this time the power of the 5 elements killing formation has increased by 1/10 compared to before. Seeing the confident Uchiha Shisui, Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly. It seems that this 5 elements killing formation will not be able to trap Uchiha Shisui for long. Itachi Kakashi, Might Guy, and Uchiha Shisui have been training for a while. After seeing that they had all made great progress, Namikaze Tianming nodded with relief, randomly found a space node near the Konoha Shinobi School and stepped out. Huh? Time flies by so fast? Is winter here so soon? Looking at the slowly falling snowflakes, Namikaze Tianming stretched out his hand and murmured. Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but stop and watch the beautiful snow scene. But at this moment, several childish but annoying voices rang out. Her eyes are white and look so spooky, she's so different from us. Humph, it's simply a monster, white-eyed monster, stay away from us, we don't want to play with you. Namikaze Tianming looked over in the direction of the sound and saw a few little kids making some snowballs and throwing them at a little girl. Seeing the little girl who was hit and dared not say a word out of grievance, the little boys laughed even louder. Namikaze Tianming shook his head helplessly. Little brat, you will regret your behavior today when you grow up. You know, this little girl is the future crown princess, Hyuga Hinata. Hey, don't bully her. In the distance, a little boy who was swinging on a swing jumped down from the swing and ran over with bangs on his shoulders. Namikaze Tianming looked closely and realized that this was his nephew, the crown prince of Konoha, the future child of destiny, Uzumaki Naruto. At such a young age, you already know how to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Advertisement. It turns out that flirting with girls is something you have to learn since childhood. As expected, he is Yang Daime's son. Could this be hereditary? Namikaze Tianming looked at little Naruto in admiration. Who are you? The 3 kids looked at little Naruto with an unhappy look on their faces. HMPH, carrot. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage. Little Naruto put his hands on his hips, very proud. What? Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the 4th generation's purpose? No way? 2 of the children were startled and became timid. Ha ha ha, even if you are the son of the 4th generation master, so what, do you think you can become Hokage just like that? Dream on. The older of the 3 children gritted his teeth and spoke stubbornly. I think you are a fool. HMPH, I'm going to become the Hokage on my own, so you better wake up. Shadow clone technique. Little Naruto made seals with his hands and roared. 2 streams of smoke rose up, and 2 tiny Narutos the size of thumbs appeared among the children. 3 children. Little Naruto. Lol. Ha 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 ha, you still want to be Hokage with this, ha 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 ha. The 3 children laughed heartily. However, Namikaze Tianming, who was watching from a distance, did frown. Something was wrong. Logically speaking, in his previous life, Naruto became the last one, because he had 9 tails sealed in his body, and his chakra was also sealed. But Naruto's talent is actually very terrifying. However, in this life, 9 tails has clearly been taken in by me, and the seal no longer exists, so how could this situation still occur? A gleam of light flashed in Namikaze Tianming's eyes, and Namikaze Tianming could immediately see little Naruto's physical condition clearly. Why does Naruto have a hidden 8-sign seal? Namikaze Tianming was a little surprised. If he hadn't looked carefully, he really wouldn't have been able to find the seal. It was hidden too deeply. But who is the creator of this 8-sign seal? Chapter 34. Hinata, I can only help you so far. Bang. Bang bang. The three kids each punched little Naruto, leaving him with a black eye and a swollen face. The older kid went even further, with a flying kick he kicked little Naruto to the ground. Hyuga Hinata watched this scene worriedly and wanted to help little Naruto. She recognized this little boy who brought her home when she ran away from home a while ago. But due to her own personality, little Hinata could never take that step. I was so anxious that tears were falling. Just as the three children were laughing with their hands on their hips, Namikaze Tianming slowly walked over. The little Naruto who fell to the ground immediately recognized his loving uncle. Tears of grievance welled up in my eyes, second uncle. The three children's expressions changed. This Chunin was actually little Naruto's second uncle? Although he was afraid, the leading little boy shouted bravely. You are an adult, are you going to bully us kids? After saying that, he sniffed his nose hard. Namikaze Tianming's eyes twitched slightly. As expected, naughty kids always deserve a beating no matter which world they're in. I don't bother to bully you, he alone is enough. Namikaze Tianming smiled, then pointed at little Naruto and said. Little Naruto was confused. Does his uncle trust him so much? Him? Ha 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 ha, is this adult crazy? Is he an idiot? The three children were stunned, and then they all burst into laughter at the same time, their tone full of disdain. You know, little Naruto was just beaten up by them. So what if he's the Hokage's son? Namikaze Tianming didn't get angry with them, but smiled and waved to little Naruto. Seeing his second uncle waving, little Naruto quickly got up from the ground and ran to Namikaze Tianming. You know what, little Naruto is still very cute at this time. Namikaze Tianming smiled, stretched out a finger, and lightly touched little Naruto's forehead. Invisible runes flowed out from Namikaze Tianming's fingertips and poured into little Naruto's body. As soon as those runes entered little Naruto's body, they attacked the hidden 8-sign seals like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, then tore them apart and destroyed them. 8-sign seal was unlocked by Namikaze Tianming with just one finger. Little Naruto covered his forehead. He didn't know why, but his whole body felt warm after being poked by his uncle. Advertisement and little Naruto now feels extremely relaxed all over. Go ahead, Naruto, as a man, if you get hit, you have to hit me back. You are the son of the 4th Hokage, you must defeat them head on. Namikaze Tianming touched little Naruto's head and smiled. I don't know why, but little Naruto feels full of strength at this moment. Naruto, just use that move from before. Unexpectedly, as soon as Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, the three naughty kids on the opposite side burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, the kids are idiots, but I didn't expect the adults are idiots too. The shadow clone just now, is that also called shadow clone? Do you think that just by poking him lightly like that, his shadow clone will become more powerful? I am dying of laughter, ha 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 ha. Don't look down on me, I will definitely defeat you this time. Little Naruto clenched his fists and shouted through gritted teeth, unwilling to be outdone. In the distance, little Hinata blushed and stared at little Naruto blankly, making mosquito-like noises. Naruto, come on, hey, I definitely will. Little Naruto grinned and gave little Hinata a confident thumbs up. Little Hinata was startled and her whole face turned red instantly. She didn't expect that her small voice could be heard by Naruto. Stop being so arrogant, wait till we give you another beating. The leading kid pointed at little Naruto and cursed, then looked at Namikaze Tianming suspiciously. Are you sure you won't do anything? Namikaze Tianming smiled and shook his head, then quietly walked to a chair aside and sat down. The meaning was very clear. Hey, don't blame us for being too harsh later, although small, this child is really. Young Naruto faced the three men and swallowed nervously. But soon, little Naruto thought about how much his second uncle trusted him, and little Hinata cheered him on. Shadow clone technique. Little Naruto made seals with his hands and roared with confidence. Puff, 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 puff. Suddenly, hundreds of white smoke emerged from all directions. The white smoke dissipated, and little Naruto's clones surrounded the three naughty kids. Advertisement: the three naughty kids were all scared. Wow. Mom, save me. The three naughty kids stumbled away crying and shouting. Little Naruto, the winner, woohoo. The victorious little Naruto jumped up happily and gave a scissors hand gesture to little Hinata. The clones around him were also dissolved at this moment, and then all disappeared. On the other hand, Namikaze Tianming was looking at little Naruto with a thoughtful look. If he heard correctly just now, the ninjutsu performed by little Naruto was clearly the shadow clone technique, but the actual effect was multiple shadow clone techniques. Even though the names of these two ninjutsu only differ by 2 characters, the difficulty level is vastly different. If you don't have enough chakra, multiple shadow clone can't be activated at all, and forcing it to activate may even threaten your life. Could it be that this was the gift of the child of destiny? Could he learn it on his own without a teacher? Uncle, I did it. I'm not the last one. I can definitely become the Hokage. Little Naruto excitedly ran to Namikaze Tianming with both fists clenched tightly. He was so happy today. As the son of the 4th Hokage, he is the last in the ninja school. Although little Naruto doesn't say it on the surface, he actually cares a lot about it. Namikaze Tianming smiled and patted little Naruto's head. Uncle, let's go back together. Father said you haven't been to our house for a long time. He misses you. Little Naruto held one of Namikaze Tianming's fingers with his tender hands and begged. Namikaze Tianming looked at little Naruto helplessly. Naruto, we're going home, what about her? Namikaze Tianming pointed at little Hinata, and little Hinata's face turned red again. Then Hinata must be going back to her own home. Little Naruto shook his little head, looking confused. Namikaze Tianming sighed softly, then grabbed little Naruto's right hand and walked step by step to little Hinata. Then he grabbed Hinata's left hand and held the two little hands together. Naruto, you must remember from now on that protecting girls is our responsibility as men, so you are responsible for escorting little Hinata home. If you can't even protect little Hinata, how can you become Hokage and protect everyone in the future? Namikaze Tianming's words were deeply engraved in little Naruto's young heart. Uncle, I understand. Little Naruto, Hinata-chan, I'll take you home. Little Hinata. Subset of, looking at the backs of the two children, Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly. Hinata-chan, I can only help you so far. Chapter 35. Shimura Danzo, it's you again. Konoha village, in a secret room. Namikaze Tianming opened his eyes and slowly raised his right hand. A black rune in his hand was running around like a headless fly. This black rune is just a remnant of the 8-sign seal that sealed little Naruto's chakra. The sky and the earth are boundless, and I will chase you for thousands of miles. There was a gleam of light in Namikaze Tianming's eyes, and the black rune in his hand soared into the sky and flew quickly towards somewhere. Namikaze Tianming also slowly closed his eyes. Wherever the black rune went, he could see it clearly. The black rune turned again and again within Konoha village and suddenly drilled into the ground. In a secret room somewhere, Shimura Danzo, who was practicing, suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a palpitation. But after looking around for a few times, Shimura Danzo didn't find anything unusual, so he closed his eyes again and entered a state of meditation. At the same time, Namikaze Tianming also opened his eyes, and a flash of murderous intent flashed across his eyes. It's you, Tienming, have you really found out who put the seal? The ones who spoke were the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato and his wife Uzumaki Kushina, who were watching from the side. Turned out to be, after little Naruto sent little Hinata back to Hyuga's house, he excitedly took Namikaze Tianming back home. When Mr. and Mrs. Minato saw Namikaze Tianming, they were naturally happy to entertain him. After dinner, little Naruto couldn't wait to show off today's harvest in front of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Multiple shadow clone technique. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina were really surprised and happy to see a room full of little Naruto clones. Naruto, how did you master this shadow clone? Advertisement. Namikaze Minato smiled happily until his eyes narrowed. Little Naruto pointed at Namikaze Tianming and said, at that time, my second uncle tapped my forehead, and I felt warm all over, full of strength, and I used it all at once. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina were slightly stunned, and then coaxed little Naruto to the room aside to play. Namikaze Minato, who was originally smiling, suddenly changed his expression and became as gloomy as water. Then, Namikaze Minato looked at Namikaze Tianming and asked, Tianming, did you find something? Namikaze Tianming looked at Namikaze Minato with some surprise, nodded and smiled. Well, there is a hidden seal on little Naruto that seals his chakra. It seems that Big Brother has already discovered it? Namikaze Minato nodded, but quickly shook his head and slowly expressed his doubts. It's more of a guess than a discovery. Although Kushina and I are not very talented, we believe that our children will definitely not be unable to learn Shadow Clone. But we didn't find any clues on Naruto. So, I can only guess, maybe someone secretly poisoned Naruto, or someone secretly sealed Naruto's chakra. But our suspicions have never been confirmed. Uzumaki Kushina also nodded. Apparently, Namikaze Minato had discussed this topic with her before. Namikaze Tianming, on the other hand, looked at Namikaze Minato with admiration. Brother, you are worthy of being the fourth Hokage. It's amazing that you can find these things. Namikaze Minato sighed in frustration. Hey, what am I? I can't compare to you, my second brother. You not only discovered the problem with Naruto, but you also solved it. Compared to my second brother, I am really nothing. Ha ha ha, big brother, there's no need to sigh. As the Hokage of Konoha village, you're busy with official duties and don't have time to delve into it. Advertisement and I just happened to have seen this hidden ceiling formation, it was just a coincidence. Namikaze Tianming smiled and patted Namikaze Minato's shoulder to comfort him. Tianming, do you know who put the seal on Naruto? However, Uzumaki Kushina on the side couldn't help it anymore and asked while suppressing his anger. Namikaze Tianming shook his head, have no idea. Hearing Namikaze Tianming's answer, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina's eyes flashed with disappointment. But I have a way to find out who it is, Namikaze Tianming smiled. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina were overjoyed and did not have time to blame Namikaze Tianming for breathing heavily while talking. They urged Namikaze Tianming to use the tracking technique. So there was the scene at the beginning. The Minato couple nervously held each other's hands and stared at Namikaze Tianming. Tianming, have you really found out who put the seal? Namikaze Tianming nodded and spoke slowly, Shimura Danzo. What? It's him. Namikaze Minato's eyes widened in shock, he never thought it would be like this. Shimura Danzo, I'm going to kill him. Uzumaki Kushina's eyebrows were raised and her hair was flying because of anger. Kushina, Calm down. Namikaze Minato quickly grabbed his wife, fearing that she would go to Shimura Danzo to settle the score immediately. Minato, how can you ask me to calm down? Shimura Danzo, when did we offend him? He actually attacked our child? Uzumaki Kushina felt anger rushing to her head. She couldn't wait any longer and wished she could see Shimura Danzo die in front of her right now. Chapter 36. Danzo is not even half as good as me. This revenge must be avenged. I can't bear it. Kushina is already extremely furious. Apart from Namikaze Minato, little Naruto is her Achilles heel. Although Kushina lost 9 tails, the 9 tails chakra remaining in Kushina's body did not reduce Kushina's strength much. On the contrary, because the 9 tails chakra has become less, Kushina is easier to master. Therefore, the pressure emanating from Kushina is still terrifying. Looking at the furious Kushina, Namikaze Minato sighed helplessly. How could he not be angry too? Sister-in-law, don't be anxious. Brother doesn't mean he won't take revenge. Namikaze Tianming also stepped forward to dissuade him. Although I am sure that it was Shimura Danzo who did it, we have no evidence. Moreover, Shimura Danzo is in a high position and is the leader of the root organization. If we act rashly, we will not only encounter obstacles, but we will also have trouble explaining to the 3rd Hokage. Besides, as the 4th Hokage, Big Brother has a lot to consider. In front of Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina doesn't have to think about anything and can do whatever he wants. But in front of Namikaze Tianming, Kushina still gives him some face. After listening to Namikaze Tianming's analysis, Kushina finally calmed down. What Tienming said does make sense, but we can't just let it go. Yes, don't worry, honey. I will never let Shimura Danzo go just like that. Namikaze Minato quickly comforted him and quietly gave Namikaze Tianming a thumbs up. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Since Shimura Danzo dares to provoke us, we naturally won't be afraid of him. Brother, as the 4th Hokage, there are some things that are inconvenient for you to do, so leave it to me. Shimura Danzo was the person Namikaze Tianming was originally going to deal with, but he didn't expect that Shimura Danzo would dare to reach out to his own family. That would really be self-destruction. Tianming, thank you for your hard work. You must be careful. Kushina looked at Namikaze Tianming with some concern. She also knew that sometimes one really had no choice. Advertisement, haha, sister-in-law, just leave this matter to me. Your mission is to protect Naruto. I believe that you will receive good news after a while. Namikaze Tianming grinned and promised. Thank you for your hard work, my second brother. Kushina was so moved that her eyes turned red. Tianming, you must be careful. The aura of Shimura Danzo is very strange. Don't be careless. Namikaze Minato also reminded him, although he also wanted to do it himself. But Shimura Danzo gave him a very strange feeling, very cold, and Namikaze Minato could feel a hint of danger. Haha, don't worry, big brother. Danzo is just a nobody. He's not even half as good as me. I don't take him seriously at all. Namikaze Tianming smiled. It seemed that his elder brother was not as stupid as he looked. He still found a lot of clues, but it's better this way, otherwise, how can I secure the position of Hokage? After Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, he disappeared. Minato, don't worry, Tianming's strength is probably above yours. I believe he can do it. Kushina saw the worried look in Namikaze Minato's eyes and couldn't help but comfort him. Haha, Kushina, I know Tianming's strength, but he is my brother, my relative, how can I not worry? It seemed that Kushina's comfort worked, and the worry in Namikaze Minato's eyes was much less. Then Namikaze Minato hugged Kushina, looked in a certain direction and spoke slowly. Yeah, I know. Kushina nodded. She knew that the direction Minato was looking at was the direction of Namikaze Tianming's house. Namikaze Tianming, who returned to the system space, raised his mouth into a beautiful arc. Shimura Danzo, your death is not far away. Advertisement. About 2 or 3 months later, a piece of news was like a bomb dropped into the nest of spectators, causing an uproar. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, his son Uzumaki Naruto, was originally the last in the class and couldn't even use shadow clone smoothly. All of a sudden, it was as if he had gotten enlightened and turned into a genius. Not only did he master multiple shadow clone techniques without any guidance, he could even learn other ninjutsu in one go. He has the style of his father, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. The name of the Yellow Flash successor spread like wildfire. The various families in Konoha village had different reactions to this news. Those families who support the 4th Hokage are naturally very happy. The stronger Uzumaki Naruto's talent is, the greater his future achievements will be. Konoha village will have another pillar. Moreover, over the years, the title of Konoha village genius has been monopolized by the younger generation of ninjas from the Uchiha clan. For example, Uchiha Shisui, and also Uchiha Itachi. This is definitely bad news for the Uchiha clan. The sudden death of Uchiha Shisui had already caught the Uchiha clan off guard. Now the 4th Hokage's son is actually also a genius. If he grows up, he will be a huge threat to the Uchiha clan. The coup d'état must be put on the agenda. In addition to these forces, the most unexpected one is naturally Shimura Danzo. Sealing little Naruto's chakra is also part of Shimura Danzo's plan. The son of the 4th Hokage is actually a loser who doesn't even know basic ninjutsu. Even if the 4th Hokage cannot be forced to step down, he will at least lose face. But it had not been discovered for so many years, and now it has been cracked. Danzo was very surprised. You know, this hidden 8-sign seal was something he worked hard to research. It seems that not all the people around the 4th generation are useless. They can crack my 8-sign seal. When I succeed, I will meet you sooner or later. Shimura Danzo, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes, and the Sharingan on his right side emitted a red light, which was extremely strange. After muttering to himself, Shimura Danzo closed his eyes again and entered a state of training. Chapter 37. The coup d'état comes ahead of schedule, undercurrents surge. Konoha Village, the Uchiha clan's land, in a secret room with the Uchiha clan emblem carved on it. The head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, folded his arms across his chest and looked quietly at the clan emblem on the wall. There was silence all around. Behind him, there was a young man half kneeling. It was Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, I heard that there is a new genius ninja recently. Do you know about it? Yes, this genius ninja is the 4th Hokage's son, Uzumaki Naruto, and he goes to the same school as Sasuke. I heard that his talent is no worse than that of the 4th Hokage. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head, so his expression could not be seen, and his voice was low but powerful. Do you know how big of a shock it would be to our Uchiha clan if we let this Uzumaki Naruto grow up? Uchiha Fugaku turned around suddenly and stared directly at Uchiha Itachi. Father, he is still just a child, he hasn't even graduated from the ninja school yet. Uchiha Itachi raised his head, somewhat incredulous, as if he heard something else in his father's words. Itachi, do you know why your father called you here this time? Uchiha Fugaku looked serious. Please explain it to me, father. Uchiha Itachi already had a guess in his mind. Itachi, you must not forget the mission of our Uchiha clan. We have been forbearing for too long. It is time to revive the glory of our Uchiha clan. There was suddenly a hint of excitement in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Father, do you really want to do this? Uchiha Itachi still refused to give in. How should he choose for his village and his people? Itachi, Konoha has no room for us anymore. We, the Uchiha clan, must find another way out. Originally, the death of Uchiha Shisui caused our Uchiha clan to lose a lot of fighting power, and we had to postpone our plans. Advertisement, but God will not destroy my Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku became more and more excited, walked to Uchiha Itachi, helped Uchiha Itachi up, and continued. Itachi, it's all because of you. You're the one who gave us hope. Your Mangekyo Sharingan is our confidence. Father, how did you know? Uchiha Itachi took 2 steps back in shock. He had never told anyone about the Mangekyo Sharingan. That's because I have eyes like this too. As soon as Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, his eyes suddenly changed. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi, now that you have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, you naturally know how powerful it is. I know you think differently and don't want bloodshed and sacrifice. As a father, I also respect your path, so I thought about it for a long time and finally came up with a compromise. In my name as the head of the Uchiha clan, and in your status as an Anbu directly under the Hokage, we will join forces as father and son and wait for the opportunity to act. We can definitely control Konoha's top brass quietly, and in this way, we can complete this transformation without bloodshed. Uchiha Fugaku looked straight at Uchiha Itachi, full of anticipation. However, Uchiha Itachi was caught in a dilemma and couldn't move forward or backward. On the cliff of Nanhi River, Uchiha Itachi looked at the place where Uchiha Shisui jumped off the cliff to commit suicide. The surging river was just like Uchiha Itachi's heart at the moment, unable to calm down. Shisui, I can't protect the village and the Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi's tone was full of helplessness. The scene changes. Under a towering tree, Uchiha Itachi looked at Hitaki Kakashi, who was a little confused. Captain, you said your Sharingan was entrusted to you by your friend. So, do we have to respond to our friend's wishes? Advertisement. Hearing Uchiha Itachi ask this, Hitaki Kakashi was slightly stunned, thinking secretly in his heart. Teacher Tienming asked Itachi and I to team up. I'm afraid it was just for today? Immediately, Hitaki Kakashi straightened his back and his voice became deeper. Personally, I think so. After hearing what Hitaki Kakashi said, Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes and had already made up his mind. So, Uchiha Itachi reported the news of the Uchiha clan's planned coup to the Konoha high-level officials. As always, Konoha's top brass did not have a proper solution. A peaceful resolution to a coup seems to exist only in ideals. And Shimura Danzo also insisted on taking the initiative and annihilating the Uchiha clan. After the meeting, Shimura Danzo only gave Uchiha Itachi 2 choices. One is to rebel with the Uchiha clan and then be exterminated by Konoha. Otherwise, you can stand on the side of the village and help destroy the Uchiha clan, so that Uchiha Sasuke can be saved. Uchiha Sasuke is actually Uchiha Itachi's soft rib. I have to say, if nothing unexpected happens, Uchiha Itachi's weakness is firmly grasped by Shimura Danzo. After some consideration, Uchiha Itachi finally made a decision. In system space, ice and iron meet, anger and roar. Figures kept falling down. Among these figures, there are old and young, men and women. But without exception, the people who took action showed no mercy and killed them all with their katana in hand. And the person holding the kodachi is none other than Uchiha Shisui. If Uchiha Itachi saw this scene, he would definitely be extremely surprised. Shisui like this is really too strange. Ending war with war is what Uchiha Shisui least wanted to see. Chapter 38. Shisui and Itachi meet again. Sure enough, sir, you are right. Ending war with war is not necessarily wrong. What's important is who we are fighting for. As the last enemy around him fell, Uchiha Shisui muttered expressionlessly. Ever since he had the energy-restoring pill given by Namikaze Tianming, Uchiha Shisui quickly adapted to the five elements killing formation. Not long after, Uchiha Shisui broke through the five elements killing formation with a crushing momentum. Afterwards, Uchiha Shisui came to another formation. In this formation, Uchiha Shisui met familiar faces one after another. There are ninjas from Konoha village and even Uchiha clan members. There are elite ninjas with powerful ninjutsu, and there are also old, weak and sick people who look harmless. But without exception, they all tried different ways to take Uchiha Shisui's life. After experiencing betrayals, sneak attacks, and near-death experiences time and time again, Uchiha Shisui's mentality has changed. Finally, Uchiha Shisui raised the Kodachi in his hand. As the Uchiha Shisui, who looked exactly like him and had the same abilities and ninjutsu fell, Uchiha Shisui seemed to be sublimated. Uchiha Shisui did it, defeated himself, broke through himself. At the same time, Namikaze Tianming appeared next to Uchiha Shisui. Gentlemen, Uchiha Shisui was delighted and shouted happily. Shisui, your performance really exceeded my expectations. You actually managed to do it in such a short time. Uchiha Shisui's performance was naturally noticed by Namikaze Tianming. It is thanks to Sir that Shisui was able to clear her inner demons. Uchiha Shisui lowered his head, his previous thoughts were indeed too idealistic. Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly, she liked this kind of smart kid. Shisui, I'm happy that you have such awareness, but you must also remember that I will not force you to change your path, it is still up to you to walk it. Namikaze Tianming put his hands behind his back and spoke in a profound manner. Uchiha Shisui. Shisui knows, advertisement Namikaze Tianming. Well, I came here this time because I want you to do something with me. Uchiha Shisui. Please give me your orders, sir, I will do my best to serve you. Namikaze Tianming. The Uchiha clan is preparing to launch a coup, we should do something. Yes. Uchiha Shisui frowned, he didn't expect that this would finally happen. But soon Uchiha Shisui's brows relaxed and his eyes became determined. Konoha village, in a forest, Uchiha Itachi is jumping around in the woods. He is going to find someone, a masked man who also has Sharingan. But at this moment, three figures suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi stopped quickly. His keen intuition made him feel that any one of the three people in front of him exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Itachi, where are you going? Uchiha Shisui on the left took a step forward and spoke slowly. Hearing this familiar voice, Uchiha Itachi was slightly stunned and could hardly believe his eyes. Wasn't Shisui dead? Why did he suddenly appear here? That's right, the ones blocking Uchiha Itachi's way were Namikaze Tianming, Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui. Namikaze Tianming looked at Uchiha Itachi with some emotion. Although the Uchiha clan's coup was brought forward, Uchiha Itachi's choice remained unchanged. You are not Shisui, I won't allow you to insult him. Uchiha Itachi said in a deep voice, to him. Uchiha Shisui was like his elder brother, and now someone actually turned into his appearance to deceive him. This was an insult to Shisui and was unforgivable. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Itachi takes the lead in attacking. The huge fireball instantly hit Uchiha Shisui's face. Itachi, please listen to my explanation first. Uchiha Shisui was about to explain, but the fireball had already rushed over, and Uchiha Shisui quickly used the flickering technique to dodge the attack. Advertisement: the fireball passes by Uchiha Shisui and goes straight to Namikaze Tianming and Hitaki Kakashi. Namikaze Tianming sneered, fire style? Have you ever killed anyone in the Hokage world? Even Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu doesn't seem to have a very impressive record. But I still have to make the Namikaze Tianming look. Water style. Water barrier. Namikaze Tianming didn't even move his hands, he just shouted and a wall of water appeared out of nowhere and swallowed the fireball. Fire style Phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Itachi was seen spitting out flames from his mouth, which spread out in all directions like impatient seeds that flew out at the touch of a button, attacking Namikaze Tianming, Hitaki Kakashi, and Uchiha Shisui respectively. This scene is spectacular, however, although this attack looked gorgeous and powerful, it was easily avoided by Namikaze Tianming and the other two. Itachi, take a good look at who I am. Uchiha Shisui was already a little anxious at this time, and quickly used the instant body technique. In an instant, Uchiha Shisui suddenly split into several physical clones. This is exactly what Uchiha Shisui is famous for. Body flicker technique? Impossible, don't try to fool me. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's thoughts were in a mess, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He didn't know whether he should believe what he saw. If Uchiha Shisui is dead, then who is this person in front of him? His aura is exactly the same as Uchiha Shisui. If it was the real Uchiha Shisui, then why did he fake his suicide? Why lie to himself? Seeing Uchiha Itachi's doubtful look, Uchiha Shisui took a step forward. Itachi, do you remember what I said? Ninjas are nameless people who support peace in the dark. Uchiha Itachi looked up suddenly, and based on this sentence, Uchiha Itachi knew that this must be Uchiha Shisui. Because, these are the words Uchiha Shisui once told him, and these words are like a brand, deeply imprinted in Uchiha Itachi's heart. This is why Uchiha Itachi chose to stand on the side of the village this time. He has to bear everything silently and walk his own way, even if this way is full of misunderstandings and pain. Chapter 39. Uchiha Itachi, you're too weak, Shisui, why is this happening? Why did you lie to me? Although he was puzzled, Uchiha Itachi was still very happy to see that Uchiha Shisui was still alive. However, Uchiha Itachi's tone remained cold, not letting his emotions show. Itachi, Uchiha Shisui couldn't bear it, but he didn't want Uchiha Itachi to misunderstand. At this moment, two figures suddenly came to his side. Captain Kakashi. And, you are, 4th Hokage-sama's younger brother, Namikaze Tianming. Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly, then relaxed. I'm afraid all of this is from your hands, right? Uchiha Itachi looked directly at Namikaze Tianming and questioned sharply. Namikaze Tianming nodded. Indeed, these were all arranged by him. There was nothing wrong with admitting it. Uchiha Itachi frowned, and his eyes suddenly changed into the form of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui saw this and quickly stepped in front of Namikaze Tianming and explained. Itachi, you can't be rude to the gentleman. If it weren't for the gentleman, I'm afraid you would never see me again. Shisui, what's going on? Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly. Itachi, actually, most of what you said before is true. I was indeed ambushed by Shimura Danzo, and my right eye was almost taken away. If the gentleman hadn't reminded me, Shimura Danzo would have successfully attacked me. Besides, it was only because of you that I didn't die at the hands of Shimura Danzo. Even after so long, when Uchiha Shisui talked about this incident, Uchiha Shisui still looked grateful at Namikaze Tianming. Then, why did you lie to me? From the beginning to the end, what Uchiha Itachi cared about was why Uchiha Shisui lied to him. Why not join forces with him to fight against Shimura Danzo? This, Uchiha Shisui didn't know what to say for a moment, because the fake suicide was all arranged by Namikaze Tianming. Let me tell you about this. Namikaze Tianming next to him took a step forward, looked at Uchiha and said in a deep voice. Uchiha Itachi, the reason I'm not telling you the truth is because of you. Uchiha Itachi, you are too weak, advertisement? Uchiha Itachi's pupils suddenly dilated and he looked at Namikaze Tianming in disbelief. He couldn't imagine that Namikaze Tianming would actually say that he was weak. Although Uchiha Itachi is a very humble person, he was still very unconvinced when Namikaze Tianming called him weak on the spot. What? You seem unconvinced. Are you unconvinced? Namikaze Tianming raised the corners of his mouth into a beautiful arc, as if he was deliberately provoking Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi didn't say anything, but Uchiha Itachi's stubborn eyes said it all. A talented boy who joined Anbu and became an elite Jonin at the age of 11, Uchiha Itachi has his own pride. Uchiha Itachi, you're still too young. As soon as Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, a powerful pressure suddenly surged out from Namikaze Tianming like a tide and spread to all directions. Uchiha Itachi was startled, but was horrified to find that he could not move. Uchiha Itachi then realized that this inconspicuous young man, Namikaze Tianming, was actually so terrifying. As expected of you, the younger brother of the 4th Hokage, you are indeed very powerful. Uchiha Itachi panted, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, and spoke slowly. Sir, please show mercy. Uchiha Shisui behind him was suddenly anxious and wanted to plead for Uchiha Itachi, but was stopped by Hitaki Kakashi. Don't worry, the teacher knows what to do, Hitaki Kakashi said while grabbing Uchiha Shisui's arm and shaking his head. Finally, Uchiha Shisui nodded. Indeed, he should trust the gentleman. Feeling the unprecedented terrifying pressure, Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth and persevered. When Uchiha Itachi raised his head again, his eyes had become the Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi let out a low roar, and fiery red chakra suddenly began to emerge from his body. All I saw was a huge red skull sternum covering Uchiha Itachi. This is exactly the first form of Uchiha Itachi Susanoo, which materializes chakra and forms a defense. However, even though Uchiha Itachi summoned the first form of Susanoo, the pressure did not decrease much. Second form. As soon as Uchiha Itachi finished speaking, the chakra in Uchiha Itachi's body started to change again and expanded. Finally, it turned into a red martial god skeleton phantom, looking at Haki incomparably. Namikaze Tianming was also slightly surprised when he saw this scene. Uchiha Itachi had only opened the Mangekyo Sharingan for more than half a year, and Susanoo had developed it to this level. According to Namikaze Tianming's original plan, it would be amazing if Uchiha Itachi could unlock the first form of Susanoo. Uchiha Shisui on the side was also very pleased. Uchiha Itachi did not disappoint him. Advertisement Hitaki Kakashi, on the other hand, was a little dazed when he saw Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo. Because this was the first time he saw Susanoo, and he felt a familiar aura from Uchiha Itachi, this Susanoo. It seems that he has come into contact with this kind of aura before. For Hitaki Kakashi, watching the game this time was like breaking through a layer of window paper and seeing another world. Hitaki Kakashi believed that if he could master this one day, his strength would definitely improve greatly. After Uchiha Itachi activated the second form of Susanoo, the pressure on him was finally relieved a lot. However, before Uchiha Itachi could breathe a sigh of relief, he felt the pressure around him become even more terrifying. It was as if there were countless mountains pressing down on him. I give up. Uchiha Itachi knew that he had lost, and lost completely. He had tried his best, but looking at Namikaze Tianming, he still seemed to be strolling in the garden. Seeing Uchiha Itachi admit defeat, Namikaze Tianming withdrew his pressure. It was enough to achieve his goal. Itachi, now you know why I let Uchiha Shisui put on such a show in front of you, right? It's just to let you open Mangekyo Sharingan as soon as possible, so that you will be qualified to participate in what we are going to do next. Namikaze Tianming looked at Uchiha Itachi and told him his purpose. What do you want me to do? Uchiha Itachi had an inexplicable look in his eyes. After witnessing Namikaze Tianming's terrifying strength, Uchiha Itachi's mentality also changed a little. Are you now going to find a masked man who calls himself Uchiha Madara? Ask him to help you destroy the Uchiha clan and bear the infamy? Namikaze Tianming's eyes were so bright that Uchiha Itachi was stunned. How did he know this? That guy is not Uchiha Madara, it's too early for you to contact him now. Now, all you have to do is accompany me to the Uchiha clan, and leave the matter of the Uchiha clan's rebellion to me. Namikaze Tianming spoke slowly, his unquestionable tone full of confidence. What are you going to do about it? Uchiha Itachi looked up and asked. Itachi, don't ask so many questions. I believe that sir will find a way. Uchiha Shisui spoke quickly from the side. Okay, Namikaze Tianming, I will trust you once. If you can handle the Uchiha clan's coup, why not let me, Uchiha Itachi, obey you? Seeing Uchiha Shisui speaking so much for Namikaze Tianming, Uchiha Itachi decided to trust Namikaze Tianming once. Ha 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 ha, very good, Uchiha Itachi, that's exactly what I wanted you to say. A smile of success flashed across Namikaze Tianming's lips. Chapter 40. Uchiha Tribe Land, Namikaze Tianming appears. The Uchiha clan's homeland, all the members of the Uchiha clan gathered here, talking about the matter. Why did the young patriarch call us here this time? I don't know. Hey, do you know? If I knew, would I still ask you? I guess, could it be that? Well, it's possible. It looks like the time has come to restore the glory of our Uchiha clan. It is our duty to restore the glory of the Uchiha clan. For a moment, all the members of the Uchiha clan were full of enthusiasm and they couldn't wait to take action and launch a coup. However, Uchiha Fugaku, looking at Uchiha Itachi who was silent on the stage, felt something was wrong. Itachi, you gathered everyone here, is there something going on? Uchiha Fugaku narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. At this time, Uchiha Itachi slowly raised his head and looked at the Uchiha clan. The purpose of my gathering the tribesmen this time is to persuade them to give up the coup. As soon as Uchiha Itachi said this, the audience suddenly went into an uproar, and everyone stared at Uchiha Itachi on the stage in amazement. Uchiha Itachi, what do you mean by that? Itachi, are you planning to betray our Uchiha clan? You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Uchiha Itachi, have you forgotten who you are? The Uchiha people were talking about it, questioning it, and cursing it. Quiet. As soon as Uchiha Fugaku opened his mouth, his voice was like thunder, and the originally restless tribesmen suddenly quieted down. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku's prestige is still very high. Itachi, is this the path you've chosen? Advertisement? Uchiha Fugaku's tone was calm, as if he had expected it. Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly. The Uchiha clan had already disappointed him too much. Itachi, have you really thought it through? A beautiful woman also stepped out, walked to Uchiha Fugaku, and spoke softly. This beautiful woman is Uchiha Itachi's mother, Uchiha Makoto. Father, mother, no matter what you say, I still say that giving up the coup is the most correct path for our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi looked at his father and mother with very complicated feelings. Apart from his father and mother, the only one who could influence his emotions was his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke. Fortunately, he went to ninja school today and won't see this scene. Well, you have your way, and I have mine. A coup d'état is the inevitable trend. Itachi, you can't stop it. Uchiha Fugaku still insists on his own way. Only by launching a coup can the Uchiha clan find a way out. What if I'm included? At this moment, a voice came from above. Everyone looked upwards and saw two people wearing masks and standing with their hands behind their backs on the beam above Uchiha Itachi. Then the two of them jumped down and stood between Uchiha Itachi and the Uchiha clan. As the two men slowly took off the masks on their faces, the Uchiha clan finally saw the appearance of the people coming. Many Uchiha people rubbed their eyes in disbelief and confirmed again and again. Am I seeing right? The one on the left is Uchiha Shisui, right? You saw it too? I thought I was the only one who saw it. It's Uchiha Shisui, isn't he dead? I knew Uchiha Shisui wasn't dead, ha 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 ha, this way we'll be more confident of our coup. Are you stupid? Can't you see he's standing with Uchiha Itachi? This situation is not right. I knew it. It was Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui who did it. They faked his death on purpose. Advertisement, traitor. The scum of the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, voices of abuse and condemnation spread among the Uchiha people. On the other hand, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi's eyes were twitching constantly. It seems that I have been ignored. You are the younger brother of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. You are the one who developed the Sky Eye, right? Uchiha Fugaku frowned. Even the 4th Hokage's younger brother appeared here. It seemed that the Uchiha clan's rebellion had been exposed. It is me. Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly. Why did you come to my Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku looked straight at Namikaze Tianming with murderous intent. However, this murderous intention was keenly noticed by Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, who hurried forward to protect Namikaze Tianming on both sides. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, what are you two doing? Have you forgotten your mission? An Uchiha tribe member shouted unwillingly. We have already followed Mr. Tienming. Only in this way can our Uchiha clan have a future. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi speak in unison, presumptuous. Shame on you. Two great geniuses of the Uchiha clan are actually serving as guards for a nobody. You are a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. Namikaze Tianming walked forward without caring. Everyone, be quiet. I believe you have all heard Uchiha Itachi's explanation of my purpose today. I hope you will give up the coup. Impossible. Konoha can no longer accommodate our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku has bad eyes. Chapter 41. Negotiations with the Uchiha clan. What if I say, can it be accommodated? Namikaze Tianming raised his head and said in an unquestionable tone. Just you? What can you guarantee? Countless voices of doubt instantly filled the entire Uchiha territory. Just based on my 4 words, Namikaze Tianming. The moment Namikaze Tianming opened his mouth, another powerful pressure gushed out. If you want to have a say in front of the arrogant Uchiha clan, it is absolutely impossible without convincing strength. Feeling such a powerful pressure, all the Uchiha people's faces suddenly change. Even some weaker Uchiha members were pressed to the ground, unable to get up. Uchiha Fugaku was shocked. He didn't expect Namikaze Tianming to be hiding so deeply. As expected, he is the 4th Hokage's younger brother. I admit that you are indeed quite capable, but how can you make us believe you? Although Uchiha Fugaku remained calm on the surface, he was secretly weighing his options in his heart. Now Konoha's high-level combat force has added another Namikaze Tianming. No, there are also 2 variables, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. If the Uchiha clan rebelled at this time, could they really win? Actually the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Hokage have no prejudice against you, the Uchiha clan. And the ones who took the lead in ostracizing the Uchiha clan were none other than Shimura Danzo and some short-sighted Konoha high-ranking officials. Namikaze Tianming did not give a direct answer, but instead began to analyze. Humph, so what? As long as Shimura Danzo is around, our Uchiha clan will never be treated fairly. Banishing our Uchiha clan to a remote area is intolerable. Uchiha snorted coldly, obviously having been dissatisfied with this policy for a long time. Because of the 9 Tails incident, Shimura Danzo was able to use this as an excuse to gain support from Konoha's top brass. As long as Shimura Danzo is gone, I believe that the Konoha high-level officials will still be more inclined to the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Hokage. Namikaze Tianming suddenly sees Uchiha Fugaku. Are you trying to say you can get rid of Shimura Danzo? Uchiha Fugaku snorted and said with some disdain. Although the strength that Namikaze Tianming just showed is indeed impressive, Shimura Danzo is not just himself, he has the entire, root, organization. Yes, the head of Shimura Danzo is my sincerity, as long as you agree to give up the coup. My elder brother and I can guarantee that the Uchiha clan will be treated fairly. I wonder what Chief Uchiha thinks. Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming extended an olive branch at the right time. If you can really bring Shimura Danzo's head to me, that's fine, but I have a request. Uchiha Fugaku smiled slightly, with an inexplicable expression, and no one knew what he was up to. Please speak. Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows, not really caring. Haha, my request is that you kill Shimura Danzo yourself, and Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi are not allowed to take action. Uchiha Fugaku's smile widened. The Uchiha behind him also started laughing when they heard Uchiha Fugaku's request. Apparently, they had the same idea as Uchiha Fugaku. No matter how strong Namikaze Tianming is, he can't defeat Shimura Danzo alone. However, soon, the smile on Uchiha Fugaku's face froze and became a little stiff. Originally, Uchiha Fugaku thought that if he made such a request, Namikaze Tianming would definitely change his expression and then refuse. Unfortunately, Namikaze Tianming just nodded lightly with an indifferent look on his face. Yes, Shimura Danzo will be killed by me personally. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi on both sides also had expressionless faces. Uchiha Shisui believes in Namikaze Tianming. With Namikaze Tianming's ability, it should not be difficult to defeat Shimura Danzo. As for Uchiha Itachi, he didn't know the depth of Namikaze Tianming, but someone who could have such a terrifying pressure must be very powerful. Moreover, he believed in Uchiha Shisui's vision even more. As a result, the expressions on the faces of the Uchiha clan members became quite interesting. Unexpected answer. Please wait for a moment, Chief Uchiha and all the tribesmen. I will be back soon. Namikaze Tianming chuckled, and then disappeared in front of everyone. What happened? It just disappeared like that. I didn't expect that he could even use space-time ninjutsu. Both brothers' space-time ninjutsu are so outstanding. I didn't even feel the fluctuations of the spacetime ninjutsu, he's so strong. I didn't even see him forming a seal, huh? What did I miss? I was just daydreaming for a while, how come the person disappeared? The members of the Uchiha clan were also extremely surprised by Namikaze Tianming's move. After all, no one here could do it at such a fast speed. Not even Uchiha Shisui. Hey, how long will it take for this Namikaze Tianming to come back? Do we have to wait like this forever? And Uchiha shouted impatiently. Advertisement, everyone, please be patient. Mr. Tienming will be back soon. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi looked at each other, and Uchiha Shisui took a step forward and spoke. Soon? Who knows how soon you mean? Yeah, that's Shimura Danzo. Do you think it's just some random person? That easy to solve? Yeah, do we have to wait here for 3 to 5 days, or even a month? Humph, the two of them have been in cahoots with Konoha for a long time. Now they're just stalling for time. We must not fall into their trap. At this time, the Uchiha tribe's territory was in chaos. 1 hour, it only takes 1 hour, please wait patiently. Uchiha Shisui's eyes flashed, and he spoke loudly and firmly. The sound spread throughout the Uchiha land. However, the Uchiha people continued to do as they pleased and continued to shout loudly. Be quiet. Uchiha Fugaku snorted impatiently, and the Uchiha tribe quieted down. After a long while, Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Shisui and said in a deep voice. Okay, we will believe you. If Namikaze Tianming still can't bring back Shimura Danzo's head within 1 hour, we will launch a coup immediately. Good. Uchiha Shisui was delighted. As long as we appease the current Uchiha people, everything will be easy. Konoha village. The residence of Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Root organization. A sound of breaking through the air was heard. Shimura Danzo, who was originally practicing with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. A sneak attack. It turned out that what was flying over was a sharp kunai. Wind style, vacuum sphere. Several chakra, bullets, shot out from Shimura Danzo's mouth. Bang, 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 in an instant, sparks flew everywhere. The kunai finally fell to the ground. Shimura Danzo had also stood up at this time, looking around carefully. Who on earth wants to take my life? Chapter 42, Hunting Danzo. Who dares to mess with me? Shimura Danzo took out a kunai from his arms and looked around cautiously. Danzo, old man, your grandfather is here. In the darkness, a figure slowly approached. It was not until they reached a place with lights that Shimura Danzo could see who was coming. Namikaze Tianming. Why, even you are tired of living? Shimura Danzo's tone was full of disdain. The younger brother of the 4th Hokage was actually just a chunin. Shimura Danzo looked down on Namikaze Tianming very much. If Namikaze Tianming hadn't come up with the sky eye a while ago, which made Shimura Danzo fearful, Shimura Danzo wouldn't even look at such an unknown person. In addition, Shimura Danzo's training has recently achieved a great breakthrough, so he will not care about small figures like Namikaze Tianming. Call out. Swish. After a while, Namikaze Tianming was surrounded by members of the Root organization. Tisk, 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 such a grand welcome ceremony, thank you very much, Master Danzo. Namikaze Tianming's expression remained calm, still with a hint of smile on his face. Shimura Danzo hates this kind of smile. People who have this kind of smile seem to have everything under their control. Humph, you are courting your own destruction, leopard, tear him apart alive for me. At Shimura Danzo's command, an elite ninja wearing a cheetah mask jumped up from among the Root members who surrounded Namikaze Tianming. Go straight to Namikaze Tianming, swish, oinked. Several shurikens shot out from the leopard's hands. It was about to hit Namikaze Tianming. At the same time, the leopard ran to Namikaze Tianming's head at some point and stabbed at Namikaze Tianming with a kunai in his hand. Puff. Namikaze Tianming seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Shadow clone. No. This is an afterimage. Afterimages will only appear at speeds as fast as ultimate? How is that possible? All the Root organization members present were shocked. Hey, I'm here. The leopard in midair felt someone patting his shoulder and quickly turned his head. Puff. Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming directly chopped the leopard on the neck with one palm, and the leopard fainted on the spot and fell heavily to the ground. You're hiding your strength? Very good, come at me? Shimura Danzo frowned and stepped back behind the crowd. The two core guards, Aburame Togen and Yamanaka Feng, also immediately jumped in front of Shimura Danzo and took a defensive posture. Kill. Dozens of Root organization members, elite Jonin immediately rushed forward. Roll. Namikaze Tianming shouted loudly, and sound waves spread out in all directions. Dozens of elite Jonin around were suddenly struck by lightning, and fell to the ground one by one, without any fighting ability. Seeing Namikaze Tianming's method, Shimura Danzo and his two bodyguards' pupils shrank suddenly, because they didn't see clearly how Namikaze Tianming moved. Or maybe they didn't understand Namikaze Tianming's attack method. These are more than a dozen elite Jonin, not just ordinary cats and dogs. Just got killed in seconds. Master Danzo, please leave quickly, we will cover your retreat. Yamanaka Feng knew that he had met a strong enemy today. Before Shimura Danzo could respond, Namikaze Tianming had already stepped forward. Want to leave? It's too late, protect Danzo-sama. Go. Change your mind. As soon as Yamanaka made the wind gesture, Namikaze Tianming disappeared from his sight. Blind loyalty is not a good thing. When Namikaze Tianming appeared again, he was already behind Yamanaka Feng. What a fast speed! With this thought circling in his mind, Yamanaka Feng lost consciousness. Poor Yamanaka Feng, he was knocked unconscious by Namikaze Tianming before he could even use his own skills. Yamanaka style. Seeing Yamanaka being knocked unconscious, Aburame Togen, who didn't know the truth, frowned. Then he used his teeth to remove the gloves on his hands, revealing his hands covered with purple unknown objects. Aburame Togen screamed in pain, and soon, purple unknown objects covered his whole body. It looks so scary. Namikaze Tianming narrowed his eyes slightly and saw the secret of Aburame's hands. In Aburame, I took both hands and found them covered with countless nano-level poisonous insects. Interesting toxic antibodies. Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming was still a little surprised about the toxic antibodies like Aburame root extraction. But I was just a little surprised. Namikaze Tianming repeated his old trick and appeared behind Aburame's Tsuchigen at incredible speed. Unexpectedly, Aburame Kyugen had already taken precautions and poked Namikaze Tianming with his backhand. Good response, but too slow. Bang bang. Aburame took the lead and followed in Yamanaka's footsteps, and was knocked unconscious. Hey, this poisonous insect is pretty fast. Namikaze Tianming looked at the purple poisonous insect in his fingers with some surprise. These poisonous insects have begun to destroy the cells in Namikaze Tianming's hands. However, these poisonous insects did not remain arrogant for long, as they were forced to the fingertips by Namikaze Tianming's spiritual power and then eliminated in a concentrated manner. If Aburame Togen saw this scene, his eyes would definitely pop out of his head in surprise. After all, so far, the only one who was poisoned by him and remained safe and sound without his active removal was Namikaze Tianming. Looking at the fainted Yamanaka Feng and Aburame Togen, Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly. If I remember correctly. Because these two people were protecting Shimura Danzo, they were captured by Uchiha Obito and suffered unexpected disasters later. Now that I am going to kill Danzo, it would actually be considered saving the lives of these two people. Who knows the cause and effect in this world? Namikaze Tianming shook his head and disappeared. Shimura Danzo could not escape from his palm at all. Danzo, you looked so embarrassed when you ran away. I still like your unruly look. The sound came from all directions, and Shimura Danzo, who was running away, changed his expression and stopped. Haha, you think you are so self-righteous just because you killed a few of my guards. Young man, don't be so arrogant. Ha 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 ha, if you're not full of energy, can you still be called a young person? A gust of wind blew, and Namikaze Tianming appeared in front of Shimura Danzo with a smile on his face. Danzo, stop kidding yourself and show your Sharingan. Namikaze Tianming pointed at Shimura Danzo's arm and right eye and said with a smile, immediately exposing Shimura Danzo's secret. Shimura Danzo was startled, but soon calmed down, and then slowly and calmly untied the bandages on his body. When I first heard that the Sky Eye could monitor Konoha Village's every move, I didn't believe it. Now it seems to be true. Boy, you're quite capable. If you can come under my command, I will forgive you for what happened. Namikaze Tianming almost burst out laughing, but of course he would not tell her why he knew this secret. Haha, I won't associate with a corpse stealer like you, disgusting. Apart from stealing corpses, Namikaze Tianming really couldn't think of any other means that Shimura Danzo could use to obtain so many Sharingans. But this is true. Chapter 43. Danzo's various ways of dying. You're looking for death. Shimura Danzo's eyes suddenly widened, and it seemed as if their eyes were so big that they would pop out at any time. It looks so scary. Wind style, shuriken. Shimura Danzo continuously spits out wind-style chakra, attaching it to the shuriken, which suddenly spins at high speed. Shimura Danzo threw it at Namikaze Tianming without hesitation. The two wind-style shurikens were like two sharp discs, and the trees blocking the road were directly cut in half. Wind-style shuriken again. Danzo, don't you know any other moves? Namikaze Tianming smiled contemptuously, stretched out his right hand and grabbed the first wind-style shuriken that was attacking. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. Isn't Namikaze Tianming too arrogant? Catching his wind style with his bare hands? Wouldn't it cut off your hand? However, a surprising scene appeared. The wind style shuriken, which was originally invincible, seemed to suddenly become dull after encountering Namikaze Tianming's right hand. Not only did he not cause any harm to Namikaze Tianming, he was also caught directly in the hand of Namikaze Tianming. Boom! Namikaze Tianming grabbed the wind style shuriken and smashed it directly at another wind style shuriken that was attacking him. All I heard was a loud bang. That wind style shuriken was directly split into two halves. The shuriken in Namikaze Tianming's hand couldn't withstand the impact and shattered. Seeing such a horrifying scene, Shimura Danzo's jaw dropped to the ground and he couldn't close it for a long time. How is it possible? How can a flesh and blood body withstand my wind style? Shimura Danzo couldn't believe what he was seeing. Haha, impossible? That's just because you have too little experience? Namikaze Tianming said with a hint of contempt, Danzo, today I'll show you what real wind style is. Namikaze Tianming just stretched out his hand and grabbed a leaf from a nearby branch. It flew directly into Namikaze Tianming's hand with a whoosh. Wind style. Circular leaf scimitar. Namikaze Tianming picked a random name on a whim. The leaves in Namikaze Tianming's hand suddenly began to spin at high speed. Shimura Danzo could feel that the range of the wind style attached to the leaves in Namikaze Tianming's hand was at least several times larger than the range of his own wind style shuriken. Impossible. How is this possible? How can a leaf withstand the power of wind style? Even though he saw this scene with his own eyes, Shimura Danzo still couldn't believe it. I've already told you that you just don't have enough experience and ability, your wind style is just too crude. Advertisement. Watch this. Namikaze Tianming directly threw the leaf with wind style in his hand towards Shimura Danzo. Fast, unparalleled speed. Indestructible, nothing can stop it wherever it goes. With such a fast speed, not even Shimura Danzo in Grandmaster wind style can dodge this attack. Puff. Shimura Danzo couldn't dodge in time and was cut into 2 pieces. However, there was no scene of Shimura Danzo falling down. Instead, Shimura Danzo disappeared completely. I have to admit that among all the people I've fought, your wind style is truly unmatched. I, Shimura Danzo, would like to call you the strongest. Not far from where Shimura Danzo died just now, Shimura Danzo appeared out of thin air and spoke slowly. At the same time, a Sharingan on Shimura Danzo's arm gradually lost its luster and then became completely useless. Puff. Hearing what Shimura Danzo said, Namikaze Tianming almost lost his balance and laughed out loud. What's going on? Is this stealing Madara's lines? Too bad, Shimura Danzo, you can't compare to him at all. Humph, it's not your turn to speak this line yet. Izanagi, who can control the transition between dreams and reality, is indeed a good method. Unfortunately, you only use it as a resurrection coin. Namikaze Tianming crossed his arms over his chest, not at all surprised that Shimura Danzo was not dead. Who are you? Why do you know all this? Shimura Danzo looked at Namikaze Tianming in disbelief. Under Namikaze Tianming's gaze, Shimura Danzo felt as if he was not wearing any clothes, and all his secrets were exposed to the sun.
If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands helplessly. He couldn't say that he knew this because he had read the original work, right? Even if I told the truth, Shimura Danzo would never believe it. So what if you know? Without Izanami, you can't restrain me. I am still invincible. Shimura Danzo stared at Namikaze Tianming closely, trying to find any flaws in Namikaze Tianming. Haha, without Izanami, it's easy to break your Izanagi, right? I will kill you as many times as you have Sharingans. Namikaze Tianming grinned and said with great confidence. You are so arrogant. Wind style. Vacuum wave. Shimura Danzo opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. Then Shimura Danzo spit out several breaths that were like sickle weasel-like and attacked Namikaze Tianming in a pincer attack. I succeeded. Advertisement. Shimura Danzo showed a grim smile. But soon, the smile froze on his face. Namikaze Tianming just disappeared out of thin air. His own vacuum wave hit nothing. Puff. Namikaze Tianming appeared out of thin air behind Shimura Danzo, his 2 fingers turned into swords, and the sword energy transformed by spiritual power directly pierced Shimura Danzo's heart. As Shimura Danzo continued to hollow out, Namikaze Tianming looked away again. That was none other than Shimura Danzo, who had used Izanagi to revive again. Wind style. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. It's wind style again, but this time it was launched by Namikaze Tianming. Danzo, this sword is for Shisui. As soon as Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, countless long swords transformed from wind style rushed straight towards Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo had never seen such a formation before, and he had no time to dodge, and was pierced through the heart by thousands of swords. Resurrection coin. No, Izanagi activated again, and another Sharingan lost its luster. So, it was you who rescued Uchiha Shisui. Shimura Danzo gasped and looked at Namikaze Tianming angrily. It turned out that it was this guy who ruined his plan. Haha, so what? You're still going to die, Rasengan, this blow is for the children you killed. Namikaze Tianming teleported and appeared in front of Shimura Danzo and shot him directly. Ah, Shimura Danzo screamed, and Izanagi attacked again. Wind style. Rasenshuriken. I saw a huge Rasengan in Namikaze Tianming's hand, with shuriken-like edges around it spinning rapidly. If Namikaze Minato saw this scene, his eyes would probably pop out of his head. Namikaze Tianming uses the same old tricks again. Kill Shimura Danzo again. This punch is for Uchiha Itachi. This kick is for little Naruto. This knife is given on behalf of Konoha. This palm strike is for every blade of grass and every tree in Konoha. In just a few minutes, Shimura Danzo experienced various ways of death.
2NT Chapter 44. Danzo's trump card. Namikaze Tianming, that's enough. After experiencing death again and again, Shimura Danzo finally couldn't help but let out an angry roar. Enough. How can it be enough? Namikaze Tianming still had a calm and composed smile on his face. However, in Shimura Danzo's opinion, this Namikaze Tianming is nothing less than the devil's smile. You said that I, Uchiha Shisui, Uzumaki Naruto, and those who died in the experiments, I accept them all. But what does the grass, trees, cats and dogs of Konoha village have to do with me? Are you going to ask me for justice for them too? And what does it mean that I will kill the Mount Myoboku toad in the future? At this moment, Shimura Danzo felt full of grievances. Namikaze Tianming's face turned red. Some of these things were indeed made up by him because he couldn't find a reason to do so. But even so, Shimura Danzo's sins would not be enough even if he died 100 times. I don't know, I just said it casually. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands indifferently. Namikaze Tianming, you are going too far. Summoning. Come out, Nightmare Taper. With a roar, Shimura Danzo summoned his old partner again, the summoning beast Dream Taper. Moo, hee, do you think you're the only one with a summoning beast? I have one too. Come out, Nine Tails. Namikaze Tianming also imitated Shimura Danzo's movements and clapped his hands. The mountain-like Nine Tails appeared out of nowhere. Shimura Danzo and Mangmo were both shocked. After all, the sense of oppression brought by Nine Tails was still very strong.
Nine Tails is here with you. It turns out that you are the one who saved the village. Shimura Danzo suddenly realized. When Nine Tails attacked Konoha, Shimura Danzo was also present, but Shimura Danzo did not take action. Instead, he chose to stand by and watch. But unexpectedly, a mysterious man suddenly appeared, took Nine Tails away and saved the village. But so what? Anyone who stands in my way must die. The Nightmare Taper opened its mouth and sucked hard at Namikaze Tianming and Nine Tails. A huge suction force directly enveloped Namikaze Tianming and Nine Tails, trying to suck Namikaze Tianming and Nine Tails into its mouth. The huge suction force directly sucks objects near Namikaze Tianming into its mouth. Advertisement. At this time, the Nightmare Taper's stomach was like a bottomless pit. But Namikaze Tianming and Nine Tails, who were at the center of the storm, stood firm like Optimus Prime. Shimura Danzo was surprised, but he did not stop making seals with his hands. After several instant body techniques, Shimura Danzo ran behind Namikaze Tianming.
Wind style. Vacuum wave. With the help of the huge suction power of the Nightmare Taper, the vacuum wave spit out by Shimura Danzo has greatly increased its power. Bang! The huge impact force caused a loud noise. Namikaze Tianming's body only shook slightly before he withstood Shimura Danzo's attack. Namikaze Tianming turned his head and smiled strangely. Shimura Danzo saw Nine Tails soar into the air and head straight for the Nightmare Taper.
Nine Tails is already fast, and with the suction created by the Nightmare Taper itself, Nine Tails is even faster. Before the Nightmare Taper could even react, Nine Tails had already arrived in front of it. Nine Tails clawed at the Nightmare Taper, causing its head to bleed. In addition, the Nightmare Taper was somewhat afraid of Nine Tails to begin with, so Nine Tails didn't even have to use much strength to beat the Nightmare Taper so hard that it couldn't even lift its head. Ouch! The Nightmare Taper screamed, quickly lifted the summoning spell, and went back to his hometown. It's too dangerous here. Shimura Danzo's expression changed drastically, and then he lowered his head and said gloomily. Namikaze Tianming, I admit that you are very strong and can block my strongest attack. Shimura Danzo slowly raised his head, his face was hideous, and his smile was extremely terrifying. Of course, if it was before, I would say so, but unfortunately, I have already transformed and am no longer the Shimura Danzo before. Today, I will use you as a testament to my brand new ninjutsu. God is coming. All I heard was Shimura Danzo howling towards the sky, and black chakra continued to flow out of his body. A huge black skeleton shadow appeared above Shimura Danzo, and the black bones protected Shimura Danzo.
Exactly the same as Susanoo from the Uchiha clan. No, this is Susanoo from the Uchiha clan. Seeing that Shimura Danzo actually used Susanoo, Namikaze Tianming also showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. You know, in the original work, Shimura Danzo was the one who created the famous scene of Kunai stabbing Susanoo, but he didn't know Susanoo at all. Advertisement. I never expected that I could use Susanoo now.
Is it because I traveled through time? Even Susanoo is everywhere. Forget it, no matter if he's rotten or not, just beat him to death. Namikaze Tianming shook his head, his face regaining its previous calmness. Danzo, Susanoo is Susanoo, what are you talking about as the gods coming? It's shameful to be so secretive. Namikaze Tianming is very disgusted with Shimura Danzo's behavior. Humph, as long as this world is ruled by me and all the Uchiha are killed, no one will know that this is Susanoo. This is a ninjutsu that I developed exclusively for myself, the coming of the gods. Shimura Danzo didn't care about Namikaze Tianming's ridicule, but said very complacently. This shows how shameless Shimura Danzo is. Shameless. Namikaze Tianming and Nine Tails couldn't help but curse at the same time. Namikaze Tianming and Nine Tails smiled at each other. Kurama, you stay where you are and watch how the master kills this shameless man.
Yes, master. After Nine Tails finished speaking, his entire body began to shrink rapidly, becoming the size of a human. You are so arrogant, boy. How can a mortal like you predict the power of the god's arrival? With Susanoo's blessing, Shimura Danzo's self-confidence has never been so strong. Ha ha ha, you're a pirated copy of Susanoo. You've only developed to the second form, and you're already so inflated and superficial.
Danzo, take a good look at yourself, how many Sharingans do you have left? Namikaze Tianming smiled disdainfully, standing proudly, intimidating without even getting angry. When Shimura Danzo heard Namikaze Tianming mention the Sharingan he had obtained, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This is like rubbing salt into someone's wound. Of his more than 10 Sharingan, only the one in his right eye is left. HMPH, as long as the Uchiha clan is wiped out, I'll have as many Sharingan as I want. Die. Susanoo on top of Shimura Danzo stretched out her skeleton hand and grabbed Namikaze Tianming directly. Tisk, tisk, is this your trump card? Too weak, really too weak. Massive Rasengan. Quote. Namikaze Tianming shook his head in disdain. It was enough to use the ninjutsu of this world to deal with Shimura Danzo. Namikaze Tianming jumped up with the big ball Rasengan and collided with Susanoo. Chapter 45. Uchiha stirs up trouble again. The massive Rasengan in Namikaze Tianming's hand crushed Shimura Danzo Susanoo's arm into powder with ease. After a while, the massive Rasengan hit Susanoo's chest.
Boom. The huge amount of blue chakra instantly spread all over Shimura Danzo's black Susanoo's body. This blue chakra continues to erode Susanoo. Shimura Danzo was in great pain, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered, and the chakra in his body continued to flow into Susanoo. However, Shimura Danzo's chakra is about to run out. Die for me. Shimura Danzo tried his best and condensed another skeleton arm. The difference from the previous one was that this time there was an extra samurai sword on the skeleton arm.
There was a strange black light flashing on the blade of the samurai sword. The black long sword cut through the sky and headed straight for Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming frowned slightly. He was afraid that if the knife came down, a hole would be torn in his clothes. This was not acceptable. Heavenly Emperor Art. One punch to subdue mountains and rivers. Namikaze Tianming rolled over, dodged the long knife and jumped over. Directly punched through the air. A fist shadow as big as a mountain directly smashed into the black Susanoo's entire body. Crack, crack. The black Susanoo cracked, and more cracks appeared. Finally, the black Susanoo collapsed. Shimura Danzo inside had already broken all his bones, blood spurted out, and he was dead. Shimura Danzo's last Sharingan finally lost its luster. Grip of hell. Namikaze Tianming just clenched his hands towards the void. A huge black hand seemed to come from hell, suddenly emerging from the ground with a gloomy and sinister aura.
Shimura Danzo, who had just escaped with the help of Izanagi, was caught tightly by the hand of hell. Shimura Danzo is doomed. Danzo, the stolen power is not yours after all, so just go with peace of mind. Namikaze Tianming shook his head, looking very regretful. Advertisement. If it weren't for the smile on Namikaze Tianming's face, Nine Tails, who was watching from the side, would have almost believed it. The captured Shimura Danzo finally panicked. Now all the Sharingan have become ineffective and Izanagi can no longer use it.
Shimura Danzo didn't even dare to use wood style, a defensive ninjutsu that could even devour himself. Without Izanagi, you will die if you use it. After thinking for a long time, Shimura Danzo knew that he couldn't escape this time. Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy life. 4 symbols seal. Quote. Shimura Danzo roared in despair. Black runes like ink continued to burst out of his body, and the black yin-yang 8 trigrams appeared on Shimura Danzo. Boom. The black mushroom cloud shot straight into the sky. The explosion caused by Shimura Danzo's 4 symbols seal actually created a huge circular pit 5 or 6 meters deep and 3 or 4 meters in diameter on the spot. Oh my, I was careless. I almost got my clothes dirty by Danzo. Inside the deep pit, Namikaze Tianming smiled and removed the defensive magic circle on his body. Master, this 4 symbols seal gave me a fright. Nine Tails was beside Namikaze Tianming and patted his chest with his paw.
Shimura Danzo's counterattack before his death was quite powerful. Shimura Danzo, who can be regarded as a small boss in the original work, died under his own 4 symbols seal. Although the way of death is the same, it is several years earlier than the original. Oops, I forgot to keep the evidence, I was so careless. Suddenly, Namikaze Tianming shouted in frustration. You know, this time I came to kill Shimura Danzo for the Uchiha clan to see, and by the way, it was also to vent my anger for my elder brother and sister-in-law.
But without the head of Shimura Danzo, how could the Uchiha clan believe themselves? There's still this thing. Never mind, it can be used at least. Suddenly, Namikaze Tianming looked at an undamaged open space not far away. There was a bandage lying quietly, and next to it was a metal cylinder, which was used by Shimura Danzo to wrap his arm to prevent others from discovering the secret on his arm. Call out. Namikaze Tianming and Nine Tails disappeared right where they were. Along with Namikaze Tianming, the bandages and metal cylinder on the ground also disappeared. Advertisement. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi still stood quietly on both sides of the stage. The Uchiha people in the audience looked different. Some are standing upright, some are tottering, and some are sitting on the ground. Uchiha Fugaku also stood at the front with a calm expression, and no one could tell what he was thinking. The 2 high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan behind Uchiha Fugaku looked at each other and slowly approached each other.
The 2 of them were whispering to each other, their eyes flickering, as if they were discussing something. Finally, both of them nodded to each other. These 2 people are the 2 top figures in the Uchiha clan whose status is second only to the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Furin and Uchiha Fukawa are also elite Jonin-level strongmen. Uchiha Furin just glanced at Uchiha Inahiko behind him, and Uchiha Inahiko smiled strangely as if he understood what he meant, and nodded.
Hey, how long are you going to wait? I'm waiting so long that the flowers are all withered. That's right, I think this is your delaying tactic. You want to inform Konoha and then catch us all in one fell swoop. What? Their intentions are so sinister. No way. After all, they said our people, how could they do such a thing? How is it impossible? Didn't you see that both of them joined the fourth generation's younger brother? What's the difference between that and joining Konoha? Yes, we can't wait any longer, we can't just sit there and wait for death. In a short time, the news spread like wildfire among the Uchiha people, and more people were dissatisfied. Uchiha Furin and Uchiha Fukawa couldn't help but smile. Chief, if this continues, I'm afraid the situation will be out of control. Uchiha Furin took a step forward and whispered in Uchiha Fugaku's ear. Yes, Chief, I think we should capture Shisui and Itachi first, and then we can make a long-term plan. Uchiha Tamakawa also came forward. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at the two men and then fell silent.
Chief, don't hesitate any longer. Time is running out and our tribesmen can't wait any longer. Uchiha Furin and Uchiha Fukawa pressed forward step by step. Finally, Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes and nodded. Uchiha Furin was overjoyed when he got the approval, and turned around and announced loudly. Okay, Uchiha clan members, listen to my orders. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi have betrayed the Uchiha clan. Capture them both and punish them according to clan rules.
With a swish, most of the Uchiha people stood up and looked at Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi with unfriendly expressions. Chapter 46. I'm laying my cards on the table. Everyone here is garbage. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi both frowned at the same time. My fellow tribesmen, don't be impulsive. If you continue like this, don't blame us for being rude. Seeing the Uchiha people going back on their word, Uchiha Shisui shouted loudly. A surge of violence instantly erupted from Uchiha Shisui. The temperature around suddenly seemed to drop to freezing point. Uchiha Itachi looked at the exploding Uchiha Shisui in disbelief. This kind of Uchiha Shisui looked so strange. The Uchiha people, who were originally aggressive, were also frightened by the appearance of Uchiha Shisui. After all, Uchiha Shisui was once the number one Uchiha. Seeing that some Uchiha people were so scared that they hesitated to move forward, Uchiha Furin's face suddenly became gloomy.
Everyone, come on. Anyone who retreats will be charged with treason. Uchiha Furin roared, and the Uchiha had no choice but to raise their kunai again. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi stood together, confronting the Uchiha clan. The war is about to begin. At the critical moment, a calm but majestic voice sounded. Going back on your words is the tradition of your Uchiha clan? Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, gentlemen, bang.
A metal cylinder fell from the sky and landed on both ends of the metal cylinder, each tied with a bandage. Without any warning, Namikaze Tianming appeared on the platform. Huh, you're finally here. Didn't you say you were going to kill Shimura Danzo? But you failed. Yeah, where's Shimura Danzo? Facing the Uchiha people's constant questioning, Namikaze Tianming pointed to the metal cylinder underground. Look, that's it. Ha 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 ha. How can you prove that you have killed Shimura Danzo with this piece of trash you picked up from who knows where? Uchiha Fuchuin laughed out loud immediately. In his opinion, it was obvious that Namikaze Tianming didn't go at all. That's true. I was careless this time. Shimura Danzo died from his own four symbols seal, so his head wasn't left. However, these two items were found on him. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands helplessly. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. You don't have the ability to kill Shimura Danzo, but you use this to fool us. Do you think we, the Uchiha clan, are fools? Uchiha Furin had already drawn the samurai sword he carried with him. Advertisement. This is the bandage on Shimura Danzo's body and the metal cylinder on his right hand. No one can touch it except Shimura Danzo himself.
The fact that this object can appear here means that Shimura Danzo is dead. Uchiha Shisui naturally recognized the origin of these two things at once. After all, Uchiha Shisui was once a subordinate of Shimura Danzo. If you say yes, then yes. Uchiha Shisui, you are now a traitor to our Uchiha clan. What can't you say? The Uchiha people could no longer suppress their restlessness. At this moment, changes suddenly occurred. 4 black beams of light shot up into the sky from the 4 corners of the Uchiha clan's territory.
In just a moment, a barrier was formed, covering the Uchiha clan's land. Powerful purple flames and mysterious runes constantly flowed on the surface of the barrier. Some timid Uchiha people were suddenly frightened and kept looking around. What's going on? Is there an enemy attack? Enemy attack? What enemy attack? If I'm not mistaken, this is the 4 purple flame formation. Could this be an attack by Konoha? Everyone must not touch this barrier, or you will be burned by the purple flame on it. Damn it, I'm going to fight Konoha to the death. Yes, fight to the death. Looking at the excited Uchiha people, Uchiha Furin and Uchiha Fukawa's faces darkened. Everyone, don't panic. We set up this 4 purple flame formation. The sound of Uchiha Furin's roar spread throughout the Uchiha land. Those Uchiha people who didn't know the truth stared at Uchiha Furin in amazement.
Even Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Furin in confusion. Because just now, Uchiha Fugaku was still wondering if it was Konoha that attacked, and then he heard Uchiha Fugaku's roar. Ahem, Patriarch, please forgive me for acting on my own initiative. These Namikaze Tianming and Uchiha Shisui are clearly harboring evil intentions. I don't know what means they used to confuse the young Patriarch, we must first take them down and then deal with them. Uchiha Furin half knelt on the ground, as if asking for forgiveness.
Master Patriarch, Brother Furin is right. We can't be fooled like this. Uchiha Fukawa also half knelt beside Uchiha Furin. For a moment, Uchiha Fugaku fell silent. Advertisement. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi on the stage also changed their expressions and became extremely angry. They still underestimated the shamelessness of their own people. Ha 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 ha, just as I expected, whether I kill Shimura Danzo or not, you have no intention of giving up the coup. Namikaze Tianming was not at all panicked by this unexpected change and always had a calm smile on his face. Humph, since you already know that we want to use you to get rid of Shimura Danzo, why are you still going? Uchiha Furin sneered, raised his head and looked at Namikaze Tianming proudly. Hey, getting rid of Shimura Danzo was a piece of cake. Even if it wasn't for you, the Uchiha clan, he would have died in my hands. However, your attitude will determine how I deal with you. I originally wanted to use a peaceful approach, but I didn't expect to be ridiculed.
So, I will stop pretending and I will be honest. Everyone here is garbage. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands indifferently. Ha ha ha, since you care so much about your reputation, then it's up to you. We are all going to die anyway, get it for me. Uchiha Furin sneered, and the Uchiha people roared and rushed towards the three people on the stage. Shisui, Itachi, just stand where you are and watch and learn.
Overwhelming. Namikaze Tianming slapped out with his palm, and several Uchiha people who were in the front immediately flew backwards. Several Uchiha members behind him who didn't have time to dodge were also knocked to the ground. Namikaze Tianming flipped over and jumped into the middle of the Uchiha tribe. Left hook, right hook, Tai Chi, grab the sparrow's tail. Namikaze Tianming moved among the Uchiha people as if he was strolling in the garden. Punches and kicks hit the Uchiha people, and large numbers of them were knocked to the ground. Emperor of Heaven Art, Realm of Earth. Namikaze Tianming spoke calmly. As soon as Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, the faces of the Uchiha people around him suddenly changed. Because they found that suddenly, they felt as if they were being pressed down by a huge mountain. It's impossible to move forward. Chapter 47. Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan. What's going on? Why can't I move? What kind of ninjutsu is this?
Help. For a moment, the ordinary members of the Uchiha tribe wailed. Everyone, lie down. Namikaze Tianming smiled softly, and the earth domain was upgraded again. The Uchiha people who were unable to move were immediately pressed to the ground. The only ones still standing on the field were Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Furin, Uchiha Fukawa, and 5 or 6 elite jonin of the Uchiha clan. Seeing how Namikaze Tianming could crush the Uchiha clan's siege so easily, Uchiha Itachi seemed to understand why Uchiha Shisui was convinced by this man.
Namikaze Tianming is so fast that even if I open the Sharingan I may not be able to see Namikaze Tianming's movements clearly. Uchiha Furin was furious when he saw Namikaze Tianming was able to take advantage of their siege. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A fireball went straight to Namikaze Tianming. Furin, what are you doing? Uchiha Fugaku's face turned dark, and before he could stop it, Uchiha Fugaku's fireball technique had already been launched. You know, there are injured Uchiha members behind Namikaze Tianming. If Namikaze Tianming dodges, wouldn't he hurt his own people? Fortunately, this did not happen. Namikaze Tianming disdainfully stretched out his right hand and directly absorbed the fireball technique fired by Uchiha Furin. Such tactics made the Uchiha clan members dumbfounded. Apparently, such tactics were beyond the understanding of the Uchiha clan, no, the ninjas in this world. Just as the Uchiha tribe members were stunned, Namikaze Tianming pointed his right hand at Uchiha Furin and chuckled. I will give back to you what you would like to give to me. I am a good person in every way except gratitude. Therefore, I will return to you double the amount of what you gave me. Then, a fireball several times larger than the previous one burst out from Namikaze Tianming's right hand. The direction of the fireball was exactly Uchiha Furin.
Uchiha Furin wanted to escape, but the heavy pressure on him made his idea fail. Water style. Water waves. In a hurry, Uchiha Furin had to use the water style, which he was not very good at. Advertisement. Fortunately, the Uchiha people around also used water style. All of a sudden, Uchiha Furin's water style, water waves, was greatly enhanced. Looking at the surging water style, Uchiha Furin finally felt relieved. However, when water and fire collided, the water did not put out the fire. Instead, the raging fire evaporated the water. The raging fire directly engulfed Uchiha Furin. Uchiha Furin only had time to let out a scream before his whole body was burned black and he fell to the ground without a sound. Uchiha Tamakawa, who saw this scene, was so frightened that his legs went weak and he stepped back involuntarily. Fire style finally burned someone to death. Namikaze Tianming wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and said something that made the Uchiha people shudder.
Because of Namikaze Tianming's words, he was extremely indifferent, as if he didn't care about the death of Uchiha Furin at all. Every Uchiha had an angry look on their face, but no one dared to step forward. Because there were too many previous examples, those Uchiha members who wanted to release ninjutsu were knocked to the ground by Namikaze Tianming's palm while they were still forming hand seals. In other words, the Uchiha people didn't even have the chance to release their ninjutsu before they were knocked down by Namikaze Tianming. All-round crushing. The only one who unleashed a jutsu was Uchiha Fuhito, but everyone saw what happened to him. This shows how terrifying Namikaze Tianming's strength is.
The terrifying thing about a person's strength is not how powerful his moves are, but the fact that you are knocked down before you even have a chance to attack. My fellow tribesmen, retreat. Uchiha Fugaku, who had been silent for a long time, finally stood up and spoke with a voice like a bell. After receiving the order from the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, the Uchiha clan members retreated behind Uchiha Fugaku. Master clan leader, you must be careful, this Namikaze Tianming's ninjutsu is very strange.
Long live the patriarch, we will definitely be able to defeat him. Chief, kill him. The Uchiha people hiding behind Uchiha Fugaku seemed to have regained their courage and cheered for Uchiha Fugaku loudly. Advertisement. Uchiha Fugaku, are you really going to go back on your word? Namikaze Tianming looked at Uchiha Fugaku. In the original work, Uchiha Fugaku voluntarily died under the sword of Uchiha Itachi. His own awareness should be stronger than that of other members of the Uchiha clan. It's just that as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he can't do anything about many things. Looking up at Uchiha Itachi on the stage, Uchiha Fugaku sighed. Namikaze Tianming, it's not that our Uchiha clan would go back on their word, but these two things you brought with you, although they are Shimura Danzo's personal belongings, cannot prove that Shimura Danzo is dead. If you want to convince my Uchiha clan, you must defeat me. Uchiha Fugaku crossed his arms across his chest. As the head of the Uchiha clan and the captain of the Konoha police force, he certainly couldn't compromise so easily. Haha, in that case, please ask the clan leader to take action. Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly, and naturally understood Uchiha Fugaku's thoughts.
Uchiha Fugaku also smiled slightly, and when he looked up, the Sharingan had already been activated. Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku directly used his strongest ability. He knew that Namikaze Tianming's strength was unfathomable and he must not be careless. Upon hearing that Uchiha Fugaku had actually activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Uchiha tribe members were overjoyed and believed even more that Uchiha Fugaku would win. Originally, Uchiha Fugaku was the strongest in the Uchiha clan, and now he has even activated the legendary eye technique called Mangekyo Sharingan. The improvement in his strength is far from a small one.
Phantom God. Uchiha Fugaku was not affected by the tribesmen around him and directly used the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan ability is somewhat similar to Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi ability. If someone is hit by Uchiha Fugaku's illusion, they will die in torture in the illusion, and can even kill people in their dreams. Namikaze Tianming, who was standing still, frowned slightly at this moment. Is this a mental attack? Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan ability is actually a mental attack. This surprised Namikaze Tianming very much, as this was the first time he encountered a mental attack. And the strength is pretty good. If it was someone else, he would have probably fallen for it, but unfortunately, the person he met was Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming, who has practiced the Heavenly Emperor technique, has a strong mental strength. No, it should be said that his spiritual consciousness is strong. How can he be hurt by Uchiha Fugaku's mental attack? Namikaze Tianming smiled evilly, raised his head, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Master Patriarch, I'll give it back to you. Chapter 48. Namikaze Tianming's, mouth to mouth. As soon as Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, Uchiha Fugaku felt that the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Everything around became nothingness and darkness was everywhere.
What's more important is that Uchiha Fugaku found himself tied up and unable to move. Is this an illusion? I'm actually under an illusion? Uchiha Fugaku muttered in disbelief. Possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku believed that no one could surpass him in attainment of illusion, except, of course, the monster Uchiha Shisui. What was even more unexpected was that he was the one who initiated the illusion attack, but in the end he was the one who fell into the illusion.
Namikaze Tianming, come out, I admit defeat. Ha 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 ha, Chief Uchiha is indeed far-sighted and knows how to assess the situation. Suddenly, Namikaze Tianming appeared in the air, and slowly descended with a big laugh. Your Excellency's strength is unfathomable. I really admire you. Your Excellency's strength is probably not weaker than that of the 4th Hokage, right? Although he was tied to a rack, Uchiha Fugaku's back was still very straight. As expected of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, his temperament was perfectly controlled. Chief Uchiha, may I ask, do you still insist on launching a coup? Namikaze Tianming looked straight at Uchiha Fugaku. If Uchiha Fugaku persisted, he would not show mercy. Can you really guarantee that our Uchiha clan will be treated fairly? After a long silence, Uchiha Fugaku looked at Namikaze Tianming and asked the question he cared about most again. Of course. Namikaze Tianming smiled brightly, showing his back teeth confidently. Why are you so confident? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Namikaze Tianming with envy. Once upon a time, he was also an extremely confident young man with great ambitions. However, since he became the head of the Uchiha clan, time has smoothed his edges.
There is so much to consider. Uchiha clan leader, I've actually told you before that the reason you were treated unfairly was entirely because of Shimura Danzo's exclusion. Furthermore, when the Nine Tails attacked Konoha, your Uchiha clan came under suspicion from Konoha's higher-ups. After all, there was a precedent for your ancestor, Uchiha Madara. However, the one who controls Nine Tails is indeed from your Uchiha clan, so you are not wronged. Advertisement. That's why Shimura Danzo was able to gain the support of Konoha's high-ranking officials and push you to the margins.
What? Mr. Tianming means that our Uchiha people control the Nine Tails. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't believe it. When the Nine Tails attacked Konoha, he checked and all the Uchiha were there. Moreover, the Uchiha tribe member who had the ability to control Nine Tails, except for himself, other tribe members probably did not have this ability at that time. However, Namikaze Tianming's confident look made Uchiha Fugaku fall into self-doubt. Haha, Chief Uchiha, you misunderstood. The one who controls Nine Tails is indeed a member of the Uchiha clan, but not a member of the Uchiha clan in Konoha village. You will know about this matter when the time comes. Namikaze Tianming smiled and did not mention anything about Uchiha Obito. The most important thing now was the rebellion of the Uchiha clan. I see. Although a little confused, Uchiha Fugaku still understood what Namikaze Tianming meant. Of course, what I just said is not important. What is important is that Shimura Danzo is dead now. The third Hokage and the fourth Hokage will definitely stand on my side. Given their fame and status, I believe the Konoha high-level officials will not object. Then, the Uchiha clan will surely be treated fairly. Maybe one day, a Hokage from the Uchiha clan will appear.
If the Uchiha clan leader insists on a coup, I am not bragging. I believe that the Uchiha clan leader can also feel that even if I am alone, I can destroy the Uchiha clan. Namikaze Tianming smiled and analyzed the pros and cons for Uchiha Fugaku. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes also lit up. In fact, Uchiha Fugaku himself was a peace-loving person, and the coup was forced upon him. Due to Konoha's suppression and the requests of the Uchiha people, Uchiha Fugaku had no choice but to agree to the coup.
If it is true as Namikaze Tianming said, giving up the coup seems to be the wisest choice for the Uchiha clan. Okay, I promise you, I will give up the coup. However, if our Uchiha clan still does not get the treatment we deserve, we will always stick to our choice and defend the honor of our Uchiha clan, even if it means our death. After weighing the pros and cons, Uchiha Fugaku finally made his choice. Of course, advertisement. Namikaze Tianming chuckled, his goal was about to be achieved. Namikaze Tianming then untied Uchiha Fugaku. Mr. Tianming, if our Uchiha clan can really do as you said, Mr. Tianming will be the great benefactor of our Uchiha clan. If Mr. Tianming needs any help from our Uchiha clan, we will do our best to repay you. Uchiha Fugaku clasped his hands together and promised solemnly. Ha 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 ha, then I'd like to thank Chief Uchiha in advance. Namikaze Tianming laughed and didn't care much about Uchiha Fugaku's promise. After all, if he couldn't solve the problem, the Uchiha clan might not be able to do anything about it either. Uchiha Fugaku. Mr. Tianming, shall we go out first?
Chief Uchiha, we have one more thing to do before we go out. Namikaze Tianming nodded and smiled mysteriously. Oh, I understand, Mr. Tianming, come on, Uchiha Fugaku said, then opened his arms and closed his eyes. In the Uchiha tribe territory, the Uchiha tribe only saw that after Namikaze Tianming said one sentence, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly became motionless. Some knowledgeable Uchiha tribe members naturally noticed that Uchiha Fugaku was competing with Namikaze Tianming in illusion, and quickly reminded others not to disturb their leader. However, not long after, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly opened his eyes, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably. Master Patriarch. The Uchiha people were even more horrified when they saw this scene. Fugaku, are you okay? Uchiha Makoto was also extremely worried, and quickly ran to Uchiha Fugaku and helped Uchiha Fugaku up. I'm fine. Uchiha Fugaku struggled to stand up from the ground with difficulty. Although Uchiha Fugaku spit out a mouthful of blood, he was actually not injured. Uchiha Fugaku bowed to Namikaze Tianming. His voice was low but very majestic. Mr. Tianming's strength is unfathomable. I admit defeat. From today on, no one can mention the coup again, otherwise, they will be charged with treason. Chapter 49. My name is Lok Li. Haha, Chief Uchiha, thank you for letting me win. Namikaze Tianming also bowed calmly and said with a smile. Uchiha Itachi stared at Namikaze Tianming and Uchiha Fugaku with suspicion. Although he is not very old, he always feels that Namikaze Tianming and Uchiha Fugaku have a mysterious smile on their faces. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and preventing the Uchiha clan's coup. Mission completion. Perfect. Reward, 2 Heavenly Emperor art fragments. Namikaze Tianming, who was about to say something, suddenly had his eyes light up, and without a word, he disappeared with Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Because Namikaze Tianming discovered that, unlike previous tasks, this time when the task was settled, there was an additional task completion degree.
Moreover, the reward for the task also changed from one fragment of the Heavenly Emperor art to 2 pieces. Therefore, Namikaze Tianming couldn't wait to study why this situation suddenly occurred. If we can study it thoroughly, we can speed up the collection of the fragments of the Heavenly Emperor's secret. Seeing Namikaze Tianming leave so suddenly again, without the slightest sign, the Uchiha people were all shocked. Namikaze Tianming's abilities were truly unpredictable. But at the same time, they also breathed a sigh of relief. When Namikaze Tianming was here, the pressure on them was really too great. On the contrary, Uchiha Itachi, who was brought into the system space by Namikaze Tianming, finally knew what it meant to be eye-opening. The training methods of Nine Tails, Hokage Kakashi, and Might Guy are enough to shock Uchiha Itachi for a whole year. As for Namikaze Tianming, he had already gone into his own secret room to study. As for Uchiha Itachi, he is receiving special training from Uchiha Shisui, in the hope that Uchiha Itachi can take the development of the Mangekyo Sharingan to a higher level. The next night, 2 mysterious people came to Namikaze Tianming's cabin, one old and one young, but they both had robes with the word Hokage on their backs. The 3 of them talked by candlelight until midnight, when the other 2 quietly left.
By the next morning, an explosive piece of news spread wildly in Konoha village. The leader of the root organization, the Hokage assistant appointed by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the top combat force of Konoha village, Shimura Danzo, has been killed. The murderer was none other than Uchiha Shisui, the genius ninja of the Uchiha clan who was originally declared dead. Moreover, the accomplice is another talented ninja of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi.
What's even more terrifying is that these 2 people actually launched a sneak attack on the Uchiha clan. Advertisement. The Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Fugaku was seriously injured, the Uchiha clan high-ranking official Uchiha Fuhito was killed, and many Uchiha clan members were injured. At this point, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi defected. The fact that Uchiha Shisui came back to life was shocking enough. I didn't expect the following news to be even more shocking. The defected Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi have become S-rank rebel ninjas wanted by Konoha village with a bounty. In addition to this shocking news, due to the death of Shimura Danzo, the root organization was leaderless. After several days of discussion among the Konoha high-level officials, it was decided that Hokage Kakashi, a genius ninja from Konoha village, would act as the leader of the root organization. Although Hokage Kakashi is young, his qualifications are in no way inferior to other jonin of the same level, and may even be better. Moreover, Hokage Kakashi is also very famous in Konoha village. As a result, Hokage Kakashi naturally became the acting leader of the root organization. Although he was called acting leader, everyone knew that apart from Kakashi, no one else was more suitable and capable of taking on this position. Of course, ever since he heard that Kakashi was the leader of the root organization, Might Guy had been crying and shouting about wanting to join the root organization or Anbu.
Even though Might Guy begged Hokage Kakashi for a long time, Hokage Kakashi did not agree. There was no other choice, so Might Guy had to find 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. But when these 2 heard Might Guy say that he wanted to join Anbu or root, the 2 generations of Hokage couldn't help but think of this picture. After Guy entered Anbu, when he was carrying out the mission. Enemy. Which village are you from? Guy. As an Anbu, I won't reveal my identity. Take my leave, strong whirlwind. Thinking of this scene, the 3rd generation and the 4th Hokage couldn't help but shudder and quickly rejected Guy's request. Just kidding, if you join, Konoha's Anbu will become Konoha Ryobu. Even the 3rd Hokage and 4th Hokage don't agree, so there is definitely no hope for me to join Anbu. Might Guy sighed, but soon he cheered up again with passion. Hee, Kakashi, you're ahead of me this time. But even so, I won't stop. I will definitely catch up with you. Let me continue to burn my youth and run hard under the sunset. Advertisement. Only a blurry shadow appeared, and Might Guy ran away. Just when Might Guy was running happily, he heard a childish counting sound coming from the woods ahead. Who else would come here to exercise so early this morning, except for my old self? Might Guy followed the sound and stopped at a big tree not far away, then he saw the source of the sound. I saw a little boy with shiny black hair and a scarf with the word, hard work, written on it on his head, kicking a wooden stake in front of him very hard. 448,449,450. Even though every kick was extremely painful, the little boy was very strong and endured the pain and persisted in his exercise. At this moment, Might Guy seemed to see his childhood self. Day after day, a week passed. For a week in a row, Might Guy has been waiting here early. And the little boy did not disappoint Might Guy. He showed up here early every day and trained hard. Today, the little boy is training in skipping rope. 11:48, 11:49, 11:50. The little boy accidentally tripped over the rope under his feet, lost his balance, fell down, and hit the wooden stake in front of him. When the little boy raised his head from the ground, his little face was covered with scars. Tears kept falling from my eyes. At this moment, a gentle but sunny voice came from behind the little boy. Hey, hard-working boy, are you going to give up? Hearing the voice behind him, the little boy quickly struggled to get up from the ground, wiped the tears from his face, and said stubbornly. Who said I was giving up? I was just about to continue.
As the little boy spoke, he waved the rope in his hand and continued jumping. Might Guy smiled with satisfaction, gave a thumbs up, and made his signature gesture. My name is Might Guy, also known as the Blue Beast of Konoha. What's your name? The little boy stopped what he was doing, looked at Might Guy, and answered with a serious expression.
My name is Rock Lee. Chapter 50. Guy, is Xiao Li really not your child? Might Guy. Lee, can I call you that? Rock Lee, of course. Lee, do you have a dream? Might Guy suddenly looked at Rock Lee very seriously and asked. Yes. My dream is that even if I don't know ninjutsu or genjutsu, I can still become an excellent ninja. Rock Lee suddenly straightened up and shouted loudly like a student answering his teacher.
For some reason, Rock Lee always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Might Guy. You don't know ninjutsu or genjutsu? Might Guy raised an eyebrow and questioned. Yes, although Rock Lee has a clear goal, he is still a child after all. When he talks about the sad things, he can't help but feel a little depressed. Because he doesn't know ninjutsu and illusion techniques, Rock Lee has suffered a lot of ridicule from other friends. Seeing Rock Lee's expression, Might Guy understood what he meant. After all, he was also an experienced person. Lee, do you see that big rock over there? Might Guy suddenly asked, pointing not far away. Yeah, I saw it. Rock Lee nodded, but looked confused, wondering why Might Guy suddenly asked this. Might Guy didn't say anything, but walked silently to the side of the boulder and punched out unexpectedly. Then, Might Guy calmly walked to Rock Lee's side. Senior, what does this mean? Might Guy's actions completely stunned Rock Lee. Originally, Rock Lee thought that Might Guy was a master of physical skills and wanted to smash the boulder in front of him. He was looking forward to it very much.
However, looking at the motionless boulder, Rock Lee was really confused. Might Guy grinned and a light flashed between his teeth. Lee, look, then, Might Guy snapped his fingers. As the fingers snapped, a crack appeared on the boulder, and the crack continued to extend, and finally, the boulder broke into two pieces. What made Rock Lee even more stunned was that the surface of the boulder looked intact, but the inside had turned to powder.
Lee, this is taijutsu. Advertisement. Might Guy stood with his hands behind his back to Rock Lee, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, looking like a master. Of course, Might Guy learned this posture from Namikaze Tianming, because Might Guy thinks this posture is very master-like. Teacher Guy, please accept me as your disciple. Seeing this scene, Rock Lee knew that he had met a noble man. He fell to his knees and begged Might Guy to accept him as his apprentice. Ahem, Lee, if you want to become my disciple, I have only one request. Might Guy was delighted, but he still pretended to be calm and turned around to look at Rock Lee and said. Might Guy said this, and pulled out a green tights from somewhere, which was exactly the same as the tights Might Guy was wearing. Teacher, I do. Rock Lee was quick to take the tights from Might Guy and put them on. They fit him perfectly. Apparently, this tights was prepared by Might Guy a long time ago. Ha 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 ha, from today on, Rock Lee, you are my Might Guy's disciple. I feel my youth is surging. As a greeting gift, let's run 10 laps around the playground together.
Might Guy is in a good mood. Yes. After putting on the tights, Rock Lee was also extremely excited. He seemed to have seen his bright future. At this point, the Konoha youth duo officially debuted. In the system space, Namikaze Tianming frowned as he looked at Nine Tails, Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi, where's Guy? Didn't I say I had something to announce?
Teacher, I have already informed Guy. Maybe Guy encountered something on the way. Hitaki Kakashi was also a little anxious. After all, Might Guy had never been late before. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the space beside everyone, and Might Guy just came out from the crack. Of course, this doesn't mean that Might Guy is powerful enough to tear space apart with his bare hands. This is just the authority given to him by Namikaze Tianming, to be able to enter and exit the space freely. Otherwise, Namikaze Tianming has to do everything himself, which would be a waste of time. In addition, the only one who has this authority is Hitaki Kakashi. As for Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, although Namikaze Tianming granted them the technique to enter and exit space freely, they had not had time to practice. As soon as Might Guy entered the system space, he immediately began to apologize. Guy, this is the first time you're late, but what happened? Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming asked with concern. Teacher, can I bring someone to see you? At this moment, Might Guy actually seemed a little uneasy, and this expression made Hitaki Kakashi and others beside him feel very strange.
Of course you can. Not to mention Kakashi and the others. Even Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but feel curious at this moment. Is Might Guy in love? But there is no record of this in the original work. But Might Guy's current expression really makes people think more. Thank you, teacher. I'll bring him in right away. Might Guy was overjoyed and excitedly tore open the space crack and drilled in. When Might Guy appeared in front of everyone again, there was a little boy in his hands.
The little boy had a watermelon-shaped head, wore a green tights, and had thick eyebrows and big eyes. Standing next to Might Guy, they looked like two peas in a pod. Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui's eyes dropped to the ground when they saw this scene. My goodness, I thought you were going to bring your girlfriend to meet the teacher, but I didn't expect that the girl is already this big. Guy, You're really fast. You already have a baby, but who is your sister-in-law? Do we know each other? Hitaki Kakashi quietly moved to the side of Might Guy, his eyes already smiling into crescents, and asked the question that everyone wanted to know in a very 8 trigrams way. Upper right quadrant circular arc do Kakashi. What are you talking about? I am the pure golden bachelor of Konoha, and my youth is still surging. This child is called Rock Lee, he is my disciple, don't talk nonsense. Quote. Might Guy was shocked to hear Hitaki Kakashi ask this and quickly clarified. Who knows, after hearing Might Guy's answer, Hitaki Kakashi still looked unconvinced. Not to mention Hitaki Kakashi, even the expressions of Nine Tails, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi are very intriguing.
Teacher, you have to do justice for me, Sigma. Degree D degree winking face. Might Guy quickly looked towards Namikaze Tianming. Okay, everyone, stop making noises and talk about serious matters. Namikaze Tianming had a stern face, and Hitaki Kakashi and the others also quickly became serious.
Ahem, Guy, is Shaoli really not your child? Phew, ha 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 ha, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. There's no way around it, Rock Lee and Might Guy look so much alike, that hair, that nose, those eyes, those thick eyebrows and big eyes, they're exactly the same. Even Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but make fun of it. Chapter 51. Undercover Plan Shao. You are not allowed to laugh. I have parents. Teacher Guy is a teacher who must be respected the most. You are not allowed to laugh at him. Rock Lee, who saw all of this, naturally became anxious, his eyes widened like an angry kitten. Lee. No. Might Guy was touched. Teacher Guy. No. The master and the disciple hugged each other like this, oblivious to the people around them. That scene. Ahem, that was definitely our fault. We shouldn't have made fun of Guy. I apologize. Rock Lee was young and didn't understand the jokes between them, so Namikaze Tianming stopped joking in time. Teacher, this is my new disciple. Can I teach him the immortal golden body technique?
Might Guy looked at Namikaze Tianming with anticipation in his eyes. Might Guy really liked his disciple. At the same time, Rock Lee was looking at Namikaze Tianming very nervously, because his most admired teacher Might Guy told him today that he would take him to meet Might Guy's teacher. Originally, Rock Lee thought that Guy's teacher would be an old man, at least an old man at the level of the third Hokage. I didn't expect that Namikaze Tianming is so young.
Of course you can, but Xiao Li's bones are not well trained yet, so the amount of training cannot be too much. Here is a bottle of body tempering pills. You can give him 1 pill every day. Namikaze Tianming just glanced at Rock Lee and nodded in agreement to Might Guy's request. Although Rock Lee's physical talent is not as good as Might Guy's, he is still one of the best in the Hokage world. If he can successfully practice the immortal golden body technique, his strength should not be underestimated. Thank you so much, teacher. No. Might Guy was deeply moved after taking the pill handed over by Namikaze Tianming. He naturally knew the importance of this pill to Rock Lee. Thank you, Senior Tianming. Rock Lee also thanked him with a serious face. He knew that teacher Might Guy must have obtained something very precious for him. This treasure may be able to change his life. Advertisement. After settling Rock Lee down, Might Guy hurried back to the system space because there was something big to announce today. I believe everyone has heard the news from Konoha village. Of course, this is also the result of my discussion with the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Hokage. This time, I will send Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi to work as undercover agents in a rebellious ninja organization called Akatsuki. After everyone arrived, Namikaze Tianming began to announce the news.
Although Uchiha Itachi's strength is not yet as strong as when he defected in the original work, but now he has Uchiha Shisui with him. Even if the undercover operation fails, it will be no problem for him to get away with it safely. Yes, I will definitely complete the task entrusted by you, sir. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi naturally understood the importance of this mission. There is one thing I must remind you of during this mission. When fighting, you must not take off the Akatsuki organization's fire cloud robe. Especially you, Itachi, you must not take it off, remember? Seeing Namikaze Tianming talking about such an insignificant matter so seriously, I was immediately dumbfounded. Okay, I'll remember it. Just as Uchiha Itachi was answering, suddenly, Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fell straight down. Itachi, what's wrong with you? Uchiha Shisui was quick-witted and quickly grabbed Uchiha Itachi. Everyone rushed forward, only to find that Uchiha Itachi had fallen into a coma. Teacher, what's going on? Everyone looked at Namikaze Tianming at the same time. In their opinion, only Namikaze Tianming had the ability to solve these unknown problems. Namikaze Tianming frowned slightly when he saw this. The original work did say that Uchiha Itachi was suffering from a terminal illness and there was no cure, but it did not go into details. But Itachi is only 12 years old now, how come he got sick? Namikaze Tianming stretched out his hand and placed it on Uchiha Itachi's hand. After a long while, Namikaze Tianming let out a soft, This is Zan Yin body. Zan Yin body. What is this? Everyone blinked curiously, quietly waiting for Namikaze Tianming's explanation. To put it simply, the Xuanyan body is a physical condition that is hard to come by in a century. Advertisement, but this kind of physique usually only appears in women. If a woman with this physique has the right practice method, she will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Namikaze Tianming's mind was spinning rapidly, searching for information about the Xuanian body. As for why Uchiha Itachi had the Xuanian body, Namikaze Tianming was not sure either. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect.
Oh, although I don't understand, that is, the Xuanian body is a very powerful physique, which is a good thing for Itachi. Might Guy rubbed the back of his head and said naively. Idiot, didn't you hear what the teacher said? This will only happen when it happens to a girl, but Itachi is a boy. However, Hokage Kakashi immediately understood the meaning of Namikaze Tianming's words. Ah, teacher, what will happen if the Xuanian body appears on a man? Uchiha Shisui asked with concern. If it were anyone else, they would have a terminal illness, no medicine could cure it, and they wouldn't live past the age of 20. As soon as Namikaze Tianming opened his mouth, he conveyed a desperate message. Teacher, you must have a way, right? Hokage Kakashi was still very keen in capturing the meaning of Namikaze Tianming's words. Yes, only one pure yang pill is needed to solve this problem. However, I am still short of 2 medicinal materials, the fiery sunflower and the danyang lotus, to refine the pure yang pill. How about this? I'll draw the appearance of these 2 herbs for you, and you must use any means to find these 2 herbs. And Shisui, this is the pure yang technique. When you have cultivated the pure yang spiritual chi, not chakra, you must transfer some pure yang chakra to Itachi from time to time. This way, you can prevent the Xuanian chi from corroding Itachi's body.
Namikaze Tianming sighed inwardly, hoping that these 2 medicinal herbs existed in this world. Well, sir, I will definitely work hard to practice. But, sir, what about our undercover work in the Akatsuki organization? Uchiha Shisui said worriedly. He was just about to do his best to complete the task assigned by his master, but then this unexpected thing happened.
Haha, this isn't that easy. I'll be the one to go undercover in the Akatsuki organization. Namikaze Tianming laughed, and then in everyone's shocked gazes, he slowly turned into Uchiha Itachi. Even Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan is exactly the same. Chapter 52. Everyone is watching, Kakashi's true appearance under the mask. This is a perfect level transformation technique. There is absolutely no flaw at all. Hokage Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim, and everyone else present looked at Namikaze Tianming, who had transformed into Uchiha Itachi in surprise. Everyone present, except Might Guy, knows the transformation technique, but no one can master the perfect level transformation technique. Because transformation technique is an E-level auxiliary ninjutsu, it can play a very important role in combat, luring the enemy, or spying on information. However, in front of top-level experts, transformation technique is particularly easy to be discovered, especially during combat. Because a person's appearance can change, but temperament and fighting style are difficult to change. Unless your transformation technique reaches the perfect level, but to reach the perfect level of transformation technique, it requires countless times of practice. If you have this time, you might as well practice your offensive ninjutsu a few more times.
Therefore, many ninjas use the transformation technique to confuse the enemy's vision and hearing, and rarely practice it to a perfect level because it takes too much time. Of course, this does not include monsters with extraordinary talents. Seeing Namikaze Tianming's perfect level of transformation technique, everyone felt relieved. With Namikaze Tianming's ability, it was more than enough for him to replace Uchiha Itachi and go undercover. During this time, you should all act as usual. If you have any problems, you should first look for Kakashi. If you can't solve it, then come to me.
Namikaze Tianming, who had returned to his original appearance, glanced at everyone and gave the order. Yes, teacher, do you have anything else to tell me? Hokage Kakashi suddenly found that his teacher was staring at him, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. He thought Namikaze Tianming had something to ask him, so he quickly opened his mouth and asked. Namikaze Tianming blushed and touched his nose embarrassedly. Ahem, Kakashi, can you take off the mask on your face and let us see what you really look like? Although there are clips in the original work where Kakashi reveals his true appearance, and he is still a handsome guy, but it is an anime after all. Now, Hokage Kakashi was standing in front of him alive and well, a real person. In fact, Namikaze Tianming had wanted to do this for a long time, but was afraid that it would be impolite, so he kept putting it off until today before Namikaze Tianming said it out loud. However, what Namikaze Tianming did not expect was that as soon as Namikaze Tianming opened his mouth, the surroundings suddenly became extremely quiet. Advertisement. Looking around, I saw Might Guy, Kurama, and Uchiha Shisui all looking at Hokage Kakashi with wide eyes. Being stared at by so many people with such intense and eager eyes, even Hokage Kakashi couldn't help but feel uneasy.
The corners of his eyes kept twitching, and beads of sweat fell from his forehead. Do you really want to see it? Everyone nodded their heads like chicks pecking at rice, especially Might Guy, his eyes were shining. Well, I'll just pick it this time. Hokage Kakashi spread his hands helplessly. He wore the mask just to maintain his mystery. He didn't expect that everyone around him was so curious.
Hokage Kakashi's hand slowly reached for the mask. Everyone's heart rose to their throat and they swallowed involuntarily. Hokage Kakashi's hand was about to touch the mask, at this critical moment. Wait, Namikaze Tianming suddenly roared, startling everyone. Now, It was everyone's turn to stare at Namikaze Tianming with strange eyes. Ahem, let me think about it again. Namikaze Tianming smiled awkwardly, feeling very conflicted inside, as he was obviously very curious about what Hitaki Kakashi looked like. But I am afraid to see Hitaki Kakashi's true appearance. If it doesn't meet my expectations, I will be disappointed. How about just forget it? Namikaze Tianming asked tentatively and awkwardly, maybe it would be better to keep the mystery. I do. As soon as Namikaze Tianming said this, everyone fell to the ground. Teacher, don't hesitate. What's the point of mystery? What's important is that we want to see Kakashi's true appearance. Advertisement. How could Might Guy, who was full of expectations, let his wish go unfulfilled? Might Guy took a quick step forward, grabbed Hitaki Kakashi's arm and pulled it down.
Hitaki Kakashi's hand happened to be hooked on the mask, and when Might Guy pulled it, the mask was pulled off. The true appearance of Hitaki Kakashi is exposed to the public. Ah, so dazzling, my eyes, I don't know who shouted this. But when everyone saw Hitaki Kakashi's appearance, they fell into a strange silence. After a long silence, Might Guy, who had originally planned to compete with Hitaki Kakashi in looks, couldn't help but said with tears streaming down his face.
Kakashi, I admit that you are better than me in terms of handsomeness. You. As expected of Kakashi-senpai, he's really handsome. Uchiha Shisui gave a thumbs up, but the expression on her face. Humph, he's just a little bit more handsome than me. Namikaze Tianming turned her head away stubbornly and muttered, not wanting them to see the tears in her eyes. How is this a little bit handsome? This is a complete crush. Kakashi is so handsome, you can't find any other adjectives to describe him. Other adjectives are superfluous. This kind of handsomeness that makes people feel inferior is really stressful. After seeing Hitaki Kakashi put his mask back on, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ahem, okay, I still have things to do, you guys just continue practicing here. Shisui, don't forget what I told you to do. Namikaze Tianming disappeared right after he finished speaking, leaving everyone in a mess in the wind.
Chapter 53. First meeting with Tendo Pain, everyone, come out. Uchiha Itachi said calmly with a cold expression. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being our captain, you even discovered this. Two masked root members were seen coming out from behind a tree behind Uchiha Itachi. What are you doing following me? Uchiha Itachi turned away, his voice devoid of emotion.
The captain and Uchiha Shisui committed such a huge crime in Konoha village. As a subordinate, I have to pretend to chase them. The two root organization members drew out their long swords as they spoke. Bite. Ding ding. In the dark night, there was the sound of swords clashing and sparks flying. Your moves don't seem like they're just for show. Uchiha Itachi's tone already had anger in it. The two root organization members did not answer, but raised the long swords in their hands, which explained everything. What? Aren't you afraid of dying in my hands? Uchiha Itachi still spoke in a light tone, but anyone could hear the contempt in his words. Captain, your Sharingan is useless to us, we won't look you in the eye. As long as he doesn't fall into the illusion, the captain may not be a match for the two of us. One of the root members wearing an eagle beak mask said confidently. Yeah, Uchiha Itachi disappeared right where he was with a smile on his face. Oink. When Uchiha Itachi appeared again, he was already 10 meters away.
The two members of the organization who were in charge of the pursuit kept holding their knives stiffly. After a long while, the two men collapsed to the ground, without a sound. Uchiha Itachi, on the other hand, prepared to walk forward without even looking. At this moment, a figure blocked Uchiha Itachi's way. But when Uchiha Itachi saw this figure, he smiled strangely. Uchiha Obito, you finally took the bait. However, Uchiha Obito's outfit now is a little different from when we first met.
At this time, Uchiha Obito had long hair, wore an orange-red single-eye mask with black stripes, a black robe, and a samurai sword at his waist. Advertisement. That's right, this, Uchiha Itachi, was exactly what Namikaze Tianming transformed into, and everything he did was naturally to lure out Uchiha Obito. As for why Namikaze Tianming knew that Uchiha Obito would appear here, it was naturally because he left a tracking mark on Uchiha Obito when he fought with him for the first time. Namikaze Tianming was just doing it casually at the beginning, but he didn't expect it to come in handy today. Uchiha Obito turned around and looked at Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, there is no place for you in Konoha now. Who are you? Are you also sent by Konoha to hunt me down? Namikaze Tianming pretended not to know and asked coldly. No, Uchiha Itachi, you and I are from the same path. I came here today to show you a clear path. Uchiha Obito spread his hands. Humph, you are such a secretive person. I don't even know who you are. Why should I trust you? Namikaze Tianming said with great disdain. Uchiha Obito was not angry, but laughed and said.
Just because I'm Uchiha Madara is enough. Uchiha Obito's right eye glowed red, and it had transformed into the appearance of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan? You really are Uchiha Madara? Namikaze Tianming pretended to be shocked and murmured along with Uchiha Obito's meaning. I have to say, even Namikaze Tianming himself admires his own acting skills at this time. If there is an award for best actor in this world, it must be Namikaze Tianming.
Now, can you trust me? Uchiha Obito smiled slightly. If he could win over the genius Uchiha Itachi, he would be able to have another admiral. What do you mean by clear path? Namikaze Tianming asked even though he knew the answer. Uchiha Obito, have you ever heard of Akatsuki? Namikaze Tianming, of course I know. I can recommend you to join Akatsuki, where you can find what you want. Uchiha Obito looked straight at Uchiha Itachi, with burning eyes. Obviously, he had been coveting a genius like Uchiha Itachi for a long time. So after learning that Uchiha Itachi had defected, he immediately extended an olive branch to Uchiha Itachi. Good. Uchiha Itachi finally nodded. Following Uchiha Obito, the two gradually came to a wide valley. At the end of the road, there was a huge cave. Okay, next, I'll tell you a few things to pay attention to, so listen carefully. Advertisement. Uchiha Obito was in a good mood, and he talked more. Uchiha Itachi nodded and listened quietly to Uchiha Obito's words. In the Akatsuki organization, everyone calls me Afe, and I am not considered an official member.
In other words, I can only be regarded as an intern in Akatsuki with no great ability. You have to be careful about your attitude towards me. Uchiha Obito patiently explained the points that should be paid attention to. Why do you want to hide your true identity? Uchiha Itachi asked, looking up. Uchiha Obito folded his arms across his chest, looked at the moon in the sky and whispered Kaido. Because it would be troublesome if people knew that Uchiha Madara was still alive, and I hate trouble.
Uchiha Obito was silent for a while, then continued. Next, I will take you to see the leader of the Akatsuki organization. He also knows my true identity. The two talked as they walked and soon entered the cave. Not long after the two entered the cave, a hoarse and gloomy voice suddenly came from not far away. Hey, isn't this Uchiha Itachi? Long time no see, Uchiha's genius. The one who spoke was Orochimaru, who was hiding in the shadows. Namikaze Tianming also looked at Orochimaru in the dark, but did not answer. Oh, you two are from the same hometown, I almost forgot. It is such a touching reunion to meet you again now. Uchiha Obito's voice suddenly became funny and high-pitched. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe it. The change was so huge. Orochimaru. Uchiha Itachi, I heard that you were from this side too.
Orochimaru's words left Namikaze Tianming somewhat baffled. The people here are ninjas who see the village, family, companions and other messy relationships as a burden. Orochimaru wanted to continue speaking but was interrupted by a voice. Orochimaru, stop talking. Uchiha Itachi, our goal at Akatsuki is true peace in the ninja world. And to achieve this goal, we need people like Uchiha Itachi.
Following the sound, I saw a figure slowly walking out of the cave. This figure is none other than the apparent leader of the Akatsuki organization, Tendo Pain. Chapter 54. Capturing the Tailed Beast. Uchiha Itachi, welcome to the Akatsuki. Tiandao Pain said coldly with a blank expression. Next, let's deny Konoha even more strongly. Huh, oh, okay. Looking at the look in Tendo Pain's eyes, Namikaze Tianming was stunned. It turned out that this was the Rinnegan. After being pushed by Uchiha Obito, Namikaze Tianming came to his senses, and Namikaze Tianming naturally knew what to do next. So he took off Konoha's ninja forehead protector and cut it hard. Seeing this scene, Tiandao Pain walked to Namikaze Tianming with satisfaction. From today on, you are the Uchiha Itachi of Akatsuki. As Tiandao Pain said this, he handed Namikaze Tianming a ring with the word, Zu, engraved on it.
At the same time, there is also the Fire Cloud robe unique to the Akatsuki organization. After putting on the Fire Cloud robe and the Zu ring, Namikaze Tianming nodded with satisfaction. To be honest, this outfit was pretty good. After all, I was also a middle school student once and bought the same peripherals. I didn't expect that I would be wearing the real thing now, and the quality of the Fire Cloud robe is quite good and it is very comfortable to wear.
Everyone is here, Uchiha Itachi. I will take you to meet the other members of Akatsuki. Inside the cave, Tendo Pain is in the center, and next to him stands the only female in the Akatsuki organization, Konan. Standing on either side were Kakuzu, Orochimaru, Sasori, Zetsu, Biwajuazu, Uchiha Itachi, and an unknown member. Tiandao Pain stared at everyone and spoke lightly. In order to achieve our goal of dominating the world on behalf of the 5 great ninja nations, we have been recruiting outstanding ninjas, regardless of their backgrounds and experiences. Uchiha Itachi, welcome to join us. Now, we finally have enough strength, and next, we will carry out our next plan. Let's get started. Quote, Sure enough, if I hadn't forcibly intervened to change it, the direction of development of this world would basically remain unchanged. Advertisement. Looking at Biwajuzo who was leading the way in front of him, Namikaze Tianming thought secretly in his heart. Although he joined Akatsuki in place of Uchiha Itachi, the mission he had to do was the same. For example, in the previous missions, some important figures in other countries were attacked, and the teammate was also Biwajuazu, which was exactly the same as what Uchiha Itachi experienced in the original work. As for this Biwajuzo, Namikaze Tianming still knew his origins.
He was originally one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure and the first user of the broken sword and the beheading sword. During the Third Ninja World War, Biwajuzo and the other 7 ninja swordsmen surrounded the young Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu. Just when they were about to kill, Might Guy arrived, risked his life to open the 8 inner gates, and kicked the 7 ninja swordsmen into 3 pieces. And Biwajuzo is one of the survivors. After completing several missions, Tendo Pain reissued a mission. Capture 3 Tails Jinchuriki.
Hey, Itachi, do you know a ninja named Might Guy? Just when Namikaze Tianming was daydreaming, Biwajuzang thrust his beheading sword into the ground, looked at Namikaze Tianming and asked. Because of these missions, Biwajuzo also became familiar with Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming, who was already thinking about this, couldn't help but blurt out when he heard Biwajuzo ask this. I know, I'll kick you into the 3 lucky treasures. How can you repair it? Biwajuzo was almost so angry that he vomited blood. If it weren't for the Akatsuki organization's prohibition of internal fighting, Biwajuzo would have wanted to chop Uchiha Itachi to death with a single knife. Forget it, Itachi. I'm not interested in why you joined Akatsuki. The only thing I want to know now is what ninjutsu you're good at. In the end, Biwajuzo sighed and asked, because the previous tasks were relatively simple, Biwajuzo could not tell what ninjutsu Uchiha Itachi was good at. Me, I know a little bit of all kinds of ninjutsu. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands and said indifferently. Boy, I didn't realize you're so low-key. You're the former captain of Konoha Anbu and the genius of the Uchiha family. That's well known.
But none of this matters. I have 2 plans now. One is that you use illusions to assist and interfere, while I attack head-on. There is another plan, which is that we fight each other until the mission is completed. What do you think? Biwajuzang carried the beheading sword on his shoulder and spoke to himself. Haha, as you can see, of course we'll fight each other, just don't hold us back when the time comes.
Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming smiled evilly, and suddenly, Namikaze Tianming felt that if the development followed the original work, it would be a bit too boring. Let yourself add some spice. Hey, be careful, the enemy this time is the 4th Mizukage. There's nothing I can do to you, missed shinobi technique. Looking at the speeding, Uchiha Itachi, Biwajuazu sighed, released a large amount of water mist to obscure his vision, and hurriedly chased after it. But at this moment, a childish voice sounded. Wind style. Once the typhoon is over. Immediately afterwards, there were gusts of strong wind, which blew away all the water mist released by Biwajuzang. Then more than a dozen elite ninjas were seen surrounding Uchiha Itachi and Biwajuzo. The leader of these 10 elite ninjas was a little boy, with green hair and purple eyes, and a scar under his left eye that looked like a suture mark. The little boy was seen holding a stick-like weapon with a hook at the front and decorated with green flowers, and his face looked serious. If anyone really regards this little boy as a child, they will probably suffer a great loss, because this little boy is the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. Also, 3 Tails Jinchuriki. 4th Mizukage stared at Biwajuazu with his eyes fixed on him.
Juzo, I didn't expect you to come back here. I originally had countless things to say to you, but now you've come at the right time. Return the beheading sword to the village. Otherwise, even if your partner is Itachi of Sharingan, there is no room for negotiation. Although Yagura Kojima is small in size, the tone of his voice is not small. HMPH, 4th generation, if you want to keep me here, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Biwajuzo suddenly jumped up, carrying a beheading sword and slashing towards the 4th Mizukage Yagura. In an instant, dozens of shurikens shot out and pierced into Biwajuzo's body in midair. However, this is just a water shadow clone of Biwajuzo. At some point, Biwajuzo had already run above the 4th Mizukage and chopped him down with a single blow. Boom. The big tree where the 4th Mizukage was standing was chopped down by Biwajuzo with one sword. The 2 Kurigakure ninjas who rushed towards Namikaze Tianming were also easily dealt with by Namikaze Tianming. Chapter 55. I told you not to hold us back. Water style. Water dragon bomb technique. 2 water dragons jumped out of the ground and headed towards Biwajuzo and Namikaze Tianming respectively. The 2 of them dodged quickly, only to see 2 water dragons directly crashing into the forest to create 2 2-meter-wide roads. For Namikaze Tianming, dodging the water dragon bomb technique is a piece of cake. But for Biwajuzang, it was a little embarrassing. As expected of the 4th generation, they can use such a large-scale water dragon bomb even without a water source nearby. Biwajuzang said while panting and feeling a lingering fear. Hearing what Biwajuzo said, Namikaze Tianming curled his lips and complained. That's it? How can you compare to Konoha's 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama? That's the man who claimed to have made a contract with the sea. Lokwat-juzang. Itachi, can you give me some face? If I praise the other party like this, doesn't it make my embarrassment seem more reasonable? Biwajuzang felt very bitter, but for the sake of face, he obviously couldn't say it out loud. Water style. Water whip. Thanks to the 4th Mizukage, the ninjas of Kurigakure Anbu around them directly used the water on the ground to launch attacks. Even if they couldn't really restrain Uchiha Itachi and Biwajuazu, they could at least serve to harass them. What annoying flies. Biwajuzang, hold on for a while I take care of those annoying flies first. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Namikaze Tianming knew how many missed shinobi Anbu were nearby. Even those hiding in the dark could be seen clearly by Namikaze Tianming. Then you have to be careful, these Anbu are all Jonin level.
As one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen, Biwa Juzo naturally knew how powerful Mist Shinobi Anbu was, and quickly spoke out to remind him. I know, just don't die too early. Namikaze Tianming said lightly, and in a flash, he appeared next to one of the Mist Shinobi Anbu. Biwa Juzo. You still have time to think about it now. Water style. Water link technique. Yagura suddenly opened his mouth and sucked, his cheeks bulged up immediately, and then he spit forward. One after another, water cannonballs like cannonballs kept coming out of the mouth of 4th Mizukage Yagura. Water style. Water barrier. Faced with such a fierce attack, Biwa Juzo panicked and quickly launched a defensive water style.
Advertisement. Although Biwa Juzo is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, it is no exaggeration to say that the 4th Mizukage Yagura completely crushed Biwa Juzo. After all, 4th Mizukage Yagura is a rare Jinchuriki in the ninja world who can perfectly control the chakra of the tailed beasts.
He can use all the water styles that you can use, and his power is stronger than yours. He also knows the water style that you don't know. How do you play it? Unlike the miserable situation of Biwa Juzo, Namikaze Tianming did not encounter any strong enemies. Puff, puff. In a flash, Namikaze Tianming appeared like a ghost, unnoticed. Soon, 4 or 5 Mist Shinobi Anbu became victims of Namikaze Tianming's sword. Fire style. Great fireball technique. The 4th Mizukage Yagura, who was still bombarding Biwa Juzo, suddenly felt a burning sensation coming from the right. 4th Mizukage Yagura turned around and was shocked to find that it was Uchiha Itachi, who had eliminated Mist Shinobi Anbu at some point and came to reinforce Biwa Juzo. However, the great fireball technique performed by Uchiha Itachi is not just a fireball, it is several times larger than the fireballs of other ninjas. How terrifying. Water style. Water array pillar. 4th Mizukage Yagura quickly spit out a stream of water to wrap the fireball. It took such a massive column of water to extinguish the fireball. Tisk, the power of the ninjutsu unleashed by chakra in this world is still too weak.
No wonder people complain about the mercy ball technique. Namikaze Tianming curled his lips, disdainful in his heart. Okay, I'm not going to play with you anymore, I'm going to get serious now. Amaterasu. Namikaze Tianming shouted softly, and a black flame suddenly burned on the body of 4th Mizukage Yagura. Of course, this doesn't mean that Namikaze Tianming possesses the ability of the Uchiha Itachi Mangekyo Sharingan.
This is just a move that Namikaze Tianming imitated, and no one can tell the difference unless Uchiha Itachi is present. The power of the black flames caused the 4th Mizukage Yagura to roll on the ground in pain, wailing. Advertisement. Ouch. Finally, the 4th Mizukage Yagura couldn't bear the pain anymore, he roared, and unusual chakra began to emerge from his body. I saw a fiery red chakra storm formed with the 4th Mizukage Yagura as the center. 4th Mizukage Yagura actually transformed into a monster wearing the tailed beast chakra coat. Although he maintained his human form, he had what looked like 3 tails. At this time, the head-sized tailed beast bomb is gradually taking shape. Itachi, be careful. Seeing this, Biwa Juzo didn't have time to think about it at all, and he just stood in front of Namikaze Tianming with a beheading sword in his hand. The tailed beast bomb has been launched. In a flash, Biwa Juzang turned around with an expression as calm as if he was ready to die. Biwa Juzang felt that this block might be the only highlight moment in his life. Uchiha Itachi, my only friend, stay alive. Loquat Tenzang is full of affection. Who knew? The next moment, Namikaze Tianming kicked Biwa Juzo aside.
He reached out and caught the tailed beast bomb, cursing. I told you not to hold me back, but you ran in front of me and blocked my view. After being scolded by Namikaze Tianming, Biwa Juzo was stunned on the spot. Oh my god, it turned out that it was all his own fault? Fortunately, he didn't say it out loud. Stay away from me. If you get hurt by mistake, I won't be responsible. Namikaze Tianming held the tailed beast bomb with one hand, turned his head and said coldly.
Biwa Juzang jumped up from the ground without hesitation and ran 100 meters away. Gulp. Biwa Juzang swallowed his saliva involuntarily. The feeling just now was really terrifying. When he thought about how he treated Uchiha Itachi so casually and even gave him a cold shoulder when he first joined Akatsuki, Biwa Juazu's legs couldn't help but tremble. Since I treated him like that before, he shouldn't beat me up in the future, right? It should be. No way. Biwa Juzang quickly shook his head, not daring to think about it anymore, but opened his eyes wide and looked forward. The Uchiha Itachi in front roared at this time and threw the tailed beast bomb directly back. Then he jumped up and slapped the 4th Mizukage Yagura, who was wearing the tailed beast chakra coat, with his bare hands. Chapter 56. Whether the Hokage world is in chaos or not, I have the final say. Ouch. 4th Mizukage Yagura was not to be outdone, seeing that Uchiha Itachi actually bounced the tailed beast bomb back. With a quick roar, another tailed beast bomb was launched. Boom. 2 tailed beast bombs collided, causing a loud bang.
The powerful shockwave caused a deep and large pit to appear directly on the spot. Even the 4th Mizukage Yagura, who was wearing the tailed beast bomb coat, was knocked to the ground by the shockwave. The terrifying thing is that when the shockwave hit, Uchiha Itachi seemed unaffected at all and appeared directly in front of the 4th Mizukage. 4th Mizukage Yagura's eyes narrowed, and chakra began to emerge from his body again. He was going to completely transform into a tailed beast.
However, Namikaze Tianming would never give him this opportunity. Call out. Bang. Namikaze Tianming flashed directly to the head of 4th Mizukage Yagura and punched him with an ordinary punch. 4th Mizukage Yagura's eyes went dark and he fainted. Namikaze Tianming stretched out his hand into the void and directly stuffed the 4th Mizukage Yagura into somewhere in the system space. Ha ha ha. Itachi Senpai is so awesome. Seeing that Namikaze Tianming defeated 4th Mizukage Yagura so easily, Biwa Juazu's face immediately put on a flattering smile, and he waved and trotted all the way to Uchiha Itachi. Itachi Senpai. Thanks to Itachi Senpai, we were able to complete the mission so quickly. Biwa Juzang kept complimenting him. Namikaze Tianming turned around, looked at Biwa Juzo with a half smile, and said teasingly. Itachi Senpai. Juazu, why did your way of addressing me change? Hehe, isn't it because Itachi Senpai's strength is unfathomable? Biwa Juzang smiled apologetically and said, a real man can bend and stretch, and he has to admit defeat when it's time. Tisk tisk tisk, Juzo, I still like your rebellious look when you called me a newbie before, recover a little.
Namikaze Tianming looked at Biwa Juzo somewhat strangely. The original work did not focus much on Biwa Juzo, and Namikaze Tianming did not know much about Biwa Juzo's personality. But I never expected that Biwa Juzang would change so quickly. But think about it, if he didn't value his life, he might have died when facing might die. Advertisement, hey, Itachi Senpai, Juzu was blind and spoke too loudly before, please calm down.
Forget it, just yell whatever you want. Seeing Biwa Juzo's look, Namikaze Tianming was speechless. So, Namikaze Tianming quickly waved his hands and stopped arguing with Biwa Juzo. Hey, Itachi Senpai, since we have completed the mission, let's go back early. I believe that this time, we will complete the task the fastest. If so, the leader will definitely reward us handsomely. I'd better use the elephant turning technique to report this mission to the leader right away. Biwa Juzo said this and prepared to activate the elephant turning technique. However, Namikaze Tianming stopped him with his hand. Biwa Juzang looked at Namikaze Tianming in confusion. Juzo, remember this, our attempt to capture Three Tails Jinchuriki has failed. Namikaze Tianming looked at Biwa Juazu and said with a cold expression.
Failed. But, Biwa Juzang was completely confused now. Juzo, if I say failure, then it's failure, there's no need to ask why, do you understand me? When Namikaze Tianming said this, a strong murderous intent suddenly burst out from his body. Yes, whatever Itachi Senpai says is what it is. Biwa Juzang was so frightened that his whole body shuddered and he responded repeatedly, how could he dare to say another word? Juzo, if anyone asks us why our mission failed, you just say that although we tried our best, we defeated the 4th Mizukage Yagura. But at the critical moment, 4th Mizukage Yagura was rescued by a mysterious man. We didn't even get to see what the guy looked like, remember? Namikaze Tianming looked at the shivering Biwa Juzo and felt deeply moved, and he suddenly figured it out. Originally, Namikaze Tianming just wanted to practice quietly, hoping to return to his hometown one day. Originally, I didn't intend to interfere too much in the affairs of the ninja world and let things go according to the original script. However, there are some things that you have to intervene in, whether it is because of your own selfishness or your obsession with the regrets in the original work as a previous reader. However, Namikaze Tianming has now figured it out. By traveling to this world, he has actually changed this world. Advertisement. Since everything has changed, why should we be timid? In that case, why not enjoy it to the fullest? Namikaze Tianming thought of this and suddenly felt more relaxed than ever before. Boo. With a slight sound, Namikaze Tianming discovered that his soul realm, also known as spiritual consciousness, soul, had actually broken through to the early stage of the transformation realm. This has never happened before, ha 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 ha, whether the Hokage world is in chaos or not, Namikaze Tianming, have the final say. Namikaze Tianming opened his arms and laughed heartily. Biwa Juzo, who was standing by, saw Uchiha Itachi, suddenly burst into laughter as if he was crazy, and he secretly swore in his heart that he must stay away from this lunatic. Ahem, Juzu, since it's a rare opportunity for you to go back to your hometown, why don't you go for a walk? Namikaze Tianming saw Biwa Juzo who was silent on the side, and realized that his behavior seemed a little bit childish. He coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment and asked casually. Hometown. Maybe. Biwa Juzang sighed quietly, as if he had thought of something. Why, Juzhong, I didn't realize you were a man with a story. I have some wine, are you willing to tell me? In fact, seeing Biwa Juzo standing in front of him without hesitation, although it is like an ant trying to shake a tree, Namikaze Tianming was still a little touched. That's why Biwa Juzang is still alive today. Itachi, Senpai, do you still remember what I said about might die? Biwa Juzo looked up at Namikaze Tianming. How? Namikaze Tianming looked at Biwa Juzo in confusion. Being kicked into a mess by Might must be a lifelong shame for Biwa Juzo, so why was he bringing it up again? Might Day's strength is terrifying, but with the strength of us, the 7 ninja swordsmen, if we use all our strength to resist together. Biwa Juzo seemed to be lost in his memories. Could it be possible that you can defeat Might Dai? Namikaze Tianming questioned again. Ahem, that's not the case.
What I mean is that if we work together, at least more of the 7 people can survive. However, we had originally agreed to fight together with all our strength, but a traitor appeared among us. Quote.
When he said this, Biwa Juzang's anger seemed to burst out from his eyes, and he gritted his teeth. Chapter 57. V's Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. Who? Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. Now he is still bullying the intelligence department in Kirigakure, damn it.
Biwa Juzang really hates the Zigwashan Puffer Ghost. Zigwashan Pufferfish Ghost. That's a really hard name to pronounce, but it doesn't matter. Now that we are here, we should at least catch up with old friends, right, Juzong? Biwa Juzo naturally heard the subtext of Uchiha Itachi, and his face lit up immediately. Itachi senpai, you. But soon, Biwa Juzang became listless again. But the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost is very cunning and his whereabouts are erratic. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find him. Ha 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 ha, don't worry about that. As long as he's still in Kirigakure, he can't escape. Namikaze Tianming opened his eyes, and his spiritual awareness suddenly surged out like an overwhelming force, and soon, it enveloped the entire Kirigakure. There is no way. It's not that Namikaze Tianming's spiritual awareness is so strong, but mainly because Kirigakure is too small. After all, Kirigakure is only that big. Moreover, the Zigwashan Puffer Ghost is very easy to recognize. The one holding the big sword Samahata is him. Soon, Namikaze Tianming found the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish demon in a secret room in Kirigakure Anbu. At this time, he was looking at a treasure chest in front of him with shining eyes.
In this treasure chest, there are all kinds of gold, silver and jewelry. I found it. Namikaze Tianming gave Biwa Juzo an evil smile, which frightened Biwa Juzo. This smile was too weird. Juzo, let me take you to catch up with your old friends, let's go. Namikaze Tianming said as he grabbed Biwa Juzo's shoulders and disappeared. In just a few minutes, Namikaze Tianming brought Biwa Juzo to a rooftop somewhere in Kirigakure Anbu.
Namikaze Tianming's move shocked Biwa Juzo even more. This speed was definitely not something that could be achieved with the instant body technique. It took a long time for Biwa Juzo to come back to his senses, and he felt even more in awe of Uchiha Itachi. Namikaze Tianming didn't care what Biwa Juzo thought, and slapped Biwa Juzo on the back of the head. Juzo, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish demon is right below here, let's just charge in. Advertisement. Okay, Itachi senpai, I'll take the lead. Biwa Juzo covered his head with his hands in grievance. The slap from Namikaze Tianming was still very painful. Biwa Juzo even suspected that Uchiha Itachi's hands were made of steel. But Biwa Juzang didn't dare to say these words out loud, so he had to transfer his anger to the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish demon below. Just at this moment, the arrogant laughter of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost was heard from the room. How can he be repaired? He can actually still laugh. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, give me your life. Biwa Juzang picked up the beheading sword and chopped it down, and a huge hole appeared in front of him.
Namikaze Tianming and Biwa Juzo jumped down without saying a word. Biwa Juzo. Why are you here? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, who hastily put away the treasure chest, was a little surprised when he saw who was coming. He didn't expect that it was his old acquaintance Biwa Juzo. The person next to you must be Uchiha Itachi, right? Zigwashan Puffer Ghost recognized Uchiha Itachi at once. After all, the news that Uchiha Itachi, the S-rank rebel ninja from Konoha village, had joined Akatsuki had already spread. Shan Tugi, you still have the nerve to laugh. Are you worthy of the 7 people who died? The angry Biwa Juzang took the beheading sword and chopped down at the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish demon. Haha, why would you feel sorry? I was able to survive because of my ability. However, it seemed that the Zigwashan Puffer Ghost had anticipated this and calmly picked up his sword Samahata and went forward to meet the enemy. In just a few seconds, the two had already fought several rounds. Bite. The 2 knives collided, and the 2 men each held a big knife in their hands and stood in a stalemate. Biwa Juzang was still gritting his teeth, extremely angry. On the other hand, the Zigwashan Puffer Ghost always maintained a calm and composed smile on his face. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost suddenly raised his mouth and said sarcastically. Tisk tisk tisk, Juzo, you really are going backwards as time goes by, you have lost all your brain. Have you forgotten the characteristics of my sword Samahata so quickly? Quote. Oops, I forgot about this. Biwa Juzo's pupils suddenly contracted, and he remembered the characteristics of the broadsword Samahata. Advertisement. Biwa Juzo wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Biwa Juzo only felt a huge suction force coming from the big sword Samahata, along his beheading sword, sucking the chakra in his body. Biwa Juzo was powerless to resist, and soon all the chakra in his body was sucked away by the big sword Samahata, and he collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Namikaze Tianming. Juzo, since you came to me, don't blame me for being rude. You are an S-rank rebel ninja and worth a lot of money, so you better die. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer demon burst out with murderous intent, and smashed towards Biwa Juzo with the big knife Samahata. Call out. At the critical moment, several kunai attacked, and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost could only raise his knife to deal with them. Namikaze Tianming dodged and rescued Biwa Juzo. Itachi senpai, you saved me again. Juazu is ashamed.
Biwa Juzang lowered his head, feeling powerless all over, yet extremely ashamed. He was defeated in an instant, it was so embarrassing. Have a good rest, leave the rest to me. Namikaze Tianming spoke lightly, then took a step forward. However, the Ziguashan puffer ghost was frightened by the aura of Namikaze Tianming's step. Ha 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 ha, another S-rank rebel ninja. Today, I, Yamakawa Pig Ghost, will get rich. The Ziguashan puffer ghost pointed the big knife Samahata at Namikaze Tianming and laughed arrogantly. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Namikaze Tianming took the lead in launching the attack, but Ziguashan puffer ghost was not in a hurry and just held up the big knife Samahata without moving. However, a huge mouth suddenly appeared on the big sword Samahata, and it swallowed the fireball directly.
The barbed blade of the Samahata sword suddenly began to swell and turn red. It took a long time before it returned to normal. This ability is a bit weird. Namikaze Tianming was a little surprised. His great fireball technique was activated by using his own spiritual power. But this big sword Samahata could actually devour spiritual energy? Ha 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 ha, I've already told you, ninjutsu is useless to me. As long as I don't look into your eyes, your illusion will be useless to me. Killing you is easy, isn't it?
Needle had thousands of bones. After Samahata returned the suck chakra to the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost roared, and its hair stood up one by one. I saw that each hair was as hard as a steel needle, and it shot towards Namikaze Tianming like a violent storm. Chapter 58. Itachi Senpai, I really. Thank you. Hey, this move, why do I feel it's familiar? Namikaze Tianming waved his hand, and an invisible light curtain appeared in front of Namikaze Tianming, blocking all the attacks of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. After failing to make a move, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost said nothing, changed his hand seals, and roared again. Thousands of hair needles. The long hair of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost suddenly began to swell, and countless hairs were like steel needles, overwhelming towards Namikaze Tianming and Biwa Juzo. Namikaze Tianming looked helplessly at Biwa Juzo, who was unable to move on the ground, and waved his hand again, and the protective shield also protected Biwa Juzo. I remember. How come the name of your ninjutsu is exactly the same as Jiraiya's move? However, although the name is the same, the power is just average. Namikaze Tianming said as if he suddenly realized something, but Jiraiya's thousand needles is a form of fairy technique, so its power is naturally not comparable to the attack of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon. Before Biwa Juzang could show gratitude to Namikaze Tianming, the second attack of the Ziguashan Puffer Demon had already arrived.
The long hair of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost began to grow wildly, and then suddenly inserted into the ground. Bang! The long hair that had originally gone underground suddenly burst out from everywhere underground, just like weeds on the ground, covering the entire secret room. Boom boom. Namikaze Tianming strolled leisurely in the midst of wave after wave of attacks. No matter how fast and intensive the attacks of the Ziguashan Puffer Ghost were, they could not hurt Namikaze Tianming at all.
There were huge holes on the ground, and the surrounding walls were destroyed so badly that not a single piece was intact. Then go to hell. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost became furious and turned his target directly to Biwa Juzo, who was lying on the ground watching the fight. However, even though the Ziguashan Puffer Ghost was hiding underground with long hair, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Biwa Juzo, he was still seen clearly by Namikaze Tianming's spiritual consciousness. Ziguashan Pufferfish Ghost attacks quickly, but Namikaze Tianming's speed is even faster. In an instant, Namikaze Tianming came to Biwa Juzo and kicked him, directly kicking Biwa Juzo more than 10 meters away. I told you not to hold us back, really. Biwa Juzo, who was kicked in the air, seemed to vaguely hear the murmur of Uchiha Itachi, and felt even more aggrieved. However, it was precisely because of this kick that Biwa Juzang was not successfully ambushed by the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. However, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost was not willing to give up and attacked Biwa Juzang with his long hair at an even faster speed. Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming kicked Biwa Juzo away again, and the attack of Ziguashan Puffer Ghost missed again. Puff. Loquat Juzang on the ground spat out a mouthful of blood, wanting to cry but without the tears. The blood I shed was caused by the 2 kicks from Uchiha Itachi. Although it saved my life, why can't I be happy?
I really am. Thank you, Itachi-senpai. Biwa Juzang could only complain in his heart. Black flame, burning the sky with karma. Namikaze Tianming didn't even bother to hide it and directly used the magic. Black flames gushed out from Namikaze Tianming's hands. When those steel needle-like hairs encountered the black flames, they shrank back immediately like a mouse encountering a cat. However, the number of these hairs was unusually large, and they were easily contaminated by the black flames. The black flames were rising up and were about to burn the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's head. It was dangerous. The Ziguashan Puffer Ghost acted decisively and used the big knife Samahata to cut off his own hair in half. Although he lost his hair, he at least saved his life. Water style. Grand waterfall technique. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost suddenly spit out a stream of water, but it did not use it to attack Namikaze Tianming and the others. Instead, it sprayed it in all directions. After a while, a water cube barrier was formed to replace the original secret room and cover all 3 of them. Oh no. Gurgle gurgle. Senior Itachi, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish's strength will increase several times underwater. Gurgle gurgle.
Biwa Juzo wanted to speak out to remind Namikaze Tianming, but after all, they were underwater, and it became difficult for Biwa Juzo to speak. Ha ha ha, Uchiha Itachi, I have to admit that you are very strong, even stronger than me. Therefore, I intend to use all my strength to defeat you. The Ziguashan puffer ghost was not affected at all, but became even more arrogant. Water style. Water teeth bullet. Suddenly, two sharp blades like fangs, Uzumaki, formed on both sides of the Ziguashan puffer ghost and went straight towards Namikaze Tianming.
Swish. There was a sudden chaos underwater, with bubbles forming continuously. Fusion. Transformation. Advertisement. After a surge of waves, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon appeared again in front of Namikaze Tianming and Biwa Juzo. However, the appearance of the Ziguashan Puffer Ghost has completely changed. It actually turned into a half-human, half-shark state, and even the size of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost was reduced.
Apparently, this is a fusion with the broadsword Samahata. This scene made Biwa Juzo dumbfounded. Ha 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 ha. Juzo, Uchiha Itachi, you never thought I have this trick. You guys came at the right time. I just mastered this trick and you guys are here to give it to me. That's perfect. I'll use you to practice and test the power of my latest ninjutsu. Quote. A cruel smile flashed across the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's lips. Biwa Juzo stared blankly at the monster transformed from the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, and was so shocked that he was speechless. Even Namikaze Tianming was a little surprised. He thought that only Hoshigaki Kisame could merge into one with the broadsword Samahata. He didn't expect that Ziguashan Puffer Ghost could do it too. Call out, swish. In just a few seconds, the Ziguashan Pufferfish Ghost had jumped up and down in the water for several rounds. Ha 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 ha, how about it, am I fast? Can you see my speed? The Ziguashan Puffer Ghost roared wildly, and in the water, few people could see his speed. Then he leapt forward at an incredible speed, and his hands turned into sharp claws and grabbed Namikaze Tianming. Unfortunately, Namikaze Tianming just slightly turned his body to avoid the attack of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, and by the way, he also grabbed the arm of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost.
Huh? You can actually devour the spiritual energy in me? Namikaze Tianming frowned. Obviously, this was another trick played by Samahata. Get lost. Namikaze Tianming simply raised his leg and kicked the Ziguashan Puffer Ghost, sending it flying backwards. Peeved. How is this possible? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost spat out a mouthful of blood and opened his eyes wide in disbelief.
How is that possible? Why couldn't I sense or absorb the chakra from your move just now? Chapter 59. Kill the Pufferfish Ghost of Watermelon Mountain. Because, this is a taijutsu, stupid. Namikaze Tianming rolled his eyes. Taijutsu. How come your taijutsu is so powerful? There's information that says you're best at genjutsu. The Ziguashan Puffer Ghost looked at Namikaze Tianming in disbelief. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu were all so powerful. Isn't this too much of a sin? Physical skills are certainly not my strongest point, but it is enough to deal with you. Namikaze Tianming grinned. Namikaze Tianming naturally knew the characteristics of the big sword Samahata, but Namikaze Tianming thought that the big sword Samahata could not devour and absorb spiritual energy. What a mistake. But soon, Namikaze Tianming remembered that physical skills were the nemesis of the broadsword Samahata. Of course, Namikaze Tianming did not lie. Although, the secret of the Heavenly Emperor is a method of cultivating both the Dharma and the body, Namikaze Tianming has never specially added the practice of body refining techniques. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the weakest. But it is more than enough to deal with the Ziguashan Puffer Ghost. How dare you look down on me like this, water style, Qianshi Jiao.
The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's hands were like phantoms, and he made the seal in just 2 or 3 strokes. Unexpectedly, because of anger, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's seal forming speed actually improved. Countless bubbles began to appear around the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. When the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost finished forming the seal, those countless bubbles turned into ferocious sharks. Call out. Swoosh. Countless sharks came in like an overwhelming force. It was like the end of the world.
Namikaze Tianming naturally didn't care much about such an attack, but Biwa Juzo who fell to the ground. Oh, really? Namikaze Tianming dodged and came to Biwa Juzo again. I told you not to hold us back. Then, in Biwa Juzang's desperate and horrified eyes, he kicked out. Biwa Juzo was kicked out of the water cube barrier by Namikaze Tianming. Flutter. Loquat Shizong flew high up and then fell heavily. How tragic it was. Itachi Senpai. As for Namikaze Tianming, after kicking Biwa Juzo out, Namikaze Tianming just smiled. Advertisement. The troublemakers have finally been dealt with. Now it's your turn. 10,000 swords return to their origin. Namikaze Tianming just stretched out his hand and pointed, and streams of spiritual energy gathered above Namikaze Tianming like sharp swords. Call out. Swish. Sharp swords were unsheathed, covering the sky and the earth, and there were thousands of them. Each spiritual sword shot out a water path, creating a string of bubbles. Each spiritual sword was like being equipped with a tracking missile, destroying all the chakra sharks released by the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost.
The remaining nearly 100 spiritual swords were all stabbed into the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. The sound of clanging golden music never ceases to be heard. But what was strange was that the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost was not seriously injured. Instead, it absorbed all the spiritual energy from the spiritual sword. Moreover, after absorbing the spiritual energy, the condition of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost actually became even better.
Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Itachi, I didn't expect your chakra to be so delicious. Unfortunately, from today on, he belongs to me. The Ziguashan Puffer Ghost laughed wildly, feeling more refreshed than ever before. Enjoy the last moments of your life, water style, Oyadan technique. The water around the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost condensed into a huge shark. The shark suddenly opened its mouth, and the chakra continued to condense and compress. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost also continuously transported the chakra it had just absorbed into here. Faintly, this big shark bomb technique actually has a bit of the flavor of tailed beast bomb. Feeling the terrifying energy contained in the water bomb, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost gained confidence and roared. Emission. Boom. The water bomb suddenly shot out, as if it could destroy the world. Ziguashan Puffer Ghost sneered in his heart. The power of the big shark bomb was terrifying. If it encountered an attack containing chakra during the journey, the giant shark bomb will instantly absorb all the chakra of the caster, and the power can be doubled again. It can be said to be a very rogue move. The Uchiha Itachi, on the opposite side, has also started to act, and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost couldn't help but reveal a weird smile.
Emperor Heaven's secret. All things in heaven and earth are my body. The energy of heaven and earth is all in this fist. One punch decides the fate of the country. Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming drew a circle with his hands, gathered all his strength into this punch, and then punched out. A fist-shaped shockwave shot out. Unlike the fierce battle imagined by the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, the fist-shaped shockwave was invincible and destroyed the big shark bomb technique with ease. At the same time, the body of the Ziguashan Puffer Ghost was also penetrated by the shock wave generated by this punch. PFF'd. Wow, how is it possible? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's eyes widened as it scratched around in front of its body with its hands unwillingly. The big sword Samahata jumped out directly from the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's body, ending the fusion state. The Ziguashan Puffer Ghost couldn't understand why his big shark bomb technique was so easily blown away. Did it fail? I told you, this is a taijutsu move, pure strength. Where does the chakra come from? You're not dead yet, you're still pretty tenacious. Then give me one last blow, a thunderous strike. With Namikaze Tianming as the core, countless thunders were released in an instant, and the flashing white light of the thunder illuminated the entire water barrier. Namikaze Tianming didn't even need to do anything, the lightning had already spread along the water. No, in the blink of an eye, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost was electrocuted to a crispy outside and tender inside, and its whole body was black. Boom. The tall body of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost collapsed with a loud bang, and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost died. Just as the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost fell, the water cube barrier also disappeared. Itachi Senpai, you are the winner after all. As soon as Namikaze Tianming came out of the water cube, he saw Biwa Juzo rushing towards him with an admiring look on his face, and Namikaze Tianming quickly dodged. Biwa Juzang missed his target and fell to the ground, so he had to get up awkwardly. Although he was hit hard several times by Uchiha Itachi, Biwa Juzo knew that he would have died if it weren't for these kicks from Uchiha Itachi. Therefore, Biwa Juzo admired Uchiha Itachi more and more. Senior, where are we going next? As if to hide his embarrassment, Biwa Juzo asked quickly. Namikaze Tianming did not say anything either. He just took a step forward and grabbed at the void, cancelling the isolation formation that he had set up previously. If there wasn't this isolation formation, how could no one come to support the Ziguashan Puffer Ghost with such a big commotion? What? Namikaze Tianming frowned, as if something was rubbing against his feet. Namikaze Tianming looked down and saw that it was the same sword as Samahata. Why was he trying to please me? Chapter 60. Three Tails Isobu. Still coming. You're addicted, huh? Namikaze Tianming frowned. This big sword Samahata was attached to his thigh, and it actually dared to absorb his spiritual power. Stay away from me. Namikaze Tianming kicked the big knife Samahata away and hit it against the wall. But soon Samahata jumped to Namikaze Tianming's feet and wrapped around Namikaze Tianming's calves like a rope. Namikaze Tianming could even feel the aggrieved emotion coming from Samahata. Oh, are you feeling wrong because I stole my spiritual energy? Namikaze Tianming tried to shake it off several times, but the big knife Samahata was like a dog's skin plaster and couldn't be shaken off. Obviously, the big knife Samahata is not stupid either. The chakra on Namikaze Tianming is the most delicious chakra it has ever absorbed, and it certainly will not give up. Itachi Senpai, look at this great sword Samahata, does it want to follow you and acknowledge you as its master? Biwa Juzo standing by was amazed. It was the first time he saw Samahata clinging to someone so stubbornly. You know, Dadao Samahata has always been very aloof. Even towards his former master, Ziguashan Puffer Ghost, Dadao Samahata was indifferent. Where would it be like now? Itachi Senpai is Itachi Senpai. Not only is he able to slaughter the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, but even the great sword Samahata wants to recognize him as his master. Biwa Juzang was filled with emotion, fortunately he did not go too far before. Acknowledge me as your master.
No, he's too ugly. Namikaze Tianming frowned and said to Samahata with disgust. It's covered with barbs, like a hedgehog, and it has a big mouth and even a tongue. It's so ugly. Biwa Juzo. Samahata. Biwa Juzo turned around and couldn't help but burst into tears. Itachi Senpai is Itachi Senpai. If it were someone else, they would have happily accepted the big sword Samahata. There's no comparison. So, you should stay here and wait for your destined partner. If you are obedient, and if one day you can reach that level, maybe one day I will be happy and accept you as my son. Namikaze Tianming touched the handle of the broadsword Samahata with his finger, and information flowed into the blade of the broadsword Samahata. Advertisement. What Namikaze Tianming passed on to the broadsword Samahata was a book of magic formulas, the Divine Weapon Technique. This, Divine Weapon Technique, is a book of spells that can improve the rank of weapons, but it requires the owner of the weapon to be the hub to help the weapon absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the essence of the sun and the moon.
One day, it may even be possible to give weapons intelligence, or weapon spirits. Of course, this is only a very rare case. Although this divine weapon technique is quite effective, it is somewhat useless. Although it can improve the level of the weapon, it will also waste the time of the weapon owner. When Namikaze Tianming saw that the big sword Samahata seemed to have life, but its level was not high, he immediately thought of this spell.
What if Samahata could practice this technique on his own, absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon, and advance on his own? If one day, the broadsword Samahata can evolve into a magical weapon with spirit, then it will be worthy of Namikaze Tianming's attention. After obtaining the divine weaponry, Samahata became quiet instead, standing quietly aside, but in his heart he recognized Namikaze Tianming as his master. Don't worry, master, I will practice hard. Let's go. Seeing that Samahata had finally calmed down, Namikaze Tianming turned around and said to Biwajuzo. After saying that, Namikaze Tianming left without looking back. Although Biwajuzo was curious about how Uchiha Itachi made the big sword Samahata obey him, when he saw that Uchiha Itachi had left, Biwajuzo did not dare to stay and followed him. Only the big sword Samahata was left standing alone on the ground. Shortly after Namikaze Tianming and Biwajuzo left, a figure suddenly arrived in front of the secret room. This person has a strange appearance, with long dark blue hair, a face, skin color and sharp teeth similar to a shark, golden pupils, and is wearing Kurigakure Anbu's clothing. With such obvious physical features, it goes without saying that this person is none other than the subordinate of Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, Hoshigaki Kisame.
When Hoshigaki Kisame saw the shattered Anbu secret room and the corpse of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, his face changed drastically and he hurried forward to check. But when Hoshigaki Kisame saw the big knife Samahata in the corner, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he slowly walked towards the big knife Samahata, and then grasped the handle. In the system space, Namikaze Tianming looked at the unconscious fourth Mizukage Yagura with an expressionless face.
The reason why Namikaze Tianming appeared here was naturally because Namikaze Tianming left a clone to travel with Biwajuzo, and then entered the system space without anyone noticing. It turns out that I was caught in an illusion. Advertisement. A gleam of light flashed in Namikaze Tianming's eyes, and he knew the physical condition of fourth Mizukage Yagura clearly. It is mentioned in the original work that the fourth Mizukage Yagura was controlled by Uchiha Obito very early on. That's why Namikaze Tianming gave fourth Mizukage Yagura a full-body checkup as soon as possible. Sure enough, the trick was discovered. No, even Three Tails has been controlled. Namikaze Tianming's eyes narrowed and he made a new discovery. Just as Namikaze Tianming was about to help them get rid of the illusion, a figure ran over from a distance. Master. Ha ha ha, I knew it was the master, you're back. It was Nine Tails who came. As soon as Nine Tails came to Namikaze Tianming, he rubbed against Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming touched Nine Tails' head lovingly, and Nine Tails rolled on the ground with joy.
Suddenly, Nine Tails noticed the fourth Mizukage Yagura lying on the ground. Master, why does this person have a familiar smell? It seems to be the third brother? Yes, this baby-faced man is Three Tails Jinchuriki. Please stand aside for now. I have something else to do. Namikaze Tianming nodded and explained to Nine Tails. Oh, okay. Filled circle, lower half circle, filled circle. So, Nine Tails stood aside obediently.
Namikaze Tianming pointed and fourth Mizukage Yagura floated into the air. Afterwards, the seal on the fourth Mizukage that sealed Three Tails gradually appeared. Contract seal. Open. Namikaze Tianming shouted, and directly opened a hole in the seal on fourth Mizukage, pulled out Three Tails inside, and then closed the seal again. However, this time, only part of Three Tails' chakra was sealed. Three Tails Isobu, a gray mud turtle-like monster with three tails of Namikaze Tianming. The moment he was pulled out by Namikaze Tianming, he rolled up his body and rushed towards Namikaze Tianming like a huge wheel. I want to crush Namikaze Tianming into mud. Chapter 61. Third brother, times have changed. Third brother, are you crazy? Stop it now. Nine Tails next to Namikaze Tianming shouted loudly. Of course, Nine Tails was not worried about Namikaze Tianming, but was worried about Three Tails being slapped to death by Namikaze Tianming. Kurama, don't worry, it can't do anything to me. Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly and said calmly.
Nine Tails. Seeing that Three Tails was about to crush him, Nine Tails finally couldn't hold back anymore, and he changed his body shape, rising higher and higher, and slapped Three Tails with one claw, knocking him away. There's no way, it's really afraid that something might happen to Three Tails. This guy actually took the initiative to attack? Something's wrong? Suddenly, Namikaze Tianming came back to his senses and looked at Nine Tails in front of him with a strange expression.
Kurama, you were just worried about it, weren't you? Namikaze Tianming said as he pointed at Three Tails, who was slapped away by Nine Tails. Nine Tails turned around and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Ahem, that is this. Nine Tails didn't say anything else, but the meaning was self-evident. Hey Kurama, what's wrong? Your elbow is bent outward. Do you believe me? I will give you a big bag. Quote. Namikaze Tianming raised his hand and pretended to hit. Nine Tails begged for mercy. Master, please spare my life. Please listen to my explanation. Upper right quadrant circular arc DO. Okay, then explain it to me. If I'm not satisfied, then I'll let you practice in the furnace without any protection like Guy. Namikaze Tianming looked at Nine Tails coldly, but secretly laughed. This guy, if I don't give you a lesson, you'll become arrogant.
Nine Tails quickly shrank his body and trotted over to Namikaze Tianming, a flattering look on his face. At this time, Three Tails Isobue, who had fallen to the ground, had already climbed up, shook his head, and was ready to launch a second charge. Namikaze Tianming pointed his finger at Three Tails in the air and uttered the word, freeze. Then Three Tails' whole body froze in place, unable to move. In the system space, Namikaze Tianming is the supreme god.
Advertisement. Kurama, keep going. Namikaze Tianming turned around, looked at Nine Tails and said with a smile. Master, look, do I need to tell you this? With the master's strength, how can Three Tails hurt you? The reason why I am worried about the third brother is because of my admiration for the master and my confidence in the master's tyrannical strength. Circle with vertical fill, circle with vertical fill. Nine Tails pointed at Three Tails, who was not far away, straightened his back, and spoke loudly. Seeing Nine Tails' movements becoming more and more humane, Namikaze Tianming couldn't be serious anymore and nodded in satisfaction. You are right. If that is the case, I will not punish you. Thank you, master. Nine Tails even ran behind Namikaze Tianming and gently hit him on the back a few times. The image of a person trying hard to please his master. Okay, I have to remove the illusion on Three Tails first, you just watch. Namikaze Tianming waved his hand, signaling Nine Tails not to hammer anymore, and was about to walk towards Three Tails, but after a few steps, Namikaze Tianming turned back and said seriously. Also, I don't like flattery, I'm not that kind of person. If you do that again, I'll be unhappy. Musical note *****.
After saying that, Namikaze Tianming walked straight towards Three Tails, leaving Nine Tails disheveled in the wind. Master. You seem very happy. After thinking for a long time, Nine Tails still didn't dare to say it out loud, but followed Namikaze Tianming happily. Seeing Namikaze Tianming and Nine Tails walking towards him, the immobilized Three Tails as he roared angrily but could not move. When Nine Tails followed Namikaze Tianming and walked in front of Three Tails Isophie, Nine Tails saw the three Magatama form flash by in Three Tails Isophie's eyes.
Nine Tails immediately thought of the night when he was controlled by a masked man and attacked Konoha. Master, it's that masked man's fault again. The third child is controlled by him. Nine Tails spoke quickly from the side. I know, just watch from the side. Namikaze Tianming nodded, then reached forward and grabbed a rune out of Three Tails' body. Then he just pinched it casually, and the rune was crushed by Namikaze Tianming. At the same time, Three Tails' eyes suddenly regained clarity. After regaining his freedom and consciousness, Three Tails Isobu was about to roar to the sky, but he saw Namikaze Tianming and the human-sized Nine Tails in front of him and fell into a daze. Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming looked at the fourth Mizukage on the side and used the same trick to break the illusion that fourth Mizukage was in. Just as the illusion on the fourth Mizukage was dispelled, somewhere underground, Uchiha Obito suddenly opened his eyes were bloodshot and filled with anger. It's you again. How can I repair it? You ruin my good thing again. Old Nine, is that you? Three Tails Isobu finally came to his senses and asked.
Of course it's me. Who else could it be? Nine Tails raised his head proudly and said in a very cold tone. Then who is next to you? Three Tails Isobu is still confused. With Nine Tails' temper, how could he stand peacefully with humans? This is my master, you should thank him for saving you. Ha 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 ha, Laoju, you're really getting worse and worse. You actually recognized a little human as your master? You're really embarrassing us all.
Three Tails Isobu was stunned for a moment, but soon burst into laughter and made merciless ridicule. Third brother, times have changed. You can't be so short-sighted. The master's strength is unfathomable. You'd better follow me and submit to the master. Nine Tails did not feel angry or embarrassed at all about Three Tails' ridicule, because it understood Three Tails' thoughts. Old Nine, you are talking nonsense. Just him, an ordinary human being, is worthy of my submission. Do you think he is the old man from Sage of Six Paths? Three Tails Isobu said with disdain, and also looked down on Namikaze Tianming. Old Three, stop talking. Seeing the smile on Namikaze Tianming's face, Ninetail's heart trembled, and he quickly stopped Three Tails. Old Nine, I am not you. Three Tails Isobu was still extremely arrogant and had no idea of the seriousness of the problem. Ninetails wanted to persuade Three Tails again, but was stopped by Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming narrowed his eyes and smiled. Kurama, stop talking. Since Three Tails wants to test my strength, I will fulfill his wish. Ninetails didn't say anything else, but looked at Three Tails with sympathy. It knew that Three Tails would definitely suffer this time. Old Third, it's not that I won't help you, you just asked for this.
Ninetails sighed inwardly. Chapter 62. I am free. Namikaze Tianming just stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and Three Tails Isobu felt that he had regained the ability to move. Ha ha ha, I am free. Three Tails wagged his tail excitedly. After wandering around for a few circles, Three Tails looked at Namikaze Tianming. A cruel look flashed across his eyes, and he roared. How dare you restrict me, Humph, I'll give it back to you.
Ice escape. Ice prison technique. In an instant, several huge ice cubes appeared around Namikaze Tianming, freezing Namikaze Tianming. Haha, Laoju, this is what you call powerful. That's it. Three Tails Isofuda laughed arrogantly, wanting to see Nine Tails' shocked expression. Who knew Nine Tails didn't even raise his eyelids? Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't this just the beginning? Crack, crack. As Nine Tails finished speaking, the sound of ice breaking reached Three Tails' ears. I saw more and more cracks on the ice that trapped Namikaze Tianming, and finally with a bang, all the ice shattered and fell to the ground. Brush. Namikaze Tianming jumped up and punched Three Tails Isobu in the face. Three Tails Isobu's face was deformed by Namikaze Tianming and he flew backwards. Namikaze Tianming dodged and flew to the path where Three Tails Isobu was knocked away, waiting there in advance, and then kicked him again. Bang, 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 ping pong pong. Poor Three Tails Isobu was treated like a football by Namikaze Tianming, kicked around without giving him any chance to breathe.
Even though Three Tails Isobu in midair reacted and used ice escape to defend himself, this defense was as fragile as paper in front of Namikaze Tianming. In a short while, Three Tails Isobu was beaten black and blue, and there was not a single clean spot on his body. Stop fighting, I give up, I give up. Unable to bear it any longer, Three Tails Isobu finally raised the white flag and surrendered. Ouch, it hurts so much. Namikaze Tianming crossed his arms over his chest, looking at Three Tails with a half smile as he nearly rolled on the ground in pain.
Every punch and kick of mine hits where it hurts. Hey, third brother, do you know how powerful the master is? Not for all not s. Advertisement. Seeing Three Tails getting humiliated, Nine Tails' mouth was split with laughter. Laoju, did you do this on purpose to see me get beaten? Asterisk I. Three Tails Isobu rolled his eyes at Nine Tails and complained. Oh my god, learn from Namikaze Tianming, third brother, why are you so shameless? Didn't I warn you? It was obviously you who was so eager to get yourself killed. Don't blame me. At this point, Nine Tails laughed happily non-stop, which made Three Tails Isobu very angry. Three Tails, are you willing to surrender? Namikaze Tianming didn't care about that. He looked at Three Tails coldly and asked. I am willing to surrender. After a long time, Three Tails finally uttered these words. Ha ha ha, all right, third brother, from now on we brothers will work together to assist the master.
You won't regret it. Ren, carrot. Nine Tails said this and happily patted Three Tails' tail with his paw. Well, now that you have submitted to me, you will train with Kurama from now on. Namikaze Tianming waved his hand, asked Nine Tails and Three Tails to step aside, and looked at the still unconscious fourth Mizukage. Hey, Juzu, wake up. Next to the campfire, Namikaze Tianming kicked Biwa Juzo who was sleeping.
Itachi senpai. Biwa Juzo, who was in a daze, suddenly became much more sober when he heard Uchiha Itachi calling him, and quickly opened his eyes. He saw Uchiha Itachi looking at him with a smile. Itachi senpai, what do you want? The more he got along with Uchiha Itachi, the more he felt that Uchiha Itachi was unfathomable, so he even added a respectful title to his address. Juzo, I'll give you two paths, how about you choose one? Namikaze Tianming smiled and narrowed his eyes. Itachi senpai, please speak. Biwa Juzo's body shuddered, and he felt the dangerous aura emanating from Namikaze Tianming when he said this. He swallowed his saliva involuntarily. He knew that if he didn't answer well, he would probably die here. Hey, don't be nervous. Do I look that scary? Namikaze Tianming said this, patting Biwa Zhuzhong's shoulder with a harmless look on his face. Haha, senior, you are joking. Advertisement. Are you kidding? It would be strange if I wasn't afraid. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept coming out, and Biwa Zhuzhang felt like his throat was so dry that it was about to burst into flames. Haha, the first way is that I will personally send you to see the King of Hell.
Namikaze Tianming said this with an unchanged expression on his face, like a devil. Biwa Zhuzhang's pupils shrank suddenly, but he did not dare to make any move. He said in a hoarse voice. Senior Itachi, what about the second way? The second way is easy. There will be no more Biwa Juzo in the world. Namikaze Tianming spoke slowly. Gulp. Biwa Juzo found that his back was soaked with sweat. Itachi-senpai, I choose the second path. Oh? Are you sure?
Namikaze Tianming smiled. Itachi-senpai, I'm sure. Biwa Juzang nodded firmly and decided to take a gamble. Ha 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 ha. Okay, I knew you were a smart guy, Biwa Juzang. Namikaze Tianming looked at Biwa Juzo with appreciation. Senior Itachi, thank you for your compliment. I hope you can show me a way forward. Biwa Juzang finally let go of his worry, he knew that he had made the right bet. It's very simple. From today on, you are no longer a member of the Akatsuki organization, nor are you Biwa Juazu. Instead, you are an Anbu member directly under Kurigakure 4th Mizukage Yagura. You will no longer be known by your true identity. As for your code name, you can choose one yourself. Namikaze Tianming raised an eyebrow and spoke lightly.
Itachi-senpai, is this really okay? Biwa Juzo had a bitter face. He became a rebel ninja because he was dissatisfied with the tyranny of the 4th Mizukage. If he could return to Kurigakure, Biwa Juzo would be very happy. However, this matter does not seem to be that simple. Of course. Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and then saw a figure slowly walking out from a big tree behind him. With that iconic baby face, Biwa Juzo recognized it immediately.
4th generation Mu. Biwa Juazu looked at 4th Mizukage Yagura in shock, then looked at Uchiha Itachi. He seemed to understand something. Let's find a good owner for the beheading sword. It's time to train the next generation of young people. Namikaze Tianming said this, and after taking the Nan ring from Biwa Juzo, he left. Chapter 63. First fight with Orochimaru, defeated in seconds. Rain Shinobi Village, somewhere in an unknown cave. Call out, swish, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several black human-shaped shadows appeared out of thin air in every corner of the cave. Although they are just human-shaped shadows, we can still distinguish them from their characteristics, and they are Tendo Pain, Konan, Uchiha Itachi, Namikaze Tianming, Sasori, Kakuzu, Orochimaru, and Black Zetsu. Obviously, these were all members of the Akatsuki organization who were gathering here for a meeting using the elephant technique, and their real bodies did not appear here. Oh my, why does it feel like there are two people missing? Orochimaru licked his lips, revealing his long tongue as he spoke nonchalantly, but his eyes never left the humanoid figure of Uchiha Itachi. Biwa Juzo is dead. Namikaze Tianming spoke calmly without even raising his eyes.
Oh my, Juzo's partner is Uchiha Itachi. What a strong opponent he must be. Orochimaru's hoarse voice sounded, and the meaning of gloating was self-evident. The 4th generation is headed by Three Tails Jinchuriki, and a mysterious person has appeared, with unfathomable strength. Namikaze Tianming said nothing more. I already know this, there's no need to argue about it. Tendo Pain spoke with a blank expression, obviously knowing something from Uchiha Obito.
Namikaze Tianming crossed his arms, the plan worked. In fact, not only Biwa Juzo died this time, Kakuzu's partner also died. Black Zetsu also spoke. Oh my, I know about this too, Kakuzu did it on purpose. Orochimaru glanced at Kakuzu provocatively. Kakuzu crossed his arms and said nonchalantly. Who told him to drag his feet and waste my time? You and your partner don't have a good relationship, right? Orochimaru chuckled and continued to exaggerate. So what? Kakuzu clearly didn't care. You've been wanting to kill him for a long time, right? Orochimaru enjoys watching the fun. Advertisement. So what? If you anger me, I will kill you, even if it's you, Orochimaru. Kakuzu's voice was cold, as if he was talking about something ordinary.
Oh my, I'm so scared. If you have the ability, you can try it. Orochimaru was not afraid at all. Although Kakuzu was the one who claimed to have fought with first Hokage Senju Hashirama, Orochimaru was also one of the Sannin of Konoha. How could he be afraid of him? Namikaze Tianming looked at the two people arguing and shook his head in disdain. In terms of ability, almost every member of Akatsuki has cage-level strength, of course, except for those who died, but people are not united. No wonder they were killed one by one in the end and ended up with a tragic end. To put it bluntly, it's just a pile of loose sand and it's hard to achieve anything. Okay, stop arguing. We in the Akatsuki organization always work in groups of two. Since you both have no partners, then you two should form a new group. Tendo Pain spoke up to stop the quarrel between Orochimaru and Kakuzu, wanting to separate Uchiha Itachi and Kakuzu into a group. As long as this guy doesn't bother me. Kakuzu glanced at Uchiha Itachi and said very coldly. Really, I don't know how to please others. Namikaze Tianming sneered, thinking that Kakuzu took himself too seriously. Oh, then I can teach you how to respect your elders. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his words were full of gunpowder. Hey, Uchiha Itachi, but you have to team up with me. Orochimaru took the opportunity to say that he had been coveting Uchiha Itachi's body for a long time. He would fight for this opportunity no matter what. Orochimaru, you little brat, are you looking down on me? Kakuzu was already angry. Orochimaru was not afraid at all, and stared at Kakuzu with a tense look. If looks could kill, they would have killed each other countless times. Alright, stop arguing. Looking at the two people at loggerheads, even Tendo Pain couldn't help but feel a headache. We have lost 2 members and need to add new members and new partners. You should come back first and talk about it after we find new members.
Hey, isn't this Uchiha Itachi? Long time no see. When Namikaze Tianming looked up, he saw Orochimaru looking at him with a lewd smile on his face. Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but feel a chill. I just came to this new gathering place based on the information given by Tendo Pain, but I didn't expect to meet Orochimaru as soon as I returned. Advertisement. Hey, Orochimaru, you too, Sashi ignores me. Namikaze Tianming smiled and extended his hand to greet Orochimaru, then walked past the stunned Orochimaru without looking back. Patient, Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru came to his senses and stretched out his hand. A big snake jumped out from Orochimaru's arm and directly rolled up Namikaze Tianming, who had not walked far. Uchiha Itachi, do you know what eternal life is? Namikaze Tianming looked at him coldly without saying anything. Uchiha Itachi, are you ignoring me? But it doesn't matter, I don't know it yet anyway, so I need a perfect body that can allow me to achieve eternal body. You should feel lucky that I chose you. Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly. He believed that as long as he had Uchiha Itachi's body, his research would be able to go further.
Do you think it's a sure thing? Namikaze Tianming sneered. What else? Orochimaru, will eat you, Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru was extremely excited. Ridiculous. Namikaze Tianming snorted coldly, and the big snake that had originally wrapped up Namikaze Tianming broke into pieces. Orochimaru screamed, and quickly retracted the snake, preparing to form hand seals and perform ninjutsu, but he was shocked to find that he could not move.
When did I fall under your immobilization spell? But soon, Orochimaru became excited again. It's worthy of the body I chose, possessing such perfect and powerful pupil power. Apparently, Orochimaru thought it was caused by the eye power of Uchiha Itachi. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. You've p'd me off. Namikaze Tianming just swiped with 2 fingers, and Orochimaru's arms were cut off at the shoulders. Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru couldn't help but let out a scream. He was horrified to find that his arms were blocked by a mysterious force and could not regenerate. Without arms, wouldn't I be at the mercy of others? Orochimaru, you can die now. Namikaze Tianming smiled contemptuously, holding a kunai and ready to stab Orochimaru in the forehead. At this critical moment, several sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and Namikaze Tianming quickly jumped back and avoided several shurikens that were attacking him. When Namikaze Tianming looked up, Orochimaru had disappeared. However, Namikaze Tianming was not in a hurry at all, instead he smiled evilly.
Chapter 64. Gently awaken the sleeping soul. Orochimaru betrayed the organization and ran away. In the Akatsuki gathering place, Tendo Pain announced expressionlessly. Tisk, I knew that guy was unreliable, he put his personal affairs before the organization. Scorpion rolled his eyes and complained. Hey, Uchiha Itachi, I heard that you had a fight with Orochimaru and he defected, maybe it's related to this?
Tell me, is it possible that you also killed Biwa Juzang? Kakuzu took one look at Uchiha Itachi and started laughing. Kakuzu, you can actually give it a try. Namikaze Tianming also looked at Kakuzu with a half smile. This guy seemed to dislike him. Well, it's time to stop fighting. Although I don't want to let Orochimaru escape, the organization is short of manpower. Tendo Pain had just finished speaking when Uchiha Obito jumped out from behind him, pointed at him, and said in a sharp voice. Hey, look here, can I join in? Namikaze Tianming looked at Uchiha Obito's funny appearance and secretly gave him a thumbs up. His acting skills were really good. However, compared to myself, it's still a little bit lacking. Namikaze Tianming thought happily. Tendo Pain just turned his head slightly and glanced at Ah Fei without saying anything. But Scorpion shouted from the side, get out of the way. Ah Fei, who was originally in high spirits, immediately lowered his head and said very dejectedly. Yes. Namikaze Tianming rolled his eyes at Ah Fei, who quietly retreated.
You are letting yourself go too far, aren't you? Keep pretending, and keep pretending. Chief, leave Orochimaru to me. His subordinate Kabuto is similar to my puppet. I will find his hiding place in no time. Scorpion actually offered to chase Orochimaru, and it was obvious that he had been annoyed with Orochimaru for a long time. Don't worry, take a rest. I already have an idea of your new partner. Let's talk about it after he arrives.
Tendo Pain still had no expression on his face. Namikaze Tianming, who had been silent for a long time, took the initiative to speak. Orochimaru, just leave it to me. I'm enough on my own. Uchiha Itachi, that's rare. If I remember correctly, you and Orochimaru are both from Konoha, right? You two should be considered fellow countrymen, right? Quote. Advertisement. Scorpion looked at Uchiha Itachi with some surprise. Haha, so what? There's no need to be lenient with those who deserve to die. Namikaze Tianming sneered and said indifferently. Such a cold Uchiha Itachi surprised the other members of Akatsuki. Ha 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 ha, you are worthy of being the Itachi of the Sharingan. You killed Danzo and slaughtered your own kind. I am beginning to admire you. Kakuzu, however, started laughing. Unfortunately, I still look down on you like before. Namikaze Tianming glanced at Kakuzu with disdain and said with his hands spread out. You, Uchiha Itachi, I think you really want to die. Kakuzu's eyes widened, and he was ready to attack at any time.
Say less to me, Kakuzu, I've got a choice for your new partner too. Uchiha Itachi, since you have volunteered, I will leave Orochimaru to you. I hope you will not let me down. Looking at the members who are all troublemakers, even Tendo Pain felt a headache.
Uchiha Itachi, can you find Orochimaru's whereabouts? Scorpion warned. Don't worry, it's just Orochimaru, isn't it easy to find him? It won't be long before good news comes. Namikaze Tianming chuckled and walked towards the cave entrance on his own. When passing by Kakuzu, he gave Kakuzu a very disdainful look, which made Kakuzu very angry. Uchiha Itachi, sooner or later, you will die in my hands. I will take your heart to complete my jutsu. Kakuzu swore silently in his heart. In an unknown underground dark room somewhere. Orochimaru's lair. Kikisho, Uchiha Itachi, what jutsu did you use? Why can't my arm heal? Orochimaru roared in anger. Master Orochimaru, it seems that is the only way. Do pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose with his fingers and said in a deep voice. No, that move is of great importance. It must not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. I have to try it again. Advertisement. Orochimaru panted unwillingly. Living corpse reincarnation. He had not yet found Uchiha Itachi's perfect body. He definitely couldn't use it so easily.
Because every time he uses living corpse reincarnation, Orochimaru will have 3 years where he can't use living corpse reincarnation. To put it simply, the skill CD of living corpse reincarnation is a bit long, only 3 years. I'm going to try again. Orochi Ryu body replacement technique. Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth, and a pair of hands suddenly stretched out from his mouth. Then, Orochimaru, with his arms restored, is seen emerging from Orochimaru's mouth.
It's like a snake shedding its skin, it's truly magical. However, before Orochimaru could be happy for long, his expression changed, because he found that even after using the Orochimaru body replacement technique, his arms recovered, but not completely. Because, I can move the fingers of my hands, but I can't lift my arms. How can I, Uchiha Itachi, have I ever been treated so unfairly? I will remember you. Orochimaru's angry and hoarse voice sounded. Ha 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 ha, Orochimaru, it must be uncomfortable to have your arm broken off, right? At this moment, an arrogant laugh came from somewhere. Huh, Uchiha Itachi, why is he here? Hearing the voice coming in, Orochimaru's face changed. He was so familiar with this voice that he could still recognize it even if he turned into ashes. Boom. Bang bang. Before Orochimaru and Kabuto could recover from their shock, the entire chamber began to shake violently, with rocks falling from above. Apparently, Uchiha Itachi knows the location of the secret room and is pounding on it violently, trying to force Orochimaru out. Uchiha Itachi, you are going too far. Orochimaru gritted his teeth and gave Kabuto a look, who nodded and placed his hand on Orochimaru's shoulder. The two of them just went straight into the soil and rose to the surface.
Gently awakened the sleeping soul. As soon as they reached the ground, Orochimaru and Kabuto heard a burst of singing. Looking ahead, one can see Uchiha Itachi swinging a huge hammer, hammering the ground continuously, causing the ground to shake. Uchiha Itachi, stop it, that's enough. The usually calm Orochimaru felt his anger rising to his head, and he rarely lost his composure. Oh my, Orochimaru, Sashi is ignoring me. Namikaze Tianming carried the hammer on his shoulder, smiling, as if they were old friends reuniting.
Chapter 65. Impure World Reincarnation. Uchiha Itachi, what on earth do you want to do? Kabuto had already taken out his kunai and was in a defensive posture, staring closely at Namikaze Tianming. Orochimaru, I am under the orders of the leader to bring you to justice. Namikaze Tianming put his hands on his hips, put a big hammer aside, and said righteously. Namikaze Tianming was secretly happy. It was a rare urge for him to do some role-playing. It would be even more exciting if he was wearing a police uniform. The reason why Namikaze Tianming was able to find Orochimaru's lair so easily was naturally because of the soul marks on Orochimaru's arms. Uchiha Itachi, don't even think about it. I won't let you hurt Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto shouted angrily and threw the kunai in his hand directly at Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming sneered and casually knocked the kunai away without even looking at Kabuto. Orochimaru, do you want your men to die? How can it be repaired? Kabuto was baring his teeth and claws in anger. He wanted to rush towards Uchiha Itachi. It was the first time he was ignored like this.
Calm down, you are no match for him. However, Orochimaru still spoke up to stop Kabuto. Orochimaru was reluctant to let such a loyal subordinate die like this. But, Master Orochimaru, you. Kabuto looked anxious. It was hard to say whether Orochimaru could perform hand seals in his current condition. Take that out. Orochimaru looked gloomy. Good. Kabuto's face lit up with joy. He knew that Orochimaru had been researching a forbidden technique. It looked like today would be an eye-opener.
Kabuto was seen lifting both of Orochimaru's arms up to Orochimaru's mouth. Orochimaru struggled to make a seal, the tiger seal. Oh my, Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to be able to form a seal so tenaciously, not bad. Namikaze Tianming laughed happily. Orochimaru was just like the cockroach from Immune to Death. But the way he made the seals was really funny. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, ignored Namikaze Tianming's ridicule, and continued to make hand seals wholeheartedly. Snake. Dog. Dragon. Finally, Put your hands together with the help of Kabuto. Impure World Reincarnation. Advertisement. Boom. The ground began to tremble, and a wooden coffin slowly rose next to Orochimaru. In the center of the coffin, there were big 3 words. As the lid of the wooden coffin was opened, a dry and cracked corpse walked out of the coffin. Uchiha Itachi, you can escape unscathed from facing the 4th Mizukage, but what can you do against the 3rd Kazekage, who I resurrected with the forbidden technique and has the title of the strongest Kazekage? A smile finally appeared on Orochimaru's gloomy face. He was excited about the successful use of the forbidden technique.
Isn't it Impure World Reincarnation? It seems like I don't recognize it. Let alone the 3rd Kazekage, I'm not afraid even if you revive the 1st Hokage. Namikaze Tianming sneered. Impure World Reincarnation is ultimately an external force, and there are still many uncertainties, so it is of little use. You know about Impure World Reincarnation? Itachi, you have quite an insight. But you are too arrogant. I want to see if you can still be so arrogant later.
With just a look from Orochimaru, Kabuto took a kunai with a talisman engraved on it and thrust it into the 3rd Kazekage. Then, white smoke began to emerge from 3rd Kazecage's body. Then, it was as if the 3rd Kazekage was resurrected. Huh, am I not dead? Who are you? The resurrected 3rd Kazekage frowned as he looked at the unfamiliar faces around him. Stop talking nonsense and kill him. Uchiha Itachi, let me see which one is better, your Sharingan or my forbidden technique. Orochimaru said as he stepped back, keeping a safe distance from Namikaze Tianming. So it's the brat from the Uchiha family. Then it's not a bad idea to kill you. Sandite Shigur. In just a moment, iron sand-like waves appeared out of thin air in front of the 3rd Kazekage. The iron sand-like waves suddenly formed countless fine needles and shot towards Namikaze Tianming at a high speed. I saw these fine iron sand needles covering the sky, like a long black dragon. Oh, this skill is great. If used in battle, it would be quite powerful.
I just don't know if I can stop it. Namikaze Tianming nodded in appreciation. Even though he was facing someone like that, Namikaze Tianming would not be stingy with his praise. Then Namikaze Tianming waved his hand, and an aura shield appeared in front of Namikaze Tianming. All I could hear was a series of tinkling sounds. Advertisement. The spiritual energy shield in front of Namikaze Tianming was as solid as a rock. Obviously, the attack of the 3rd Kazekage was blocked.
Looking at the iron sand that fell on the ground, 3rd Kazekage smiled slightly and slowly stretched out his right hand to grasp it. Sand grip. The iron sand on the ground suddenly swirled up like a tornado, endless, and instantly wrapped up Namikaze Tianming. The 3rd Kazekage squeezed tightly, and the iron sand also squeezed hard like a big hand at the same time. The 3rd Kazekage snorted and turned to look at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you be asterisk 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 d, how dare you use such an ninjutsu to blaspheme me? 3rd Kazekage, please wait, the battle is not over yet. Orochimaru was not panicked at all. Although the 3rd Kazekage could speak freely, the control of the 3rd Kazecage's body was always in his hands. The 3rd Kazekage frowned, and heard a loud noise behind him. Bloody. The iron sand that originally wrapped Namikaze Tianming shattered and scattered in all directions. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Namikaze Tianming didn't say anything more and started to fight back directly. A fireball directly burned the 3rd Kazekage to ashes.
HMPH, Uchiha Itachi, don't get complacent yet, there's more fun to come. Orochimaru sneered, looking extremely pleased with himself. The 3rd Kazekage that had been reduced to ashes was reassembled and resurrected. Unfortunately, there was no fluctuation in the expression on Uchiha Itachi's face. Magnet style. Sand iron triangular pyramid. I saw that the iron sand that had just fallen on the ground floated up again and formed a sharp triangular pyramid. Drink. The 3rd Kazekage shouted, and the sharp triangular cone flew straight towards Namikaze Tianming. A trifle. Namikaze Tianming was disdainful and directly reached out to touch the tip of the triangular pyramid. No matter how hard the 3rd Kazekage tried, the pyramid could not move forward even a little bit. Magnet style. Sand iron spinning top. The 3rd generation shouted again, and the triangular pyramid suddenly began to rotate at high speed. I saw the triangular pyramid spinning faster and faster, with sparks flying everywhere. However, Namikaze Tianming still held his hand against the triangular pyramid, as if he felt nothing at all. Chapter 66. Orochimaru's final stubbornness. Oh, it's really boring. After all, it's not genuine and its strength is just so-so. Namikaze Tianming yawned leisurely and complained openly. Indeed, although impure world reincarnation is heaven-defying, it is not a true resurrection after all, it only has some of the power of the original body. Since you are already dead, just go back to the underground and lie down. There is no place for you dead people in the new world. Namikaze Tianming's eyes changed, his spiritual power gushed out, and the speed of the triangular pyramid's rotation suddenly slowed down. Then Namikaze Tianming squeezed it hard, and the iron sand turned into quicksand and fell to the ground. And 3rd Kazekage was surprised to find that he had lost control of the iron sand. Fire style How Long Fire technique. Namikaze Tianming spit out 2 fire dragons and attacked the 3rd Kazekage. The 3rd Kazecage's expression changed. Magnet style, sand iron wall.
Following a loud shout from the third cage, a large mass of iron sand suddenly appeared out of thin air, forming a square iron sand wall that blocked the two fire dragons. The raging fire actually burned the sand iron wall red, but fortunately it still blocked the red dragon's attack. However, Namikaze Tianming smiled crookedly and succeeded. At the same time, the third cage's expression changed because he felt the scorching heat coming from the ground below. Boom! A fire dragon suddenly sprang out from under the third cage's feet. The third cage had no time to dodge and was swallowed by the fire dragon directly. As expected of Uchiha Itachi, "You're the body I've set my eyes on, you actually hid one of the fire dragons underground." Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes showing excitement. "Lord Orochimaru, we better think of a way out as soon as possible. This Uchiha Itachi is too pervert." Advertisement. Do on the side quietly reminded. Orochimaru nodded imperceptibly and quietly took a few steps back. The fire dissipated, and the third cage was killed again. However, just like the previous scene, after a while, the third cage returned to his original appearance again.
Just as Namikaze Tianming was about to launch the sealing technique, the third cage roared in anger, his whole body shaking. "Orochimaru, I am the strongest cage, not a puppet for you to manipulate." Perhaps it was because he was slaughtered twice in a row by Namikaze Tianming, or because he was unwilling to be controlled by Orochimaru, but the third cage had a hideous look on his face and was extremely emotional. Suddenly, the third cage's eyes became dull and turned into pieces of debris that drifted away in the wind, revealing the innocent corpse that was used as a sacrifice. The third cage was so angry that he took the initiative to release the control of Impure World reincarnation. It seems that this forbidden technique is not perfect enough. Orochimaru frowned slightly. "Master Orochimaru, be careful." Kabuto exclaimed and rushed towards Orochimaru, throwing him to the ground beside him. It turns out that while Orochimaru was speaking, Uchiha Itachi had already used the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique and swung it towards Orochimaru. I saw that Kabuto also threw wave after wave of shurikens at Namikaze Tianming, but the difference was that there was an explosive tag on each shuriken. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions was endless and thick smoke rose slowly. When the smoke cleared, Namikaze Tianming removed the aura defense shield from his body. The classic law of smoke without injury. I finally let him escape. This acting was so tiring for me. Advertisement. That's right, Namikaze Tianming did all this on purpose, whether it was to waste Orochimaru's hands or to volunteer to hunt down Orochimaru. As Orochimaru is an important character that drives the plot in the original work, Namikaze Tianming feels that he still has to be allowed to act like a demon. "Lord Orochimaru, we really can't delay any longer. This Uchiha Itachi has come to our door." The one who spoke was Kabuto, who had finally escaped, while Orochimaru sat on the throne opposite Kabuto with a gloomy face. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. As for Orochimaru, how could he have only 1 lair? This place is another base of Orochimaru. Seeing that Orochimaru was still hesitant, Kabuto seemed a little anxious. "Lord Orochimaru, time waits for no one. If Uchiha Itachi can find us once, he can find us a second time. If he comes again and Orochimaru-sama hasn't recovered yet, I'm afraid." "Okay, stop talking. I won't use that trick unless I'm in a desperate situation. I know someone who can heal my hands." Orochimaru pondered for a long time, finally raised his head and spoke slowly. "Master Orochimaru, is there anyone who can heal your arm?" Kabuto pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, a little surprised. Being good at medical ninjutsu, he was confident that he would not lose to any medical ninja. Even he couldn't heal Orochimaru's arm, so how could someone else be able to do so? Orochimaru walked up to Kabuto, leaned close to his ear, whispered a few words, and Kabuto nodded in sudden realization. "Find her for me at all costs." Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, his eyes were sinister, and his tone was full of unquestionableness. "Yes, I will do my best to find her." Do's eyes are sharp. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, he will grab it tightly. Chapter 67. The Reunion of Gambling and Drugs, Puff. Blood splattered everywhere, and a servant fell to the ground and died with his eyes wide open in unwillingness. And the person who killed him was the master he served, Orochimaru. Orochimaru had a ferocious face, with a tongue several meters long sticking out of his mouth. At the tip of the tongue was a ferocious snakehead, and a long sword sticking out of the snake's mouth. Everything in the room had been smashed to pieces by Orochimaru's long-tongued sword. "Kikasho, why is it that after so long, there is still no news?" Orochimaru was seen roaring loudly and gasping for breath in pain. At this moment, the bedroom door was slowly opened, and the person who came in was Orochimaru's most trusted subordinate, Yakushi Kabuto. Looking at the mess and the many corpses, Yakushi Kabuto had a blank expression on his face, obviously he was used to it. Even Yakushi Kabuto could still show a nonchalant smile on his face. "Oh my, Master Orochimaru, I just got back and I have to start cleaning the room again." "Call out." The long sword was thrown directly in front of Yakushi Kabuto. "Have you found the person?" Orochimaru was insane at this moment, and Yakushi Kabuto believed that if he said something wrong, Orochimaru would stab him with the sword without hesitation. There is news. It is said to be in a place called Tan Street." Yakushi Kabuto answered honestly. "Tanshu Street. Really? Very good."
The expression on Orochimaru's face was half smile, which looked very strange.
On the short street, a pair of women were walking out of the door of a gambling house. The woman walking in front looked to be in her 20s or so, and she was wearing a tea-green gown with black edges. She wore a loose sleeveless top similar to a kimono, and dark blue cropped pants with a black belt tied around her waist. As soon as this woman walked out of the gambling house, she attracted the attention of people around her. It was because she was so eye-catching. Her long light yellow hair hung straight down, with a large ponytail in the middle. There was a particularly eye-catching bluish-purple mark on her forehead. She had curved eyebrows, bright brown eyes, and light red lips, all of which showed her beautiful face.
Advertisement. In particular, her proud figure is the lifelong pursuit of many women and the dream of many men. However, compared to her, the girl holding the pig pet behind her was dressed much more conservatively. With short hair, she looks very quiet, but her appearance is also quite good. How could two beautiful women with different styles not attract other people's attention? The woman walking in front was, of course, the person Orochimaru was looking for. She was one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a PR street youth, a gambler, and a drug addict. He is also called the legendary fat sheep by the ninjas, who always loses in every gamble, Tsunade. Following behind her was her personal bodyguard and successor, Shizune. Tsunade-sama, you've won a rare prize today, why are you leaving so suddenly? Shizune asked, looking confused as he followed Tsunade. You know, Tsunade loves gambling, but he always loses. In simple terms, he is a novice but loves to play, and he has accumulated a lot of gambling debts. Tsunade's luck suddenly exploded today, winning big prizes continuously. Shizune was hoping that Tsunade would win more so as to pay off his gambling debts, but he didn't expect Tsunade to walk out of the casino without saying a word.
I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy today, and it feels weird. It's too abnormal. Tsunade frowned, thinking. Shizune couldn't help but roll his eyes, secretly complaining in his heart, with your gambling skills that always make you lose, how could it not be abnormal for you to do this today? But I really like this kind of abnormality, I wish it could happen more often.
But Shizune didn't say anything and followed Tsunade. As soon as he left the town, Shizune looked back at the town's landmark building, the Tansho Tower, with great reluctance. Tsunade-sama, are we really going to leave town like this? Besides, this is a tourist attraction, and we haven't even explored it yet. Shizune was really reluctant to leave, she felt that this was the place where they could change their luck, after all, it was the first time that Tsunade-sama won money. Let's go. This kind of luck doesn't belong to me. As for the scenery, we'll talk about it later. Tsunade sighed, feeling very reluctant, but the ominous feeling in her heart became stronger and stronger. Sure enough, just as Tsunade and Shizune were about to leave, a roar suddenly came from the iconic building Tansho Tower not far away. Boom. Smoke and dust rose up, and the more than 10-meter-high short tower collapsed out of thin air. Advertisement. A chilling breath came from the ruins that had just collapsed. Suddenly, two figures jumped out from the ruins and smoke. Hey, Tsunade, Sashi is ignoring me. When Tsunade saw the person's appearance clearly, he immediately understood why he had such a strong ominous premonition in his heart just now.
Orochimaru, what are you doing here? You can't be here to catch up with me, right? Tsunade looked at Orochimaru with great impatience. She knew that Orochimaru's appearance here must be for no good reason. To be honest, I came here today because I have something to ask of you. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, but he still looked contemptuous. I'm sorry, I don't treat people anymore. Hearing Orochimaru say this, Tsunade immediately realized that there was something wrong with Orochimaru's arms, but shook her head and said coldly. That won't do. The injuries Orochimaru-sama suffered cannot be healed by ordinary people, unless it is you, Princess Tsunade-sama, who is known as a medical expert. Yakushi Kabuto spoke from the side. Tsunade. Your arm isn't just injured, right? What did you do? Orochimaru. It's nothing, I just had an argument with some people, it's not important, what's important is that you heal my arm. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Tsunade shook her head and turned to Shizune who was standing beside her. Shizune, let's go. Hey, Tsunade, do you still remember the two people you loved the most who were killed by you? Orochimaru's mouth curled up slightly. Tsunade, who had already taken a step forward, paused and said nothing, but his eyes were already covered with a layer of haze. Ha ha ha, they died so miserably. Orochimaru shrugged his shoulders and his whole body began to tremble with laughter. Shizune looked at the silent Tsunade, then looked at the arrogantly laughing Orochimaru, and felt extremely angry. She naturally understood the hidden meaning of Orochimaru's words. What a damn guy. You damned fellow, die. Shizune took the lead, and several poison needles shot out from Shizune's sleeves in an instant, heading straight for Orochimaru. Chapter 68. Orochimaru's Conditions. Bite. Ding ding. Ding ding ding. Yakushi Kabuto held a kunai and instantly knocked away all the poison needles shot by Shizune. Shizune took out a scalpel, his eyes cold, and was about to rush forward again, but was stopped by Tsunade. Resident, Shizune. Tsunade stared at Orochimaru with her eyebrows raised. After a long while, Tsunade's expression finally relaxed. Orochimaru, you really are the same as before, you haven't changed at all. Tsunade spoke slowly, a smile already on her face. But you should know my character very well, don't play tricks on me.
Tsunade slowly raised her head, her eyes narrowed to a slit, and then suddenly opened them. Be careful or I'll kill you. B asterisk 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 D. Tsunade clenched his fist and hammered backwards, and the wall behind Tsunade collapsed. The power of Tsunade's punch is so terrifying. So strong. If this punch landed on me, I would probably be seriously injured if not killed, right? This woman is definitely single. Yakushi Kabuto looked at the collapsing wall, swallowed his saliva involuntarily, and complained secretly in his heart. However, Orochimaru behind Yakushi Kabuto had a calm expression on his face. He was no longer surprised by Tsunade's extraordinary strength. Tsunade, don't you want to see those two again? Orochimaru smiled, his voice hoarse, but full of confidence. What are you talking about? Tsunade looked up in astonishment, somewhat unable to believe it.
Tsunade, I believe you know without me having to tell you that I have been studying the immortality technique and exploring the meaning of life. Advertisement to be honest, I can use the forbidden technique to revive those two people. Orochimaru laughed, he didn't lie, it was indeed possible to resurrect, but there were some minor flaws. Resurrection? Tsunade stared at Orochimaru with eyes wide open in disbelief, the images of the two men flashing through her mind. For a moment, Tsunade just stood there in a daze.
Master Tsunade, please don't be fooled. There is no way in this world that there is a forbidden technique that can resurrect people. Shizune looked at the dazed Tsunade and couldn't help but shout anxiously. Hey, little assistant, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, unless you want to die too. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, emitting a dangerous aura, and warned Shizune. Now Uchiha Itachi might come knocking at his door at any time, and he doesn't have that much free time to waste. Orochimaru, didn't I tell you not to touch my people? Tsunade finally came to her senses. Tsunade is adult. Shizune exclaimed happily. Ha ha ha. Okay, as long as Tsunade you can promise to heal my hands, I can let this little girl go. Orochimaru said grimly. Orochimaru, are you serious? Can you really revive them? Tsunade clutched the necklace tightly on her chest, her eyes were red and tears couldn't stop flowing down. Of course, Tsunade, when have I ever lied to you?
Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but reveal a smug look. Master Tsunade, please calm down and think about it. How could there be such a forbidden technique in this world? If there really is such a forbidden technique, how could your grandfather, first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, die? Shizune reminded loudly and anxiously, fearing that Tsunade had fallen into Orochimaru's trap. No, this could be said to be an open conspiracy.
Shizune, stop talking. Orochimaru, your arms, I can't help you, let's go. Advertisement. After struggling for a long time, Tsunade chose to turn around and leave, she was afraid that she would waver. Master Orochimaru, shouldn't we stop them? Yakushi Kabuto said unwillingly. No, she will definitely agree to me. Let's make some preparations first. Orochimaru smiled calmly, looking like he was sure of victory. In the grove outside the town, Tsunade walked in front with a heavy face, and behind her, Shizune followed carefully. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Puff, puff, two figures suddenly fell from the sky with screams. Tsunade frowned as he looked at the two tied-up ordinary people falling in front of him. Oh my, I told you to be careful, what if they fall to death? With a swish, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto reappeared in front of Tsunade and the others.
Cold and cold-blooded, the ultimate portrayal of Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what on earth are you trying to do? Why are you arresting these two innocent ordinary people? Tsunade frowned, it made her uncomfortable that Orochimaru had such disregard for innocent life. Tsunade, I know what you're worried about, so why don't I show you how to revive those two people myself, what do you think? Orochimaru's eyes were filled with madness, he knew Tsunade's weakness. He originally planned to let Tsunade consider it for a few days, and Tsunade would definitely agree later. However, not long after Tsunade left, Orochimaru felt an inexplicable pressure and felt particularly uneasy. That's why Orochimaru suddenly thought of this trick. He wanted to completely break through Tsunade's psychological defenses. Then why did you arrest these two innocent people? Tsunade frowned, she felt that things were not as simple as Orochimaru said. Of course they are the sacrifices needed for the resurrection ceremony. Orochimaru licked his tongue and said nonchalantly. Chapter 69. Negotiations break down. When Tsunade heard Orochimaru mention the word sacrifice, he was finally sure that the forbidden technique Orochimaru was talking about was Impure World Reincarnation. Impure World Reincarnation, the forbidden technique created by second Hokage Senju Tobirama. How could Tsunade, the granddaughter of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, not know about this forbidden technique? However, Tsunade still has a glimmer of hope and fantasy in his heart. What if it really is possible? However, the reality is so cruel. Sacrifice. So the resurrection you're talking about is Impure World Reincarnation. Tsunade laughed in anger and loudly questioned Orochimaru. Yes, how about it, are you surprised? Who would have thought that one day, I would be able to master this forbidden technique? Orochimaru was not ashamed, but proud of it, and smiled proudly. Surprise? The lives of these two innocent people are what you call a surprise? Tsunade's face was gloomy. As a medical expert, how could she tolerate Orochimaru trampling on other people's lives like this? Orochimaru. Tsunade, You are still the same. How can two people like ants compare with Nawaki and Dan?
Tsunade's heart suddenly tightened when he heard Orochimaru clearly mention the eternal pain in his heart. Nawaki, Duan, why wouldn't I want to see them again, talk to them again, touch their faces again? To be honest, when you first said you could revive them, I guessed it might be impure world reincarnation, but I was still very excited and even wanted to agree to you. However, Nawaki and Duan did not agree with me. If I use impure world reincarnation to summon them, it would be a blasphemy to them and prevent their souls from returning to the pure land. Orochimaru, I am not you. I will not use the lives of two innocent people to satisfy my own selfish desires. Go away. I will not help you with treatment. Tsunade cried as she spoke. Although she was conflicted and reluctant, she still chose to give up. Resurrection. Tsunade, are you crazy? Those are your favorite Dan and Nawaki. Orochimaru stared at Tsunade with wide eyes in disbelief. He didn't expect that he would miscalculate today. It is precisely because I love them that I cannot agree to your request. It is quite good for you to be like this now. Just think of it as retribution for what you did before. Be more obedient in the future. This will also be good for you. After all, they were once companions, so Tsunade still hoped that Orochimaru could behave himself and not cause any more trouble. Advertisement. Unfortunately, Orochimaru did not appreciate it.
Tsunade, you don't want your followers to die, do you? Orochimaru licked his lips and looked crazy. Since the deal failed, he could only use violence. Orochimaru, I think you have forgotten what I just said again. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and clenched her fists, protecting Shizune behind her, exuding a dangerous aura. Orochimaru was not in a hurry and just stood there motionless. Yakushi Kabuto walked up to Orochimaru, stretched out his hands, gathered chakra in his hands, and made an attacking gesture.
Well, I'll take care of you too. Tsunade didn't waste any time and jumped up directly, raising her long legs high. Boom. Tsunade kicked down, and a circular deep pit with a diameter of several meters appeared under Tsunade's feet. Ah, my goodness, I dodged early, otherwise I would have been hit by your kick and would have been seriously injured if not killed. Although Orochimaru's hands were disabled, his legs were still intact, so it was easy for him to dodge Tsunade's attack. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions was endless, the ground kept shaking, and large, circular pits kept appearing one after another. After attacking again and again, Tsunade's breathing became faster involuntarily. Although Orochimaru was also not relaxed, he still sneered. Suddenly, Orochimaru's expression changed and he looked down. There was a very powerful aura approaching rapidly. Go. Orochimaru quickly warned and jumped back first. Advertisement. The ground has cracked. Yakushi Kabuto could only leap to the side and barely avoid a punch from Tsunade who emerged from the ground. The long-lost heart decapitation technique. Bang.
The Tsunade, in its original position, also turned into a puff of smoke as the real Tsunade appeared. Yakushi Kabuto staggered and struggled to stand up beside the deep pit, spitting on the ground but keeping a smile on his face. He was already angry. If Tsunade's main target of this attack was not Orochimaru, Yakushi Kabuto would probably be really injured this time. Yakushi Kabuto stood up, smiled, took out a pill from the backpack around his waist and swallowed it directly.
This is military ration pill. Tsunade frowned. She naturally recognized what pill Yakushi Kabuto took out, the military ration pill, a magical tool that could double one's own chakra after eating it. Could it be that this guy wants to fight me? This thought popped up in Tsunade's mind. Sure enough, after Yakushi Kabuto ate the military pills, his whole spirit and energy changed and became extremely sharp.
Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses and said calmly. Actually, I'm really not good at taijutsu. After saying that, Yakushi Kabuto quickly formed seals with his hands. Then, a ball of chakra like a serrated blade emerged from Yakushi Kabuto's hands and covered his entire hands. This seal? This young man is also a medical ninja? Tsunade was slightly surprised. Yakushi Kabuto dived down, and soon emerged from the hole under Tsunade's feet, with the sharp chakra in both hands approaching Tsunade. Tsunade quickly jumped up and dodged the attack. This Yakushi Kabuto actually took the initiative to attack? Shizune looked at Tsunade worriedly, because there was another Orochimaru standing by, watching closely. Chapter 70. The protagonist appears. Do. Stop wasting time and just do as you were told. Orochimaru, who was watching the battle, gave the order indifferently. Because Tsunade had wasted too much energy before, and Yakushi Kabuto had eaten military ration pills, as a result of the weakening of the two, Yakushi Kabuto and Tsunade were evenly matched. After hearing Orochimaru's order, Yakushi Kabuto stepped back and put some distance between himself and Tsunade. But Tsunade would never let Yakushi Kabuto go so easily, and chased after him with clenched fists. Seeing that Tsunade's fist was about to hit him, Yakushi Kabuto was not in a hurry. He took out a kunai and stabbed it into the palm of his hand. Seeing Yakushi Kabuto doing this, Tsunade paused slightly. Blood splattered everywhere, but that wasn't enough. Yakushi Kabuto directly threw the blood on his hands at Tsunade. Originally Tsunade was in an attacking posture, but due to the momentary distraction he just had, he failed to dodge the blood that Yakushi Kabuto was throwing at him. As the blood spilled on Tsunade's body, the bloody smell rushed into Tsunade's nose. Tsunade's pupils suddenly contracted, and a lot of bad memories flooded into his mind frantically. Tsunade began to tremble all over, folded her arms, and was in a state of dismay. Tsunade is adult. Shizune yelled in worry, and just as he tried to get closer to Tsunade, he was forced back by several shurikens from Yakushi Kabuto. Tsunade, I'll give you one more chance, will you treat it or not? Orochimaru had a smug smile on his face. Hemophobia was exactly Tsunade's weakness. Tsunade suffers from hemophobia because he witnessed the death of his brother Nawaki and his lover Kato Dan. It's ridiculous that one of the Konoha Sannin has hemophobia. Advertisement. Although Orochimaru was disdainful, this was also one of the reasons why Orochimaru was confident. Tsunade, think about it, as long as I can meet Nawaki and Dan, what does it matter what they're like? Orochimaru continued to seduce. After a long time, Tsunade slowly raised her head. In stark contrast to her previous strong look, Tsunade now looked very weak and pitiful. No, I won't agree to that. When saying this, Tsunade's eyes were extremely determined. Okay, Tsunade, this is your own choice, don't blame me for not showing respect for our past. Orochimaru laughed in anger, his eyes widening. Orochimaru's neck stretched out like rubber, and a long sword stretched out from Orochimaru's mouth at an incredible speed, approaching Tsunade. Puff! The sound of a long sword piercing into flesh was heard, and blood dripped onto the ground. Orochimaru looked up and saw that the person he stabbed was actually Tsunade's follower, Shizune. It turned out that when Shizune saw Orochimaru trying to assassinate Tsunade, he suddenly burst out with amazing speed and stood in front of Tsunade. After missing the attack, Orochimaru became angry and pulled out the Kusanagi sword that was stuck in Shizune's body, then kicked the seriously injured Shizune away. Tsunade stared at Shizune, who was kicked away, feeling extremely anxious, but her body was shaking constantly and not listening to her commands. My loyal servant, since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Orochimaru smiled cruelly, the sword reappeared, and the neck stretched again, heading towards the struggling Shizune. Orochimaru, stop, Shizune is not a servant, don't hurt her. Advertisement. Tsunade's tears continued to flow as she tried to stop Orochimaru, but her body just couldn't move. She hated herself, hated why she was so cowardly and why she had hemophobia. Orochimaru didn't even look back at Tsunade, and stabbed Shizune straight with his sword, and was about to stab Shizune again. Suddenly, Orochimaru found that his sword could no longer move forward. At the critical moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere and clamped Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword with just 2 fingers. Orochimaru looked up and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle, because the figure was none other than the Uchiha Itachi that Orochimaru had been thinking about. At this time, Uchiha Itachi was like a mountain, standing firmly between Orochimaru and Shizune. Yo, Sashi is ignoring me. Orochimaru. Namikaze Tianming was seen holding the Kusanagi sword between 2 fingers, smiling with a relaxed look on his face. Orochimaru's eyes were red, and the anger finally erupted in his heart. His originally pale skin color actually had a hint of red at this moment. Tsunade, do you really have to wait until Shizune dies in front of you before you regret it? What's hemophobia? Stand up. Namikaze Tianming's low shout was like a huge rock, hitting Tsunade's heart hard. Yes, am I going to watch the people around me die again? Am I going to regret it again? No, I don't want this. Tsunade didn't know where he got the strength from, but he jumped up. With a flash, he came to the side of Namikaze Tianming and Orochimaru, and punched Orochimaru in the face. Orochimaru's face was deformed and flew backwards hundreds of meters away. Yakushi Kabuto wanted to go to support, but found himself fixed by something and unable to move. He even saw Uchiha Itachi, giving him a weird smile. Chapter 71. Who are you? Tsunade's doubts. Thank you very much, friend, for your help. Leave the rest to me. After knocking Orochimaru away with one punch, Tsunade smiled at Namikaze Tianming and thanked him. Namikaze Tianming nodded lightly. Then leave her injury to me, you don't have to worry about it. Namikaze Tianming turned around, a hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. He had been planning for so long, and finally he got to meet Tsunade. Tsunade heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Namikaze Tianming take out an unfamiliar pill and stuff it into Shizune's mouth, and Shizune's injuries began to recover visibly. Although surprised, Tsunade did not ask further questions and turned to look at Orochimaru. At this time, Orochimaru, with the help of Yakushi Kabuto who had regained his mobility, completed the hand seals of the summoning technique. With a loud bang, a huge purple snake as big as a tall building appeared out of nowhere at the feet of Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. This huge purple snake is none other than Orochimaru's summoning beast, Monkey. All I saw was the thousands of snakes speaking in muffled voices, but the words they said were extremely shocking. Hey, Orochimaru, you're disturbing me again. Do you have 100 living sacrifices ready for me? Orochimaru chuckled. Of course. As long as you help me deal with them, 100 living sacrifices won't be a big deal. Yakushi Kabuto next to Orochimaru did not speak. He knew that even if Orochimaru was the master of Mandrake, if Mandrake knew that Orochimaru's hands were crippled, they would definitely betray him on the spot. Very good, remember what you said. The snake roared, opened its mouth and bit Tsunade, but Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto jumped back in tacit understanding and left the fighting range. Who knew that Tsunade was not afraid at all, and his speed doubled. With a painful kick, he knocked the mountain-sized mancha to the ground, causing thick smoke to rise. Tsunade was seen flying out of the thick smoke and landing on the ground, gasping for breath. The purple mark between the eyebrows was emitting a faint light, and symmetrical strip-shaped seals spread out on both sides. This is exactly the S-ninjutsu developed by Tsunade, ninja art, meiotic regeneration 100 heroes technique. Seeing that even Manda was kicked down by Tsunade, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto couldn't help but gasp. After looking at each other, they both quietly stepped back at the same time. Suddenly, Tsunade frowned, because cracks began to appear on the bodies of the 10,000 snakes on the ground. The cracks became more and more numerous, crisscrossing each other. As the 10,000 snakes turned into pieces on the ground, everyone realized that it was just the remains of the 10,000 snakes. So where are the real 10,000 snakes? Underground. The experienced Tsunade immediately guessed where Mancha was and punched the ground directly. Boom. The ground shattered, and Tsunade, who had intended to attack first, found that he had miscalculated. The 10,000 snakes are indeed hiding underground, but not under Tsunade. Advertisement instead, it was underground several meters behind Tsunade. When Tsunade attacked the ground beneath him, the snakes took the opportunity to drill out of the ground and bite Tsunade directly. However, Tsunade was unable to dodge and was about to become the meal of the snakes. At the critical moment, a figure flashed over from 100 meters away and threw an ordinary punch. Boom! The whole body of Wansha flew backwards again, and all the towering trees along the way were knocked down by Wansha, causing her to roll around on the ground madly in pain. Because of Namikaze Tianming's punch just now, all of Wansha's teeth were broken. With a bang, the 10,000 snakes immediately released the summoning spell and hid back in their nest. Tsunade was also stunned when she saw that Namikaze Tianming had such extraordinary power. Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto had already taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Of course, all of this was seen by Namikaze Tianming, and the reason he did not stop it was simply because there were some things that Orochimaru had to do. Namikaze Tianming turned around with a smile, and was about to greet Tsunade in an intimate and friendly manner, when he saw Tsunade's fist greeting him. Bang! Namikaze Tianming reacted in time and caught Tsunade's fist with one hand. Namikaze Tianming didn't move at all, but the trees behind him collapsed one after another due to the strong energy. Master Tsunade, why are you doing this? Shizune on the side shouted anxiously. She couldn't understand why Lord Tsunade would attack her savior. Could it be that Lord Tsunade is being controlled by Orochimaru? Tsunade did not answer, but stared at Namikaze Tianming closely and spoke slowly. Uchiha Itachi, a genius of the Uchiha clan and an S-rank rebel ninja from Konoha village, teamed up with Uchiha Shisui to attack and kill Shimura Danzo and a high-ranking member of the Uchiha clan before defecting. Uchiha Shisui is missing, and Uchiha Itachi has joined an organization, Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi, what is your purpose for appearing here? Tsunade's eyes were cold. Even though she was not in Konoha village now, Uchiha Itachi's reputation was too loud. Now that he is here, even though he rescued himself and Shizune, he definitely has other intentions. Hearing Tsunade's words, Namikaze Tianming was obviously stunned for a moment, then looked at his clothes. The conspicuous fire cloud robe, the Zu ring on the hand, and the nail polish on the finger. And the 3 Tomo Sharingan form of the eyeballs. Oops, I'm so used to playing as Uchiha Itachi that I forgot to change back. Tsunade-senpai, you misunderstood. I came here to capture Orochimaru who defected from Akatsuki. Meeting Tsunade-senpai was just a coincidence. After pondering for a long time, Namikaze Tianming rolled his eyes and pointed in the direction where Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto had just disappeared. Tsunade narrowed his eyes slightly and moved closer and closer, as if he wanted to see if Namikaze Tianming was lying. Advertisement seeing that Tsunade was about to touch him, Namikaze Tianming quickly swallowed his saliva and stepped back, 1 step, 2 steps. This damn feeling of oppression. Namikaze Tianming retreated and Tsunade advanced, and just like that, one retreated and one advanced. Soon, Namikaze Tianming was forced under a big tree by Tsunade, with no way to retreat. Hunting Orochimaru. Why don't I believe that? Then when Orochimaru escaped just now, why weren't you in a hurry at all? With your speed and strength, I'm afraid they can't escape either? Tell me the truth, are you in cahoots with Orochimaru? Are you acting in front of me? Explain. Tsunade was in a fierce momentum. His left hand was grabbed by Namikaze Tianming, and he punched the towering tree behind Namikaze Tianming with his right hand. Boom! The towering trees fell down with a loud noise. Namikaze Tianming sighed. Tsunade-senpai, can you please unclench your fist? Isn't it okay for me to tell the truth? Namikaze Tianming raised his hands and said awkwardly. Okay, then tell the truth. If you continue to lie, even if I can't beat you, I won't let you leave here easily. Tsunade folded her arms across her chest and snorted. Shizune stared at the two men blankly, his mind confused for a moment. Actually, I'm not Uchiha Itachi. Namikaze Tianming coughed twice, raised his head and said seriously. What are you talking about? Tsunade rolled her eyes at Namikaze Tianming. That look, that outfit, that Sharingan, and Akatsuki's iconic ninja forehead protector. You're telling me you're not Uchiha Itachi? Namikaze Tianming sighed slightly, and then his body shape began to change, returning to his original appearance. A handsome young man who, except for his hair color, looked 70% similar to the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, appeared in front of them. Tsunade and Shizune stared at the scene in shock, their eyes dull. Perfect level of transformation technique. Tsunade was stunned when she saw Namikaze Tianming's appearance. You are, fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato? No, Minato is not as young as you. Who are you? Ahem. Hello there, Master Tsunade. Let me introduce myself to you again. My name is Namikaze Tianming, the younger brother of the fourth Hokage. Namikaze Tianming smiled brightly, stretched out his right hand, and smiled at Tsunade, saying that sometimes it is a good thing for two brothers to look alike, and sometimes it is easier to explain. Huh? Minato has a brother, how come I didn't know that? Tsunade stared at Namikaze Tianming, her brows furrowed even more. Namikaze Tianming. Well, now it's my turn to be embarrassed. Chapter 72. Is this called fear? No, just follow your heart. Well, it's mainly because I usually stay at home, and I don't have good talent and average strength. It's normal that Tsunade-sama doesn't know me. Namikaze Tianming scratched the back of his head awkwardly and explained. In fact, this situation was deliberately created by Namikaze Tianming to reduce his presence. Even when necessary, Namikaze Tianming would personally erase the memories of certain people. As for Namikaze Minato, it was because Namikaze Tianming asked him not to mention him in front of outsiders, because his strength was too weak and he didn't want to have too much contact with others. Namikaze Minato had no choice but to agree to the request of his own brother. In addition, Namikaze Tianming avoided him intentionally or unintentionally, so it was normal that Tsunade didn't know about Namikaze Tianming's existence. Oh, really? Then how can you prove your identity? In fact, given the similar looks between Namikaze Tianming and Namikaze Minato, Tsunade already believed it to about 70%, but Tsunade still felt that he should be cautious. However, Tsunade rolled his eyes at what Namikaze Tianming said about his poor talent and mediocre ability. Who would believe such nonsense? Well, what Tsunade-sama said makes sense. Namikaze Tianming nodded in agreement, then smiled and said. I don't know if this can prove my identity. Namikaze Tianming raised his right hand calmly, and the surrounding chakra continued to gather towards Namikaze Tianming's hand. These chakras that were running around in irregular trajectories were compressed by Namikaze Tianming and eventually formed a palm-sized attributeless chakra ball. This is Rasengan. Seeing this scene, Tsunade looked at Namikaze Tianming in shock. Based on this one move, Namikaze Tianming's identity was beyond doubt. After all, as far as she knew, the only people who could use this trick besides Namikaze Minato were Jiraiya. Now that this young man can do it, his identity is self-evident. Master Tsunade, do you still have doubts about my identity? Seeing the shocked Tsunade, Namikaze Tianming smiled to show his friendliness. Oh, I believe you, Tsunade nodded, and when he was about to say something, his eyes suddenly went dark, and he fell straight towards Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming was quick to reach out and catch it. So big, so soft, so fragrant, advertisement. Looking at Tsunade lying in his arms, with her beautiful face and impressive figure, the rookie Namikaze Tianming's heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. Shameful. Tsunade-sama. Are you okay? It was Shizune who ran over and spoke. Ahem. Master Tsunade is fine. He is just exhausted from using the 100 healing technique and using up too much chakra. He will be fine after a good night's sleep. Namikaze Tianming explained that Shizune's arrival just extinguished the romantic feeling that was rising in Namikaze Tianming's heart. I don't know if Shizune saw my loss of composure just now. Namikaze Tianming thought secretly that fortunately Shizune's attention was on Tsunade and there was nothing special about his expression, so Namikaze Tianming felt relieved. I see. Thank you very much. After Shizune took Tsunade over, he thanked her repeatedly. Even the little pig behind Shizune looked at Namikaze Tianming with gratitude on his face. Yeah, that's what I think. However, Namikaze Tianming's gaze was always on Tsunade, whose eyes were closed. His mind kept replaying the previous scenes, and he didn't hear what Shizune said at all. Ahem. The author also despises Namikaze Tianming's behavior, it's so shameful. Wake up, Namikaze Tianming, wake up lousy. Tsunade is already over 40 years old, you know that. Although he looks only in his 20s, this is just appearance, don't be fooled by appearances. But, as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than you is rich, and a woman 30 years older than you is. After a struggle between heaven and man, Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but frown, feeling very conflicted. Master Tianming, don't worry. You just said that Master Tsunade is just exhausted and will wake up soon. Seeing Namikaze Tianming frowning, the naive Shizune thought that Namikaze Tianming was worried about Tsunade and quickly and gently comforted him. Ahem, let's find a place for Lady Tsunade to rest. We can talk about anything after she wakes up. Namikaze Tianming nodded a little flustered and said. In a hotel, Tsunade lay quietly on the bed, while Shizune and Piglet were guarding beside her. Namikaze Tianming avoided suspicion and sat on a chair in the hall outside the room, looking embarrassed. He could never forget the envious look of the waiter at the front desk. Unfortunately, this is just someone else's fantasy. Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming sighed softly. Suddenly, Shizune's surprised voice came from the room. Tsunade-sama, you. You're awake. Well, what's wrong with me? Tsunade sat up from the bed and shook her still slightly dizzy head. What's wrong? Master Tsunade, you just consumed too much chakra and fell asleep because you were too tired. Shizune said with a smile, and was very happy to see Tsunade wake up. Ho ho. The piglet in Shizune's arms also responded. Tsunade nodded, finally remembering when she fainted. When I fainted, it seemed that Namikaze Tianming took advantage of me, but it seems that I can't blame him because I was the one who leaned over. That guy got the advantage. Tsunade blushed and looked around, but didn't see anyone. Shizune. Where is Namikaze Tianming? Did he leave? Shizune was about to answer when he heard Namikaze Tianming's voice coming from the door of the room. He turned around and saw Namikaze Tianming waving at the door and saying, Hi, Master Tsunade, I'm here, thank you for your concern. Peeved, PFFT, who cares about you, little brat? I'm looking for you because I have some questions for you. When Tsunade heard Namikaze Tianming's voice, she couldn't help but spit at Namikaze Tianming and rolled her eyes. Little devil. You actually called me little devil? Although you are almost 50 years old, I have lived 2 lives, so my actual age is not younger than yours. Alas, I suffer the consequences of this body. Namikaze Tianming muttered softly, What are you mumbling about, kid? Tsunade raised her eyebrows and shouted in a loud voice. Ahem, it's nothing, I just said that if Tsunade-sama has anything you want to ask, I will tell you everything I know. Namikaze Tianming chuckled. Just kidding, it's not because I'm afraid, it's just because she's a woman, so I give in to her and follow my heart. Chapter 73. Bet, the fish is hooked. Little rascal, why did you become Uchiha Itachi? Is the story of Uchiha Itachi defecting from Konoha village fake? Tsunade rolled his eyes at Namikaze Tianming, then said seriously. Well, there is indeed a hidden story behind the defection of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, and it was actually planned by me. And Shimura Danzo, some high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan, I killed them all. Uchiha Itachi was indeed arranged to be the rebel ninja and go undercover in the Akatsuki organization, but unfortunately, an accident happened before departure and Uchiha Itachi fell into a coma, so now it becomes like this. Of course, my brother and the 3rd Hokage also know about these things. Namikaze Tianming explained patiently as he walked to the bedside. Since the old 3rd Hokage and the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato knew all this, there was nothing more to say. So, you said you were hunting down Orochimaru, but you were actually trying to find me and heal Uchiha Itachi? Tsunade thought about it, and combined with what Namikaze Tianming said, this was the only possibility. That, Master Tsunade, I went through so much trouble to find you, but not to ask you to treat the unconscious Uchiha Itachi. Namikaze Tianming was a little embarrassed. Although he had spent so much effort to find Tsunade through Orochimaru, in addition to his own selfish motives, there was indeed an important matter that required Tsunade's help. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Do you think I can't cure Uchiha Itachi? When Tsunade heard this, her eyebrows raised and she became furious. She jumped up from the bed and questioned. Oh boy, it turns out I was just being too sentimental. No, this face must be regained. Master Tsunade, that's not what I meant. It's just that Uchiha Itachi is a bit special. Namikaze Tianming's eyes twitched wildly. Isn't this Tsunade too irritable? If he enters the door in the future. What are you thinking? I don't care. I will cure this Uchiha Itachi. Anyone who stops me is looking down on me, Tsunade. Tsunade's cheeks flushed with determination. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you hurry up and prepare to return to Konoha? Seeing that Namikaze Tianming was actually standing there in a daze, Tsunade jumped off the bed and urged. Well, since Master Tsunade insists, then you can give it a try. However, we don't have to rush back to Konoha. Namikaze Tianming smiled, walked to Tsunade, and said to Shizune. Miss Shizune, I will borrow your Master Tsunade for a while, but it won't take long, so just wait here. Namikaze Tianming said before placing his hands on Tsunade's shoulders and disappearing right there. Shizune stared at the scene blankly, and it took him a long time to recover. Advertisement in the system space. Tsunade looked at Namikaze Tianming in shock as well. Kid, your space-time ninjutsu is no worse than Minato's. No, you can create your own space. Even Minato is not as good as you. Although Tsunade had already given a high evaluation of Namikaze Tianming before, after seeing what Namikaze Tianming was capable of, Tsunade realized that he might have underestimated Namikaze Tianming's strength. Haha, Senior Tsunade, you're overpraising me, this is nothing. Namikaze Tianming replied with a smile. Tsunade rolled his eyes at Namikaze Tianming's answer. They're indeed 2 brothers. They say exactly the same thing. It would be irritating to talk to them. If they don't have the qualifications, why should they live? Kid, who was treating Uchiha Itachi before? In order not to get angry, Tsunade simply changed the subject, and then saw Namikaze Tianming pointing at himself. You? Tsunade crossed her arms and looked Namikaze Tianming up and down. In her opinion, Namikaze Tianming must have spent a lot of time to achieve such a high level of achievement in space-time ninjutsu. How could he have time to study medical ninjutsu? Yeah, what's wrong? Namikaze Tianming looked confused. Is there a problem with this? Ahem. Well, kid, how about we make a bet? Tsunade raised her eyebrows as a wonderful idea suddenly popped into her mind. Master Tsunade, I heard that you always lose every time you gamble, are you sure? Or, let's just forget it. Namikaze Tianming looked at Tsunade in disbelief. He never expected that at this critical moment, Tsunade's gambling addiction would come back. This is really fun and easy. Who said I would definitely lose? I dare say, this time, I will win. When Tsunade heard Namikaze Tianming say this, he became unhappy on the spot. Well, since you want to gamble, I'll play with you. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands helplessly. Hey, kid, let's bet on whether I can cure Uchiha Itachi this time. Tsunade puffed out her chest and said confidently. Advertisement Namikaze Tianming. Lord Tsunade, are you sure? Tsunade. Asterisk. Of course. Okay, what's the bet? Underscore. Seeing Tsunade so excited, Namikaze Tianming had no choice but to agree. The little fish finally took the bait. Tsunade quickly suppressed her smile, fearing that Namikaze Tianming would see through her thoughts.
Let's make a deal. If I can cure Uchiha Itachi, you will become my disciple. How about that? If others heard what Tsunade said, they would certainly be shocked. They never thought that Tsunade actually wanted to take Namikaze Tianming as his disciple. Even Namikaze Tianming didn't expect this. Tsunade nodded, still with a confident smile on his face. Tsunade had enough confidence in medical ninjutsu. How about it? Think about it carefully. Okay, Master Tsunade, I can promise you. But what if you lose? Quote. Namikaze Tianming smiled crookedly, as if this bet would bring unexpected gains. How could I possibly lose? Tsunade's eyebrows suddenly raised. She really hadn't thought about what she would do if she lost. Could it be that you still want me to take you as my master? No. If Master Tsunade loses, I only want one thing from Master Tsunade. Namikaze Tianming quickly shook his head and said, Are you kidding? I definitely can't become your disciple. Okay, tell me, if I lose, what do you want? This is what I want. Namikaze Tianming smiled evilly and pointed at the necklace on Tsunade's chest. What, you want this? Tsunade asked in disbelief, but when Tsunade saw Namikaze Tianming nodded clearly, Tsunade suddenly looked embarrassed and fell into a dilemma. What, are you reluctant? In that case, let's call it quits this time. I don't want Tsunade-sama to be known as someone who doesn't keep his word. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands. After thinking for a long time, Tsunade finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Okay, I promise you. Anyway, I will definitely win this time. Namikaze Tianming suddenly smiled happily. The fish was hooked. Chapter 74. Tsunade, let's go find Jiraiya together. Master Tsunade, I will take you to see Uchiha Itachi. Please follow me. Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly and made a very gentlemanly gesture of invitation. Tsunade nodded confidently and followed. Half an hour later. Namikaze Tianming appeared in the previous hotel room with a smile on his face. Behind him was Tsunade with a gloomy face, completely different from his confident look just now. Tsunade is an adult. Shizune, who was guarding the room obediently, suddenly saw Namikaze Tianming and Tsunade coming back. His face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to say hello, he saw Tsunade had a gloomy face and didn't say anything, so he tactfully kept quiet. Tsunade walked straight to the bed, then lay down straight on it, and kept muttering. I actually lost. I actually lost. I actually lost. Seeing the distraught Tsunade, Shizune quickly pulled Namikaze Tianming aside and asked quietly. Master Tianming, what on earth happened? My parents love gambling, and gambling with books is a common occurrence for her, but this is the first time I've seen her do this. Quote. Well, it's because Tsunade lost this to me. Namikaze Tianming chuckled and took out the necklace. What, Lord Tsunade actually lost this ancestral necklace to you? Shizune's mouth opened in shock. You know, Tsunade valued this necklace more than his own life. This was the necklace passed down by the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Moreover, there was a special meaning behind this necklace. But it's okay this way. If Master Tsunade can let go of the past and untie the knot in his heart, Master Naoki and Uncle will be happy over there too. Suddenly, Shizune held Namikaze Tianming's hands and said sincerely. Master Tianming, I'll trouble you to help Master Tsunade get over the past. To be able to make Master Tsunade take out the necklace, Master Tianming must have something special. Please help me. Don't worry, I will try my best. Namikaze Tianming looked at Shizune's sincere expression and nodded. As the saying goes, the best way to forget a relationship is to start a new one, and, he. Just when Namikaze Tianming was daydreaming, Shizune beside him asked curiously. Advertisement. Master Tianming, what are you betting with Master Tsunade? Medical skills. Namikaze Tianming answered casually, but Shizune was stunned. You know, Tsunade has the title of medical expert. Namikaze Tianming looks so young, but his medical ninjutsu is even better than that of Lord Tsunade. As expected of someone that Master Tsunade has given special attention to. Your medical ninjutsu is even more powerful than Master Tsunade's. Shizune himself is also a medical ninja, and can even be said to be Tsunade's disciple, so he naturally knows how powerful Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is. Namikaze Tianming was able to defeat Tsunade, so he is definitely not an ordinary person. Ahem, Shizune, you're too kind. I'm still no match for Tsunade in medical ninjutsu. This time, it just happened that I know it and she doesn't. Namikaze Tianming denied it with a smile. When it came to medical ninjutsu, Tsunade was indeed better because Namikaze Tianming didn't know any medical ninjutsu at all. Shizune just smiled, she knew that Namikaze Tianming was just being modest. Okay, enough talking. I need Tsunade-sama's help with something. Let's go in first. Namikaze Tianming smiled and didn't care. He still had things to do. Shizune nodded as well. Master Tsunade, I need your help with something. Returning to the bed, Namikaze Tianming could only shake his head helplessly when he saw Tsunade still lying on the bed. Tsunade on the bed suddenly turned over and stared at Namikaze Tianming fiercely. Little boy, I have already admitted defeat and given you the necklace. What else do you want to do? Ahem, Master Tsunade, I really need your help with something. Namikaze Tianming is feeling a little embarrassed now. Hehe, aren't you so skilled in medical ninjutsu? Why do you need my help? Tell me, what can I do for you? Tsunade raised her eyebrows and said with her arms folded across her chest, feeling a little proud in her heart. Huh, little brat, in the end, you still have to find me. I wonder if Lady Tsunade knows about the two medicinal herbs, sunflower and danyang lotus. Namikaze Tianming went straight to the point and directly stated his purpose this time. Because this time when I took Tsunade to see Uchiha Itachi, I didn't see Hokage Kakashi and Might Guy. I learned from Uchiha Shisui that since Hokage Kakashi was promoted to the leader of the root organization, he has become extremely busy. As for Might Guy, he was busy burning his youth with his apprentice Rock Lee. Advertisement. Although a large number of manpower were dispatched and a lot of material and financial resources were spent, there was still no news about the Liang flower and Danyang lotus. That's why Namikaze Tianming set his sights on Tsunade. After all, as one of the world's top medical experts, Tsunade must have seen countless herbs, and he might have seen these two types of herbs. What are fiery sunflower and Danyang lotus? I've never heard of them before. Tsunade asked back with a confused look on her face. Namikaze Tianming slapped his head, wondering why he was so stupid. Fiery sunflower and Danyang lotus were the names used in the world of immortal cultivation. No wonder there was no news about them here. Namikaze Tianming just snapped his fingers and two pieces of paper appeared out of thin air in his hand. The two pieces of paper were painted with the fiery sunflower and the Danyang lotus. Ahem, Master Tsunade, have you ever seen these two medicinal herbs? They are the fiery sunflower and the Danyang lotus. Putting these two paintings in front of Tsunade, Namikaze Tianming's face turned red. It was so embarrassing that he made such a low-level mistake. Tsunade took the two paintings and looked at them carefully for a long time before she uttered a soft, huh. Huh, I seem to have heard of these two medicinal herbs somewhere before. Huh, heard that. Namikaze Tianming was stunned. Shouldn't he have seen this before? Tsunade nodded slowly as she recalled. Yes, I remember now, Jiraiya once told me that he had seen many magical herbs in a certain mountain. According to his description, it does look very similar to the two medicinal herbs you drew. Namikaze Tianming's heart moved and asked. Mr. Jiraiya is talking about Mount Myoboku. Yes, now I remember, that's Mount Myoboku that Jiraiya was talking about. Tsunade slapped his head and said with sudden realization, but soon, he looked at Namikaze Tianming with a puzzled look. Hey, kid, how do you know about Mount Myoboku? Ahem, well, I just happen to have heard of it, but if it's Mount Myoboku, then it's really possible. Master Tsunade, I have one more thing I would like to ask of you. Namikaze Tianming looked at Tsunade with burning eyes and said very seriously. You say. Namikaze Tianming's direct gaze made Tsunade blush and she turned her head away shyly. Tsunade, let's go find Jiraiya. Chapter 75. Hidan blocking the road. Looking for Jiraiya, Tsunade was a little stunned. Yes, since it was Jiraiya who discovered these herbs, it would definitely be more direct to go to him. And being able to find Master Jiraiya, I believe no one knows Master Jiraiya better than Master Tsunade, and can find him faster. Namikaze Tianming pinched his chin and analyzed. Okay then, I can take you to find Jiraiya, but I can't guarantee that I can find him. Tsunade looked at Namikaze Tianming's pleading eyes and finally nodded in agreement. Well, thank you very much, Master Tsunade. Namikaze Tianming secretly made a gesture in his heart. Now, they have more opportunities to spend time together. Sure enough, during the following period of time, Namikaze Tianming accompanied Tsunade and Shizune to countless towns. After going to various pubs and bathhouses, there was still no trace of Jiraiya. However, after spending some time together, Namikaze Tianming and Tsunade have become more familiar with each other. This Jiraiya, if I find him, I will definitely beat him up. Deminda. Tsunade clenched his fists and walked step by step on the forest road, his resentment towards Jiraiya growing. Namikaze Tianming and Shizune smiled at each other awkwardly behind Tsunade. Judging from the way Tsunade spoke, if he found Jiraiya, Jiraiya might really get beaten up for no reason. Suddenly, Tsunade, who was walking at a brisk pace, stopped and looked straight ahead with a serious look. It turned out that under a big tree on the roadside ahead, there was a man standing there with strange clothes and an equally strange weapon in his hand, staring at the three of them and smiling. Huh, isn't this Hidan? Why is he here? Namikaze Tianming was also stunned, and naturally recognized who the man in strange clothes was, Hidan. Hidan walked to the middle of the road with a three-section scythe on his shoulder, with a wicked smile on his face. Hey, these two beautiful girls, do you want to join our evil god cult? Wow, this guy Hidan actually ignored Namikaze Tianming. Evil god cult? What kind of cult is that? Why haven't I heard of it? Tsunade tilted her head with a look of disdain. The evil god cult didn't sound like a serious organization. Hidan pointed the three-section scythe forward and laughed. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it, because I'm the only one in the evil god cult right now. But it doesn't matter, because with me here, the evil god cult will surely be able to flourish. Advertisement. Hidan's eyes widened, he took a few steps forward and continued to persuade. How is it? Are you excited? Hidan was still talking to himself excitedly. Sorry, no, please move aside, we have to hurry. Tsunade refused coldly with a blank expression. Don't worry, girl, maybe you didn't hear clearly. Let me tell you the teachings of our evil god cult again. As long as you join the evil god cult, you will not be held accountable even if you kill someone. Not only that, the evil god will be even happier. Well, isn't this a very Sparisian doctrine? Hidan's eyes were filled with enthusiasm, as if he was saying something very noble. Roll. Tsunade finally couldn't stand it anymore. For such a lunatic, Tsunade just wanted him to get away. Hearing Tsunade's scolding, Hidan's smile suddenly disappeared and turned cold. It seems that you are unwilling to join. In this case, I can only offer you to the evil god and offer my most pious prayers. At this moment, the expression on Hidan's face was extremely cruel. How outrageous. Shizune behind him could not tolerate Hidan's insolence and shouted immediately. Shizune, you guys just watch, I'm going to beat him up and show him how powerful my fists are. Tsunade smiled as well, squeezing her hands and making a clacking sound. Seeing the tense situation between the two sides, Namikaze Tianming and Shizune stepped aside tacitly. Ha 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 ha, let's enjoy the battle. Hidan swung the three-section scythe in his hand towards Tsunade, and the three-section scythe flew out of his hand and went straight to Tsunade. The handle of the three-section sickle was connected to a long, retractable rope, which was tied tightly around Hidan's waist. Tisk, that's all. Tsunade jumped up directly, dodging the attack of the three-section scythe while stepping on the three-section scythe. Instead, he used the force to dodge, got in front of Hidan, and punched him directly. There was a loud snap, and Hidan's neck was broken by Tsunade's punch, and his whole head was twisted unnaturally behind his back. Tisk, I thought there was something special, but that's all. Advertisement. Tsunade said with great disdain, rubbed his fists, and prepared to walk back. Hey, this hurts, you know that. B***************** D. Hidan's hands seemed to be unaffected, and he turned his head back to the front. If it weren't for the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, people would probably doubt whether he was injured at all. Hearing the roar from behind, Tsunade paused and looked at Hidan in surprise. Tsunade-sama, be careful. Suddenly, Shizune reminded loudly in a panic. It turned out that Hidan was not dead. Instead, he took advantage of Tsunade's shock and used a long rope to control the three-section scythe to attack Tsunade from behind. But who is Tsunade? He used the teleport technique to dodge Hidan's attack. Hidan didn't look disappointed when the sneak attack failed. After retracting the three-section scythe, he laughed even crazier. Hey, if I heard correctly, that girl called you Tsunade. So what? Tsunade replied expressionlessly. Ha 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 ha, does that mean you are one of the legendary Konoha Sannin? What do you think? Are you scared? Then why don't you surrender quickly? Shizune said from behind very unconvinced. Who would have thought that Hidan was not afraid at all, but became even crazier? Ha 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 ha, afraid. Would I, Hidan, be afraid of this old woman? S-bar-C. However, being able to offer the blood of one of the legendary Konoha Sannin to the evil god will surely be even higher. Before Hidan could finish his words, he suddenly felt a chill surrounding him. When I looked up, I saw Tsunade's eyes wide open, eyebrows raised, chakra constantly pouring out of her body, and even her clothes and hair began to float. Hey, you evil little devil, what did you call me just now? An old woman. Filled down pointing triangle min hash. Tsunade's tone was so cold that Hidan couldn't help but shudder. However, how could Hidan be afraid? He continued to provoke. Ha ha ha, she's just an old woman, so what? Baka baka, lululu, ba, poof, quote. Wash and squeeze. Min equals hash hash 3. Before Hidan could finish his words, Tsunade punched him in the face, causing it to become crooked. Chapter 76. Can you touch my Tsunade? Backquote D, backquote D, backquote D, backquote ZY. After a while, Hidan was beaten black and blue by Tsunade's combination of attacks and fell to the ground. Little ghost, you have to distinguish between people when you provoke others in the future, understand? Tsunade glanced at Hidan on the ground, then dusted the non-existent dust off her hands in a warning. This scene made Namikaze Tianming and Shizune behind Tsunade shudder. Every punch and kick Tsunade throws carries a bit of personal grudge in it. Just as Tsunade was about to return to Namikaze and Tianming, Hidan struggled to his feet again, roaring angrily. Hey, old woman, didn't I tell you that this hurts, a-hole? At this time, Hidan's clothes were not as neat and intact as they were at the beginning.
However, the bruises and scars on his face were disappearing visibly, and soon, it was as if he had never been injured at all.
Hora, this body's ability to recover seems quite interesting. Although it was a bit surprising, it wasn't much. There were many people in this world with strange abilities, Tsunade herself was one of them. Old woman, die. Hidan rushed towards Tsunade with the retracted three-section scythe in hand.
Tsunade remained calm and continued to fight the enemy with her fists. But Tsunade became more and more surprised as the fight went on. It was as if Hidan didn't care about his life and was fighting with the intention of dying together. Even if he suffered many injuries, he was not afraid at all. Several times, I was almost hurt by Hidan, but fortunately, I reacted quickly and dodged in time. However, Tsunade quickly saw through Hidan's purpose, which was to exchange injuries for injuries. Although she didn't know why Hidan did this, Tsunade was still very alert and tried her best to avoid Hidan's attacks. No matter what the reason is, you must never let your opponent achieve his goal. This is the vigilance of a master. Puff. Although Tsunade was already very alert, he still misjudged the length of Hidan's three-section scythe. When Hidan was controlling the three-section scythe to pull it back, he was actually scratched on the arm by the scythe. Advertisement. Although it was only a superficial wound, there was a trace of bloodline on the scythe. Hidan's face lit up with joy, and he quickly jumped back to keep a greater distance. Then he exerted force with both hands and prepared to pull the three-section sickle back. Although Tsunade also looked at Hidan vigilantly, he did not take any action to stop Hidan's actions. Originally, Tsunade thought that Hidan wanted to rely on his own abilities and coated his weapon with poison. After all, Shizune's weapon was coated with poison, so Tsunade couldn't help thinking so. Then, he would use desperate attacks to exchange injuries with his opponent, poisoning his opponent without anyone noticing, and thus win. So when Tsunade was scratched by Hidan's three-section scythe, he checked the wound immediately, but did not find any signs of poisoning. So, when Hidan jumped back to create some distance and was about to retract the three-section scythe, he did not make any move to stop it. However, Tsunade felt vaguely uneasy, but couldn't find the source of the uneasiness. Seeing that his goal was achieved and the three sections of the scythe were about to fly back into his hands, Hidan couldn't help but widen his eyes and laugh wildly. But soon, there was a quack sound and the laughter stopped abruptly, as if a screaming duck was suddenly grabbed by the neck. Just as Hidan laughed and was about to reach out to catch the three-section scythe, I saw a figure, like lightning, coming in front of Hidan in the blink of an eye, and grabbing the three-section scythe in advance. This figure is Namikaze Tianming. Hey, my Tsunade, you can move her? Do you have my permission? Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows and looked at Hidan with a smile.
Give me back my weapon, D. Just when he was about to achieve his goal, a little kid suddenly showed up to ruin his plan. You can imagine how angry Hidan was.
Namikaze Tianming was not angry at all, holding the three-section sickle and said slowly. Why, you want to use Tsunade's blood to cast a spell, death by blood. In the original work, Hidan used the characteristics of his immortal body to obtain a trace of Asuma's blood, and then launched the Death God's blood curse to kill Asuma. This is also a big regret for Hokage fans. Although, this would only happen several years later, but since I happened to run into him today, and he even dared to set his sights on Tsunade, I feel sorry for that. Hidan must die. Hearing Namikaze Tianming directly reveal his trump card, Hidan's pupils suddenly contracted and he looked at Namikaze Tianming in disbelief. Tianming, what do you mean by death by blood? Advertisement. Tsunade, who had just recovered from Namikaze Tianming's words, my Tsunade, heard, death by blood, and asked hurriedly. Namikaze Tianming did not look back, but explained calmly. Death by blood is a forbidden technique that only requires the opponent's blood to activate a fatal blow. Once Hidan has obtained the opponent's blood, he will stand at his feet and then use the opponent's blood to draw a formation on the ground. While inside the circle, Hidan will return the damage taken to the opponent. In addition, Hidan is immortal, so all of Hidan's attacks are basically aimed at injuring the opponent and obtaining the opponent's blood. As for how serious the injury is, that is not important. If Tsunade's blood had fallen into Hidan's hands, Hidan would have used it to cast a spell against Tsunade. What? There is an immortal body. Tsunade and Shizune were both smart people, and after listening to Namikaze Tianming's explanation, they immediately understood the horror of Hidan. Immortality plus the fatal forbidden technique. Even Tsunade couldn't help but feel a chill and fear. If her blood got into Hidan's hands, the consequences would be disastrous. No wonder Hidan's attack just now seemed like he was risking his life. You be ***************************************** D. Even if you knew, so what? Now, I will offer you to the evil god as well.
Hidan acted like a madman, screaming and rushing towards Namikaze Tianming.
Suddenly, a pitch-black spear stretched out from the left side of Hidan's clothes and stabbed directly at Namikaze Tianming.
Namikaze Tianming didn't even dodge, allowing the pitch-black spear in Hidan's hand to pierce him directly.
Bite. The pitch-black spear broke with a sound. Namikaze Tianming showed a sly smile. You have an immortal body, and I have an indestructible golden body that is invulnerable to swords and guns. Let's have a competition. Namikaze Tianming said as he kicked Hidan in the stomach and Hidan quickly dodged. Namikaze Tianming suddenly changed direction and kicked Hidan's left hand directly. Ah! Hidan let out a scream, and a broken arm flew into the air before falling onto the open space nearby. Chapter 77. Killing Hidan. Showdown. Hidan was grimacing in pain because he had lost an arm, but then he found that he could not move his whole body. This is the first time Hidan feels scared since his debut. Namikaze Tianming smiled and turned to Tsunade and Shizune and said, "Ladies, the following scene may be a little bloody, please step aside." Although Namikaze Tianming is smiling and looks harmless now, he gives Tsunade and Shizune the feeling that he is a completely different person. Ahem, Tianming, just go ahead and do it. We've seen plenty of bloody scenes. Tsunade said, pretending to be calm, and even Shizune behind him nodded. After all, he is someone who has experienced the Ninja World War. What bloody scenes has he not seen? Yeah, then I don't have to worry about it. Namikaze Tianming turned his head, smiled cruelly, and grabbed the handle of the three-section scythe with his right hand and swung it. Puff! Blood splatters. Ah! Hidan screamed again, and his right hand drew a perfect parabola in the air before falling to the side. Next comes the legs. Ahahaha. B asterisk 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 D. Boy, even if you cut off my hands and feet, what can it matter? I am still immortal. How can you understand the power of the evil god? Despite having lost his hands and feet, Hidan was still full of energy and cursing, as if he was not worried at all. Tsunade is fine, after all, she has the ability to pervert. Shizune, however, looked at the scene with a pale face, covering her mouth to prevent herself from making any sound. She was indeed frightened. But it's not because of Namikaze Tianming's tricks, but because Hidan is in such a state, yet he can still be so cruel. Haha, all you can do is rage helplessly here. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands indifferently, then moved his fingers, and the three-section sickle began to spin wildly, followed by a powerful swing. A huge head just fell down at Hidan's own feet with a plop. But even so, Hidan still didn't die, and his head was still cursing. Hey, you be asterisk 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 D, since you all know that I'm immortal, why are you still using this trick? Do you think it will work? Namikaze Tianming's expression remained unchanged, but Tsunade and Shizune were really scared. How could he still be alive with only a head left? This scene was quite shocking. Advertisement, Hidan, do you think I can do anything to you? Namikaze Tianming chuckled. What else? Hidan said very proudly that even if he couldn't beat the opponent, he couldn't lose in talking. Ha ha ha, Hidan, do you know why I want to chop off your limbs and head, Sue? Namikaze Tianming smiled crookedly. You can't kill me anyway, so why should I care? Hidan looked nonchalant. Think about it, if I buried your limbs and head in different deep pits, what do you think would happen? Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows, not smiling. But Hidan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he finally showed a hint of panic. Ha ha ha, what? Are you scared already? If you can't eat and have no way to take in nutrients, you will starve to death even if you are immortal, right? Namikaze Tianming laughed heartily. He had no mercy at all for a murderer like Hidan. You be asterisk 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 D, how can you be so cruel? If you dare to do this to me, aren't you afraid that the evil god will punish you? Hidan was now completely panicked and had started to speak incoherently. Cruel? Can I compare to you? But don't worry, in case of any accidents, I won't use the method I just used. I'd better send you directly to see your Lord Evil God, but this is a bargain for you. The fire of karma burns the sky. Under Hidan's terrified gaze, Namikaze Tianming slowly stretched out his hand, and several black fireballs fell on Hidan. Soon, the raging fire burned Hidan's body into Kurozumi. Countless black runes emerged from Hidan's body, trying to escape, but in just a moment, they were swallowed up and burned by the hellfire. After these black runes were burned by the hellfire, Hidan's body was burned to ashes in a short while. Perhaps, Hidan's immortality was actually maintained by these runes. Looking at the remaining head of Hidan and his increasingly weak breath, Namikaze Tianming became more and more certain of his speculation, but it didn't matter anymore. Namikaze Tianming ignored Hidan and swung his palm. Bang! Such a huge head turned into a cloud of blood mist. At this point, Hidan officially fell. Advertisement. Done. Namikaze Tianming clapped his hands, looked back at Tsunade and Shizune, and gave a thumbs up. Master Tianming, you are so awesome. Shizune looked at Namikaze Tianming with shining eyes, full of admiration. His medical ninjutsu is not inferior to that of Tsunade, who is known as a medical expert, and may even be more powerful. And now he can even easily kill Hidan, who possesses such a terrifying ability of immortality. Lord Tsunade, is this skill of mine worthy of your approval? Namikaze Tianming also laughed and looked at Tsunade and asked. Seeing Namikaze Tianming's smile, Tsunade inexplicably thought of the scene where Namikaze Tianming was holding a three-section sickle and said, My Tsunade, and his face turned red. Tsunade blushed and said nothing. Instead, he moved to Namikaze Tianming's side, raised his fist and punched the back of Namikaze Tianming's head. He looked very proud. Kid, whose Tsunade did you just say? When did I become yours? Eh? Seeing Tsunade's Tsunade look, Namikaze Tianming blurted out sentence. Tsunade, you be mine sooner or later, What, kid, do you know how old I am? I can be your grandmother, filled down pointing triangle hahash. Tsunade clenched her fists. In her opinion, Namikaze Tianming must be teasing her by saying this. After all, there's an age gap between them. I know, so what? I'm not pretending anymore, I'm telling you the truth. Tsunade, I'm attracted to you. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands indifferently. Now that it has come to this, why be so cowardly? If you like it, then you like it, let's be honest. Little brat, are you kidding me, your mother-in-law? If you say something like that, ask Shizune, do you think she will believe it? Shizune. Huh? Tsunade never expected that Namikaze Tianming would respond so directly and with such a confident attitude. For a moment, Tsunade panicked and wanted to pull Shizune into the water, but when he looked at Shizune, he found that Shizune was completely stunned. Shizune. Equals, piggy. What the hell is this? Namikaze Tianming actually confessed to Tsunade-sama? Chapter 78. Latest news about Jiraiya. Kid, I don't want to bother with you. It's more important to find Jiraiya. Let's hurry up. Tsunade blushed, turned around and walked forward. Shizune, stop daydreaming and catch up. Namikaze Tianming smiled and shook his head, looked at Shizune who was still in shock and reminded him, then followed. Shizune. Oh, okay. Along the way, Namikaze Tianming didn't mention this matter again. Tsunade finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he couldn't help but secretly wonder, is this kid really making fun of him? But Tsunade didn't dare to ask again, wouldn't it seem like she cared a lot about the matter? I am almost 50 years old, but I still think about love like these young people, it's so embarrassing. Just like that, Namikaze Tianming continued to act the same as before, as if the confession had never happened, and continued to look for news about Jiraiya along the way. After searching for more than half a month, I finally got news about Jiraiya, but the news I got was that Jiraiya had returned to Konoha village. Namikaze Tianming and Tsunade, who received the latest news, could only stare at each other in shock. What a waste of time.
Tsunade, since Jiraiya has returned to Konoha, why don't you come with me to Konoha to take a look? Konoha has changed a lot now.
Namikaze Tianming looked at Tsunade and said with a smile. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Namikaze Tianming. Although Namikaze Tianming had not mentioned confession since that day, his address to her changed from Tsunade-sama to Tsunade. This change made people think a lot. I haven't been back to Konoha for a long time. I don't know how the old man is doing now, and Minato. Tsunade said, and couldn't help but fall into memories. Lord Tsunade, why don't we go back? I've been out for so long and I'm kind of homesick. Even Shizune came forward holding the little pig and said, homesick? Tsunade gave Shizune a strange look, and Shizune quickly turned his head away guiltily. It would be good to go back and have a look. Finally Tsunade nodded in agreement. Okay, let's set off now so we can go back earlier. Shizune almost jumped up with joy. Don't bother yourself. If you want to go back to Konoha, it will only take a blink of an eye. Namikaze Tianming smiled and shook his head. Advertisement. Tianming kid, although I know that your attainments in spacetime ninjutsu are extraordinary and your speed is unmatched by others, it will still take some time to return to Konoha, right? Tsunade asked confusedly. Shizune also looked curious. This is a bit difficult to explain, so I'll just show you how to experience it once. Namikaze Tianming smiled, without any explanation, and waved his hand, and a space door appeared in front of him. As for the space node, even if I explained it myself, Tsunade and Shizune might not understand it. At least it was good enough as long as they could reach their destination. Please, Namikaze Tianming made a please gesture. Tsunade and Shizune looked at each other, then walked hand in hand to the door of the dark space, and under the gaze of Namikaze Tianming, stepped in. Wow, where is this place? Shizune held the little pig in his arms, blinking his big eyes and looking around curiously. Although there was nothing around him, this did not stop Shizune from expressing his curiosity. This is the space-time ninjutsu space of that brat Namikaze Tianming. He brought me here last time. Tsunade explained. After all, she had been here once before, so she seemed much more relaxed. Ha ha ha, welcome to my world, a voice sounded, and Namikaze Tianming appeared in front of Tsunade, Shizune and the others. Master Tianming, your space ninjutsu is really amazing. Shizune said with a look of admiration on his face. It's okay, it's nothing, not for all not, Namikaze Tianming is very humble. Tsunade. At this moment, a voice suddenly came. Teacher, it's you. Hearing the sound, Namikaze Tianming, Tsunade, and Shizune, including the little pig, all turned their eyes to the source of the sound. You are? Kakashi. Although they had not seen each other for many years, Tsunade recognized the person immediately. After all, the conspicuous white hair and the special mask were enough to reveal his identity. Hearing Tsunade's voice, Hitaki Kakashi noticed that there were two people standing next to Namikaze Tianming, but after a while, Hitaki Kakashi's eyes widened. Advertisement, you are. Tsunade-sama, you really haven't changed at all. As mentioned above, Tsunade and Hitaki Kakashi haven't seen each other for many years. When they meet again, Hitaki Kakashi finds that Tsunade has not changed at all and still looks the same as when he was young. How could Hitaki Kakashi not be surprised? Kakashi, why are you here, and what did you call him just now? Tsunade pointed at Namikaze Tianming. Tsunade was surprised why Hitaki Kakashi appeared here, and the relationship between Hitaki Kakashi and Namikaze Tianming seemed to be unusual. Haha, Kakashi is my disciple now, Namikaze Tianming chuckled. Yes, I am currently studying under teacher Tienming. Hitaki Kakashi also responded with a smile, his eyes turning into crescents. I see. However, with the ability of this kid Namikaze Tianming, he can indeed be your teacher. Tsunade crossed her arms, then pinched her chin and thought for a moment before speaking. Yes, Mr. Tianming's ability is truly unfathomable, and I can learn a lot from him. Originally, I was practicing in the teacher's system space. Just now, I felt a spatial fluctuation and guessed that it might be the teacher coming back, so I came to greet him. But I didn't expect that this time, Tsunade-sama would be here too. It's such an honor for me. Hitaki Kakashi smiled and explained why he was here. Tsunade nodded in realization. I believe that Master Tsunade and the teacher are coming back together, so they must be going back to Konoha to take a look, right? How about I lead the way this time and show you around? Konoha has changed a lot now. Hitaki Kakashi said with a smile that he felt extremely good to be able to see his teacher and Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, at the same time. Well, I'll trouble you this time, Kakashi. Tsunade nodded. No trouble, it's my pleasure, Hitaki Kakashi said, then turned and walked forward. Suddenly, Namikaze Tianming seemed to have discovered something and pointed behind Hitaki Kakashi and shouted. Wait, Kakashi, what is that? Tsunade. Hitaki Kakashi. Shizune. Chapter 79. Am I, Jiraiya, that kind of person? Kakashi turned his head and looked at Namikaze Tianming, looking confused. There was nothing behind him? Could it be that Namikaze Tianming could see something that he couldn't see? Oh, I'm not talking about this, I'm talking about that. Is that the make-out heaven?
Namikaze Tianming rolled his eyes and pointed at Hitaki Kakashi's back pocket.
Hitaki Kakashi looked at Namikaze Tianming, then looked at the book in his back pocket, and his face suddenly turned red. Teacher, do you also know about the Intimate Paradise? Intimate Paradise? How could I not know about it? It's Jiraiya's famous book, it's well known. Namikaze Tianming gave a thumbs up and praised that although he had never read Intimate Paradise, the original book, Intimate Paradise, was a bestseller although it was rated R18. But even Kakashi is a loyal fan of this book, and even read it all night long. Namikaze Tianming thought that even if it was 18+, this Intimate Paradise should be a good book. Even the teacher praised this book so much. No wonder the content of the book attracted me so much. I declare that from now on, I will be a loyal fan of this book. Hitaki Kakashi's face turned red with excitement. This Intimate Paradise was the 18th birthday gift that Jiraiya gave him. Originally, he was a little embarrassed to read it when he heard that it was a book for adults only. But now that even teacher Tienming praised it highly, this book must be very good. Kakashi, this book should be given to you by Jiraiya, right? Do you know where he is now? Namikaze Tianming asked with a smile. Could this be considered as an unexpected success? Yes, I did meet Master Jiraiya some time ago, and it was at that time that he gave me this book, Intimate Paradise. He said he was going to the next town to find inspiration for his creations. Hitaki Kakashi tried hard to recall the conversation with Jiraiya during their last meeting. Jiraiya once told him that he wanted to go to the town next door to find inspiration for his creations. Namikaze Tianming and Tsunade smiled at each other. Jiraiya, I finally found you. In a small town, above the women's bathhouse, a tall man with long white hair, a forehead protector with the word oil on it, and red marks under his eyes, was holding a telescope and observing carefully with drool. Ah, there's a peeping thief, come and catch the pervert. Suddenly, a loud shout came from somewhere. The white-haired man's expression suddenly changed. He threw the telescope in his hand away and disappeared. In an alley 100 meters away, the white-haired man appeared out of nowhere, wiped the sweat from his head, and said helplessly. Ah, the world is really going downhill. There are people peeping into the women's bathhouse. I, Mount Myoboku Toad Sage Jiraiya, come here to seek inspiration for my creations. Epsilon, for all backquote. Advertisement. Just as Jiraiya was sighing, a figure suddenly and silently appeared behind Jiraiya, with eyes wide open and glowing red. Jiraiya felt a familiar and cold breath coming from behind him and shuddered all over. Bang! A fist as big as a casserole landed directly on Jiraiya's head, and a big bump emerged from Jiraiya's thick white hair. Jiraiya, you old pervert, I didn't expect you to be so shameless that you actually went to peek at the women's bathhouse. 2. Sao Min Sao. The one who spoke and took action was Tsunade, who arrived. Ahem, Tsunade, long time no see. You can't wrongly accuse me of this. I'm just looking for material for a novel. Jiraiya touched the big bump on his head, smiled awkwardly and turned away, but soon the smile on Jiraiya's face froze. Because Jiraiya discovered that there was more than just Tsunade behind him. He naturally recognized Shizune, Tsunade's follower, and Hitaki Kakashi. He also recognized him. But who is the black-haired young man standing in the middle? Why does he look so much like his apprentice Namikaze Minato? Seeing Jiraiya staring at him, Namikaze Tianming immediately understood what was going on and greeted him with a smile. Hello, Master Jiraiya, my name is Namikaze Tianming, nice to meet you. Namikaze Tianming? Jiraiya raised his eyebrows. This name sounds so familiar, I seem to have heard it somewhere before. He's Minato's brother, Tsunade added on the side. So he's Minato's brother. I was wondering why this name sounds so familiar. Jiraiya slapped his head and suddenly realized that he had heard Namikaze Minato mention that he had a younger brother, Namikaze Tianming, a long time ago, but he never had the chance to meet Namikaze Tianming in person. Later, I had a lot of things to do and gradually forgot about it. I didn't expect to see it today. Suddenly, Jiraiya raised his eyebrows again and looked at Namikaze Tianming with a strange expression. Just now in the women's bathhouse, you were the one who shouted, "Catch the pervert," right? Namikaze Tianming's face changed. Oops, he forgot to change his voice just now. Now he was recognized. It was a bit embarrassing. Ahem, that is the junior advertisement, I see. Jiraiya looked at Namikaze Tianming with a smile. His expression was inexplicable. I was the one who asked Tianming to yell. What? Are you going to cause trouble for me again? Tsunade crossed her arms and looked at Jiraiya unkindly. Jiraiya was startled by Tsunade's gaze, and his eyes twitched wildly. He said very embarrassedly. Ahem, Tsunade, you misunderstood. I just saw such an interesting junior and wanted to get closer to him. Tsunade stared at Jiraiya expressionlessly, obviously not believing what Jiraiya said. Ahem, Tsunade, now that we've met and talked about old times, I need to find inspiration somewhere else. So let's say goodbye today. I'm leaving now. Jiraiya keenly felt that Tsunade must have come for something, and as he hated trouble the most, he prepared to run away. Unexpectedly, when Jiraiya just turned around and tried to run away, Tsunade's iron fist hit him mercilessly again. Bang! A second big red lump appeared in the snow-white hair. Jiraiya, did I let you run away? None cared none. Tsunade knew Jiraiya's temper too well, so he threw a punch to stop him. Jiraiya held his head in his hands, turned around with a very aggrieved look, and looked at Tsunade pitifully. Ahem, Master Jiraiya, we came to you this time because we have something to ask of you. Namikaze Tianming tactfully stepped forward and explained his purpose. Jiraiya glanced at Namikaze Tianming, waved his hand, and said reluctantly. No, I'm at a critical juncture in my novel writing. I have to look everywhere for inspiration and material. I don't have time to help you. You should find someone else. Ahem, Master Jiraiya, this time I'm asking for your help, it's not for free. Namikaze Tianming came forward and spoke softly. Youngster, am I the type of person who asks for favors? No matter what it is, I won't agree to it. Jiraiya crossed his arms and said confidently. Well, Master Jiraiya, you should take a look first. Several pieces of paper appeared out of thin air in Namikaze Tianming's hand and he quietly put them into Jiraiya's hand. Chapter 80. Summoning doesn't seem to require hand seals? Jiraiya calmly took the drawing paper from Namikaze Tianming. As soon as he opened it, his eyes widened and blood almost spurted out of his nose. But when he considered that Tsunade was still watching him closely, Jiraiya quickly suppressed the restlessness in his heart, and calmly put the drawing paper into his arms. After putting away the drawing paper, Jiraiya cast an admiring look at Namikaze Tianming and even secretly gave him a thumbs up. This kid is sensible and much smarter than his older brother. Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows, pursed his lips in the direction of Tsunade, and then smiled a smile that all men understand. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. This kid is so sensible, I like him. Then, Jiraiya coughed twice and spoke in a serious tone. Ahem, forget it, since you are so sincere, I will put the creation on hold for now. It is more important to support the younger generation. Tell me, what favor do you need that requires you to go to such great lengths to find me? Seeing Jiraiya's attitude change so quickly, Master Tsunade and Shizune were dumbfounded. They looked at each other in confusion and then shook their heads. Hitaki Kakashi, on the other hand, looked as if it was a matter of course and was not surprised at all. In his opinion, Namikaze Tianming was omnipotent. Senior Jiraiya, the truth is, I have been looking for 2 herbs recently. I heard from Tsunade that you have seen these 2 herbs in Mount Myoboku, so I would like to ask you to help point me in the right direction. Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly, and quickly took out 2 drawings of the fiery sunflower and the Danyang lotus and handed them to Jiraiya. Hearing Namikaze Tianming actually calling Tsunade's name, but Tsunade didn't react at all, Jiraiya looked at the 2 of them in surprise. But at this time, Namikaze Tianming had already handed over the drawing. Jiraiya opened the drawing without thinking much. After looking at it carefully and thinking for a moment, Jiraiya nodded and said, I have indeed seen these 2 kinds of fairy grass on Mount Myoboku. I still remember them because they were so beautiful. Really? That's really great. It was Shizune who reacted the most when he heard Jiraiya's affirmative answer. If he hadn't been holding the little pig, Shizune would have almost jumped up. Namikaze Tianming smiled faintly. Senior Jiraiya, could you please lead the way and help me find these 2 herbs? What do you want these 2 magical herbs for? Suddenly, the cheerful Jiraiya looked at Namikaze Tianming very seriously. Heal the disease and save lives. Namikaze Tianming's eyes fixed, and he spoke slowly in the same serious tone. Advertisement, okay, I'll help you with this, boy, follow me. Jiraiya patted Namikaze Tianming's shoulder happily, and then walked towards the dense forest not far away. Namikaze Tianming was about to follow when he was stopped by Tsunade behind him. Kid, what did you just give Jiraiya? Why did he change his attitude so quickly? Well, I just provided Master Jiraiya with some inspiration and materials he wanted. As for what they are specifically, I can't tell you. This is a secret between Master Jiraiya and me. Namikaze Tianming said. Taking advantage of Tsunade's daze, Namikaze Tianming directly avoided Tsunade's pull and ran towards the direction where Jiraiya was. This guy must have used some shameful means, decida. Tsunade looked at Namikaze Tianming's back and clenched her fists tightly. She had a hunch that the pieces of drawing paper that Namikaze Tianming gave to Jiraiya must have something shady. However, the few of them were tactful enough not to chase after him. Since Jiraiya had taken the initiative to avoid them, they could just wait patiently. In the dense forest, Jiraiya crossed his arms and smiled slightly when he saw Namikaze Tianming catching up with him. Boy, what is your summoning beast? Master Jiraiya, to be honest, I don't have a summoning beast yet. Namikaze Tianming smiled and shook his head, but muttered to himself in his heart, he didn't have any summoning beasts, but he did have two pet beasts. One was 9 Tails, and the other was 3 Tails Isobue who he had tamed not long ago. No summoning beast? Don't you have talent for this? Jiraiya pinched his chin, looked at Namikaze Tianming for a while, and continued. But this is also good, it's a good opportunity to test it out. Ninjutsu. Summoning technique. Jiraiya stretched out his thumb to his mouth and bit it hard, then quickly formed seals with both hands and slapped the ground. There was a slight, bang, sound. A puff of white smoke rose, and a 2-meter-tall toad appeared in front of the two. In the toad's mouth, it was rolling a scroll with its tongue. The toad suddenly opened its mouth, stuck out its tongue, and spit out the scroll. Advertisement, boy. If you want to learn the summoning technique, you must use your own blood to sign your name on this contract that has been passed down from generation to generation, and also press your handprint. Jiraiya said as he handed the scroll to Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming didn't say anything more. He picked up the scroll and signed his name in blood and pressed his handprint as Jiraiya instructed. The blood contract is officially signed. The contract has been signed. The next step is to gather chakra and place your hand where you want to summon the summoning beast. The seal is Haishu Yushen Wei. Jiraiya continued. Jiraiya-senpai, is it necessary to cast a seal? This seems too troublesome. Namikaze Tianming raised his head and said with a look of disgust. The hand seals in the summoning technique can be simplified, but they cannot be omitted. You are a beginner, and you want to skip the hand seals? Oh, Min. Jiraiya's eyes twitched wildly. Why did the boy in front of him twitch so little? It's too troublesome, just come directly. Summoning technique. Namikaze Tianming just yelled and was about to slap the ground. Boy, don't waste your energy. How can you summon it without making any hand seals, huh? Originally Jiraiya wanted to laugh at Namikaze Tianming for overestimating his own abilities, but just as he was halfway through his words, he heard a bang. A thick white smoke rose, and a huge toad figure appeared in front of Jiraiya. Huh? Gamabunta. But when Jiraiya saw the toad clearly, his eyes almost popped out and fell to the ground. The first time I cast the summoning technique, I actually summoned Gamabunta? And I haven't even cast a seal yet? What kind of monster is this? Jiraiya was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth, staring at Gamabunta in a daze. Namikaze Tianming stood calmly on Gamabunta's head with his arms folded across his chest, looking at Jiraiya and saying calmly. Jiraiya-senpai, it seems that the summoning technique does not require hand seals, it is quite simple. Looking at Namikaze Tianming's smiling face, Jiraiya had the urge to rush up and strangle this guy to death for the first time. Chapter 81. Summoning and reverse summoning. Hey, Jiraiya, why did you summon me? Gamabunta was seen holding a pipe, puffing out smoke, looking down at Jiraiya and asking. Hey, Bunta, long time no see. This time it wasn't me who summoned you, it was him. Jiraiya greeted with a smile, then pointed at Namikaze Tianming and said. Gamabunta turned his eyes upwards and saw Namikaze Tianming above his head. Gamabunta, hello. Namikaze Tianming also greeted him with a smile, and at the same time there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. When Orochimaru summoned his summoning beast Mancha before, Namikaze Tianming felt the subtle demonic power of Mancha. Now that he had summoned Gamabunta with his own hands, he could confirm even more clearly the demonic power emanating from them. Now this Toad Wentai should be at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, but because his skills are rather crude, he can only exert the strength of the early stage of the Golden Core realm. However, even if they are in the early stage of Jinden, they are still among the most powerful ones in the ninja world. Hey, little ghost, who allowed you to summon me? Gamabunta said very unhappily that he was at home kissing and cuddling with his wife, preparing to breed a new generation of Gamma on Mount Myoboku, but he didn't expect to be summoned suddenly. How could he not be angry? Moreover, the one he summoned was actually a little ghost, and nothing happened. It was just for practicing the summoning technique, which made Gamabunta even more unhappy. But Namikaze Tianming didn't know. Hearing Gamabunta's unfriendly tone, Namikaze Tianming also got angry. What the hell, I just summoned you and you want to make a scene. How can that be? What? Do I need your consent to summon you? Namikaze Tianming narrowed his eyes and asked back in the same unfriendly tone. Of course I need your permission. Gamabunta blew out a smoke ring and responded arrogantly. Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming crossed his arms, looking unconcerned, with a nice smile on his lips. What if I say no? At this moment, the atmosphere is full of gunpowder. Boy, let's see how much you are capable of. As soon as Gamabunta finished speaking, he jumped up and shook his whole body, trying to shake Namikaze Tianming off his head and teach him a lesson. As for Jiraiya, he just looked like he was enjoying the fun and didn't say anything. But he also knew that Gamabunta might just want to test Namikaze Tianming. However, Namikaze Tianming remained calm with his arms folded across his chest, and his feet seemed to have taken root on Gamabunta's head. No matter how Gamabunta jumped around, Namikaze Tianming did not move at all. After a long time, Gamabunta finally stopped panting, his strength having been almost exhausted. "Boy, come down to me." Gamabunta yelled, drew the dagger from his waist, and swung it towards Namikaze Tianming above his head. "Catch the blade with bare hands." Namikaze Tianming casually stretched out 2 fingers and directly clamped the dagger swung by Gamabunta. Even though Gamabunta used all his strength, he couldn't move the dagger even a little bit. "Gamabunta, stop wasting your energy and just surrender," Namikaze Tianming said, stomping his feet hard. Gamabunta only felt a sudden sharp pain in his head, followed by an extremely powerful pressure that completely enveloped him. It had only felt this kind of pressure from the ancestor of Mount Myoboku, the Great Toad Sage. No, it seemed that the pressure from the Great Toad Sage was not as strong as this one. When he thought of this, Gamabunta's heart trembled, and he was actually pressed to the ground by this pressure, unable to move. Advertisement. Even Jiraiya, who had been planning to watch the show, stood up, looking surprised. What kind of terrifying power is this that can press Gamabunta to the ground? After struggling for a long time, Toad Bunta sighed and whispered, "I surrender." When Gamabunta said he surrendered, Jiraiya was so shocked that his jaw dropped to the ground. When Namikaze Tianming withdrew his pressure, Gamabunta, who had regained his ability to move, immediately released the summoning technique with a bang, and returned to Mount Myoboku. "I have lost so much face in front of my old friends that I cannot bear to stay here any longer." When Jiraiya recovered from his shock, Namikaze Tianming was already standing in front of him with a smile. He didn't know why, but Jiraiya always felt that Namikaze Tianming's smile was asking for a beating. "Jiraiya-senpai, now that I have learned the summoning technique, should we set off for Mount Myoboku?" Namikaze Tianming reminded with a smile. "Ahem, kid, your talent in summoning technique is indeed amazing, but Mount Myoboku is after all a place where immortal arts are passed down, and you are not allowed to enter and leave at will. Now that you have signed the blood contract, you have obtained the key. Now the only step left is the reverse summoning." This reverse summoning technique. Before Jiraiya finished speaking, he saw Namikaze Tianming excitedly raising his right hand and shouting again. "Reverse summoning." As soon as Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, he turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. "This kid is really making trouble, I'd better follow him." Reverse summoning technique. After Jiraiya formed a seal, he let out a loud shout, slapped his hand downwards, and also disappeared. Chapter 82. First arrival at Mount Myoboku. "Gamamo, go and tell Gamabunta that the 3-headed snake from Ryuchi Cave has attacked us. I'm afraid we'll all die here this time." A toad that was obviously a male, with a green body, a beautiful bow on its back, and big red lips, weakly instructed several smaller toads in front of it. This green toad is none other than one of Mount Myoboku's high-ranking officials, Toad Force. This time, it was bringing several young generation toads from Mount Myoboku out for training. Unexpectedly, they were attacked by the 3-headed snake in Ryuchi Cave. Originally, Toad Power's strength was not inferior to that of the 3-headed snake, but in order to protect the younger generation of little toads, Toad Power could not concentrate on fighting the enemy, so he was attacked by the 3-headed snake and was seriously injured. "Master Gamali, the 3-headed snake actually came to our Mount Myoboku territory to launch a sneak attack this time. I must report this to Boss Toad, and Boss Toad will definitely take care of it for us." The little toad named Toadly said indignantly. At this moment, a sharp and piercing voice suddenly sounded. "Ha ha ha, if you want to tip off the enemy, you have to be lucky enough to do so." Hearing the sound, Toad Lee and the other little toads' faces suddenly changed, and they looked nervously in the direction where the sound came from. Then, a small team led by a 3-headed snake was seen approaching quickly. After a short while, they surrounded Toad Force and couldn't get in or out. "3-headed snake, who gave you the courage to invade our Mount Myoboku territory? Are you trying to provoke a fight between the 2 great immortal lands?" Toad Lee Chang supported his seriously injured body and shouted angrily. "Ha ha ha, as long as I leave you all here, who will know that it was me who did it?" The 3-headed snake raised its head and spoke confidently and arrogantly. Advertisement. 3-headed snake, you are shameless, Boss Toad will not let you go, he will definitely avenge us. The desperate Toad Power could only curse loudly. "Help, Boss Toad, please save us." Among the group of frogs, one of the little frogs suddenly shouted, and immediately all the little frogs followed suit. As they are newbies and have not seen much of the world, it is very likely that they will be afraid when suddenly faced with the threat of death. Seeing this situation, Toad Power was powerless to stop it and could only sigh helplessly. "Gaga, ga, ga, scream a little louder. Even if your throat breaks, no one will come to save you. I just like to see your desperate eyes, and then torture you to death one by one." The 3-headed snake was spitting out its tongue, with a crazy look in its eyes, but it spoke slowly. "Ah, call out." Bang. As soon as the 3-headed snake finished speaking, a scream was heard, and then a figure was seen falling from the sky. With a bang, the figure landed on the open space between it and Toad Force, raising a cloud of dust. Before the smoke and dust had dispersed, a cynical voice was heard from within the smoke and dust. Oh my, I almost got smashed into a meat pie, that was a close call. When the smoke and dust cleared, the three-headed snake and toad force saw a young man appearing here with a smile on his face. This young man was none other than Namikaze Tianming, who had been teleported to Mount Myoboku through the reverse summoning technique. In fact, with Namikaze Tianming's strength, it was impossible for him to fall down. The main reason was that as soon as Namikaze Tianming entered Mount Myoboku, he saw the scene of the three-headed snake surrounding the toad on Mount Myoboku. Advertisement therefore, Namikaze Tianming chose such a special way to appear. Hey, it's actually a human. Ha ha ha, it's actually the human that I hate the most. You came just in time, let's kill this human and toad force together. Looking at this insignificant human in front of it, the three-headed snake sneered and was about to kill Namikaze Tianming. Three-headed snake, don't go too far, he is just an innocent human. Human, run away, this is none of your business. Toad Power angrily rebuked the three-headed snake. At this point, it just wanted to avoid involving this innocent human anymore. Ha ha ha, you're already in trouble and you're still thinking about protecting humans? How ridiculous, none of you can leave today. The three-headed snake, I'm going to kill people. The three-headed snake was so arrogant that even the giant snakes behind it and the big snakes responsible for surrounding it stood up excitedly and kept spitting out their tongues. They haven't tasted humans for a long time. Humans taste much better than these stinky toads, although there is less meat. I saw a bunch of big snakes with their bloody mouths opening and biting towards Namikaze Tianming. Looking at the eyes and actions of these big snakes that wanted to eat people, Namikaze Tianming turned around and looked at Toad Power and spread his hands. I can't help it. I didn't want to get involved in this matter, but as you can see, they were the ones who forced me first. Humans, just as Toad Power was about to remind the human to be careful of the three-headed snake's attack, he saw the young human jump up. With lightning speed, he swept his kick and repelled several attacking snakeheads one by one. Oh hey, several big snakes were suddenly hit hard, and the big snakes falling to the ground kept wailing and screaming. Chapter 83. I have no way to repay your life-saving grace, except. Good boy, I didn't realize that you, a human, have some abilities. Come at me all, regardless of life or death. Seeing that Namikaze Tianming actually showed such a skill, the three-headed snake was a little surprised. In that case, he couldn't be careless. At the command of the three-headed snake, dozens of large snakes around it roared with excitement and all bit towards Namikaze Tianming and the group of small toads. You know, among these dozens of big snakes, the smallest one is as big as a bucket, and the biggest one is more than 10 meters long. One snake is as big as a skyscraper. However, Namikaze Tianming was not surprised by such scenes. After all, a small toad here was half a person's height, let alone a grown-up snake. But the key point now is not this. Some of the more cunning big snakes have already aimed their attacks at the trembling little toad. There is no way to resist the toad's power, so I can only do it myself. Namikaze Tianming looked cold and spoke slowly, Emperor's art, gods and demons arrive, sword dance. As soon as the voice fell, a huge golden shadow suddenly rose from Namikaze Tianming's body, like a god or demon, holding a golden sword. This phantom looked like a tall building, standing between Toad Force and the three-headed snake. Namikaze Tianming transformed his finger into a sword and slashed it in front of him. The golden shadow was just like Namikaze Tianming, holding a golden sword and passing by. So fast, in the blink of an eye, a golden shadow flashed by. Puff! As the golden shadow disappeared, blood splattered everywhere and dozens of snakeheads as big as boilers fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only the three-headed snake was left alive on the Ryuchi cave side. The three-headed snake, Toad Force, and all the little toads present were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. I just blinked my eyes, and all these enemies, no, enemy snakes, why are all of them dead? Useless guy. It's our turn. The snakeheads on both sides of the three-headed snake slowly opened their eyes and snorted coldly. Fire style, flowing fire. The snakehead on the right suddenly turned red, and then spit out a ball of fire on the ground. Advertisement. As soon as the flame fell to the ground, the burning range expanded instantly, spreading like wildfire, looking spectacular. Wind style, tornado hurricane. The snakehead on the left suddenly opened its mouth and spit out a gust of wind. The wind became stronger and stronger, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a tornado. Fire takes advantage of the wind, and the combination of the two increases their power several times. In just a moment, the raging fire submerged and devoured Namikaze Tianming and Toad Power. The left and right heads of this three-headed snake actually contain the attributes of wind and fire, which is truly rare. Ha ha ha, after all I still have to rely on myself. The snakehead in the middle couldn't help but shake its head proudly while looking at the raging fire, looking very pleased with itself. As soon as this was said, the snakehead on the right became unhappy and immediately shouted. What? You're taking all the credit for yourself. If it weren't for my fire style, you would have been chopped into pieces by this human. Before the snakehead on the right could finish his words, the snakehead on the left also started to shout. If it weren't for my wind style, could your fire style burn them to death? I think the credit this time is still mine, so don't compete with me. No, I made the greatest contribution. How is that possible? I am the one who has made the greatest contribution. For a moment, the three snakeheads started arguing with each other in a heated argument. As they were arguing, a calm but slightly disdainful voice sounded. Hey, are you trying to take credit for what you did? When have you ever seen fire style kill someone? The three snake heads were stunned at the same time and turned to look in the direction where the sound came from. The raging fire at this time gradually dissipated because there was no subsequent chakra to maintain it. The three-headed snake originally thought that the humans and the toad force that had been engulfed by the flames were actually staying there safe and sound. Why, is there any need to be so surprised? Namikaze Tianming smiled and shrugged, removing the aura shield and mockingly said. How is it possible? This combination of ninjutsu is our best trick, how could they be fine? The fire-attributed snake head widened its eyes and muttered in disbelief. It's already this late, why don't you run, idiot? The wind-attributed snake head on the left immediately realized the seriousness of the problem, and urged loudly and anxiously. Advertisement as for the snakehead in the middle, since its body was controlled by it, when it heard the urging of the wind-attributed snakehead on the left, it turned around and left without hesitation. In response, Namikaze Tianming simply curled his lips in disdain. Enemies who have lost their fighting spirit are the easiest to kill. Namikaze Tianming just waved his hand, and an invisible sword energy swept out, instantly catching up with the fleeing three-headed snake. The three-headed snake's body stiffened for a moment when the sword energy passed by, and then slowly fell down, and three snakeheads of different colors rolled to the ground. Three-headed snake, fall. Toadly and the other little toads only came to their senses after the three-headed snake's fall, and they cheered happily. Namikaze Tianming watched quietly from the side and listened to the frog sounds. Young human, this time it is really thanks to you that you saved us. Toad power thanks you again. From today on, you are our benefactor, different from before. This time Toad power actually spoke in a female voice and even winked at Namikaze Tianming. This scene gave Namikaze Tianming goosebumps all over the floor, and he could only respond awkwardly. Brother Toad, you are too kind. I just happened to encounter it, and the three-headed snake also wanted to kill me, so I took action. It can't be regarded as saving you. Toad power, have I made it clear enough? I didn't save your life, so please don't say anything like I'll repay you with my body. Namikaze Tianming muttered secretly in his heart. My benefactor, what you said is true. I have no way to repay your life-saving grace. I can only cough cough cough. Toad Lee had just said half of his words when he suddenly started coughing violently. Namikaze Tianming, who was still thinking about how to deal with Toad power, quickly stepped forward to check on Toad power's injuries. After a while, Namikaze Tianming smiled and said to the worried little toads. Don't worry, the Toad force is just a superficial injury, plus too much chakra consumption is the cause. A healing pill can solve the problem. After taking the healing pill given by Namikaze Tianming, Toad Lee's injuries were indeed much healed. Seeing Toad power's grateful eyes, Namikaze Tianming quickly spoke up. Toad power, why don't we go back together to look for Jiraiya, or I'm afraid we won't be able to find him if we wait too long. Hearing the name Jiraiya, Toad power's eyes suddenly lit up. What? You said little Jiraiya went back to Mount Myoboku. All right, boys, let's go home. As soon as he finished speaking, Toad power jumped back first. It was obvious that he was very happy and anxious. Chapter 84. Men's damn desire to win, haha, it won't be long before I can see little Jiraiya again. I really miss him after not seeing him for so long. Toad Lee was jumping up and down, not at all looking weak from the injury. Namikaze Tianming on the side was secretly thankful that he was smart enough to remember that Gamali's favorite was still Jiraiya. Otherwise, if Toad power gave him something he could not repay with anything but his body, that would be too embarrassing. Hey, isn't that Gamabunta? Hey, isn't that little Jiraiya? Little Jiraiya. Suddenly, Toad Lee suddenly opened his eyes wide, looked ahead excitedly, and then ran forward faster, as if a gust of wind was blowing. As his spiritual consciousness probed forward, Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but smile because he saw his old acquaintances Jiraiya and Gamabunta. When Namikaze Tianming and a group of little toads rushed over, Toad Ricky had already told Gamabunta and Jiraiya about how Namikaze Tianming used Kamui to kill the three-headed snake and how the snakes rescued them. After listening to Gamali's story, Gamabunta and Jiraiya smiled at each other and cast admiring glances at Namikaze Tianming. Not to mention Gamabunta, but for Jiraiya, the toad on Mount Myoboku can even be said to be his close person. Gamabunta, why don't you escort Gamali and the little toads back first, and leave the task of taking this little Brad to collect the magic grass to me? Jiraiya said to Gamabunta. Apparently, Jiraiya had already explained the situation to Gamabunta on the way out to find Namikaze Tianming. It was quite unexpected to meet Namikaze Tianming and Gamali together. No, it's safer for me to go with you. Once Toad Force and the others are back here, they will be safe. Jiraiya, I know where the magic grass you mentioned is located. It's called Ryokai Mountain, and it's exactly where our Mount Myoboku and Ryuchi Cave meet. Gamabunta exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke in a voice as loud as a bell. It turns out that Ryuchi Cave and Mount Myoboku are next to each other. No wonder the three-headed snake appeared here. Jiraiya muttered, pinching his chin. We, Mount Myoboku and Ryuchi Cave, have always kept to ourselves and generally do not enter each other's territory. But it is different in Liangji Mountain, which does not belong to any one faction. There are many precious resources, and our two forces often fight for the resources. Advertisement. So, Jiraiya, you were lucky to come back safely after accidentally going to Liangji Mountain. Gamabunta continued to explain. Namikaze Tianming and Jiraiya looked at each other and suddenly realized that there was such a reason behind this. In that case, then we're really in trouble, Boss Toad. Namikaze Tianming said with a smile and bowed. Although Namikaze Tianming did not take the power of Ryuchi Cave seriously, but since Gamabunta gave him so much face, it would be difficult for him to reject the toad. After arranging for Gamali and a group of small toads to return to Mount Myoboku, Namikaze Tianming, Jiraiya, and Gamabunta, 2 people and 1 toad, quickly moved towards Ryokai Mountain. Seeing that Namikaze Tianming could actually keep up with his and Gamabunta's speed, Jiraiya was delighted and proposed a speed contest. When Gamabunta heard Jiraiya propose this competition, he immediately agreed, because he was crushed by Namikaze Tianming in strength before, and Gamabunta wanted to regain his face in speed. Although Gamabunta is large in size, its speed is still top-notch. In response to this, Namikaze Tianming just shrugged his shoulders indifferently, it was just a small matter. After the competition started, Jiraiya and Gamabunta roared and rushed to the front. They fought back and forth and were surprisingly evenly matched. As for Namikaze Tianming, he followed the man and the toad leisurely, always keeping a certain distance. Only half an hour later, a huge mountain between 2 worlds appeared in front of the 2 men and the toad. Ha 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 ha, the Liangji mountain is right ahead. Sprint. This time, I win. Although Gamabunta is not slow, he is too big and lacks endurance, so he is 1 step ahead of Jiraiya. I won't lose. Gamabunta also roared, took a deep breath, exhaled a cloud of white smoke, and then suddenly accelerated. Looking at the excited Jiraiya and Gamabunta, Namikaze Tianming shook his head. Although he didn't care much about this competition, suddenly, he didn't want to give up the first place. Perhaps, this is the damn desire to win between men. First place is mine. Namikaze Tianming smiled and also accelerated suddenly. In just a moment, he surpassed Gamabunta. Namikaze Tianming was so fast that even Gamabunta couldn't see Namikaze Tianming's figure clearly. Advertisement just like that, something seemed to pass by me. When Gamabunta turned around, he was surprised to find that Namikaze Tianming, who had been following him, was gone. Thinking back to the shadow that just flashed by, Gamabunta was horrified. Similarly, Jiraiya also didn't realize that he had been surpassed. Ha 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 ha, I'm already here, first place. Little boy, when did you arrive at your destination? Jiraiya, who was about to celebrate, suddenly stopped cheering and looked at Namikaze Tianming in disbelief as he stood leisurely at the entrance of Ryokai Mountain. You know, along the way, Namikaze Tianming was always at the back. Jiraiya thought that his only rival was Gamabunta, but wow, Namikaze Tianming surpassed them without them even noticing? Haha, it's just a coincidence, Namikaze Tianming replied with a simple smile. Jiraiya secretly cast a look of contempt at him. This kid clearly got the first place, but he looked so nonchalant, he really deserves a beating. Boom! Suddenly, a huge figure descended, shaking the ground. This figure was none other than Gamabunta, who arrived last. Seeing Namikaze Tianming appear leisurely at the intersection of Liangji Mountain, Gamabunta sighed. That phantom just now was indeed you, kid, haha, 2 seniors, thank you for letting me. Namikaze Tianming smiled and cupped his hands, very modestly. We all tried our best. If you win, you win. That's your ability, we can still afford to lose. Although he was unhappy, Gamabunta still admitted defeat generously. Little guy, you are indeed the winner of this competition. Don't be modest. We accept our defeat sincerely. In this world, the only person who can compete with you in speed is probably your older brother Namikaze Minato. You 2 brothers are really perverts. Jiraiya on the side also admitted defeat generously, feeling filled with emotion. 3NT Chapter 85. Finally found, another twist, haha, then I won't be modest. Let's find the fiery sunflower and the Danyang lotus as soon as possible. Namikaze Tianming didn't hesitate any longer and suggested. Haha, okay, let me lead the way this time. Jiraiya smiled and patted his chest to assure him that although here, Gamabunta was the master of Mount Myoboku, but if he wanted to find the 2 magical herbs, he still had to rely on Jiraiya. In this way, under the leadership of Jiraiya, Namikaze Tianming and Gamabunta followed behind, turning left and right. I don't know how many mountain roads I walked on, how many forests I crossed, but finally I came to a deep canyon. Although they did not encounter any obstructions from the giant snakes of the Ryuchi cave along the way, they did encounter some beasts that were as powerful as ordinary Jonin, but they were all easily dealt with by Jiraiya and his men. Walking up along the canyon, we finally saw Danyang lotus on a deep pool, and even saw sunflowers beside the pool. After so many years, Jiraiya was still able to find this place so easily again. His memory is still top-notch. Of course, this also shows that Jiraiya is not a person who is content with what he has. Because of an unintentional reverse summoning technique, Jiraiya accidentally came to the Mount Myoboku Inheritance Holy Land. He was also able to gain recognition and learn fairy arts. Although he was not familiar with Mount Myoboku, it still could not stop Jiraiya's desire to explore. However, Jiraiya was very lucky not to encounter the giant snake in Ryuchi cave during his exploration. After so long, I finally saw the sunflower and Danyang lotus. Even Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but get excited.
Namikaze Tianming flashed and came to the front of Lianghua beside the deep pond.
After picking the sunflower and carefully examining it for a while, Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but feel a little happy. It is indeed the sunflower. It is really a piece of cake to find it without any effort. Ha ha ha, this was discovered by me, Jiraiya. I will be the one to pick the magic herb in the pond. Although this is a deep pool in a canyon, this canyon is extremely large, so it is not an exaggeration to say that this deep pool is a huge lake. The Danyang lotus grows quietly on the water surface in the middle of the deep pool. Jiraiya condensed chakra at the soles of his feet, then ran towards Danyangha directly on the lake surface. Just when Jiraiya reached out his hand with joy and wanted to touch Danyangha, suddenly, countless bubbles emerged from the bottom of the lake, and the range of the bubbles was particularly large. Jiraiya's face changed, and he obviously realized the seriousness of the problem. He quickly did a few backflips to get out of the bubble. Crash. Advertisement. Ouch. A huge black shadow emerged from the bottom of the lake. Fortunately, Jiraiya reacted very quickly and avoided the sneak attack of the black shadow in one go. A huge black shadow rushed out, causing waves to spread in all directions. This huge black shadow turned out to be an extremely large purple snake. Its eyes are as big as lanterns, its body is as huge as a tall building, its body is covered with purple scales and stripes, and there are high bulges on both sides of its head, as if it has shown signs of turning into a dragon. 10,000 snakes? It's you, this guy? Steadying himself, Jiraiya saw the true form of the attacker that jumped out from the bottom of the lake and couldn't help being a little surprised. Jiraiya, what are you doing here stealing my treasure? As a summoning beast that had a contract with Orochimaru, Manda naturally recognized Jiraiya. As he was talking, Wansha saw Namikaze Tianming holding the sunflower at the edge of the deep pool. Instantly, the snake's eyes turned red and they roared angrily. You cunning human, it's you again, you little brat, how dare you come here and act so presumptuously? That's right, Mancha immediately recognized Namikaze Tianming as the human who had beaten him up in the ninja world not long ago. Under the angry gaze of the 10,000 snakes, Namikaze Tianming calmly put away the sunflower in his hand, smiled and greeted. Hello, Sashi, don't bother with it, 10,000 snakes. Human kid, do you know Wansha? Gamabunta looked at Namikaze Tianming with some surprise. This human gave him quite a few surprises. Haha, I happened to meet him some time ago and exchanged a few moves with Wan Snake. Namikaze Tianming chuckled and said nonchalantly. Gamabunta looked at Namikaze Tianming with a strange look, but he was muttering to himself in his heart that he had experienced Namikaze Tianming's strength. Wansha's strength is almost the same as his own, and even he was easily crushed by Namikaze Tianming. The sparring that Namikaze Tianming mentioned probably meant pinning Wansha to the ground and rubbing him. Otherwise, how could Wansha have such a big reaction when he saw Namikaze Tianming? Little human, this time, I will chew you up and swallow you into my stomach. Advertisement. The snakes opened their mouths wide, revealing their fangs on their upper and lower jaws, and 2 streams of white air came out of their nostrils. In Mancha's opinion, he was suddenly summoned by Orochimaru and was not fully prepared. His chakra was not replenished and his strength was greatly reduced, so he was ambushed by this human brat. Now that I have enough food and drink, and my chakra is sufficient, I can definitely regain my strength. Water style. Water dragon bomb technique. Wansha roared, and 2 water dragons larger than its own body slowly rolled up on both sides. As expected of Amanda, the power of the water style he unleashes is incomparable to the water dragon bomb technique unleashed by ordinary ninjas. Ouch! With the sound of dragon roars, 2 water dragons rushed towards Namikaze Tianming on the shore with great momentum. Their goal was clear, which was to kill Namikaze Tianming. Gamabunta, use the toad oil firebomb. At this time, Jiraiya had already given up picking Danyang Lotus and returned to Gamabunta's shoulder, shouting loudly. Gamabunta nodded, and then he and Jiraiya roared at the same time. Toad oil flame bomb. Gamabunta put his hands together and spit out a stream of toad oil like a water column, which matched the flames sprayed by Jiraiya. Suddenly, a huge and ferocious fire dragon was formed. Its size and momentum were not inferior to that of an actively attacking water dragon. Boom! The 3 dragons that were incompatible with each other collided, making a loud noise. However, it is a combination ninjutsu after all, and its power should not be underestimated. It directly suppressed Monzo's water dragon bomb technique. After struggling for a long time, the 2 water dragons were finally exhausted and turned into water vapor and dissipated between heaven and earth. The fire dragon continued to move forward for a distance, but eventually it ran out of chakra and disappeared. Gamabunta, Jiraiya, please stay out of my business. I'm looking for this little human. The attack was blocked, and the snakes became even angrier, roaring in unwillingness. Mancha, this little human is a friend of our Mount Myoboku. How could we allow you to hurt him? Gamabunta responded coldly without fear. Chapter 86, Transformation into a Dragon. Don't push me, you damn toad. Wansha could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. What can you do to me? You be asterisk 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 D. Gamabunta blew out a puff of smoke in the direction of Manda as if to provoke. Oh, you damn toads, you forced me to do this. I saw thousands of snakes shaking their bodies wildly, causing waves. Then they suddenly opened their mouths and swallowed several Danyang lotus plants around them directly into their stomachs. Namikaze Tianming, Jiraiya and Gamabunta were all staring at this scene in confusion. What was this Manabu going to do? After Wansha swallowed the Danyang lotus, its aura began to rise steadily.
Not only that, even the scales on the bodies of the 10,000 snakes began to become redder and redder. At this time, the 10,000 snakes looked like a bright red pillar. Gamabunta, what is Mansaku trying to do? Why can't I understand?
Jiraiya touched the back of his head in surprise. Even with his broad knowledge, he really didn't know why this happened. I don't know either. Gamabunta also shook his head.
Suddenly, Jiraiya and Gamabunta couldn't help but turn their eyes to Namikaze Tianming. For some reason, they felt that Namikaze Tianming should know something. Feeling the gazes of Jiraiya and Gamabunta, Namikaze Tianming also came back to his senses from his contemplation and said in a deep voice.
If I'm not mistaken, these 10,000 snakes are about to transform into dragons. Even Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but be surprised at the thought of all the snakes turning into dragons. There are actually dragons in the Hokage world? In his original world, there were many legends about dragons, and also many legends about snakes turning into dragons. Moreover, the current appearance of Wansha was very much like that of a dragon.
However, it turned out that these 10,000 snakes relied on eating Danyang lotus to promote their transformation into dragons, which was a bit beyond Namikaze Tianming's understanding.
Transform into a dragon? What is that? Jiraiya and Gamabunta both looked at Namikaze Tianming with question marks on their faces. Obviously, they didn't know what dragon transformation was. In their concept, snakes are snakes and dragons are legendary species that do not exist. These are two completely different concepts. How should I put it, it's a throwback, understand?
Namikaze Tianming didn't know how to describe it, and he gestured around with his hands, not knowing where to put them.
Advertisement however, Jiraiya and Gamabunta still shook their heads in confusion.
Namikaze Tianming. Okay, you don't need to understand what dragon transformation is, you just need to know that Wanshi will be much stronger this time.
I see, now we understand what you said. Jiraiya and Gamabunta then realized what was going on.
But what does it matter? If it gets stronger, I'll be even more excited.
Toad Wen was seen rubbing his hands, claws, excitedly, with a gleam in his eyes. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he became. Just as Gamabunta was speaking, the Mang snake, which was originally red all over, suddenly became stiff, and then cracks appeared one after another on its red skin. Suddenly, the heads of the 10,000 snakes exploded, and brilliant red light shot out from the cracks on their bodies. Moo, with a dragon's roar, a purple figure suddenly jumped out from the body of 10,000 snakes, and kept flying in the sky. This purple figure was none other than the 10,000 snakes transforming into dragons. Although the 10,000 snakes were much smaller at this moment, their aura was obviously much more powerful than before. Moreover, on the top of Wansha's head, the original bulge had now grown 2 dragon horns, and its image had been completely renewed. Jiraiya, let's hurry up, it might be too late if we delay any longer. At this time, Toad Wentai was staring at the thousands of snakes in the sky, and his expression became heavy. Although he had just said that he didn't mind Wansha becoming stronger, now Toad Wentai could clearly feel that Wansha's strength had made a new breakthrough. Moreover, the 10,000 snakes are still in the process of transformation. If the strength of the 10,000 snakes is raised to a higher level, then it will be dangerous for himself or other toads in Mount Myoboku to encounter the 10,000 snakes. You're right, we have to act now. Obviously, Jiraiya also keenly smelled a hint of danger. Boss Toad, Senior Jiraiya, wait a minute, Namikaze Tianming quickly spoke out to stop it. Little Ghost, why is this? Jiraiya and Gamabunta looked at Namikaze Tianming in confusion. Why did this guy suddenly become stupid? Didn't he understand the principle of nipping the danger in the bud?
Wait a moment, it's coming soon. Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming smiled and looked up at the sky without explaining.
At this moment, the originally bright sky suddenly darkened. More and more dark clouds were sweeping towards the sky. The dark clouds kept gathering together, and even lightning flashed among them from time to time. Little Ghost, what's going on? At this time, Jiraiya and Gamabunta were both confused. This is the dragon transformation tribulation of 10,000 snakes. I didn't expect to see this legendary dragon transformation tribulation today. Namikaze Tianming was also a little excited at this time. After all, this was the moment of witnessing a miracle.
Senior Jiraiya, Gamabunta, this dragon transformation tribulation is a process that all snakes must go through to transform into dragons. Once it passes through, it will be able to transform and become much stronger. Moreover, the power of the dragon transformation tribulation is extremely strong. If we approach it rashly, we will suffer an unexpected disaster. The farther we are from it, the better. Quote. After Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, he crossed his arms and looked at the scene in the sky with interest.
Jiraiya and Gamabunta both rolled their eyes at Namikaze Tianming. They said they should remember to stay away, but they ended up running to the closest place. How could anyone believe this? However, at this time, Wansha had no time to care about Namikaze Tianming and the others. He just looked up at the thunderclouds, with chakra all over his body, and devoted himself to defense. Not long after, the first thunder tribulation came. Boom! A purple-red bolt of lightning as thick as several buckets fell from the sky and struck the thousands of snakes with lightning speed. In an instant, the skin and flesh were torn apart, and the snakes could only let out a scream. The purple-red heavenly thunder remaining on the bodies of the 10,000 snakes directly burned the wounds on their bodies black, emitting bursts of the aroma of snake meat. Jiraiya and Gamabunta beside them couldn't help but take a deep breath. It smells so good. Smelling this fragrance, Namikaze Tianming suddenly felt like eating snake meat. No, this is already close to dragon meat. Namikaze Tianming secretly thought that the 10,000 snakes were quite pitiful as they were actually tortured by the dragon transformation tribulation. Otherwise, after the heavenly calamity is over, I will help it end this suffering.
Alas, I am too kind after all. Chapter 87. Little devil, I want to die with you.
Human little ghost, do you think this dragon transformation calamity is over? Gamabunta had a serious expression, his eyes never leaving the thousands of snakes in the sky, and he slowly asked. I like to add cumin and chili. Huh, ahem, excuse me, Boss Toad, what were you asking me just now? Namikaze Tianming quickly wiped the saliva that was flowing from the corner of his mouth.
Bunta Hamagama, Jiraiya. My goodness, it's already this time and this kid is still thinking about eating.
Gamabunta just asked you if the dragon transformation tribulation has ended? Jiraiya rolled his eyes and continued to ask. There was nothing he could do about it, he was curious too. Namikaze Tianming nodded in sudden realization, but his next words made Gamabunta and Jiraiya even more speechless. Oh, I see. Actually, this is the first time I've seen this dragon transforming heavenly tribulation, and I don't know exactly how many heavenly thunders there are. Ahem, Boss Toad, Senior Jiraiya, please don't look at me like that. I really don't know. Anyway, the information I've read says there are 3 heavenly tribulations, but who knows if it's true. Hollow down pointing triangle. Jiraiya, Hamagara Bunta. Ahem. Well, let's not dwell on this anymore, the second thunder is coming. Namikaze Tianming's face turned red, and he quickly pointed to the thunderclouds in the sky and said. Jiraiya and Gamabunta also looked in the direction Namikaze Tianming pointed. There was continuous thunder in the sky, and suddenly, heavy rain poured down, and raindrops as big as beans kept hitting people. Boom. At this time, the second heavenly tribulation finally arrived. This second purple-red thunder was unexpectedly thicker than the first one, more powerful than the first one, and faster than the first one. 10,000 snakes were feeling miserable, all because of this cunning human. If he hadn't hurt their vitality, they would have been absolutely confident that they could survive the calamity of transforming into a dragon. Now they are going even further and are actually trying to steal the magical herb that they have been guarding for hundreds of years. As long as you swallow the magic grass when it is ripe, you can increase your chances of surviving the tribulation of transforming into a dragon. But now, he had no choice but to eat the immature fairy grass in advance, and his strength was greatly reduced. Now that he had no choice but to face the thunder in advance, how could he not be angry? How could he let this hateful human go?
10,000 snakes raised their heads high, because they did not dare to let the thunder strike them directly.
Of course, it is also because this heavenly thunder cannot be avoided at all, and the tempering of this heavenly thunder power is the key to truly transforming into a dragon. Advertisement, Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. I saw thick earth walls appearing above the thousands of snakes, and on these walls were carved exquisite dragon heads. The thunder from the sky destroyed the defense of the first earth wall in an instant. The earth wall was as fragile as a piece of paper. In the blink of an eye, the second bolt of lightning broke through the heavy defenses and struck the thousands of snakes heavily. 10,000 snakes screamed again, but fortunately, the power of the heavenly calamity had been greatly weakened this time. The second heavenly thunder was also safely passed by all the snakes. Now, there is only the last heavenly thunder left. Even though he is seriously injured, Wansha's eyes are full of excitement. He is only one step away from the legendary realm. Boom 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 boom. The thunder continues and the rumble never stops. Wansha's hearts were beating nervously with the thunder. Because the thunderclouds in the sky are constantly condensing and growing larger, it is obvious that they are gathering momentum for the third heavenly thunder. The thunder from the sky was slow to fall. Boom, boom. Crack. The third thunder finally fell. Looking at the third thunder with such powerful power, and then looking at his body covered with wounds. A hint of despair flashed across Wansha's eyes. It knew that it would not be able to survive. It hates so much that its bright future was destroyed by this human. Since his future prospects were cut off, he would abandon everything and find these two humans and the dead toad to be buried with him. All of you, go die together with me, Wansha roared, completely not caring whether the thunder was about to hit him. He mobilized all the chakra in his body and rushed towards Namikaze Tianming and the others at full speed. FK. Wansha is trying to drag us down with him. Jiraiya immediately saw through Wansha's intention and his expression suddenly changed. Although Jiraiya had seen many thunders before, the power of this thunder was just so-so. After all, they had all been cut off by Kakashi's rakery. But the power of the thunder of the dragon calamity is completely different. Jiraiya can feel that if he is hit by this thunder, he will be in trouble. Gamabunta also had a serious expression and was about to run away. Advertisement because it also felt that the thunder in the sky seemed to have locked onto them. Jiraiya-senpai, Toad Boss, don't resist whatever I do next. Namikaze Tianming turned around calmly and spoke to Jiraiya and Gamabunta.
Immediately afterwards, Namikaze Tianming waved his hand, and Jiraiya and Gamabunta disappeared without knowing anything.
Jiraiya and Gamabunta only felt dizzy and came to an unfamiliar place. It was completely empty all around. Fortunately, the pressure from the thunder just now seemed to disappear suddenly. Jiraiya, tell me, Was it that brat who brought us here?
Gamabunta said in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, is there any need to explain this? It must be that brat.
I originally thought that I had overestimated his ability, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated him.
But since he has the ability to bring us here, no amount of thunder from the sky can do anything to him.
Let's rest here and wait for good news from him. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was more open-minded and just found a place to lie down. 2. Gamabunta on the side nodded, closed his eyes and began to take a nap. It turned out that Gamabunta and Jiraiya were directly taken into the system space by Namikaze Tianming. For Jiraiya and Gamabunta, this third thunder may be terrifying, but for Namikaze Tianming, it is actually just that. After all, in the system space, Namikaze Tianming is a man who can control thunder and lightning at will. Even if I am not in the system space, my own strength is not something that this small thunder can defeat. Seeing Jiraiya and Gamabunta suddenly disappear, Manza was stunned for a moment, but soon Manza could no longer care about so much. As long as this damned human is still here. There was madness in Wansha's eyes, and he rushed towards Namikaze Tianming even faster. In the blink of an eye, thousands of snakes were already in front of Namikaze Tianming. Boom. Crack. The third thunderbolt followed closely behind, and the sky was filled with thunder, which completely submerged and swallowed up Wansha and Namikaze Tianming in an instant. Chapter 88. Water Dragon Bomb Fusion Technique, that's it. There was thunder all over the sky, and the sky, which had been dark due to the dark clouds, became particularly bright because of the flashing thunder. As the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, the third bolt of lightning finally dissipated. The place where Namikaze Tianming and the others were standing was now in ruins. Countless stones and trees had been turned into powder, and the surroundings were pitch black. In the middle of this mess, a handsome young man was standing with his hands behind his back with a calm expression. This handsome young man is Namikaze Tianming. At this moment, he is muttering to himself. The power of this third heavenly thunder is indeed incomparable to ordinary heavenly thunder, but it seems that my heavenly emperor art is still better. Originally, Namikaze Tianming was prepared to withstand the third heavenly thunder, but just when Namikaze Tianming was about to take action, the heavenly emperor technique actually started to work on its own, generating a suction force that absorbed and refined the heavenly thunder. Namikaze Tianming could clearly feel that as the heavenly thunder was absorbed, his physical strength doubled. The secret of the Emperor of Heaven, YYDS. Thinking of this, Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but smile, and then he looked forward. Not far from Namikaze Tianming, a dragon with a charred body, 2 horns on its head, and wounds all over was lying quietly on the ground. There is no doubt that this is Wansha, huh? There's still breath? Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows and looked at the 10,000 snakes in front of him with interest. Sure enough, after Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, the cracks on the pitch black, 10,000 snakes, began to burst and scattered on the ground. This is exactly the specialty of Wansha, the snake shedding technique. Do you still want to use this trick? Namikaze Tianming looked at the ground and said coldly, then raised his foot and stomped down. A crack suddenly appeared on the ground, and in this kick, Namikaze Tianming used all his physical strength. It was so terrifying. Moo! A dragon roar was heard from deep underground, and a huge figure broke out of the water from the lake not far in front of Namikaze Tianming. This figure was none other than Wansha, who had failed in his sneak attack. Advertisement. Although Wansha was angry about the failure of his sneak attack, there was not a single scar on his body, and his purple dragon scales sparkled in the sunlight. The 2 horns on its head are like sharp swords pointing straight to the sky, its tail is long and shiny, and a pair of claws are on its chest, bearing its fangs and claws. Wansha opened his eyes with an unconcealed smile and said provocatively, "You little human, you never imagined that I, the 10,000 snakes, could have survived a catastrophe and successfully transformed into a dragon. I have to say, this is all thanks to you. If you hadn't helped me absorb so much firepower from the third heavenly thunder, I would probably have been buried in the third heavenly thunder. So in order to repay you, let this dragon swallow you, as its first meal to celebrate after its successful transformation into a dragon." Ha 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 ha. Hearing Wansha say this, Namikaze Tianming suddenly realized that his heavenly emperor technique had absorbed the third heavenly thunder and actually saved Wansha inadvertently, allowing it to successfully pass through the third heavenly thunder. However, Namikaze Tianming sneered at Wansha's words and said contemptuously, "You actually call yourself the dragon, aren't you flattering yourself too much? Even if you have survived the dragon transformation tribulation, you are still just a dragon, and you are still a long way from being a real dragon. Ah, you damn little b***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈ a real dragon. In fact, Wansha also knows that he is just a dragon, but due to vanity, Wansha will not tolerate anyone questioning him. Being exposed by Namikaze Tianming on the spot, Wansha was already furious and was determined to cut Namikaze Tianming into pieces to relieve the hatred in his heart. Water style. Water dragon bomb technique. The 2 claws on the chest of Wansha were actually forming seals like human hands. I saw 2 water dragons, which were several times larger than the thousands of snakes, circling out from the lake, standing upright on both sides of the thousands of snakes with great majesty. Tisk tisk tisk. Even though it's just a dragon, your strength has indeed improved. The power of this water dragon bomb technique is indeed several times greater than the water dragon bomb just now. Namikaze Tianming was not in a hurry. He pinched his chin and commented on Wansha's attack. You little b****************** d. You still have the nerve to show off your power with words, prepare to die. Water Dragon Bomb Fusion Technique. Wansha roared and flashed back. The two water dragons actually slowly gathered together and then merged together. Advertisement: the moment the fusion was successful, the two water dragons turned into one, but its size was several times larger than any of the previous water dragons. The power is obviously incomparable, little guy. Just now you had the dead Toad and Jiraiya to help you resist the water dragon bomb. Now this water dragon bomb is several times more powerful. Who can you find to help you? I am in a good mood today. If you kneel before me and beg for mercy, I will be as generous as you humans and let you go. The Wansha was smiling with great pride at this time. In its opinion, after its strength had greatly increased, wouldn't it be easy to take care of this little human being? Who knew that Namikaze Tianming was not panicked at all, but raised his eyelids nonchalantly. Oh, beg for mercy? You are not worthy. You are so arrogant, go to hell. Hearing Namikaze Tianming's arrogant response, Wansha immediately became furious, and with a thought, the huge water dragon rushed straight towards Namikaze Tianming. Such a huge water dragon covers the sky and the sun. It seemed as if in just a moment, Namikaze Tianming was completely devoured. The size of Namikaze Tianming compared to this water dragon is like that of an ant compared to an elephant. There is simply no comparison. However, even in the face of such a huge water dragon, Namikaze Tianming remained calm, stretched out his right hand calmly, and slowly uttered a word. Certainly, the water dragon was really fixed in place just as Namikaze Tianming said, and ice actually formed on the surface of the water dragon. Looking from such a distance, it looks like a majestic ice sculpture of a water dragon, lifelike. Then, Namikaze Tianming punched out casually, and countless cracks appeared on the ice sculpture. Bang! With a crisp sound, the water dragon turned into countless ice foams and dissipated between heaven and earth. The enhanced version of water dragon bomb technique was actually cracked by Namikaze Tianming. Wansha stared at the scene in a daze. His mind was a little confused. It couldn't understand why this human boy could defeat its water dragon bomb technique so easily. Namikaze Tianming looked at Wansha with contempt, and repeated the action of punching with his right hand, saying harmlessly. That's it. Chapter 89, 10,000 Swords Launched. You little human, you are getting too complacent. Do you think my attack is just that? You underestimate this dragon? Water style. Water cannon technique. The 10,000 snakes roared angrily and anxiously, then continued to condense chakra in their mouths, and spit out a large water ball like a cannonball. Although it is not large in size, this is only relative to the 10,000 snakes. This large water ball is even bigger than Namikaze Tianming's body. Moreover, the speed of this large water ball was extremely fast. It arrived in front of Namikaze Tianming in the blink of an eye. Namikaze Tianming dodged it easily with a quick move. The water cannon directly smashed a big hole in the stone wall at the edge of the canyon. Water style. Endless water cannon technique. In an instant, countless large water balls that were almost the same size as the water cannons just now rushed towards Namikaze Tianming. Oh, you're so annoying. Namikaze Tianming shook his head impatiently, dodged, and passed through the attack of the water cannon and came to the top of the 10,000 snakes. Heavenly Pain Kick. Namikaze Tianming raised his right leg high and kicked Wansha's head with lightning speed. Bang! Thousands of snakes were smashed uncontrollably onto the water, creating huge waves. Moo! Kill from the corner. Wansha was not willing to be outdone. He shook his head, and after his mind became clearer, he rushed towards Namikaze Tianming again. The difference this time is that Wan Snake's weapon is the new horn it has just grown. Its new horn is sharper and tougher than those weapons. Although after evolving into a dragon, Wansha has a deeper understanding of the attributes of water and fire, and the power of the ninjutsu he uses has also reached a higher level. But in fact, the strongest ability of the dragon is still close combat. Both dragon horns and dragon claws are sharp and tough enough. The defensive power of the scales on its body is extremely strong. Many people cannot even break through the dragon's defense and are killed by it. Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming naturally saw Wansha's intention and couldn't help but smile. This is perfect. I'll take a look at the strength of my body after it has undergone a breakthrough. The 10,000 snakes were extremely fast, and Namikaze Tianming did not dodge or evade. Seeing that Namikaze Tianming wanted to fight him head-on, Wansha was secretly delighted, and his chakra condensed again, increasing his speed. Seeing the dragon horn that looked like a dozens-meter-long sword poking towards him, Namikaze Tianming used the same trick again and punched directly, hitting the sharpest part of the dragon horn. Ouch! The thousands of snakes were suddenly struck hard, their bodies stiffened, and they couldn't help but let out a scream, then fell into the lake again. Waves had already submerged the surrounding forests. Wansha struggled to straighten up in a panic, trying to maintain his majestic posture, but at this moment, something fell from his eyes. This seems to be my dragon horn. Wansha was shocked and quickly used the pointed part of his tail to catch the dragon's horn.
Streams of hot blood flowed from Wanshi's head. Looking at the object at the tip of its tail, Wanshi finally understood that in the collision with Namikaze Tianming just now, his dragon horn was actually broken by Namikaze Tianming with his bare hands.
It was unbelievable and unforgivable. Wan Snake was heartbroken. This was the dragon horn that they had grown with so much difficulty, and it was broken just like that. But at this time, Wansha no longer had time to regret the broken horn, because Namikaze Tianming had already come to Wansha's head again. Namikaze Tianming raised his fist high, ready to break the other remaining dragon horn of Wansha, so that it would look symmetrical. There is no way, this is the gospel brought to people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. However, Wansha, who had suffered a loss, was not willing to do this again, so he dived into the bottom of the lake before Namikaze Tianming's fist landed. Hey, you actually ran away like this? Namikaze Tianming did not expect that the 10,000 snakes could escape so easily. Fortunately, even if the 10,000 snakes dived into the water, Namikaze Tianming could still see them clearly. There is no way. Not even the lake water can block the exploration of spiritual consciousness. Wansha was gasping for breath at the bottom of the lake, secretly cursing Namikaze Tianming, the damn pervert, for actually using his fist to break his dragon horn that wasn't even warm yet. It seems that this dragon really cannot defeat this human brat? Advertisement, forget it, forget it. There is an old saying among human beings, which goes, he who knows the times is a hero. Since I can't beat him, I have no choice but to call for help. I saw thousands of snakes suddenly open their mouths wide, and sound waves spread out in all directions with the thousands of snakes as the center. Just when Wansha was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard the hateful voice of Namikaze Tianming. Wansha, I advise you to come up obediently. Don't think I can't find you if you hide under the water. Humph, it turns out that humans are the most cunning. They actually want to deceive me. I knew that with this kid's personality, there is no way he would give up so easily. Fortunately, I was smart and didn't get fooled by this abominable human. If I show my head again, I will be in trouble. It is better to stay at the bottom of the lake and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Above the lake, Namikaze Tianming quietly watched the movements of the thousands of snakes under the lake. Seeing that the thousands of snakes just put their heads together and then lay down without a care in the world, Namikaze Tianming laughed. Isn't this a ready-made living target? Namikaze Tianming smiled and stretched out his right hand. A golden sword energy condensed from spiritual power appeared in Namikaze Tianming's hand. He pointed it at the thousands of snakes under the lake and whispered. Sword Chi destroys the enemy. Boom. This golden sword energy swooped down towards the thousands of snakes, at a speed so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. The thousands of snakes under the lake suddenly felt a chill, and an ominous premonition came to their hearts. They looked up quickly and saw a lightsaber coming straight down. The 10,000 snakes reacted quickly and tried to dodge the golden sword energy, but the speed of the golden sword energy was too fast and the 10,000 snakes were too large. Puff. The Wansha's extremely confident scale defense was useless in the face of the golden sword energy. In an instant, a hole was opened and blood gushed out instantly. Ah! Damn human beings, sooner or later, I will kill you all to vent my hatred. The eyes of Wan Snake were filled with resentment as they felt the pain. The only way they could get back at the loss they suffered was verbal attacks.
Oh my, you are still so stubborn. Naturally, Namikaze Tianming heard Wanshi's words. In that case, he would not be polite.
10,000 swords technique, 10,000 swords launched simultaneously. I saw spiritual energy continuously flowing out of Namikaze Tianming's body, transforming into golden sword energy. At first glance, there were tens of thousands of golden sword energies circling around Namikaze Tianming, which was quite terrifying. Chapter 90. Escape. Support appears. Namikaze Tianming put his two fingers together, and the golden sword energy circling around him also rotated along with Namikaze Tianming's two fingers. Go! In an instant, countless golden sword energies pierced into the water, covering the sky and the earth. Countless aquatic creatures were cut into pieces by the golden sword energy before they even had time to dodge, and the rolling spiritual power directly turned these pieces into powder. Wansha looked at the dense golden sword energy above with despair. At this point, it no longer had the courage to resist. One word. Escape. Chakra condensed wildly, and thousands of snakes fled madly and swam to the shore in a short time. At this time, Wansha had hundreds of wounds on its body and it had no time to think. Even though its body was in unbearable pain, Wansha still went straight to the shore and tried its best to escape.
However, even though it dodged more than 10,000 sword energies, there were still tens of thousands of golden sword energies following it, as if they had never decreased.
It runs away, he chases it. Namikaze Tianming smiled and chased after the snakes nonchalantly. He now understood why Cat would play with the mouse before eating it after catching it. Of course, Namikaze Tianming is not a careless person. As for why he didn't get rid of the 10,000 snakes earlier, it was naturally because Namikaze Tianming had his own plans. I don't know how long we chased for, and the scene changed again and again, from the canyon lake at the beginning, to the forest, and then from the forest to the rocky cliffs. But the strange thing is that among these rocky cliffs, there are caves one after another. Suddenly, the exhausted snakes stopped, turned around, and faced Namikaze Tianming.
Hey, little human, I don't know why you didn't kill me, but now that we are in the territory of Ruchi Cave, you have no chance.
Ha 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 ha. At this time, Wansha thought he had escaped death and excitedly mocked Namikaze Tianming. Oh, when did you think you could get away? Namikaze Tianming crossed his arms and said with a smile on his face. Humph. Escape? Does this dragon need to escape? This dragon is just retreating strategically to preserve its strength. Boy, you've taken the bait. My helper is here. Advertisement. 10,000 snakes opened their mouths wide, revealing their fangs, and looked very happy. Sure enough, just as Wansha finished speaking, a violent voice came from a cave behind it. Where did you come from, you little brat? How dare you trespass into the holy land of Ryuchi Cave? Do you want to die? Hearing this voice, Wansha's eyes suddenly lit up, and he and Namikaze Tianming looked over at the same time. A huge snake head emerged from the cave, followed by its trunk. I saw that the size of this big snake was much larger than all the other snakes, and its whole body was red, but it only had one left eye.
Shinya, you finally came out. There was a hint of excitement in Wanshi's eyes. It had already sent out the distress signal, but it didn't expect that it would have to run back here before seeing Shinya. As for Namikaze Tianming, he crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the newly emerged crimson snake with interest.
As far as he could remember, this fiery red snake was not mentioned in the original book. However, it seems that this big snake should also be a boss-level existence in Ryuchi Cave. Wansha, I'm sleeping in there, I'll come out as soon as I get your signal. Wait. You are not Wansha. No, you seem to be Wansha. Who are you? Shinya looked at the Wansha, which was very different from its previous appearance, and the whole snake was confused. Looking at the two horns on the top of Wansha's head, Shinya suddenly seemed to understand something and asked. Could it be that you have already reached the legendary stage? Ahem, Shinya, I am indeed the 10,000 snakes. You are right. I have indeed reached the legendary level. It's just that something went wrong during the process. I'll tell you about it later. The most important thing now is to kill this little human. Shinya, this ignorant little human brat actually said he wanted to challenge our Ryuchi Cave Holy Land and trample all of you under his feet, whether it's the White Snake Immortal or the 3 God-tier princesses under his command. Even Shinya, you are no exception. Wansha's eyes were rolling around and he lied without stopping. Although Shinya didn't turn into a dragon like it, its own strength was above his. As long as Shinya is angered, with its help, this human will definitely be in trouble, although it does not think they can kill this human. What? Human brat, say it again if you dare. Who are you stepping on again? Advertisement. Upon hearing Wansha's words, Shinya became furious. His only remaining eye emitted a faint red light as he stared angrily at Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming didn't care about the furious Shinya, but looked at Wansha with some surprise. This guy, after going through the tribulation of transforming into a dragon and shedding his snakeskin, has lost all his dignity and actually slandered himself? However, it doesn't matter. Namikaze Tianming glanced at Shinya calmly, then crossed his arms and said. Wansha is right. I came here today to trample all of you snakes in Ryuchi Cave under my feet. Moreover, I would like to add that both of you here are garbage. Wansha looked at the arrogant Namikaze Tianming in surprise, his heart filled with shock. How could this guy say such a thing? Doesn't he know fear? Is he not afraid of Shinya? Not afraid of the 3 God-tier G? Not afraid of the White Snake Immortal? But soon, the smile on Wansha's face became even brighter. What an ignorant kid. You are really asking for death. Because of this human's words, the entire Ryuchi Cave has been offended.
You little b**************, D, you're looking for death. The angry Shinya could not tolerate Namikaze Tianming's arrogant attitude, so he immediately bared his fangs and bit Namikaze Tianming fiercely.
There is no doubt that Namikaze Tianming still jumped up calmly and punched Shinya on the head. Boom. Shinya was knocked to the ground by Namikaze Tianming's punch. His huge body hit the rocky ground and actually created a snake-shaped deep pit. You damn boy. You d me off. Shinya struggled to break free from the deep rock pit, roaring angrily. It knew that the human who could chase and beat thousands of snakes must be very powerful, but it did not expect that this human was so fast and so powerful. I saw Shinya's huge snake tail sweeping directly towards Namikaze Tianming, and the speed was also abnormally fast. Of course, Namikaze Tianming jumped up and avoided Shinya's attack. But Shinya's snake tail hit the nearby rock pillar heavily. Boom. Some of the surrounding rock pillars were directly cut off by the snake's tail, and the power of Madara was obvious. Chapter 91. Some things, but not much. Namikaze Tianming was catapulted into the air but did not stop. Instead, he teleported in front of Shinya. When Namikaze Tianming was about to launch another of his favorite flesh and blood attacks, Shinya did not dodge or evade, but directly spat at Namikaze Tianming. Although this saliva didn't seem to have much power, Namikaze Tianming still avoided it from a distance. It would be too disgusting to get stuck with this saliva. The saliva passed over Namikaze Tianming and hit a towering tree behind him. A magical scene appeared. The moment the giant tree came into contact with the saliva, petrification began to occur with the saliva as the center point, and this phenomenon did not stop. I saw that more and more parts of this towering tree were petrified. According to this trend, it would only take a quarter of an hour for the entire tree to be petrified. Good fellow, I didn't know you had such a skill.
Are you a relative of Medusa? Quote. Namikaze Tianming looked at Shinya with some surprise.
Humph, I don't know what Medusa you are talking about, don't try to delay me. This time, I want to see how you can hide. Shinya raised its head proudly, it must gain something this time. Manja, use our combined ninjutsu. Good. The snakes excitedly crawled to Shinya's side and shouted loudly. Whoever is in pain will repair the dam. I saw a huge wave gushing out from the abyss mouth of the 10,000 snakes. Shinya was also madly spitting out streams of unknown liquid, which merged with the waves. Wherever the waves pass, no matter whether it is trees or living creatures, as long as they touch the waves mixed with unknown liquid, they will be petrified directly. And this huge wave swallowed Namikaze Tianming in an instant. After the waves passed, the place where Namikaze Tianming was originally located turned into a square stone. Haha, little brat, what's the use of being strong? You dare not dodge our combined ninjutsu. You are dead now, right? Seeing that Namikaze Tianming had been petrified, Wansha was so happy. After being suppressed for so long, I finally got my revenge. Advertisement, if you dare to take my petrifying liquid like this, there won't be many people in this world who can come out alive. Shinya raised his head proudly, this is the confidence in his own strength. Okay, Wansha, let's go back first. I also want to ask you about the dragon transformation tribulation. Haha, Shinya, don't worry, if it weren't for your support, I would have really fallen into this kid's hands this time. I will express my gratitude to you for your kindness. Wansha on the side also nodded happily. Shinya nodded as a matter of course, and without saying anything else, was about to turn around and go back to the cave. The square stone emitted the abominable voice of Namikaze Tianming. That's it, aren't you overconfident? Shinya and Wansha's bodies froze at the same time. They turned around slowly in disbelief and stared at the square stone that Namikaze Tianming had transformed into. The square stone was seen shaking continuously, and then cracks appeared one after another. Then with a bang, all the stones shattered to the ground, revealing the calm Namikaze Tianming inside. It turned out that at the moment when the combined waves of water spit out by Wansha and Shinya enveloped Namikaze Tianming deployed a spiritual power shield to protect himself. The petrifying liquid that Shinya spits out can petrify the spiritual shield. It does have something in it, but not much. I told you all, you are all garbage. Even if you are angry, the result will be the same. Namikaze Tianming said jokingly, floating in the air without knowing when.
It's not over yet, kid. Fire style. Storm dragon flame. Quote.
After quickly distanced themselves from Namikaze Tianming, Shinya and Wansha roared at the same time. Then we saw Shinya and Wansha opening their mouths at the same time. A blazing flame spewed out of Shinya's mouth, while a hurricane spewed out of Wansha's mouth.
The combination of the two caused the fire to escalate rapidly and the temperature around it to rise sharply. In just a moment, the accumulated water on the ground dried up instantly and even signs of cracking appeared on the rock surface.
A rotating storm fire dragon has formed. Although both are combination ninjutsu of wind and fire, compared to the three-headed snake, the combination ninjutsu of Shinya and Mang's snake is better. No, it should be said that it is several times stronger. Because at this moment, Namikaze Tianming's expression was no longer as disdainful as before. Go! The lifelike fire dragon suddenly pounced towards Namikaze Tianming ferociously.
Advertisement. Water style. Water array pillar.
Namikaze Tianming pointed with one hand, and a huge column of water came out like a big mouth, swallowing the fire dragon directly. The originally ferocious fire dragon instantly subsided in the water column and was extinguished in a short while. Shinya and Wansha looked at each other, and the same idea popped into their minds, escape. Without any hesitation, Shinya and Wansha turned around and ran away at a speed that was rarely seen in this life. You can't get away. Namikaze Tianming chased after him with a spiritual sword in his hand. Enemies who have lost their fighting spirit are the easiest to kill. But in just a moment, Namikaze Tianming caught up to the top of Wansha's head and swung his sword down. The already scarred dragon's body was directly cut in half by Namikaze Tianming's sword, and a huge dragon head fell off. The dragon's eyes were full of unwillingness and resentment. 10,000 snakes finally surrendered. Seeing Wansha being killed so easily by Namikaze Tianming, Shinya was horrified and ran away even faster. This human's strength is so terrifying. He didn't even use his full strength just now, he just treated them as toys. At this moment, it wishes it could grow a few more legs so it can run away for its life. But with Namikaze Tianming's speed, how could Shinya possibly get rid of him? Namikaze Tianming used the same trick again and teleported to the top of Shinya's head. He raised the spiritual sword in his hand high and was about to chop it down again. At this critical moment, an old voice sounded, "Layman, please spare Shinya's life." Namikaze Tianming was slightly stunned. It's already this late, and there are still reinforcements?
Judging from the sound, could it be the ancestor of snakes?
Just as Namikaze Tianming was stunned, a white figure slowly emerged. Namikaze Tianming looked closely and saw a huge white-scaled snake in front of him. I saw that this white snake sage had long yellow hair and a purple ribbon around it. It looked like it was a forehead protector. There is a military green horn-shaped ornament on the forehead protector, a red luminous pearl on the top of the head, and a pipe in his mouth, which is quite similar to Gamabunta. This white-scaled snake has an extremely long body and 2 golden rings on its tail. The white-scaled snake turned and transformed into a wrinkled, amiable old woman. Chapter 92. The White Snake Immortal's request. At the moment the old woman appeared, 3 more sounds of breaking through the air were heard.
Immediately afterwards, 3 graceful figures appeared behind the old woman.
The old woman in white is the founder of Ryuchi Cave, the White Snake Immortal. The 3 figures behind the White Snake Immortal are, without surprise, the 3 god-tier princesses under the White Snake Immortal, Tanashimahime, Ichikishimaheim, and Suzahime. Whether it is the White Snake Sage or the three God-tier princesses, they all have a large amount of immortal chakra in their bodies, and their strength is not comparable to that of ordinary ninjas. Seeing the sudden appearance of the White Snake Immortal and the three God-tier princesses, Shinya's eyes, which had been filled with despair, suddenly burst into excitement. White Snake Immortal, save me, this human is too cunning, he actually said he would trample you and the three God-tier G under his feet. I was so angry that I started fighting with him, but unfortunately he killed all the snakes. Shinya, shut up, you are violent and irritable by nature. I have told you long ago to stay away from that snake, but you didn't listen and insisted on associating with it. Now, they believe it's one-sided story and become enemies with this lay Buddhist. Now that it has died in the hands of this lay Buddhist, it can be considered its retribution. As for you, you'd better pray for your own good fortune. I hope this lay Buddhist will be magnanimous and not hold it against you. The White Snake Immortal glared at Shinya fiercely and taught him a lesson with a look of disappointment. Originally, the two major heritage holy sites, Ryuchi Cave and Mount Myoboku, did not interfere with each other and coexisted peacefully. However, there are warlike snakes like the Monka and the three-headed snake, which cause troubles to Mount Myoboku from time to time.
Even though the White Snake Immortal, as the ancestor, warned them many times, the 10,000 snakes and the three-headed snake kept pretending to obey but secretly disobeyed.
However, Shinya became violent and angry because of his own experiences, and hated humans to the core, so he would attack humans regardless of the consequences. In its eyes, humans are despicable and treacherous. After being scolded by the White Snake Immortal, Shinya, who had suffered a great loss, had to lower his head and dared not speak. Who are you? Namikaze Tianming looked at the White Snake Immortal and the three God-tier princesses for a while, and asked calmly. Although Namikaze Tianming could guess it from Shinya's words, he still pretended not to know.
This will also help us find out their purpose. Advertisement.
Haha, I am the founder of this Ryuchi Cave, the White Snake Immortal, and these three are my trusted confidants. This time, I hope that the layman can give Shinya a chance to live. Although the White Snake Immortal is the ancestor of Ryuchi Cave and is very powerful, he was surprised to find that he could not see through the strength of this human named Namikaze Tianming. Even the White Snake Immortal could sense a dangerous aura from Namikaze Tianming. That's why the White Snake Fairy didn't dare to break up with Namikaze Tianming, but still wanted to save Shinya's life. Otherwise, the White Snake Immortal would not show up so easily.
Of course, this is also because Namikaze Tianming himself is very strong, otherwise, he would have been killed by Wanshi or Shinya.
Namikaze Tianming crossed his arms and looked at the White Snake Immortal with a half-smile. Why? Well, I know that it was Shinya who offended the layman this time, I apologize to you here. If you are willing to let Shinya live this time, I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. The White Snake Immortal was not panicked and spoke with a smile.
You mean reward? When Namikaze Tianming heard the White Snake Immortal talking about rewards, his eyes suddenly lit up and he looked at the White Snake Immortal with a smile.
Inside Mount Myoboku, on the bank of a big river. Jiraiya and Gamabunta just appeared here out of nowhere. The man and the toad had just come out of the system space when they saw Namikaze Tianming looking at them with a smile on his face. For some reason, they always felt that Namikaze Tianming was in a particularly good mood at this moment. Tianming boy, why are you in such a good mood? Where's the wand snake? How is its dragon transformation tribulation going? Although Jiraiya was confused, he still asked the question he wanted to know most. The snake successfully survived the dragon transformation tribulation, but I still chased it to Ryuchi Cave and killed it. Namikaze Tianming said with a relaxed look. Ah, you even chased us all the way to Ryuchi Cave? You're so reckless? Advertisement. Fortunately, the White Snake Immortal did not show up to stop you, otherwise you would be in trouble. Gamabunta said with a look of fear, you know, there's a White Snake Sage in Ryuchi Cave who can be on par with Toad Sage. The White Snake Immortal is so powerful that even Gamabunta is just a bigger ant in front of him, not worth mentioning. In Gamabunta's opinion, it is a great fortune that Namikaze Tianming can return safely. White Snake Fairy? You mean the old woman? She's out? Not only did I say hello to it, it entertained me. Namikaze Tianming said happily. When he thought of the various precious medicinal herbs and treasures he had looted from the White Snake Immortal's treasury, as well as the pained look on the White Snake Immortal's face, the corners of Namikaze Tianming's mouth couldn't help but rise. Greeting? Treating? Namikaze Tianming's words made Jiraiya and Gamabunta both confused. But Namikaze Tianming's safe return is more important than anything else. Okay, Senior Jiraiya, Boss Toad, now that the two medicinal herbs have been found, I have to leave first. Let's say goodbye now.
Namikaze Tianming bowed and said, on his way back, he went to the lake again to pick Danyang Lotus. Namikaze Tianming was very grateful to Jiraiya and Gamabunta for helping him find the sunflower and the Danyang Lotus.
Tianming boy, you're going back so soon? Don't you want to learn some of Mount Myoboku's fairy arts? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and said in a seductive tone.
In his opinion, Namikaze Tianming is Namikaze Minato's younger brother, he knows him well and has great potential. Maybe he can really practice fairy arts perfectly like Namikaze Minato.
Yes, kid, I think you can really give it a try. I believe you can get the recognition of Toad Sage. Gamabunta also nodded, agreeing with Jiraiya's statement. Unexpectedly, Namikaze Tianming waved his hand and refused. No, 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 forget it. I'm not very interested in that magic, and I have other things to do, so I shouldn't stay for long. Well, if that's the case, I won't force you. Asterisk. Jiraiya is also a free and easy person, and he laughed and said immediately. Although Gamabunta felt regretful, he still nodded and stopped forcing it. Jiraiya-senpai, I'm sorry to bother you this time, I have a gift for you. Namikaze Tianming said, took out a secret book from his arms and handed it to Jiraiya. Chapter 93. Pyryang Pill, Success, Tienming Boy, what is this? Is it the same as the one you gave me before? Nabla no. Jiraiya took the secret book from Namikaze Tianming, and when he thought of the exciting contents in the drawings that Namikaze Tianming had given him before, Jiraiya couldn't help but blush and began to look forward to it.
Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming looked at Jiraiya speechlessly. Why did this guy always think in that direction? No wonder in the original work, Naruto called this guy pervy sage, he really deserved the title.
No, these are some techniques, Senior Jiraiya, you should study them carefully, so that your sage mode can be perfected. Moreover, your sage mode will not have a time limit at that time. After rolling his eyes at Jiraiya, Namikaze Tianming still explained patiently. Although they didn't spend much time together, Namikaze Tianming still saw that Jiraiya's so-called sage mode was actually a crude cultivation method of the demon race. Therefore, when Jiraiya practices and uses sage mode, he will show symptoms of totification.
Therefore, Namikaze Tianming made some improvements to this practice method.
What? There is such a method in this world. Jiraiya looked at the secret book in his hand in surprise, and quickly and carefully put it into his arms. Although he didn't know why Namikaze Tianming had such a method, he knew that Namikaze Tianming was no simple person and would not deceive himself.
Coupled with Namikaze Tianming's attitude towards magic, he was sure that the method Namikaze Tianming taught him was absolutely true.
If you can perfect sage mode without any restrictions, your own strength will definitely increase greatly. Tienming boy, Jiraiya, thank you very much. If you need my help in the future, Jiraiya, will go through fire and water without hesitation. Jiraiya understood the importance of this method and said it with a serious face. In that case, I will go back first. See you again if we are lucky enough. Namikaze Tianming bowed and said goodbye again, then disappeared. Jiraiya and Gamabunta looked at the place where Namikaze Tianming disappeared, feeling a little lost. In the system space, the long-lost Uchiha Itachi was still unconscious, and Uchiha Shisui was doing his duty diligently and doing his best to continuously supply Uchiha Itachi with the Pyryang chakra he had cultivated. Advertisement, hey, Itachi, please wake up, you know that the masters and others are running around for you. I don't know if you have found the Danyang lotus and Liyang flower. Uchiha Shisui sighed. Shisui, don't worry, the teacher has already got the news about these two herbs. I believe that it won't be long before the teacher will be able to come back. Hitaki Kakashi comforted him from the side. He was naturally full of confidence in Namikaze Tianming. As soon as Hitaki Kakashi finished speaking, a voice like heavenly music rang in their ears. Kakashi, Shisui, I'm back, sir, teacher. Uchiha Shisui and Hitaki Kakashi both looked happy, and the sad expressions on their faces disappeared instantly. Seeing Namikaze Tianming slowly appearing in front of them, Uchiha Shisui and Hitaki Kakashi were overjoyed and so excited that they didn't know what to say.
Namikaze Tianming also saw what they were thinking and waved his hand to indicate that he understood what they meant.
Don't worry, the herbs have been found, just wait for me to refine the Pyryang pill. Teacher, it's all my fault for not being able to find the Danyang lotus and the Liyang flower. I still need you to go look for them yourself. Hitaki Kakashi lowered his head. As the leader of Konoha Anbu, he couldn't find two medicinal herbs, which made Hitaki Kakashi feel very ashamed.
Kakashi, the place where these two herbs grow is quite unique. It was just a fluke for me, so you don't have to blame yourself.
Namikaze Tianming patted Hitaki Kakashi on the shoulder and comforted him, saying that if Jiraiya had not accidentally discovered these two herbs on Mount Myoboku, it would probably not be so easy for him to find them. Sir, you've worked hard to find medicinal herbs. Why don't you go and have a rest first, and then make the pills after you've rested? Uchiha Shisui also said with great concern. Namikaze Tianming just shook his head. No need, it's just finding two herbs, it's not tiring, I'll make the pills now. Namikaze Tianming just waved his hand, and dozens of medicinal herbs floated around him. The most dazzling ones are the sunflower and Danyang lotus that Namikaze Tianming finally found. Like a touch of red amidst the green. Rise, advertisement. Namikaze Tianming stretched out his right hand and spoke softly, and a fiery red flame appeared above Namikaze Tianming's right hand. Refine. Namikaze Tianming was not in a hurry. He gave another order, and the medicinal herbs around him entered the flame in Namikaze Tianming's right hand one by one in an orderly manner. After being refined by flames, the original medicinal herbs were refined into a ball of black liquid, and other impurities were burned away. This mass of black liquid condenses the essence of all medicinal herbs. Uchiha Shisui and Hitaki Kakashi both swallowed involuntarily and watched Namikaze Tianming's operation nervously. They had never heard of or seen such a magical scene. Namikaze Tianming's operation has once again opened the door to their new world. Congeal. Namikaze Tianming concentrated his attention and devoted himself to refining the elixir, because it was also his first time to refine an elixir. Namikaze Tianming shouted again, and the black liquid slowly began to rotate. The black liquid was spinning faster and faster, its volume was getting smaller and smaller, and its shape was slowly condensing into a round pill. Wisps of elixir fragrance continued to emanate from the elixir in Namikaze Tianming's hand. Finally, the pure yang pill was created. Holding the pure yang pill in his hand, Namikaze Tianming could not hide his excitement. After all, this was his first time to actually practice it. Haha, the perfect level pure yang pill is done. I didn't expect that I am quite talented in alchemy. Asterisk. Teacher, sir, is this the pure yang pill? Uchiha Shisui and Itachi Kakashi looked at Namikaze Tianming at the same time and said with great excitement. Well, give this pill to Itachi to take. Namikaze Tianming smiled and nodded, then handed the pill to Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui quickly took the pill and held it carefully in his hand, fearing that his shaking hands would accidentally destroy the pill. They pried open Uchiha Itachi's mouth and fed the pill into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and entered Uchiha Itachi's body in an instant. Don't worry, it will take some time for Itachi to wake up completely, until the effect of the pure yang pill in his body is fully exerted. Seeing Itachi Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui staring at Uchiha Itachi nervously, Namikaze Tianming smiled gently and comforted him. Chapter 94. Goodbye Tsunade Konoha village, on the Hokage rock. Tsunade looked into the distance with some melancholy, and then sighed softly. Ah, I wonder if that kid has found the herbs. I don't think there will be any problems, right? But soon, Tsunade's face suddenly turned red, and she shook her head and said in a fierce manner. Bah, I'm not worried about that guy. He's just a little brat, but he dares to tease me. If this guy appeared in front of me right now, I would definitely give him 2 punches. Tsunade's face flushed and his right fist was clenched tightly. When he thought of Namikaze Tianming's hateful smile, Tsunade's face became even redder. Tsunade, are you worried about me? Just as Tsunade was talking to himself, a figure suddenly appeared behind Tsunade and spoke softly. Tsunade was startled when she suddenly heard Namikaze Tianming's voice, and her heartbeat uncontrollably accelerated. Especially when Tsunade turned around and saw the smile on Namikaze Tianming's face, her heart started beating wildly. In a rage, Tsunade threw a punch directly at Namikaze Tianming in the face. Tsunade did not hold back at all when he threw this punch, and Namikaze Tianming never expected Tsunade to punch, so he had no intention of guarding against it at all. Therefore, Namikaze Tianming was knocked out and directly smashed a human-shaped pit on the stone wall behind him. Tsunade came back to his senses and covered his mouth in shock. He looked worriedly at Namikaze Tianming who was stuck to the stone wall. He felt very regretful in his heart. Did he use too much force in that punch just now? Just when Tsunade was about to go forward to check if Namikaze Tianming was injured, he saw Namikaze Tianming pulling himself out of the rock. Seeing how energetic he is, he should be fine. Who made this guy tease me as soon as he showed up? He deserved it. Tsunade frowned and thought viciously in his heart, but when he saw Namikaze Tianming's aggrieved look, he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Tsunade, we just met and you're giving me such a big gift? Isn't it inappropriate? Namikaze Tianming felt very aggrieved. Tsunade was afraid that she would fail, so she turned her head away proudly and didn't look at Namikaze Tianming. Humph, who told you to be so frivolous when you meet someone? I'm telling you, this is what happens when you tease me. If you can't stand it, stop saying those useless words. Advertisement. Tsunade's move is a typical diversion. In this way, Namikaze Tianming might not be able to react all of a sudden and forget what he did. Sure enough, after hearing what Tsunade said, Namikaze Tianming never mentioned the beating again. But Namikaze Tianming's next words made Tsunade even more flustered. Namikaze Tianming said with a serious face, Tsunade, I don't mean to tease you. Everything I said is true and comes from my heart. Hearing Namikaze Tianming's sincere words, Tsunade's face started to turn red again. Tsunade quickly turned around and stopped looking at Namikaze Tianming. After a long silence, Tsunade raised his head and said with his back to Namikaze Tianming. Boy, come with me for a walk around the village. It's been so long since I came back, and the changes are so great. Tsunade, Shizune. I've been away for so many days, why don't you ask her to walk around the village with you? Unlike what was expected, Namikaze Tianming suddenly asked back. Shizune went back for business, the Lord has come. Oh, even if Shizune went back, you should have time to walk around the village in these few days, right? Namikaze Tianming had a smile on his face, perhaps he could really. Tsunade couldn't help but have a big cross on his forehead. What's wrong with this kid today? Why does he always like to contradict others? But of course Tsunade would not admit that he had not been in the mood to go out for the past few days because he was worried about Namikaze Tianming. Tsunade clenched his fists again, turned around and said to Namikaze Tianming fiercely. Stop talking nonsense. I just want to ask you if you want to go with me. If you don't want to go, then I will go by myself. After saying that, Tsunade turned around again and faced away from Namikaze Tianming. Tsunade felt her entire face was burning, and she was even more surprised in her heart. She was already in her 40s or 50s, why was she still blushing and her heart beating like a little girl? Ha 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 ha, of course I'll go. Since Tsunade has invited me so sincerely, I'm naturally happy to be the flower protector. Namikaze Tianming nodded quickly and agreed. If he didn't agree to such a good thing, wouldn't he be a fool? Seeing Namikaze Tianming's happy look, Tsunade wanted to punch Namikaze Tianming into the wall again. Tsunade couldn't help but wonder if it was a bit too hasty for him to take the initiative to invite Namikaze Tianming to travel around Konoha together. Advertisement just like that, Namikaze Tianming brought Tsunade, and the two of them started their journey to Konoha village, chatting with each other. The two chatted and laughed, and before they knew it, the morning had turned into afternoon. From the time the sun rises to the time when the sun is about to set, Tsunade was pleasantly surprised by the changes in Konoha. The only regret was that there was no gambling house in Konoha. Tsunade is itching to play cards after not having played for so many days. Before they knew it, the two of them had walked into a small woods on the edge of the village. Suddenly, a childish voice sounded. "Wow, Uncle Tienming, you're back?" Namikaze Tianming and Tsunade were slightly startled, and turned around to see a blonde, blue-eyed boy wearing a white and army green t-shirt with the Konoha logo painted on the chest, shorts, and dark green goggles. This little boy was none other than Namikaze Tianming's little nephew, Uzumaki Naruto. "Naruto? Why are you here? Where are your parents?" Namikaze Tianming's eyebrows jumped and he asked with a guilty conscience. "Mom and Dad are busy with something, I'm practicing ninjutsu here." Uzumaki Naruto replied with a grin, his eyes darting around on Namikaze Tianming and Tsunade. Tsunade felt a little embarrassed when she looked at him. "Tianming, who is this little boy?" Namikaze Tianming was a little surprised. Tsunade didn't recognize his nephew. But when he thought about it, it made sense. When Tsunade left Konoha, Naruto didn't even exist. "Tsunade, who do you think this little boy resembles?" Namikaze Tianming said meaningfully with a smile in his eyes. "Like whom?" Tsunade looked at Uzumaki Naruto with suspicion. Since Namikaze Tianming was being mysterious to him, there must be something fishy. After a closer look, Tsunade's eyes fell on Uzumaki Naruto's golden hair, and then he suddenly realized. Are you Namikaze Minato's child?" Uzumaki Naruto grinned, gave a thumbs up, and said loudly. "Hello, sister. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage." Chapter 95. Actually, you two are here for a date, right? "Oh, little boy, I never thought you had such big ambitions despite your young age, but you better work hard, being a Hokage isn't that easy." I don't know if it was because of Uzumaki Naruto's call of sister, or because of the words Uzumaki Naruto said, but Tsunade was so happy. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto was like seeing his own brother. That's natural. Dad and Mom have long told me that I have to work very hard so that I can become Hokage," Uzumaki Naruto said with his chest puffed out and a proud look on his face. "Well, good boy, that's right." Tsunade smiled gently and stroked Uzumaki Naruto's hair, as if thinking of something in the past. Suddenly, Tsunade stood up and looked at Namikaze Tianming and asked. "Tianming, why is he called Uzumaki Naruto instead of Namikaze Naruto?" "Huh? Uzumaki Naruto is Uzumaki Naruto, what's wrong with that?" Hearing Tsunade's question, Namikaze Tianming didn't react for a moment and answered blankly. After all, in the original work, Uzumaki Naruto is called Uzumaki Naruto, so Namikaze Tianming didn't feel anything strange. Hey, shouldn't he be called Namikaze Naruto? Why does he have his mother's last name? Tsunade rolled his eyes at Namikaze Tianming, then leaned over to Namikaze Tianming's ear and whispered. Tsunade's words hit his soul directly. Namikaze Tianming slapped his head and finally realized. "Oh yeah, shouldn't it be Namikaze Naruto?" Tsunade rolled her eyes at Namikaze Tianming again. It was clearly her who asked him the question, but in the end, he was the one asking her the question. "Hey, how should I know this? You're his uncle, and you don't know." "Yeah, I'm just his uncle, how would I know?" Namikaze Tianming looked as if it was a matter of course. Tsunade finally understood that this guy was not reliable at all and it was useless to ask him. "Ahem, what I mean is, although I don't know what the couple thinks, since they decided to let Naruto take his mother's surname and call him Uzumaki Naruto, we should respect them." Namikaze Tianming coughed quickly and expressed his thoughts. "That's more like it. What you said makes sense, there's no need to dwell on this." Advertisement. Tsunade then nodded, agreeing with Namikaze Tianming's point of view. Little Naruto stared at Namikaze Tianming and Tsunade who were whispering with a smirk on his face, and suddenly asked loudly. "Uncle, sister, are you whispering something?" Namikaze Tianming and Tsunade both froze at the same time and looked at Uzumaki Naruto awkwardly. It seemed that it was not a good idea to discuss this in front of him. "Ahem, little Naruto, did you hear wrong? We weren't whispering anything." Tsunade smiled, ready to fool Uzumaki Naruto. Who would have thought that Uzumaki Naruto suddenly put his hands on his hips, pointed at Namikaze Tianming and Tsunade and said loudly. Carrot, stop lying, I just saw it all, you two are actually here for a date, right?" Seeing the stunned expressions of Namikaze Tianming and Tsunade, Uzumaki Naruto looked very proud. "Hey, I'm going to tell our parents that there's a pretty sister who's dating Uncle Tianming. Mom and Dad will definitely be very happy." As soon as Uzumaki Naruto said this, Namikaze Tianming and Tsunade's bodies froze at the same time, as if they were frozen by ice. Namikaze Tianming couldn't imagine what expressions Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina would have if they knew about him and Tsunade. After all, Jiraiya is Namikaze Minato's master, and Tsunade is Jiraiya's fellow student. This relationship seems a little bit messy. Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but have such a picture in his mind. Namikaze Tianming patted Namikaze Minato's shoulder with a bright face and said, "Brother, from now on we will go our separate ways. You call me brother, and I will call you nephew. What do you think?" Hiss, this scene seems pretty good. Boom. Just when Namikaze Tianming was lost in fantasy, he was suddenly pulled out of his fantasy by a loud bang. Namikaze Tianming saw Tsunade with a dark face punching the ground next to him, and a big round deep pit appeared on the ground instantly. On the opposite side of the deep pit, a big tree collapsed with a loud bang. This is the charm of Tsunade's one punch. Uzumaki Naruto's face was pale, and he was so shocked that he sat on the ground. A crystal clear liquid hung in his nostrils. Advertisement Tsunade was seen cracking his fingers and walking step by step to Uzumaki Naruto, grinning like a devil from hell. "Hey, Naruto kid, do you know who I am? I'm one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. At my age, I could be your grandmother, and you actually said I was dating? If you dare to tell others what you saw today, do you believe that tree will be your fate?" Uzumaki Naruto looked at the fallen tree in fear and couldn't help swallowing secretly. However, Uzumaki Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato after all. Although he is afraid, he is not speechless. Uzumaki Naruto nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and responded, I know, I will never tell mom and dad." Hearing Uzumaki Naruto say this, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction and pulled Uzumaki Naruto up from the ground. At the same time, Namikaze Tianming also breathed a sigh of relief. Although his idea was good, if Namikaze Minato and the others knew about this now, there would inevitably be some twists and turns. "I don't know for now, that's the best." As if realizing that Uzumaki Naruto was frightened, Tsunade tried her best to smile and appear gentle. But Uzumaki Naruto was brave after all, and soon he reacted and asked, "Sister, you just said your name is Tsunade. But, Dad clearly told me that Grandma Tsunade is clearly an old lady." Uzumaki Naruto looked at Tsunade's delicate face and the towering part with a puzzled look. He really couldn't believe it. Tsunade's eyes smiled into a crescent moon. "Little Naruto, don't ask so many questions. Children don't need to know so much. You just need to know that I am Tsunade." Uzumaki Naruto quickly realized the situation and nodded in agreement. "Naruto, why are you still practicing ninjutsu here so late?" Namikaze Tianming, who was standing by, saw that something was wrong and quickly rolled his eyes and tried to change the subject. "Humph, it's all because of that guy named Sasuke in our class. Ever since he showed up, all the girls in the class have been chasing after him. Although I can't compare with him in academic subjects, but in ninjutsu, I must crush that guy." Uzumaki Naruto gets furious when he thinks of Uchiha Sasuke's face. Chapter 96. Uzumaki Naruto's secret move. Looking at Naruto's red face due to anger, Tsunade burst out laughing and couldn't help but joked. "Oh my, I can't tell, you little brat, at such a young age you're already imitating others and being jealous over girls? It's incredible, he is worthy of being the son of 4th generation's Namikaze Minato. This is exactly the same. No, I just can't stand this guy. He's a genius from the Uchiha clan, so what? I can still defeat him." Little Naruto refused to accept this and quickly defended himself. "Hey, kid, what ninjutsu are you practicing? It's not easy to defeat the Uchiha clan." Tsunade looked at Uzumaki Naruto in surprise. She could tell that Uzumaki Naruto really meant what he said. This ninjutsu is a sure win move that I have been thinking about for a long time. Once used, it will be a sure kill." Uzumaki Naruto smiled mysteriously and said very confidently. "Oh, you're so confident? Can you show it to us?" Tsunade raised her eyebrows. She was beginning to be interested in the ninjutsu that Uzumaki Naruto was talking about. Could it be that this guy inherited the mantle of Namikaze Minato and learned that ninjutsu? But he was so young, so it was unlikely, right? "Hey, then you better open your eyes and watch carefully." I saw Uzumaki Naruto already in position and spoke loudly. Namikaze Tianming and Tsunade looked at each other, then nodded at the same time, and then stared at Uzumaki Naruto closely. Tsunade swallowed nervously. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto's posture, it seemed that he might really have some special moves. Uzumaki Naruto made seals with his hands and then shouted loudly. "Multiple shadow clone technique." There was a bang sound, and white smoke dissipated, revealing one little Naruto after another. Looking around, there were at least hundreds of little Naruto shadow clone here. Tsunade was stunned when he saw this scene. My goodness, this multiple shadow clone technique is a forbidden technique, and he actually mastered it at such a young age? Not bad, not bad. If these multiple shadow clones can be used well, defeating the Uchiha Sasuke shouldn't be a problem. Tsunade gave Uzumaki Naruto a thumbs up, and now Uzumaki Naruto has completely gained her recognition. Advertisement. Who knew? Uzumaki Naruto just shook his head and smiled even brighter. "Hey, this isn't over yet. Oh, there's more? Then use it quickly and let's see." Tsunade's eyes lit up. This was just the beginning of a multi-shadow clone technique of this scale. Wouldn't the next ninjutsu be even more?
Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little more expectant.
However, Namikaze Tianming, who was standing by, had a vague sense of foreboding for some reason. "Hey, don't blink, the show is about to begin," Uzumaki Naruto yelled again. "Harem technique." All they heard were hundreds of bang, bang, and bang sounds, and then they saw tall, curvy, and graceful blonde beauties appearing naked in front of them. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Tianming was dumbfounded and spat out a mouthful of blood. He finally understood why he had that ominous premonition just now. Puff! Suddenly, 2 streams of blood spurted out of Namikaze Tianming's nose. The powerful impact caused Namikaze Tianming to fly backwards. No matter how strong Namikaze Tianming is, he can't resist the power of this move. There's no way. Where has Namikaze Tianming seen such a scene? Who made Namikaze Tianming still a rookie in his past and present lives? Harem technique, so terrifying. Even Tsunade was dumbfounded at this moment. 2 bloods flowed slowly from Tsunade's nose. The expectation in my heart suddenly turned into anger. There was a big pound sign on Tsunade's forehead. He clenched his fists again, and quickly came behind Uzumaki Naruto and punched Uzumaki Naruto's head with a big punch. Ah! Uzumaki Naruto screamed and quickly hugged his head, which had a big bump on it. The harem technique also ended with Uzumaki Naruto's scream. Namikaze Tianming had recovered by then and returned to the crime scene. He quietly wiped the blood from his nose and stared at Uzumaki Naruto with strange eyes. I originally thought that if Minato and his wife hadn't died, Uzumaki Naruto's life trajectory would have changed, and the seduction technique and harem technique would not have appeared. But Namikaze Tianming never expected that this secret weapon was actually figured out by Uzumaki Naruto. Advertisement: maybe this is Uzumaki Naruto's lifelong ninjutsu. Even I was fooled. It was too no, too fragrant, no, too embarrassing. Granny Tsunade, what are you doing? You asked me to use it for you to see, and you hit me. Uzumaki Naruto held his little head with a look of aggrieved look on his face. So what if I told you to use it? Who told you to be so naughty at such a young age? What kind of a mess are you using? Little Naruto, tell me the truth. Was this ninjutsu taught to you by Jiraiya? Filled down pointing triangle hahash? Tsunade was extremely angry at this time. Jiraiya, this shameless old man, actually dared to teach Naruto such dirty ninjutsu. Next time he saw him, he must punch him twice. Ah! Jiraiya, who was practicing the method given by Namikaze Tianming at Mount Myoboku, sneezed suddenly. I don't know why, but a chill suddenly rushed straight to the top of my head. After carefully observing the surroundings and confirming that there was no danger, Jiraiya touched his head and entered the state of training again. Close black lens bracket. This is a ninjutsu that I created myself. Don't underestimate me. I know the Jiraiya you are talking about. He is my father's teacher, but I have never met him. Uzumaki Naruto puffed out his chest with pride. Bang. Tsunade couldn't help but give Uzumaki Naruto a big slap on the back of his head. This guy seemed to have not realized the seriousness of the problem. Little Naruto, remember this, you are not allowed to use this ninjutsu again, do you hear me? Huh? Why? I'm going to use this jutsu to defeat Sasuke and let all the girls in our class know that Sasuke is a lecherous guy. Uzumaki Naruto is completely dissatisfied. That won't work either. If you want to be the Hokage, you must defeat your opponent fairly. Also, stay away from that Jiraiya guy. Tsunade gave earnest advice, hoping to bring Uzumaki Naruto back on track. Little did he know that the more Tsunade acted like this, the more curious Uzumaki Naruto became about Jiraiya. However, Uzumaki Naruto also knew what it meant to be forced by the situation, so he nodded and agreed quickly, but he had his own little plans in mind. Chapter 97. Uzumaki Naruto is a genius. Uzumaki Naruto sighed deeply. Hey, Tsunade-chan, you don't allow me to use the harem technique. It seems that I can't beat that damn guy Sasuke. Epsilon equals, oh backquote. Little Naruto, how is it possible? Do you not know any other ninjutsu besides that dirty ninjutsu? What about Minato? Didn't he teach you ninjutsu? Tsunade looked incredulous. As the son of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, he lacked ninjutsu? Are you kidding? Uzumaki Naruto sighed again, spread his hands and said. Alas, as the Hokage, Dad is so busy all day long, how can he have the time to teach me ninjutsu? I am currently learning the basic ninjutsu learned in the ninja school, unlike Sasuke, who can also learn the ninjutsu of his family. Minato, how could he be like this? Tsunade frowned, somewhat unhappy with Minato's behavior. Granny Tsunade, how about you teach me ninjutsu? You know a lot of ninjutsu, right? Uzumaki Naruto said expectantly as he hugged Tsunade's thighs. Ah, even Tsunade was a little panicked when Uzumaki Naruto hugged her thighs like this. Namikaze Tianming was watching Uzumaki Naruto's performance quietly on the side. This kid is so cunning and wants Tsunade to teach him ninjutsu. This is the real purpose of little Naruto. Of course, it is true that Namikaze Minato has no time to teach him ninjutsu. As for Tsunade, because little Naruto was very similar to her brother in some ways, and because little Naruto pretended to be pitiful, it aroused the maternal glow in her heart, and she didn't realize that little Naruto was acting at all. Tienming boy, the ninjutsu I learned is not suitable for Naruto at all. You are his uncle, why don't you teach him a few ninjutsu? It's best if you can save your life. Saving your life is the most important thing. Tsunade looked at Namikaze Tianming and said gently. Namikaze Tianming stared blankly at the gentle Tsunade. Such a wonder of the world can only be seen once every few hundred years? Seeing that Namikaze Tianming didn't respond for a long time and instead stared at him with a strange look on his face, Tsunade suddenly had a big hash on his forehead. Advertisement, Namikaze Tianming, are you going to teach him or not? He is your nephew. If you don't teach him, then I won't care, filled down pointing triangle min hash. I will teach you. Who said I won't teach you? Namikaze Tianming shuddered all over and responded quickly. He didn't dare to say that he didn't respond to her because he was engrossed in looking at Tsunade. Tsunade turned her head away proudly, thinking, that's pretty good. Namikaze Tianming walked up to Lil Naruto, reached out and touched Uzumaki Naruto's head, and immediately a stream of information was transmitted from Namikaze Tianming's hand into little Naruto's mind. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly felt that there was a new method of cultivation in his mind, Divine Wind Technique, and this Divine Wind Technique seemed to be engraved in his mind and he could not forget it even if he wanted to. What's even more terrifying is that in just a short while, Uzumaki Naruto has already comprehended the first level of Divine Wind Technique, and has already entered the door. Although Uzumaki Naruto is young, he is extremely intelligent. It must be extraordinary that his second uncle can use this method to teach him the skills he wants to practice. Uzumaki Naruto looked up at Namikaze Tianming with gratitude. When he was about to say something, he saw Namikaze Tianming shook his head calmly, indicating that Uzumaki Naruto didn't need to say anything more. However, in Uzumaki Naruto's mind, the voice of Namikaze Tianming rang out. Naruto, don't tell anyone about the technique I taught you. If your father asks, you can also pass this technique on to your father. Namikaze Tianming naturally had his own considerations for teaching the Divine Wind Technique to Uzumaki Naruto. Because in the original work, Uzumaki Naruto has the wind attribute, so practicing wind attribute techniques will naturally be twice as effective with half the effort. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Namikaze Tianming in shock. His uncle hadn't said a word yet he could hear it. But Uzumaki Naruto changed his mind and thought, if he practiced the Divine Wind Technique, seriously, could he be as powerful as his second uncle? Uzumaki Naruto was immediately filled with anticipation, his two big eyes blinking and looking very bright. Naruto, since you are the son of the fourth Hokage, you should also master his famous moves. So, I will teach you the Rasengan. You must practice everything I teach you, do you understand? Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows and said meaningfully. Got it, uncle, little Naruto replied with a smile. As smart as he was, he naturally knew what Namikaze Tianming meant. In that case, you better watch out. Namikaze Tianming smiled and stretched out his right hand. Soon after, Rasengan was seen condensing on Namikaze Tianming's right hand. The so-called Rasengan is to concentrate chakra in the hand, continuously flow it in irregular directions, and compress it to form a palm-sized attributeless chakra ball. Advertisement Namikaze Tianming explained calmly, then looked at Uzumaki Naruto. Now it's your turn. Good, Uzumaki Naruto nodded excitedly, not knowing why, perhaps it was because of his practice of the Divine Wind Technique. Uzumaki Naruto could see clearly the Rasengan that Namikaze Tianming had just demonstrated, how the chakra gathered in his hands, and where the chakra flowed. Uzumaki Naruto also stretched out his right hand, took a deep breath, and concentrated all his attention. Chakra continued to flow into his palm, and soon, a Rasengan appeared in front of the three of them. Unfortunately, this Rasengan didn't last long before it dissipated again. Oh, what a pity, Uzumaki Naruto was a little disappointed. He originally thought he could master it in one go. Namikaze Tianming had a blank expression on his face. This failure was also within Namikaze Tianming's expectations. Tsunade, on the other hand, looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a look of surprise, as he was able to condense the Rasengan in his first practice, although it didn't last long, but it was still amazing enough. After all, the Rasengan is a ninjutsu that Namikaze Minato spent 3 years researching to develop, so it's not that easy to practice. Unexpectedly, Namikaze Minato is already a genius enough, but his son is even more talented than his father. Looking at the somewhat lost Uzumaki Naruto, Tsunade smiled gently and stepped forward to comfort him. Naruto, it's okay, this is only your first time, it's normal to fail, after all, the difficulty of practicing this ninjutsu is a level. But I believe that with your talent, you can definitely master this Rasengan in just one day. Unexpectedly, after hearing Tsunade's comfort, Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and denied it. Tsunade frowned and asked in confusion, why, Naruto, don't you have the confidence? Uzumaki Naruto shook his head again, looked up and smiled. Granny Tsunade, no, I mean I have already mastered this jutsu. Well, I knew you could do it. Wait, what did you just say? Have you mastered it? Tsunade looked at Uzumaki Naruto in astonishment, and Uzumaki Naruto smiled even more brightly. Chapter 98. Uzumaki Naruto's girlfriend? Yes, I have mastered it. Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his right hand again, chakra condensed again, and a Rasengan appeared in Uzumaki Naruto's hand again. But this time it was different. The Rasengan appeared steadily in Uzumaki Naruto's hand and never dissipated. Hey, what do you think? I'm awesome, right? Uzumaki Naruto said with a grin as he put his hands on his hips after releasing the Rasengan, waiting for the compliments to come. Oh yeah, Naruto-chan, you did a great job, you really exceeded my expectations. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto's appearance, Tsunade smiled knowingly and naturally did not hesitate to praise him. Second uncle, am I awesome? Uzumaki Naruto turned his gaze to Namikaze Tianming, also expecting praise from Namikaze Tianming. Well, Naruto, you did a good job. I believe that you will become the best ninja in the future. As if he had thought of something, Namikaze Tianming gave little Naruto a thumbs up and said with a smile. Hearing the recognition and praise from Namikaze Tianming and Tsunade, Uzumaki Naruto looked satisfied and stood obediently beside Namikaze Tianming and Tsunade. Suddenly, Namikaze Tianming uttered a sigh, looked at Tsunade and Uzumaki Naruto, and sighed helplessly. Tsunade, please help me take little Naruto back later. You asked me to take him? What about you? Tsunade frowned, a bad feeling coming over her. Ahem, suddenly I have something that needs to be dealt with, so I have to trouble you. Namikaze Tianming scratched his head embarrassedly. He didn't want to leave, but there were some things that had to be dealt with. Ah, second uncle, aren't you going back with us? Mom and Dad miss you so much? Uzumaki Naruto on the side pouted, obviously not happy either. Be good, Uncle still has some things to deal with. I'll come back to eat with you guys next time, okay? Namikaze Tianming touched Uzumaki Naruto's head and explained. Then you can't lie to me, okay, I won't lie to you, next time. Although little Naruto was reluctant to leave his second uncle, he was sensible enough not to continue pestering him. Then you should finish your work as soon as possible and come back safely. Tsunade turned her head away and spoke in a mosquito-like voice, then took little Naruto's hand and fled away from here, heading towards the village. Advertisement Namikaze Tianming looked at the backs of the two, smiled helplessly, shook his head, and then disappeared on the spot. On the way back, Tsunade kept holding little Naruto's hand, looking at the surrounding scenery as they walked. She had just seen all these scenes, but the person next to her now was no longer the same person. Grandma Tsunade, do you miss my second uncle? Uzumaki Naruto tilted his little head and asked curiously. Suddenly hearing Uzumaki Naruto ask this, Tsunade was caught off guard, her face turned red, and she stammered. Little kid, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly miss that B**************** D uncle of yours? Carrot, I'm not talking nonsense, you've been unhappy ever since your second uncle left. I have been observing you for a long time. Uzumaki Naruto was also unhappy and retorted loudly. Ah, Tsunade's face turned even redder. What happened to her? She had been stared at by a little kid for so long, but she didn't even notice? I told you, I won't be wrong. Uzumaki Naruto looked very proud. Why do you care so much about your life, kid? If you have time, practice the Rasengan a few more times. That's the real thing. Tsunade quickly frowned and scolded softly. Humph, it's just a Rasengan, it's nothing. Uzumaki Naruto muttered quietly. What were you talking about? Tsunade said. And Uzumaki Naruto immediately fell silent. Although she knew that mother-in-law Tsunade would not hurt him, it would only take a moment for her to beat him up. Just like that, Tsunade pulled little Naruto and headed towards little Naruto's home again. After walking for a while, Uzumaki Naruto was a child after all, and immediately put what happened just now behind his mind, and looked at Tsunade again and asked. Mother-in-law Tsunade, you will marry my second uncle in the future, right? Should I call you second aunt then? Hearing Uzumaki Naruto mention Namikaze Tianming again, and still so. Tsunade was completely furious, and punched Uzumaki Naruto's little head with a big punch, which made a big bump. Little guy, what nonsense are you talking about again? Ouch, that hurts. Uzumaki Naruto held his head in grievance and retorted unyieldingly. Advertisement, I'm not talking nonsense, I was following you just now, I saw it clearly. Second uncle likes you, and you like second uncle too. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto's stubborn look, Tsunade, who was originally a little shy, burst out laughing. Naruto was so cute. After laughing enough, Tsunade pinched Uzumaki Naruto's chin with his right hand and asked jokingly. Oh, you little fellow, I didn't expect you know so much at such a young age. But do you know what liking is? What is love? Who knew that Uzumaki Naruto would sneer disdainfully and said very complacently. Of course I know this. I love my girlfriend very much, this is our love. Poochie, ha 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 ha. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto's smug look, Tsunade almost couldn't straighten his back with laughter. After a long time, Tsunade finally recovered, but his shoulders still shrugged from time to time. Hey, little Naruto, you actually have a girlfriend? Of course. Uzumaki Naruto raised his little head proudly, seeming extremely proud. Oh, that's a little unexpected. Whose family is your girlfriend from? Tsunade squatted down and asked with a smile. Hey, you can't tell anyone, my girlfriend is Hyuga Hinata. Since Tsunade was squatting, Uzumaki Naruto leaned over to whisper in Tsunade's ear. That little girl from Hyuga's family? She's really good? Little Naruto, you are better than your father at picking up girls. Tsunade looked at Uzumaki Naruto with some surprise. Since Uzumaki Naruto said so, then this matter should be inevitable. Are you still saying that I don't understand liking and love? The little guy Uzumaki Naruto became even more proud. Okay, I believe you, you do understand, for some reason. Tsunade looked at little Naruto and asked. Little Naruto, then what do you think is love? This is very simple. I feel very happy when I am with the person I like, and I want to protect her and not let her get hurt. Uzumaki Naruto patted his chest and expressed his feelings. Chapter 99. There is indeed a mastermind behind you. Listening to what Uzumaki Naruto said, Tsunade fell into silence. Grandma Tsunade, are you happy when you were with my second uncle? Seeing that Tsunade didn't say anything, Uzumaki Naruto took the initiative to ask. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's question, Tsunade answered thoughtfully. Happy. I don't know how long it has been since I was truly happy. Besides, your second uncle always makes me angry, how can I be happy? But it is true that being with your uncle is quite relaxing, so you don't have to think too much. Ah, is that so? Uzumaki Naruto frowned when he heard this. It was obvious that his little head couldn't understand the meaning of Tsunade's words. Well, you are still young, just like a little adult, why do you care so much? We are almost home, let's walk faster. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto's conflicted look, Tsunade shook his head and laughed, then flicked Uzumaki Naruto's forehead lightly and said. Yeah, let's hurry up then. Mom and Dad will be very happy to see Granny Tsunade. Speaking of going home, Uzumaki Naruto immediately forgot everything, happily took Tsunade's delicate hand and ran away. Tsunade just let Uzumaki Naruto pull her, but she was thinking in her heart, what is the relationship between herself and Namikaze Tianming? Perhaps, I should take my relationship with Namikaze Tianming seriously. Naruto, where have you been so late at night? Suddenly, a roar came from the front. Uzumaki Naruto, who was originally happily holding Tsunade's hand, was stunned for a moment after hearing this voice, and his body stiffened, and then he tightly grasped Tsunade's arm. Tsunade was also stunned, and noticed that something was wrong with Uzumaki Naruto, so he looked up and forward. I saw a beautiful red-haired woman with her hands on her hips, her eyebrows raised, and even her red hair stood up in anger. Hey, why does this beautiful red-haired woman look familiar? Oh, you're Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto's mother? Advertisement? Although they haven't seen each other for many years and Uzumaki Kushina has changed a lot, Tsunade still recognized her at once because of her conspicuous red hair. You are Tsunade-sama. Uzumaki Kushina was also stunned for a moment. Her attention was all on Uzumaki Naruto. She didn't react for a moment. The person pulling Uzumaki Naruto was actually Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, you're back? Tsunade smiled and nodded. Haha, Master Tsunade, it's really you. A few days ago I heard someone say that Shizune was seen in the village. So many people speculated that you came back as well, but there has been no news from you. I didn't expect to meet you here. Uzumaki Kushina was also very excited at this time. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. I haven't been back for a long time. I looked around and saw Uzumaki Naruto practicing ninjutsu, so I just sent him home. Tsunade blushed, but had no choice but to say it. I see, Naruto, why don't you thank Master Tsunade? Hearing Tsunade say this, Uzumaki Kushina naturally would not doubt anything. By the way, Master Tsunade, our house is just in front, and Minato is also at home. I believe you will be very happy to hear that you are here as a guest.
Seeing that this was a rare opportunity, Uzumaki Kushina took the opportunity to extend the invitation. Tsunade nodded and did not refuse. Uzumaki Naruto, who originally thought he could stay out of it, was chuckling on the side, but he didn't know that a hand suddenly pinched his ear with lightning speed. Naruto, don't think I forgot. Didn't I tell you to go home early? What time is it now? Ouch, mom, it hurts. Although Uzumaki Kushina didn't use much strength, Uzumaki Naruto still pretended to yell. Different from the laughter and joy here. At this time, in a cell in Kurigakure, a man in tattered clothes, covered with wounds and with a bruised face was sitting on the ground with a sad look on his face. And this person was none other than Biwa Juzo, who had accompanied Namikaze Tianming on the mission before. However, later, under the order of Namikaze Tianming, he guarded the 4th Mizukage in Anbu, Kurigakure, under the name of Hidden Advertisement. But, for some unknown reason, he became a prisoner. The sad Anzong was staring up in a daze, and he didn't even notice that there was suddenly a person behind him.
Hidden, what's going on? A steady and powerful voice suddenly came, and Hidden was stunned for a moment, then slowly turned around. When Anzang saw clearly who was coming, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Itachi-senpai. Poor Anzo has yet to see Namikaze Tianming's true face. Are you here to save me? Woohoo? Why are you crying? If you continue like this, believe it or not, I will just leave you here and not care about anything. Namikaze Tianming rolled his eyes. He didn't expect this guy to become like this. Where was the courage you had when you used a beheading sword to block the tailed beast bomb? But now the beheading sword is in the hands of a young man named Zabuza in Kurigakure. As soon as Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, and Kang's crying stopped abruptly, there was nothing he could do. And Kang was really afraid that Namikaze Tianming would really abandon him. Tell me, what's going on? Namikaze Tianming did not blame Anzang anymore and asked. Itachi-senpai, originally according to your order, under the arrangement of the 4th Mizukage, I also successfully joined the Anbu and lurked beside the Mizukage. But not long ago, 4th Mizukage's health had problems and he became very weak. Later, a ninja named Ao appeared, saw that 4th Mizukage was under an illusion, and removed the illusion on 4th Mizukage. Perhaps due to his old age, after the illusion was lifted, the 4th Mizukage became bedridden and his health continued to deteriorate. Therefore, the top leaders of Kurigakure selected a ninja and asked her to temporarily take over the position of Mizukage. As for me, the one who joined Anbu at the behest of the 4th Mizukage, I was immediately locked up by the acting Mizukage. And Zhang lowered his head and explained slowly, I see, I didn't expect there is someone who can break my illusion, even though the illusion on the fourth Mizukage isn't that powerful. Namikaze Tianming nodded suddenly. In the original work, Mizukage Yagura was not in good health. After all, he was old, although he still looked like a child. Suddenly, a cold and arrogant voice came from outside the cell. As expected, it was right to imprison you. There really is someone behind you. Chapter 100. Agent Mizukage, Terumi Mei. As this cold and arrogant voice sounded, the cell door opened. A beautiful woman with a sexy figure, wearing a blue tube top dress and a white belt around her waist, appeared at the prison door. Namikaze Tianming was a little surprised. How could someone ambush him here? Namikaze Tianming looked up and took a closer look at the beautiful woman who appeared. She had emerald green eyes, reddish-brown hair like a pine tree, her right eye was covered by her hair, pink lips, and snow-white skin. This facial feature is undoubtedly the fifth Mizukage in the original work, Terumi Mei. I have to say, she is indeed very feminine. However, the hidden words that followed proved Namikaze Tianming's guess. Itachi-senpai, this is the acting Mizukage I just mentioned to you, Terumi Mei-sama.
And Zhang approached Namikaze Tianming and whispered, looking in the direction of Terumi Mei with a somewhat evasive look. There was nothing he could do. After just a few rounds, he was captured alive by Terumi Mei. How could he not be afraid? So you're the future fifth Mizukage Terumi Mei-sama. It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'm traveling around the world and happened to stop by here. I wonder what Terumi Mei-sama means by this.
Namikaze Tianming smiled and bowed to Terumi Mei.
However, Namikaze Tianming's words made the hidden eyes on the side stare at Namikaze Tianming with strange eyes, and they were full of emotion in their hearts.
You can tell lies with your eyes open without changing your expression. I've learned it. Ha 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 ha, you are really an interesting person. You traveled to our Kurigakure prison where important criminals are detained. Do you think I believe it? Terumi Mei laughed out of anger. This guy, even at this time, still dares to be so frivolous. He doesn't take me, the agent of Mizukage, seriously at all. Oh, it seems that I have neglected it, but it doesn't matter. I came here today to take him away. I hope the future fifth Mizukage will be flexible.
Namikaze Tianming remained calm and continued to point at the hidden place with a smile. And Zhang looked at Namikaze Tianming with gratitude. As expected, Itachi-senpai has not forgotten me. At this moment, the image of Namikaze Tianming was elevated again in his hidden heart. Humph, I don't know why you are so confident. Maybe you have something to rely on and think you have the strength to escape unscathed. But do you think I will let you go so easily? Advertisement? Terumi Mei said with a cold face, and then stretched out her hands. Snap, snap. 2 crisp slaps were heard, followed by several swish, swish, swish sounds. Dozens of figures appeared behind Terumi Mei in an instant, looking very aggressive. Namikaze Tianming glanced around and found that among the dozens of figures behind Terumi Mei, in addition to the Anbu ninjas from Kurigakure, there were actually a few familiar people. For example, the one wearing glasses is obviously one of the third batch of 7 ninja swordsmen of the ninja swordsman, and the third user of the twin swords, all. And the middle-aged man who looks a little older and wears an eye patch to cover his right eye is obviously Terumi Mei's trusted confidant, White Eye Killer, Ching. There is also Hoshigaki Kisame, who has obvious shark features and is the current user of the broadsword Samahata. This guy's life trajectory has unexpectedly changed. Not only did he not join the Akatsuki organization, but he was spotted by Terumi Mei and became one of Terumi Mei's top combat forces. In addition, there is the guy wrapped in bandages all over his body, who is obviously Zabuza Momochi. He is similar to Hoshigaki Kisame. Both were spotted by Terumi Mei and promoted to become one of the newest 7 ninja swordsmen, and the current user of the beheading sword. Namikaze Tianming pinched his chin. He couldn't believe that his unintentional action would cause so many changes. Oh my, do you think so highly of me? Such a big fuss? Although the high-level fighters behind Terumi Mei are not to be underestimated, Namikaze Tianming is not panicked at all and still jokes without changing his expression. Humph, although I don't know how you got in, but it's easy to get in, but hard to get out. When we catch you and torture you, you won't be able to laugh anymore. Come on, capture this one alive, and the remaining one, regardless of life or death. Terumi Mei pointed at Namikaze Tianming with a stern face, waved her hand and gave an order, and the Kurigakure Anbu members behind her instantly surrounded Namikaze Tianming and Anzo. Shojiro and Ao stood motionless on both sides of Terumi Mei, guarding her. As for Zabuza Momochi and Kisame Hoshigaki, they slowly walked towards Namikaze Tianming and Anzang. In this arrest operation, they too were the main forces. And Kang was already so frightened by such a scene that he could hardly control himself. He didn't care about life or death, which meant that in this battle, there was a high possibility that he would lose his life. Even someone as strong as Senior Itachi would be hard to protect himself in the face of such a situation. Advertisement, Itachi-senpai, I'm sorry, I'm a burden to you. He was secretly filled with shame. Not only had he failed to do what Senior Itachi had arranged for him to do, but now he had even implicated him. Namikaze Tianming looked at Anzang helplessly and thought, forget it, he had saved him so many times anyway, it wouldn't matter this time. Hide, no matter what happens, don't resist, oh. Just as Anzo was about to ask why, he suddenly felt a wave binding him. Instinctively wanting to resist, he remembered what Senior, Itachi, had just said and quickly gave up resisting. Without any signs or clues, the hidden thing just disappeared out of thin air. Such a magical scene stunned everyone in Kirigakure. After Anzang disappeared, Namikaze Tianming looked at the stunned Kirigakure people with a smile on his face. Okay, the troublesome guy has been dealt with, now, we can have a good fight. If someone secretly heard what Namikaze Tianming said, he would probably be so depressed that he couldn't even eat. He originally thought that he was worried, but in the end he just blamed himself for being a drag. This is too discouraging. Bang, bang, bang. 3 claps sounded. Terumi Mei gave Namikaze Tianming a thumbs up, her red lips parted slightly. Okay, this is really brilliant. You are indeed a genius of the Uchiha clan. If I am not mistaken, that scene just now should be the ability of your Sharingan, right? No wonder you were able to break through the barrier and enter the prison so easily. Hearing the hidden shout of Itachi Senpai, coupled with the unique shape of Namikaze Tianming, the appearance of Uchiha Itachi, Terumi Mei naturally believed that this was the ability of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Well, if you think so, then so be it. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands helplessly, since he was not showing his true face to anyone anyway. Chapter 101. Absolute Overwhelming Strength, HMPH, even if you are Uchiha Itachi, so what? You are destined to fall into my hands today, go ahead. Terumi Mei gave another order, and the members of Kirigakure Anbu pounced on Namikaze Tianming like wolves and tigers. However, because they were in the cell and there were so many people, they did not dare to release large-scale ninjutsu. It would be bad if they accidentally hurt their teammates. Therefore, these Anbu members all chose to use physical skills tacitly. However, when it comes to physical skills, how can these Anbu members be a match for Namikaze Tianming? Snake in the eagle's shadow, Tai Chi, Black Tiger digs out his heart. Namikaze Tianming's figure flashed by, and from time to time he uttered the name of a move that Terumi Mei and the others had never heard of. However, every time Namikaze Tianming pronounced a move name, a Kirigakure Anbu member would scream. In less than 2 minutes, dozens of Jonin-level Anbu ninjas were knocked to the ground by Namikaze Tianming, and they kept wailing. Terumi Mei's face became heavy when she saw this scene. The enemy she encountered this time seemed to be stronger than ever before. As for Zabuza Momochi and Kisame Hoshigaki, although they were shocked by Namikaze Tianming's strength, they also had no intention of fearing the battle. Hoshigaki Kisame was even more surprised, because he found that today's broadsword Samahata seemed to be inexplicably excited. Of course, Hoshigaki Kisame didn't know that Big Knife Samahata's excitement was naturally to see Namikaze Tianming again, but Big Knife Samahata didn't dare to stick to Namikaze Tianming because he had not yet met Namikaze Tianming's requirements. Since acquiring the secret of the divine weapon, the intelligence of the broadsword Samahata has gradually been awakened. It is no longer like before when it only had some beast-like instincts. Momochi Zabuza and Hoshigaki Kisame looked at each other, struggling whether to attack together. As masters among masters, they had their own pride. If they worked together to deal with one person, it would make them feel a little cheap. However, Namikaze Tianming spoke up. He hooked his finger at the two of them and said contemptuously, "Don't worry about it, just go together, the result will be the same anyway." "You arrogant kid." Advertisement Momochi Zabuza and Hoshigaki Kisame roared at Namikaze Tianming at the same time, and at the same time drew out the big swords behind their backs and slashed directly at Namikaze Tianming. Catch the blade with bare hands. Namikaze Tianming calmly stretched out his left and right hands, and directly caught the swords chopped by Momochi Zabuza and Hoshigaki Kisame. Namikaze Tianming's hands were like iron clamps, firmly grasping the two swords. No matter how hard Momochi Zabuza and Hoshigaki Kisame tried, they could not pull the swords out of Namikaze Tianming's hands. Hoshigaki Kisame smiled strangely. "Boy, you dare to be so careless, big sword Samahata, drain his chakra for me." However, after a few seconds, the big sword Samahata did not give any feedback to Hoshigaki Kisame, and even Namikaze Tianming did not show any signs of chakra being sucked away. Huh? How is that possible? Hey, Samahata, what are you hesitating about? Drain his chakra for me. Hoshigaki Kisame frowned and gave the order loudly again, but the result was exactly the same, there was no feedback. Hoshigaki Kisame, who was originally full of confidence, became a little flustered at this moment. In fact, it's not Hoshigaki Kisame's fault. After all, Hoshigaki Kisame has never lost since he got the big sword Samahata. Such a situation has never happened before. Of course, if Samahata had any expression at this moment, it would definitely be one of enjoyment, because it finally touched the hand of its master, Namikaze Tianming, again. Sucking the master's chakra dry? It wouldn't dare. Terumi Mei, who was watching the battle, also realized that something was wrong. She naturally knew the special features of the broadsword Samahata, but now it was ineffective? Okay, I don't want to play with you anymore, everyone, get out of here. Namikaze Tianming pulled hard, and Momochi Zabuza and Hoshigaki Kisame's bodies leaned forward involuntarily. Namikaze Tianming jumped up and kicked at the same time, so fast that Momochi Zabuza and Hoshigaki Kisame were kicked before they had time to react.
The two men felt their bodies stiffen and they could no longer move and flew backwards.
Bang! The two of them crashed directly into the wall of the cell and then fell heavily to the ground. In just a few moves, Hoshigaki Kisame and Momochi Zabuza were beaten by Namikaze Tianming and lost their ability to fight. Although Hoshigaki Kisame and Momochi Zabuza at this time have not yet reached the peak strength in the original work, they are at least close to cage level. The fact that they were solved so easily shows how powerful Namikaze Tianming is. Terumi Mei naturally understood this, biting her lip and thinking about countermeasures. Advertisement Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly, and didn't care what Terumi Mei and the others thought. Instead, he threw the two big swords in his hands directly back to Momochi Zabuza and Hoshigaki Kisame. Choujiro, Ao, I'll hold Uchiha Itachi back for a while, and you guys can take this opportunity to rescue Zabuza and Hoshigaki Kisame? Terumi Mei looked serious as she gave instructions to Choujiro and Ao beside her. Choujiro and Ching looked at each other and naturally understood what Terumi Mei meant. They nodded immediately. They knew that they had to race against time. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the voice of Namikaze Tianming was heard. Hey, you guys are so loud, are you afraid I can't hear you? Terumi Mei, Choujiro and Ao's faces froze at the same time. Was this rescue plan going to fail? Hey, isn't it a bit unfair for you to save people? Are you only going to save Momochi Zabuza and Hoshigaki Kisame? So you won't save these people? Is it because they are weaker? Isn't that too partial? Namikaze Tianming pointed at Kirigakure Anbu lying on the ground and teased. Hearing Namikaze Tianming's teasing, Terumi Mei's face suddenly turned red. She really didn't expect the other Anbu members just now. Who said that? I'm going to save everyone, but I'm only saving these two first. Terumi Mei blushed, stiffened her neck, and said stubbornly. That's right, our Terumi Mei-sama will never forget any of us in Kirigakure. Choujiro also quickly spoke up for Terumi Mei. I don't care about you guys, if you want to save them, hurry up, otherwise I'll crush one of you to death. Namikaze Tianming waved his hands and said impatiently. Seeing that Namikaze Tianming didn't seem to be lying again, Choujiro and Ao immediately began to rescue him. When they first rescued Momochi Zabuza and Hoshigaki Kisame, Choujiro and Ao were afraid that Namikaze Tianming would launch a surprise attack, so they were on guard. But later they found that Namikaze Tianming really did not try to stop them, so they sped up, and soon, everyone was rescued. The only two people left here are Namikaze Tianming and Terumi Mei. Chapter 102. You went to so much trouble just to be in the same room with me? Okay, there are only two of us left here. Terumi Mei had a slight smile on her face, looking extremely proud. Hey, Terumi Mei-sama, you really want to be in the same room with me? You're going to such great lengths to do that? Namikaze Tianming had a hint of mockery on his face. Although he didn't know what Terumi Mei was planning, Namikaze Tianming was definitely not afraid of her. He, the young man from the Uchiha clan, has a sharp tongue. Actually, you are pretty, why do you want to persecute us, Kirigakure? Perhaps because she was no longer afraid, Terumi Mei at this moment was like a proud queen, not caring about Namikaze Tianming's teasing. What are you talking about? When did I ever persecute you, Kirigakure? Namikaze Tianming was confused. Is there something wrong with this woman's brain? It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, it doesn't matter anymore. Oh, what a pity, he's such a handsome guy. Terumi Mei looked at Namikaze Tianming and licked her lips with a look of regret, as if she had won the game. Namikaze Tianming. Uptack, my goodness, if I show her my true face, wouldn't she be blinded by my handsomeness? Namikaze Tianming secretly thought, logically speaking, Terumi Mei should not have missed her wedding date, why did she seem to have become a fangirl? Let me introduce myself. My name is Terumi Mei, the acting Mizukage of Kirigakure, and a young man from the Uchiha family. Are you ready to endure the melting kiss I have prepared for you? Terumi Mei formed seals with both hands and walked slowly towards Namikaze Tianming with a confident smile on her face. Namikaze Tianming. Terumi Mei suddenly opened her mouth and spit out a fiery red liquid like volcanic magma towards the ceiling. After a while, the fiery red magma covered all around the cell except the ground, like a world of magma. This way, no one else will come to disturb the two of us. Terumi Mei wiped the corner of her mouth and smiled evilly. During the conversation, a stream of hot lava fell from above Namikaze Tianming's head. Namikaze Tianming dodged the lava. The magma fell to the ground, directly corroding the ground and raising streams of white smoke. Advertisement: I can use the three attributes of fire, water and earth, so I have two bloodline limits. The first one, lava style, you've already seen it. Terumi Mei looked at Namikaze Tianming confidently and explained calmly. But, I have a second trick. Terumi Mei walked towards Namikaze Tianming again with her slender legs, looking very charming and beautiful. However, there was a hint of coldness in such a beautiful face's eyes. She would never tolerate anyone who wanted to harm Kirigakure. Lava style, lava technique. Terumi Mei opened her mouth again, and a stream of yellow liquid spurted out of her mouth, like a river, sweeping towards Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming frowned. He could feel that the liquid sprayed by Terumi Mei this time was not only very sticky, but also extremely corrosive. If you are touched by this acidic liquid, your body will be fine, but your clothes will definitely not be able to withstand it. If even the clothes were corroded, wouldn't I become a naked pervert? This won't do. I'm a very good young man. Unable to fight head-on, Namikaze Tianming made a quick decision and quickly jumped back several times to avoid Terumi Mei's attack, but Terumi Mei's acid attack followed him like a shadow. Although Namikaze Tianming was extremely fast and Terumi Mei's attacks could not catch up with Namikaze Tianming at all, the space here was too small, and soon, the acid sprayed by Terumi Mei was everywhere. While Namikaze Tianming was dodging, he accidentally stepped on the acid and his shoes were scrapped on the spot. Because the shoes were corroded on the spot, Namikaze Tianming's feet were exposed to the air. Even if acid dripped on Namikaze Tianming's feet, it only emitted bursts of white smoke and did not cause any actual harm. Having said that, this pair of shoes is Namikaze Tianming's favorite pair of shoes, and you can't even buy the same pair. Terumi Mei, you have to pay for my shoes. At this moment, Namikaze Tianming was really angry. This time, Namikaze Tianming no longer dodged, but instead took the initiative to attack. Seeing that Namikaze Tianming actually took the initiative to attack because of a pair of shoes, Terumi Mei almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Isn't this reason a bit too weird? Terumi Mei quickly sped up her acid spitting, but still couldn't stop Namikaze Tianming. Water style, mist shinobi technique, advertisement. Terumi Mei retreated again, and in a hurry, he exhaled a puff of white mist. The white mist instantly covered the entire cell, and the surrounding scenery suddenly became blurry. Namikaze Tianming also paused for a moment at this time, because there was indeed something in this white fog that was actually blocking his vision. But soon, a smile appeared on Namikaze Tianming's lips. His eyes couldn't see clearly, but he had spiritual awareness. As Namikaze Tianming's mind moved, his spiritual awareness surged in all directions. After a while, he saw Terumi Mei hiding in the corner, staring at him cautiously. When she found that Namikaze Tianming seemed to be completely unaffected by the white mist and was looking directly in her direction, Terumi Mei immediately launched an attack. Boil style. Smart mist technique. The two attributes of fire and water condensed in his throat. As soon as Terumi Mei opened his mouth, he spit out a boiling and even highly corrosive acidic mist that enveloped Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming quickly put up a spiritual power shield and protected himself inside. Namikaze Tianming had a hunch that this clever mist technique was more corrosive than the previous magma and acid. Sure enough, even Namikaze Tianming's spiritual shield, which had always been invincible, had a thin layer of it melted by Terumi Mei's boil style. This is the first time since the beginning of time. The fog is quite strong. Fog, got it, wind style, the wind is blowing? Thinking of the key point, Namikaze Tianming's eyes lit up, and then he shouted and waved his hand, and a gust of wind whistled towards Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei, who was originally happily spitting out acid mist, was suddenly shocked. She didn't expect that Namikaze Tianming had such a skill. Acid mist can hurt the enemy, but it will be bounced back, and even the caster himself will be hurt by the acid mist. But she suddenly didn't know how to respond. Terumi Mei screamed and quickly covered her face with her hands. Even if she got hurt, at least her face wouldn't be hurt. However, after a long time, the pain that Terumi Mei imagined did not come. Terumi Mei slowly opened her eyes and saw a tall figure blocking her way. At this moment, Terumi Mei was a little dazed. This figure was so handsome. However, when the tall figure turned around, Terumi Mei's eyes suddenly widened, his face changed drastically, and he quickly backed away in horror. Chapter 103. How are you going to make me regret? Why is it you? Terumi Mei yelled as she stepped back in fear, because the person who suddenly appeared and stood in front of her was none other than Namikaze Tianming. None good man, how scary do I have to be to scare you like this? Namikaze Tianming looked at the terrified Terumi Mei in silence, secretly complaining in his heart. Where is your arrogance just now? Where is your queen-like demeanor just now? As if she realized her own mistake, Terumi Mei blushed and said angrily. Humph, who wants to talk to someone like you who is destroying our Kirigakure? Namikaze Tianming was confused. Hey, when did I say I was going to harm you, Kirigakure? You were the ones who were biting me like mad dogs from the beginning, right? Humph, you killed the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon, used illusion to control the fourth Mizukage, and you still want to quibble? Terumi Mei became more and more angry. Come on, it wasn't me who used illusion to control the fourth Mizukage and turned Kirigakure upside down, okay. Didn't you notice that fourth Mizukage has returned to normal recently? That's because I removed the illusion on fourth Mizukage not long ago. As for that watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, he is a scumbag and deserves to be put to death. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands, looking helpless. After hearing what Namikaze Tianming said, Terumi Mei remained silent, because what Namikaze Tianming said was the truth. During the reign of the fourth Mizukage, everything was normal. But suddenly one day, the fourth Mizukage changed completely. Not only did he practice tyranny, he also persecuted Kirigakure. But some time ago, everything returned to normal. As for the Ziguishan Puffer Ghost, a traitor who sold information to a neighboring country, he really deserves to die. Namikaze Tianming looked at the silent Terumi Mei and slowly continued to ask. What have you done to the fourth Mizukage? Are you holding him captive somewhere? As for the news that Ching had solved the illusion on fourth Mizukage and fourth Mizukage's health had deteriorated, that was all a cover-up by you, right? Yes. Advertisement. When Terumi Mei nodded, she couldn't help but think of the time when she and the Kirigakure high-ranking officials forced the fourth Mizukage to abdicate. The fourth Mizukage looked indifferent and was willing to be imprisoned by them. Terumi Mei had realized long ago that the fourth Mizukage might be controlled by someone, so she had been secretly working with the top leaders of Kirigakure to find a suitable time to help the fourth Mizukage break the illusion. But some time ago, the fourth Mizukage suddenly returned to normal, causing different voices to appear in the Kirigakure top management, but Terumi Mei and other Kirigakure top management did not dare to gamble. So everything went according to the original plan, and the fourth Mizukage was imprisoned. As for the hidden place that the fourth Mizukage had arranged to hide in ambush some time ago, he was naturally dug out. Unexpectedly, this coup went surprisingly smoothly, and fourth Mizukage actually surrendered without any resistance. So Terumi Mei imprisoned the fourth Mizukage and Enzo separately in order to catch the mastermind behind this incident. Even if what you said is true, why did you arrange for Biwajuzu, a traitorous ninja, to come to our Anbu in Kirigakure? Now that you know he is Biwajuzang, are you still confused? Originally he belonged to your Kirigakure, and he defected because he could not stand the tyranny. Now that the fourth Mizukage has returned to normal, he is just returning to his homeland. Namikaze Tianming was very helpless. He had made such arrangements at the beginning and really had not thought about Biwajuzang bringing any benefits to him. And it was indeed because he could see that Biwajuzo was still attached to Kirigakure, but because of the Akatsuki organization, Namikaze Tianming made him no longer show himself as Biwajuzo. Alas, I am still too kind and incompatible with this world. Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but shake his head and sigh inwardly. Unexpectedly, Namikaze Tianming's sigh was met with Terumi Mei's rolling eyes. Just you? You're so kind, Uchiha Itachi. Do you think I would believe the words of a Konoha rebel ninja who joined the Akatsuki organization? Terumi Mei snorted coldly, still very alert in her heart. Forehead, Namikaze Tianming looked at his outfit speechlessly. He was wearing a fire cloud robe, a vermilion bird ring on his hand, and his nails were painted with nail polish. He really didn't look like a good person. I said I'm not Uchiha Itachi, do you believe me? Uchiha Itachi, do you take me for a fool? Terumi Mei rolled her eyes violently, but suddenly, Terumi Mei's eyes almost popped out of her head in shock. Because while Terumi Mei was speaking, that Uchiha Itachi suddenly transformed into a more mature, more handsome, and more sunny young man. Are you Namikaze Minato? No, your hair color is wrong? Advertisement. Who are you? Terumi Mei covered her mouth in surprise to prevent herself from screaming. Namikaze Tianming smiled brightly and stretched out his right hand. Hello, nice to meet you again. I'm Namikaze Tianming, an ordinary ninja from Konoha village. Namikaze Tianming. What's your relationship with Namikaze Minato? How come I've never heard of you? Although Terumi Mei is a bit of an nympho, she is not an idiot. The name Namikaze Tianming, coupled with a face that is extremely similar to Namikaze Minato, Terumi Mei already has a guess in her mind. It's normal that you haven't heard of my name, because I'm not as high profile as my big brother. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands and said helplessly. Even if you are Namikaze Minato's brother, so what? Why should I believe you? Unless you tell me who is the real mastermind behind this and who controls the fourth Mizukage. Terumi Mei pouted. In fact, she already believed what Namikaze Tianming said in her heart, but she still refused to give in. I do know who is behind this, but it's useless even if I tell you, so forget it. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands. With Kirigakure's strength, it seems that he may not be a match for Uchiha Obito and the Akatsuki organization. No, you have to tell me today. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth and her voice became louder. I don't want to bother with you. I have something else to do. I'll leave first. Namikaze Tianming rolled his eyes and prepared to leave. Wait, if you leave now, I will make you regret it. Terumi Mei's voice sounded behind him. Namikaze Tianming slowly turned around, pointed around and said. I'll regret it. Why, do you think I'll be trapped by this? Of course I know you have the ability to leave here. At this time, Terumi Mei has returned to her previous arrogant state. Oh, so you think I'll regret it? How do you want me to regret it? Namikaze Tianming asked with interest. Terumi Mei just smiled evilly, looking like she was sure to win. Chapter 104. Girl, your moral integrity is gone. You know, you shouldn't show your true face in front of me, and you shouldn't tell me your name. Terumi Mei said proudly, crossing her arms across her chest. Namikaze Tianming frowned, and a bad premonition came to his mind. Hey, if you don't agree to my request, I will go to Konoha village, to the house of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and make a scene, saying that you cheated on me and then abandoned me. Terumi Mei's face flushed, but she still stiffened her neck and spoke firmly. Damn, what do you mean? So cruel? Namikaze Tianming was really scared and looked at Terumi Mei in disbelief. He never thought that Terumi Mei could say such words. What do you think? Terumi Mei only felt her cheeks getting hot, but things had come to this point, she couldn't beat him, and the other person wouldn't listen to her, so she could only act like a rogue. Namikaze Tianming. Suddenly, Namikaze Tianming pointed at Terumi Mei's feet and shouted. Girl, you dropped your stuff. When the naive Terumi Mei heard this, she immediately looked down at her feet. After looking for a long time, she looked up at Namikaze Tianming with a confused look and asked. No, I didn't see anything fall. Namikaze Tianming slowly walked in front of Terumi Mei, then bent over. This scene scared Terumi Mei. Then Namikaze Tianming stood up again, clenched his right hand into a fist, stretched it in front of Terumi Mei and slowly opened it. Girl, your moral integrity is gone. Namikaze Tianming smiled exceptionally brightly. Terumi Mei. After a long silence, Terumi Mei looked up and smiled. What is moral integrity? Can it be eaten? Can it allow me to kill the mastermind behind this? Namikaze Tianming. My goodness, this Terumi Mei is really not a simple person. Girl, are you going to throw away your own reputation like this? Are you really not afraid of what others say? I'm a grown man and it doesn't matter to me. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to get married in the future? Advertisement Namikaze Tianming was helpless. In the original work, what Terumi Mei wanted most was to get married. She was so eager to get married that Namikaze Tianming could only use this to remind Terumi Mei not to do anything stupid. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that if Tsunade hears anything, all my previous efforts will be in vain. Hearing Namikaze Tianming say this, Terumi Mei obviously hesitated for a moment, but Terumi Mei finally said stubbornly. Humph, for Kirigakure, what's this little sacrifice worth? Suddenly, Terumi Mei suddenly thought of something and laughed. Besides, I can marry you then, anyway, I won't suffer any loss if I marry a handsome guy like you. What's more, how many people would wish to have such a strong husband? FKU, girl, what are you doing? Why are you blaming me? Sigma, degree winking face. Namikaze Tianming was really panicked this time. This girl looked like she was serious. What's wrong with me relying on you? Unless you agree to my request, or kill me, as long as you kill me, you can get rid of me. Terumi Mei's expression remained unchanged. Why, do you think I dare not kill you?
Namikaze Tianming's aura suddenly changed, and endless murderous intent spread in all directions. At this moment, Namikaze Tianming no longer looked like the sunny boy just now, but looked like a devil from hell. Feeling the endless killing intent coming towards her, Terumi Mei couldn't help but shudder, but in the end, Terumi Mei still took a step forward.
With eyes closed and head raised, revealing her white neck. Go ahead and kill me. I'm not afraid of you. At this moment, Namikaze Tianming's murderous intent disappeared, and he sighed helplessly. Okay, I promise you, okay? Namikaze Tianming couldn't bring himself to kill the innocent person. Terumi Mei tentatively opened her eyes and asked cautiously. You really promised me? Namikaze Tianming continued to nod. Seeing Namikaze Tianming's reluctant agreement, Terumi Mei's tense heart finally relaxed, and she secretly clenched her fists to celebrate. In fact, she was also nervous. She was really afraid that Namikaze Tianming would kill her directly, but fortunately, she won the bet. Tell me, what do you want? Namikaze Tianming could never have imagined that there would come a day when he would be relied upon by someone just because he was soft-hearted. Advertisement, I want you to take me to find the mastermind. I want to kill him. Terumi Mei put her hands behind her back and kept spinning on her toes on the ground, like a shy little girl. But when she said, kill him, her face suddenly became ferocious. Seeing this, Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but wonder, could this person have schizophrenia? Well, it's not that I look down on you, girl, but even if I lead you to find the mastermind, you can't kill him. His means of escape are not something you can solve. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands helplessly. Uchiha Obito's Sharingan ability was indeed not something Terumi Mei could crack. I don't care. I'm going to try no matter what. I'm going to kill anyone who wants to harm Kirigakure. Terumi Mei's eyes were firm, and it was obvious that Kirigakure held an extremely high position in her heart. What if you never come back? Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows, looked at Terumi Mei and said in a deep voice. Then you'll never come back. Terumi Mei also looked at Namikaze Tianming and answered seriously. The next moment, Namikaze Tianming smiled, patted his chest and said. Okay, I'll help you with this, really, thank you so much, you just need to lead me to find the mastermind and leave immediately. I won't let you down. Terumi Mei's eyes lit up, and then she seemed to have thought of something and spoke softly. Namikaze Tianming. Well, of course, I didn't say I would do it. Terumi Mei. Namikaze Tianming. Ahem, do you have anything else to deal with? If not, we'll leave now. Terumi Mei nodded, the Yuanshi elder is here, there's nothing for me to deal with. Namikaze Tianming nodded, okay, but before we set off, there are some things we still need to prepare. Then Namikaze Tianming leaned close to Terumi Mei's ear and whispered. When the time comes, we just need to do this. So, do you understand? Namikaze Tianming had a slight smile on his face. Terumi Mei's body smelled quite nice just now. I understand. I'll do as you say. Terumi Mei nodded seriously, and Namikaze Tianming transformed himself and turned into Uchiha Itachi again. Chapter 105. Breaking news, Terumi Mei was kidnapped. After Namikaze Tianming left with Terumi Mei, Kirigakure released a bombshell. Kirigakure's acting Mizukage Terumi Mei disappeared after being captured alive by Uchiha Itachi, a Konoha rebel who joined the Akatsuki organization. When everyone in Kirigakure heard the news, they were all filled with righteous indignation and wanted to eat Uchiha Itachi's flesh and blood alive. Many ninjas even spontaneously organized teams to rescue Terumi Mei. As the fourth Mizukage was ill and the acting Mizukage was kidnapped, Kirigakure was leaderless. Finally, the elder master of Kirigakure came forward to take charge of the situation. On the one hand, he sent people to rescue Terumi Mei, and on the other hand, he dealt with the internal affairs of Kirigakure. Rain Shinobi Village, somewhere in an unknown cave. Call out. Swish, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several black human-shaped shadows appeared out of thin air in every corner of the cave. These phantom figures are Tendo Pain, Konan, Uchiha Itachi, Namikaze Tianming, Sasori, Kakuzu, Deidara, and Black Zetsu. Yo, Uchiha Itachi, you finally showed up after disappearing for so long. It was Kakuzu who spoke. Namikaze Tianming just glanced at Kakuzu and ignored him. Hey, Uchiha Itachi, are you ignoring me again? Do you want to die? Kakuzu was instantly furious, in his opinion, with his status. Taking the initiative to talk to Uchiha Itachi was already giving him face, but this guy actually ignored him. Okay, Kakuzu, let's get down to business. Uchiha Itachi, I heard you captured Kirigakure's acting Mizukage Terumi Mei alive? Tendo Pain quickly spoke out to stop them. The Akatsuki organization already lacked manpower. If another fight broke out and the number of Akatsuki members decreased again, his plan would probably have to be postponed again and again. Yes. Uchiha Itachi nodded, but didn't you chase after Orochimaru? Where's Orochimaru? The one who spoke was Black Zetsu. Ahem, Orochimaru is too cunning. The capture operation has failed temporarily. On the way back, I happened to run into Kirigakure who was looking for trouble with me, so I just caught her. Uchiha Itachi spread his hands and said helplessly. Chief, what are you going to do with this woman? Now the people of Kirigakure are hunting me, how about killing her? Uchiha Itachi, you really have no mercy on women. Kakuzu said sarcastically. Uchiha Itachi, is this your art? Advertisement Deidara, who had been silent for a long time, finally couldn't help but speak. Oh, I didn't notice it just now. Do we have a new person here? Uchiha Itachi looked at Deidara, pretending to be surprised. Hi Uchiha Itachi, hello, my name is Deidara. I admire your art, but your art certainly can't compare to mine. Deidara folded his arms across his chest, looking extremely pleased with himself. Oh, your art? What is your art? Uchiha Itachi asked knowingly. Hey, my art is explosions. Boom. Deidara suddenly opened his hands and made an explosion gesture, which was extremely funny. Isn't your art Patrick Star? Namikaze Tianming almost laughed out loud when he thought of the famous scenes in the original work. Patrick? What is that? Deidara looked confused. Okay, everyone, stop talking, business is important. Tendo Pain finally spoke up and interrupted everyone. After a moment's silence, he looked at Uchiha Itachi and said, bring that woman back. The previous attempt to capture Three Tails failed. With this woman, we can use her as a bargaining chip to our advantage. Okay, got it? Uchiha Itachi made an okay gesture and disappeared. Uchiha Itachi is too arrogant. He comes and goes as he pleases. Sooner or later, I will teach him a lesson. Kakuzu snorted, very unhappy with Uchiha Itachi's behavior. Anyway, Uchiha Itachi will be back at the base soon, so you can give it a try then. Black Zetsu added fuel to the fire. Have you forgotten what I just said? The important thing now is to find new candidates to fill our staff vacancies and stop causing trouble. Tendo Pain looked coldly at Kakuzu and Black Zetsu, feeling a headache. Snort. Kakuzu didn't open his mouth to refute, but just snorted coldly, then cut off the elephant turn technique and disappeared. After the meeting, the other members also lifted the elephant turning technique and disappeared. Somewhere in the forest, Namikaze Tianming punched the two chasing Kirigakure Anbu members and sent them flying backwards. Advertisement 2 Anbu members were seriously injured and fell into coma. Next to Namikaze Tianming, Terumi Mei's hands were tied. What a bondage play. Ahem, don't look at what is inappropriate. Namikaze Tianming quickly turned his head away. Hey, is this really necessary? Looking at the seriously injured and unconscious Kirigakure Anbu members, Terumi Mei's eyes were filled with pity. Of course. If you want to put on a good show, you have to do it thoroughly, and I didn't kill them, so this sacrifice is necessary. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands and said indifferently. Well, can you be a little gentler? Terumi Mei also knew that what Namikaze Tianming said was right, but she still couldn't bear it. Of course, no, otherwise our plan will be ruined. Of course, if you want the plan to fail, then I can definitely not do it. Namikaze Tianming rolled his eyes at Terumi Mei, saying that such softness was unacceptable. Okay. Well, let's proceed as planned. Terumi Mei could only turn her face away helplessly, unable to bear to see the miserable plight of the Kirigakure Anbu members across from her. Let's go, you'll have to see scenes like this a few more times. After Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, he picked up Terumi Mei with one hand and rushed towards the Akatsuki's base. Outside the cave where Akatsuki's base is located, Namikaze Tianming carried Terumi Mei on his shoulders and walked into the cave slowly. Itachi-senpai, you're finally back. As soon as Namikaze Tianming entered the cave, he heard a familiar voice. Namikaze Tianming looked over and saw Uchiha Obito, who had transformed into a gangster, and the new member Deidara coming towards him. Itachi-senpai, this is the acting Mizukage you captured alive, right? Afei pointed at Terumi Mei on Namikaze Tianming's shoulder and shouted exaggeratedly. Deidara on the side frowned impatiently. This guy called Afei was really too noisy. Namikaze Tianming put Terumi Mei down, looked at Afei and spoke lightly. Afei, the leader has already given the order to imprison her. Take her to the prison room. Hey, Itachi-senpai ordered me to do it, and I, Fei, will definitely complete it. Afei raised his hand excitedly. Namikaze Tianming nodded and looked at Deidara. You are the newcomer Deidara, right? Take me to see the leader. There are some things I need to explain to him. Chapter 106. Uchiha Obito's lost control after seeing Uchiha Itachi and Idara go to meet the leader. Afei looked at Terumi Mei. Tisk, 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 is this the acting Mizukage of Kirigakure? She is indeed a beauty. Unfortunately, our Uchiha Itachi really doesn't know how to be gentle with women. Snort. Terumi Mei just snorted coldly, rolled her eyes at Afei, and ignored what Afei said. Oh my, it's pretty fierce, but it doesn't matter. Let's go, I'll take you to a good place. You should spend the next period of time there, so you should get familiar with it first. Afei even made a very gentlemanly gesture of inviting him. If you didn't know, you might have thought he was really going to take him to some good place. Fortunately, Terumi Mei did not put up any unnecessary resistance, and Afei quietly put away the shuriken hidden in his fire cloud robe. Along the way, Afei was like an enthusiastic tour guide, introducing the scenery along the way to Terumi Mei, although there was no scenery here. Soon, the two came to a stone cave of about 20 square meters. This was where Terumi Mei was going to be imprisoned. Master Terumi Mei, this is a private room specially prepared for you. It's quite spacious for you to be alone here. When Afei turned around and wanted to talk to Terumi Mei about the secret room, he found that he was greeted by Terumi Mei's pink fist. At this time, the ropes that were originally tied to Terumi Mei had long disappeared, and even the seal that restricted Terumi Mei disappeared at some point. Afei's eyes flashed, and Terumi Mei's pink fist actually went through Afei's head. Although I was mentally prepared, I was still shocked when I actually saw this scene. Uchiha Obito, who dodged Terumi Mei's sneak attack, also launched a direct counterattack, grabbing Terumi Mei with his right hand, with the bracelet hidden in his sleeve ready to strike. However, Terumi Mei, who had been reminded by Namikaze Tianming, would not be fooled. She used the instant body technique to distance herself from Obito. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so alert. At this point Uchiha Obito stopped pretending and used his real voice, which was a bit surprising. Haha, I couldn't succeed in my sneak attack even with this. When it comes to alertness, I can't compare to you. Terumi Mei secretly exclaimed that it was a pity that she missed the chance just now, and it would be difficult next time. It turns out that Namikaze Tianming told Terumi Mei on his way here that the person who used illusion to control 4th Mizukage Yagura was Uchiha Obito, who was in the Akatsuki organization under the alias Afei. Advertisement. That's why Namikaze Tianming discussed with Terumi Mei to stage the capture scene, just to give Terumi Mei a chance to be alone with Uchiha Obito. As for Uchiha Obito's ability, Namikaze Tianming had already told Terumi Mei on the way. What Terumi Mei has to do is to take advantage of the information gap and gain an advantage based on the information provided by Namikaze Tianming. As for whether she can defeat Uchiha Obito, that depends on Terumi Mei's own ability. I didn't expect the plan to go so smoothly, and to have Terumi Mei and Uchiha Obito in the same room so quickly, but unfortunately, the sneak attack failed. Haha, you are worthy of being the acting Mizukage. You were able to break free from Uchiha Itachi's control. Uchiha Obito looked at Terumi Mei coldly, obviously not yet suspecting Uchiha Itachi. Originally, Uchiha Obito wanted to use illusion like he controlled the 4th Mizukage Yagura. But Terumi Mei was extremely alert and never looked into Uchiha Obito's eyes, which meant that Uchiha Obito never had any chance. Hey, stop talking nonsense, Uchiha Obito, I'm here to kill you today. Terumi Mei pointed at Uchiha Obito like a proud empress. Well, it seems we have never met before. Why are you so hostile to me? Huh? No. What did you call me just now? Uchiha Obito, who originally looked nonchalant, was halfway through his words when he suddenly realized something was wrong and looked at Terumi Mei with his eyes wide open. The second person who could see through his identity at a glance was Terumi Mei. Why, Uchiha Obito, is it nice to be hiding your head and showing your tail? Terumi Mei smiled evilly and crossed her arms. As long as she could cause some trouble to Uchiha Obito, she would be happy. Humph, I originally wanted to spare your life, but now it seems that you must die here today. Uchiha Obito's eyes narrowed slightly, murderous intent in his eyes. Haha, Uchiha Obito, you used the Sharingan illusion to control our 4th Mizukage and messed up our Kirigakure. I'm going to settle accounts with you. Terumi Mei was equally aggressive, exuding a vague murderous intent. Today, you won't be able to escape. Advertisement. Lava-style technique. As soon as Terumi Mei opened his mouth, he spit out a stream of fiery red magma like a wave and attacked Uchiha Obito directly. Uchiha Obito saw this, but did not hide or evade, just stayed there quietly. As expected, the surging magma went straight through Uchiha Obito's body and hit the stone wall behind Uchiha Obito. The magma flowed down the wall and directly blocked the door of the detention room. So your real purpose is to seal the gate? Uchiha Obito looked at Terumi Mei with slight surprise, and for a moment, he couldn't figure out what she was planning. Do you think this can trap me? Of course not, there's this. Terumi Mei smiled and took out a talisman from his arms. This talisman could be said to be the trump card that Namikaze Tianming gave him. Is this a detonating talisman? Uchiha Obito looked at the talisman in Terumi Mei's hand with a question mark on his face. Although it looked very similar to the detonating talisman, it seemed different. Of course not, but it can kill you, space blockade. Terumi Mei just snapped his fingers, and the talisman was shattered directly. An invisible wave of power immediately spread in all directions. Feeling this fluctuation, Uchiha Obito's expression changed. Why did this invisible fluctuation seem a little familiar? Suddenly, the bad memories hidden deep in a corner of my mind suddenly revived. What is your relationship with that guy from Konoha village? Being able to directly expose his identity and having the ability to block space, Uchiha Obito immediately thought of the man who stopped him in Konoha village.
Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito instantly lost his composure. He looked at Terumi-Mei angrily and couldn't help but roar. Oh, it seems that guy left a deep impression on you. Seeing Uchiha Obito lose his composure like this, Terumi-Mei couldn't help but wonder, what on earth did Namikaze Tianming do to Uchiha Obito that angered everyone? Chapter 107. Uchiha Obito's life-threatening crisis. But that's true, Namikaze Tianming is a very bad guy. When Terumi-Mei thought of Namikaze Tianming's hateful smile, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. At this time, Terumi-Mei is as bright as a lotus, beautiful and charming. But to Uchiha Obito, all this seemed to be Terumi-Mei making fun of him. Okay, since you are related to him, as long as I catch you, I don't believe he won't show up. Uchiha Obito laughed out of anger and immediately decided to capture Terumi-Mei as a hostage. Haha, since I've done this, do you think I'm not prepared? What's more, even if I fail and you capture me, I'm afraid that person won't show up. Terumi-Mei, who was originally extremely cold and arrogant, seemed to have thought of something when she said the latter part, and her mood became a little depressed. Even if I die, he won't do anything, right? After all, I was the one who wanted to kill him. Terumi-Mei muttered to herself. But at this time, Uchiha Obito had already rushed directly towards Terumi-Mei. Terumi-Mei reacted very quickly, immediately putting aside the negative emotions, leaping back, and quickly forming seals with both hands. Water style. Water dragon bomb technique. Although this is a cave, Terumi-Mei still summoned a large water dragon. With a dragon roar, the water dragon rushed straight towards Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito was originally the attacking party, and in a short while, the water dragon arrived in front of Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito, who had originally planned to use Kamui to avoid the water dragon's attack, suddenly changed his expression. He could not use Kamui, and even the alternative Earth style, Earth Dragon hidden technique could not be used. Damn it, I actually forgot about this. Uchiha Obito cursed inwardly. Fortunately, Uchiha Obito had extremely rich combat experience. He reacted in an instant and activated the instant body technique. The water dragon flew past Uchiha Obito's face, and Uchiha Obito barely avoided the attack of the water dragon bomb technique. With a loud bang, the water dragon hit the stone wall, shaking the entire stone cave detention room. Advertisement. Damn it, I'm so used to using Kamui to avoid damage, I didn't expect it would almost hurt myself. However, this is all the fault of that damn B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Quote. Uchiha Obito, who survived the disaster, couldn't help but have his heart beating wildly and cursed. He hated Namikaze Tianming to the core. Fire style. Great fireball technique. But he was Uchiha Obito after all, so he quickly adjusted his state and sprayed Terumi Mei with a great fireball technique. The fireball was so big and the holding room was so small that Terumi Mei didn't have much room to dodge. However, Terumi Mei was not afraid of danger. Her hands were not affected at all and she formed seals at a very fast speed. Water style. Water array pillar. Chakra gathered frantically in her throat, and then Terumi Mei spit out a water ball that looked like a falling meteorite. The water ball was like a jar, directly wrapping the fireball sprayed by Uchiha Obito. The huge water force soon put out the fireball. In this round, Terumi Mei has a slight advantage. However, Terumi Mei's expression did not become relaxed because she had the upper hand this time. Because the space-blocking talisman given by Namikaze Tianming is actually time-limited. Half an hour. If Terumi Mei cannot get rid of Uchiha Obito within this half an hour, what awaits her will be the elusive Uchiha Obito, or even the siege of the entire Akatsuki organization. Therefore, Terumi Mei is under great psychological pressure at this time. It's just that Uchiha Obito doesn't know all this. Uchiha Obito stood there, looking at Terumi Mei calmly. After these two fights, Uchiha Obito was sure that Terumi Mei's chakra amount was definitely not inferior to his. Moreover, this woman possesses a bloodline limit, so she is not easy to deal with. And now I can't use Kamui, which is equivalent to cutting off one of my arms. It is probably unlikely that I can easily defeat Terumi Mei. Taijutsu. Uchiha Obito's eyes lit up. At this point, the only way to find this woman's weakness was to continuously use physical skills to attack and prevent her from forming hand seals. With this in mind, Uchiha Obito did not hesitate and directly used the flickering technique to launch a close-range attack. Advertisement. However, to Uchiha Obito's surprise, even though Terumi Mei was wearing a blue dress, her movements were still very smooth. No matter how fierce Uchiha Obito's attack was, it was eventually resolved by Terumi Mei. In terms of physical skills, Uchiha Obito still did not gain the upper hand. Of course, this was also because Uchiha Obito was not particularly outstanding in physical skills. In this way, the two fought for dozens of rounds before they retreated to the rear and kept their distance. Terumi Mei kept gasping for breath, and something high up in her chest was trembling due to her heavy breathing. Let me see how much strength you still have. Cutting technique. Uchiha Obito saw this and naturally would not miss this great opportunity. Several sharp branches suddenly grew out of his hands, and then these sharp branches grew wildly and stabbed towards Terumi-Mei. Terumi-Mei dodged frantically, and soon, the stone wall behind Terumi-Mei was poked with holes one after another by these sharp trees. You can actually use wood style. Isn't that the ability of the first Hokage? Terumi-Mei was extremely surprised. You know, after the first Hokage, she hadn't seen anyone else using wood style. However, Uchiha Obito did not answer Terumi-Mei. After his impalement technique failed, he threw several shurikens in his hand towards Terumi-Mei. Shuriken enlargement technique. Uchiha Obito in the back was seen forming seals with his hands at a very fast speed. With a loud shout, the shurikens became as big as wheels with a bang. Boil style. Smart mist technique. Terumi-Mei frowned, but she was not afraid. She gathered the two types of chakra in her body, water and fire, in her throat, and then spit out a hot and acidic mist from her mouth. The gigantic shuriken that originally seemed unstoppable began to turn red the moment it came into contact with the acid mist, and then began to be corroded and melted. Before these shurikens reached Terumi-Mei, they turned into a pile of liquid. Uchiha Obito saw this and felt something was wrong. Wood style. Hell's chaos. Several large thorny trees were seen circling and rising in front of Uchiha Obito, and then suddenly turned towards Terumi-Mei, determined to strangle Terumi-Mei. However, even a thorn tree with such a huge momentum could not withstand the power of the slowly spreading acid. In a short while, the thorn tree turned into a few rotten logs scattered on the ground. And the acid is still spreading towards Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Obito has nowhere to escape. Chapter 108. Uchiha Obito's counterattack. Uchiha Obito had already seen the power of the acid mist from the black liquid and rotting wood underground. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Although Uchiha Obito is wearing a mask and his expression cannot be seen clearly, his expression must be extremely ferocious. The crisis of being on the verge of death drove Uchiha Obito completely crazy, and he rushed directly into the acid mist. The moment he rushed into the acid mist, Uchiha Obito felt a bone-piercing pain. The pain spread throughout his body, and it was so severe that Uchiha Obito couldn't get close to Terumi-Mei at all. The acid mist was corroding Uchiha Obito's entire body, and even the mask on Uchiha Obito's face began to melt away. With every step Uchiha Obito takes forward, his clothes rot faster, and his entire body decays faster as well. Finally, the mask on Uchiha Obito's face began to fall off, revealing Uchiha Obito's true face. But at this time, Uchiha Obito's face had begun to rot and bleed, and even his white bones could be seen. Not only that, through Uchiha Obito's tattered clothes, one can also see the faintly visible flesh and blood, as well as white bones. I won't accept this. In the end, Uchiha Obito couldn't hold on any longer, his entire body turned into a pile of flesh and blood, he fell down, and disappeared completely. Seeing Uchiha Obito finally fall, Terumi-Mei released the misty technique with lingering fear, and the acid mist in front of him gradually dissipated without the subsequent chakra supply. But just when Terumi-Mei relaxed, a figure suddenly appeared behind her, and with lightning speed, a kunai stabbed into Terumi-Mei's back. Then he kicked Terumi-Mei hard on the back, and Terumi-Mei was kicked away, hit the stone wall heavily, and then fell to the ground. Terumi-Mei struggled to get up from the ground, but he spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. In just a moment, Terumi-Mei was seriously injured. Terumi-Mei tried her best to open her eyes, wanting to see who attacked her. How is that possible? Aren't you already dead? Did I just fall under your illusion? Terumi-Mei looked at Uchiha Obito who was slowly approaching in disbelief, although Uchiha Obito no longer had a mask at this time. But from the clothes, Terumi-Mei could recognize that the person she had just fought was the Uchiha Obito in front of her who looked intact. No, now this Uchiha Obito's left eye looks like he's blind. But why is he still alive? How is this possible? Advertisement. Terumi-Mei was so shocked that he spat out another mouthful of blood and became even weaker. Hehe, how could you understand the secret of my Uchiha clan's Sharingan? Uchiha Obito walked up to Terumi-Mei with an expressionless face and said coldly. In fact, Uchiha Obito was indeed facing a life and death crisis just now, but just when Uchiha Obito was about to die, Uchiha Obito found that the power that had suppressed Kamui suddenly disappeared. Uchiha Obito, whose life was hanging by a thread, suddenly saw a chance of survival and quickly activated Izanami. At the moment of the main body's death, Izanagi successfully took effect, and Uchiha Obito entered the Kamui space the moment it took effect. Then Uchiha Obito used Kamui space to appear behind Terumi-Mei and the sneak attack was successful. Indeed, I have to admit that I underestimated your Sharingan. It's your fate that you died, and I lost. Just kill me. Quote. Terumi-Mei closed her eyes and raised her head proudly, revealing her white neck. Even if she died, she would die proudly. Mizukage-sama, I am actually a very reasonable person and I don't bear grudges at all. As long as you agree to be my insider, I might as well play a trick with you. After you kill Namikaze Tianming, I will set you free and support you to become a true Mizukage. How about this? You will definitely not lose out on this deal. Uchiha Obito looked at Terumi-Mei with a smile. Even though Terumi-Mei almost killed him this time and caused him to waste a Sharingan, Uchiha Obito still chose to transfer his hatred to Namikaze Tianming. Come here, I have something to tell you. Terumi-Mei was weak. Are you agreeing to this? Uchiha Obito raised an eyebrow. Terumi Mei nodded weakly and waved to Uchiha Obito again, indicating that she no longer had the energy to speak. Uchiha Obito tries to approach Terumi Mei. Ha, Te, don't even think about it. Terumi Mei spat a mouthful of blood directly onto Uchiha Obito's face. She couldn't even betray Namikaze Tianming in exchange for wealth and glory. Ha 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 ha, great, since you want to die so much, I'll grant your wish. Anyway, Namikaze Tianming and Konoha village will be destroyed in my hands. When the bribe failed, Uchiha Obito stopped talking nonsense and took out another mask and put it on. Advertisement. Then he stretched out his right hand towards Terumi Mei, and a sharp branch suddenly came out. Forget it. No matter what, he won't show up. He's already said so. Why should I still have such extravagant hopes? Terumi Mei closed her eyes again, waiting for death to come. In the meeting room of the Akatsuki headquarters. When Tendo Pain was discussing with the members of Akatsuki to find new members, Namikaze Tianming finally frowned and sighed. Alas, I failed after all, but I can't just stand by and watch someone die. Forget it, I'll save you this time. Namikaze Tianming murmured, and after saying something, he left the meeting room directly. The other members of Akatsuki were stunned. What a guy, he comes and goes as he pleases. Something's changed in the holding room. Tendo Pain also frowned, and soon he discovered the problem. Immediately afterwards, Tendo Pain and other members of the Akatsuki organization disappeared one by one and rushed towards the holding room. Hey, why don't you open your eyes and wait for someone to open them for you? Terumi Mei, who had waited for a long time but felt no pain, suddenly heard a familiar voice. He really came to save me. Terumi Mei opened her eyes in surprise, and saw Namikaze Tianming's tall figure blocking her way, and the sharp branches could not move forward even a little bit. Just like not long ago, when Namikaze Tianming first blocked the acid mist for her, although the acid mist was blown back by Namikaze Tianming himself, Terumi Mei's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. Puff! Terumi Mei spat out another mouthful of blood. Well, it seemed that she was a little excited. Namikaze Tianming grabbed the branch with one hand, took out a pill calmly, threw it accurately into Terumi Mei's hand, and said lightly. Eat it. Hey, Uchiha Itachi, what the hell are you doing? Uchiha Obito finally came to his senses and shouted loudly. Chapter 109. I'm going to take him away today. Let's see who dares to stop me. Namikaze Tianming exerted force and the sharp branch turned into pieces. Namikaze Tianming said disdainfully. After all, it's not your own power, so its power is just that. Uchiha Obito seemed to have heard the hidden meaning of Namikaze Tianming's words, and quickly stepped back, putting some distance between himself and Namikaze Tianming. Uchiha Itachi, are you going to save her? I brought her back here, so her life and death is naturally decided by me. Namikaze Tianming looked at Uchiha Obito indifferently and said. Behind him, Terumi Mei looked weak but her eyes were bright as she quickly swallowed the pill that Namikaze Tianming threw to her. The pill melted in her mouth, and soon, Terumi Mei's beautiful big eyes blinked as she looked at Namikaze Tianming in disbelief. Because she could clearly feel that the wound on her back had begun to heal, and at an increasingly faster speed. Not long after, Terumi Mei, who was already so seriously injured and weak that she couldn't even stand up, actually stood up slowly. My injuries are all healed. Terumi Mei just felt like she was in a dream, everything was too unreal. Whether it is the appearance of Namikaze Tianming or the effect of this elixir. Uchiha Itachi, are you going to betray me? Uchiha Obito's eyes flickered and he looked at Uchiha Itachi, in surprise and suspicion. Haha, I have never been one of your subordinates, so how can I say I am betraying you? Namikaze Tianming spread his hands. He was tired of playing the undercover game. In that case, he might as well lay his cards on the table and stop pretending. You are indeed an undercover agent sent by Konoha. Uchiha Obito seemed to have thought of something and said in a lost voice. Uchiha Obito, you were the one who intercepted me and invited me to join Akatsuki. How can you say I'm an undercover agent? Namikaze Tianming shook his head and smiled. After hearing what Namikaze Tianming said, Uchiha Obito was choked and couldn't speak. Wait, how do you know I'm Uchiha Obito? I'm Uchiha Madara. You brought her here. It turns out that you are in cahoots with that Namikaze Tianming from Konoha. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito seemed to have thought of something, and pointed at Namikaze Tianming and Terumi Mei and said. Namikaze Tianming smiled and spread his hands, not making any comment. Ha 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 ha, I see, now it all makes sense. Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming, I didn't expect you to put so much effort into dealing with me. Kurigakure acting as Mizukage, Uchiha's genius, what a big deal. Uchiha Obito seemed to have gone crazy and laughed loudly towards the sky. Namikaze Tianming. Eat good boy, you really dare to think like that. Uchiha Obito, you seem to be overthinking it. Namikaze Tianming stretched out his hand and said with a strange look on his face. The Terumi Mei incident was purely accidental, and she was also undercover in the Akatsuki organization simply to satisfy her curiosity. As for Uchiha Obito, Namikaze Tianming didn't really care about him at all. I don't care if I'm overthinking it or not, you all have to stay here today. And Konoha will be destroyed by my own hands sooner or later. Uchiha Obito's eyes were crazy, and endless hatred emanated from his body. Hey, Uchiha Obito, are you sick in the head? Namikaze Tianming pointed at Uchiha Obito, then pointed at his head, looking at him like an idiot. Because of Nohara Rin's death, you hate everyone in Konoha. You even hate your own mentor, you want to harm your mentor's wife who loves you the most, you want to destroy Konoha that gave birth to you and raised you, are you still a human being? Uchiha Obito, still stubborn and madly roaring. So what? If it wasn't for Kakashi, Rin wouldn't have died. What's the use of a fourth Hokage who can't even save his own students? And you, Uchiha Itachi, how can you understand my pain? Namikaze Tianming took a deep breath, then took a step forward, pointed at Uchiha Obito and cursed. Lin's death was completely an accident, it had nothing to do with Kakashi. Do you think Kakashi doesn't suffer? Minato wasn't there, so you can still blame him. I admire your logic. And you were there when Nohara Rin died, so shouldn't you blame yourself? If you were strong enough, you could arrive at the scene earlier. If you were strong enough, you could save Nohara Rin. In the final analysis, it is because you are too weak. Not only are you weak in strength, but you are also weak in endurance. After cursing, Namikaze Tianming also raised his middle finger towards Uchiha Obito. Oh, it really feels so good. Advertisement. Shut up right there. Uchiha Obito held his head and screamed madly. His mind was already in a mess. How could he not have thought about what Uchiha Itachi had just cursed at him? But in the end he pulled himself out of it. He chose to shift the blame onto others. It was the world that was wrong. Looking at Uchiha Obito's crazy look, Namikaze Tianming shook his head, turned to Terumi Mei and said, "Let's go." Terumi Mei nodded and looked at Uchiha Obito. Now is the perfect opportunity to kill Uchiha Obito. After struggling for a while, Terumi Mei finally sighed and gave up the idea. I don't know who influenced her, but she seems unable to take advantage of others' misfortune. Want to leave? Have you asked for my opinion? Just as Namikaze Tianming was about to take Terumi Mei away, a voice came. Then there was a huge explosion, and the hole that was originally sealed by Terumi Mei was now opened. Standing at the door was none other than Akatsuki's leader, Tendo Pain, Konan, Kakuzu, Sasori, Deidara, Black Zetsu. Uchiha Itachi, I knew you had betrayed the organization. Kakuzu crossed his arms and looked at Namikaze Tianming with a cruel smile. This was quite a big scene. Suddenly, Namikaze Tianming seemed to have thought of something. He raised his eyebrows and revealed a strange smile. Namikaze Tianming stepped forward, holding Terumi Mei behind him, and said in Cantonese. I'm going to take him away today. Let's see who dares to stop me. The cup is like the wind, always with me. Tiandao Pain. Members of Akatsuki organization, Terumi Mei. Seeing their confused looks, Namikaze Tianming coughed twice and said coldly. I know you don't understand, but I just enjoy it. Hehe, Uchiha Itachi, are you too confident? Why do you think you can take her away? Kakuzu took a step forward and smiled cruelly at Namikaze Tianming and Terumi Mei. Although they didn't understand every word, Uchiha Itachi said, they could still feel the general meaning. Chapter 110. Did you open the champagne too early? Kakuzu, you finally got your chance, didn't you? Namikaze Tianming looked at Kakuzu with a half smile. Given Kakuzu's personality, whether others defected from the organization or not was none of his business, and he had no interest in it. The key is, this time it's Uchiha Itachi, the ninja he has long disliked. Hehe, you have self-awareness. Kakuzu sneered, then looked at Tendo Pain and said. Chief, you won't stop me this time, right? Tendo Pain was silent, then nodded. This time, there was really no need to speak out to stop it. With the permission of Tendo Pain, Kakuzu raised his eyebrows and showed a cruel smile to Namikaze Tianming. Uchiha clan boy, your luck has ended. Haha, sorry, my luck will continue because I have enough strength. Unlike you, who is so ordinary yet so confident. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands and sneered. Humph, I won't talk nonsense with a dying man. Kakuzu took a step forward and turned his wrist. He now just wanted to dig out the heart of Uchiha Itachi with his own hands. Suddenly, Namikaze Tianming felt someone pulling his sleeve from behind. Namikaze Tianming turned around and saw Terumi Mei pulling at his clothes. After hesitating for a while, Terumi Mei leaned close to Namikaze Tianming's ear and whispered. You have to be careful. I heard that this man once assassinated your Konoha's first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and he escaped unscathed. His strength should not be underestimated. Namikaze Tianming nodded, and just when he was about to say something, Deidara's voice came from the other side. One is the genius of Uchiha, the other is the immortal legend who fought against the first Hokage. Who will win in this clash of two powerful forces? I never thought that I would be able to see such an artistic battle just after joining Akatsuki. Deidara's eyes lit up, and even the other members of Akatsuki looked expectant. Seeing everyone bragging about Kakuzu's strength, Namikaze Tianming, who had originally planned to be humble, became unhappy. Although Kakuzu did live longer by using secret techniques, his strength was just that. After all, in the original work, Kakuzu was just a stepping stone for the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto to successfully practice the wind-style Rasenshuriken. Advertisement. Haha, him. How dare you mess with first Hokage Senju Hashirama? Does throwing a shuriken at first Hokage Senju Hashirama from 800 miles away count as fighting Senju Hashirama? Namikaze Tianming's face was full of disdain. Hearing Namikaze Tianming mocking him like that, Kakuzu got furious on the spot. Although the fact that he had fought with the first Hokage and escaped unscathed was a bit of bragging, it was definitely not as outrageous as throwing a shuriken from 800 miles away. Uchiha Itachi, you're looking for death. The angry Kakuzu punched Namikaze Tianming directly. Kakuzu's arms stretched out like tentacles, and the middle part of his arms were connected by black lines. Kakuzu's punch was extremely fast, but Namikaze Tianming's reaction was even faster. He just turned sideways and dodged the attack. Kakuzu's punch hit the wall behind Namikaze Tianming and Terumi-mei directly. There was a loud bang, and Kakuzu's fist went straight through the stone wall, leaving a deep hole the size of a fist. Several punches missed in a row, but Kakuzu seemed to have expected this. It would be disappointing if Uchiha Itachi couldn't even resist this most basic of temptations from him. Well, Uchiha Itachi, you're worth my serious attention. Kakuzu took off his fire cloud robe and threw it aside, revealing his original body. Kakuzu's body looked like a piece of clothing, patched up. The vest at Kakuzu's neck suddenly exploded, and two masked heads connected by a black line appeared on Kakuzu's shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. This is Kakuzu's Earth Grudge secret technique form. At this moment, Kakuzu looks like a humanoid monster. Uchiha Itachi, the biggest mistake you made today was not defecting from the organization, but choosing to fight me here. Kakuzu's voice was hoarse, but full of confidence. Oh, I can see that you are very confident. I'll wait and see. Namikaze Tianming crossed his arms and teased with a nonchalant look on his face. Humph, Uchiha Itachi, you are so presumptuous. Today I will let you know that so-called genius is worthless in front of me. Fire style. Head hard work. The masked heads on both sides of Kakuzu's shoulders suddenly opened their mouths, and the head on the left spewed out a flame as big as seawater. The moment the flame hit the ground, it spread in all directions like seawater. Advertisement. Wind style. Suppression. The head on the right spit out a high-pressure wind ball, which started spinning wildly. Soon, an Uzumaki storm was formed. Combination ninjutsu. Flame wind wave. Kakuzu roared, and the fire style and wind style were combined together. The power and momentum of the ninjutsu were several times greater than before. The original fire wave suddenly turned into a sea of fire, and the sea of fire spread very quickly. In such a narrow cell, the sea of fire was about to swallow up Namikaze Tianming and the others. Sure enough, the sea of fire instantly engulfed Namikaze Tianming, Terumi-mei and the others. Tisk tisk tisk, as expected of Kakuzu Senpai, the power of the combined ninjutsu is indeed immense. Black Zetsu stood behind everyone and complimented. Ha ha ha, this combination of ninjutsu can indeed be called art, but compared to my art, it's still a little lacking. Deidara crossed his arms, also acknowledging the power of this combined jutsu. Kakuzu didn't say anything, but stared at the direction of the sea of fire where Namikaze Tianming and the others were. He always felt that Uchiha Itachi couldn't just die here. Sure enough, a calm voice, Uchiha Itachi, was heard from the sea of fire. Haha, is this the power of the combined ninjutsu? I think it's just average, barely cage level. If it were on the battlefield, this large-scale combined ninjutsu would be really powerful. Unfortunately, you are here and you met me. You opened the champagne too early. The sea of fire dissipated, revealing Namikaze Tianming and Terumi-mei who were safe and sound inside. A spiritual shield can keep Namikaze Tianming and Terumi-mei from being harmed in the sea of fire. How is it possible? How can there be no injuries at all? Deidara opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Even Tendo Pain, Conan and the others fell into silence. Scorpion Senpai, if it were you, could you withstand this combination of ninjutsu without getting hurt at all? Deidara said while looking at Scorpion who was standing beside him. I can't do it. Scorpion shook his head. It seems like this Uchiha Itachi is not easy to deal with. Deidara looked at the Uchiha Itachi across from him and muttered to himself. Chapter 111. Even if you have 5 lives, they are not enough for me to kill. Humph, I had anticipated this a long time ago, but do you think I can do nothing to you? Motor. Suddenly, 8 black lines as thick as thighs appeared from Kakuzu's back, and in an instant, these 8 giant black lines rushed in front of Namikaze Tianming. Looking at these 8 black lines, Namikaze Tianming could only raise his eyes but did not avoid them. 8 giant black lines came together and stabbed towards Namikaze Tianming's chest. However, a shocking scene happened. These 8 giant black lines were unable to break through Namikaze Tianming's defense at all. They were blocked in front of Namikaze Tianming's chest, and even Namikaze Tianming's clothes were not damaged. Seeing this, Kakuzu was only slightly surprised and immediately decided to change his attack method. The 8 giant black lines no longer attacked forcefully, but chose to entangle Namikaze Tianming. The 8 giant black lines tied Namikaze Tianming tightly. Uchiha Itachi, confidence is good, but being too cocky can get you killed. Kakuzu naturally knew why. Uchiha Itachi didn't move and let himself trap him, it was simply because he felt that he couldn't hurt his life. Therefore, Kakuzu decided to teach Uchiha Itachi a lesson. Kakuzu stretched out his right hand and aimed it at Namikaze Tianming. Then, 3 masked heads of Diwanyu with wind, fire and lightning attributes gathered in Kakuzu's hand. Combined ninjutsu, Earth Grudge's final shot. Kakuzu roared, and the Earth Grudge head with 3 attributes suddenly opened its mouth. Chakras of 3 different attributes condensed frantically, and rays of light flashed in the big mouth of the Earth Grudge head. Immediately afterwards, a beam of chakra cannon mixed with the 3 attributes of wind, fire and thunder was ejected. Bang! The speed is incredibly fast, and the power of this chakra cannon is even greater than the previous combined ninjutsu flame wind wave. Even the space was distorted wherever the cannon passed. And, Uchiha Itachi, who just thought he was arrogant, is tied up by Kakuzu's giant black rope and he has no way to avoid it. But just when everyone thought that, Uchiha Itachi was helpless, he had to pay the price for his arrogance. Quote. Uchiha Itachi slowly raised his head and said, "Certainly." The shooting cannon suddenly stopped where it was, unable to move any further. Change. Uchiha Itachi was recited slowly again, and then the shooting cannon turned around and aimed at the people of Akatsuki in full view of everyone. Advertisement. Everyone was immediately shocked. They could obviously see the power of the cannon and quickly used their own life-saving methods. Boom. The cannonballs hit the stone wall, and the entire detention room shook as if there was an earthquake. You could even see rubble falling from the ceiling. Let's go. In the chaos, Namikaze Tianming looked at Terumi Mei behind him and spoke softly, and Terumi Mei nodded gently. Namikaze Tianming exerted force, and the huge black rope tied to his body broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Namikaze Tianming stretched out his hand, and Terumi Mei did the same, and then the two of them disappeared from the spot. But Uchiha Obito seemed to have seen nothing and just stood there blankly. After a while, Namikaze Tianming and Terumi Mei appeared outside the cave of the Akatsuki base. Huh, we're finally leaving. Looking at the stone cave behind him, Terumi Mei said with lingering fear. Before coming here, Terumi Mei relied on anger and confidence in her own abilities. But after experiencing life and death situations several times today, Terumi Mei realized that she is not so fearless after all. In fact, I actually value my life very much. Well, thank you for today. If it weren't for me, your undercover identity would not have been discovered. I'm sorry. Terumi Mei saw Namikaze Tianming still looking into the cave, and thought that Namikaze Tianming was reluctant to leave his undercover days, so she lowered her head in shame. What are you talking about? Namikaze Tianming was a little confused. It had come to this point, why did this girl suddenly start blushing? Aren't you reluctant to leave the Akatsuki organization? Otherwise, why did you keep staring at this base? Terumi Mei was equally puzzled. Who told you that? I only did this because, we haven't really left here yet. They've caught up. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands and said that he had been looking at the cave just now because he found someone catching up with him. Really? Swish, swish, swish. Advertisement. After a while, several figures appeared in front of them. These figures were none other than members of the Akatsuki organization headed by Tendo Pain. Among them, there is Kakuzu who has a look of resentment on his face. Uchiha Itachi, you think you can get away so easily? You really don't take us seriously. Kakuzu, you'd better stop messing around, I've already spared your life. If I get angry, even if you still have 5 lives, they won't be enough for me to kill you. Namikaze Tianming's tone was cold, and murderous intent was already emanating from him. Even Terumi Mei next to Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but shudder and looked at Namikaze Tianming in surprise. How could this guy have such a tangible murderous intent? Kakuzu's expression also changed slightly, but soon he returned to normal and said calmly. I didn't expect that after being undercover in the organization for so long, you still got to know a lot of information. You even knew a lot of my secrets. However, knowing is one thing, and wanting to crack it is another. That move must have consumed a lot of your energy, right? How much chakra do you have left? I don't have any chakra anymore. Namikaze Tianming waved his hand and spoke calmly as always. What he said was also true. He had never had chakra. All he had was spiritual power. I just know that without chakra, how can you resist my next attack? Kakuzu sneered, then roared towards the sky, and the 4 earth resentment masked monsters on his body jumped out directly from Kakuzu's body. 4 earthly ghost masked monsters stood neatly behind Kakuzu. Wind style. Suppression. Fire style. Head hard work. Lightning style. Pseudo dark. Water style. Water curtain tent. 4 earth grudge masked monsters, with different attributes of ninjutsu, released at the same time, and pounced towards Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming threw Terumi Mei behind him and dodged the incoming lightning. Then Namikaze Tianming stepped on the ground, and a wall of earth appeared directly in front of Namikaze Tianming, blocking the 3 attacks of wind, fire and water. 4 attributes attacking at the same time may look scary, but the power is at most equivalent to 5 or 6 Jonin attacking at the same time. Chapter 112. Everyone here is garbage. Sword control technique. Namikaze Tianming made sword gestures with his hands and spoke slowly. 4 golden lights lit up behind Namikaze Tianming, and 4 spiritual swords slowly appeared above Namikaze Tianming's head. Both Tendo Pain and the members of the Akatsuki organization were staring at this scene in amazement. Similarly, Terumi Mei was also extremely surprised. When had they ever seen such a scene? The 4 golden spiritual swords suddenly trembled, and with a swoosh sound, they all disappeared. Bite. When the 4 golden swords appeared again, they were already nailed to the stone wall behind them. When everyone saw this, they quickly looked towards Kakuzu, only to see that Kakuzu's whole body was stiff and he kept shaking, as if he was in great pain. Wow. Finally, Kakuzu couldn't bear the pain anymore and vomited a large pool of bloodline. The 4 Earth Grievance masked monsters beside him also screamed at the same time, and then with a bang, they exploded like fireworks. Namikaze Tianming took Kakuzu's 4 lives with just one move. Uchiha Itachi, I won't let you go. Kakuzu gasped in pain, staring at Namikaze Tianming in front of him with fear and anger. Earth-style Earth Spear. Kakuzu's hands turned darker and harder, turning into powerful weapons. He was ready for a fight to the death. Just when Kakuzu lost his mind and wanted to rush forward to die, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Kakuzu looked back and saw that the person pulling his clothes was actually the leader of Akatsuki, Tendo Pain. I saw Tiandao Pain said coldly. Kakuzu, calm down and don't kill yourself. The angry Kakuzu looked at Tendo Pain and finally calmed down. I had no choice but to step aside unwillingly. Who's willing to take over Kakuzu's role? Tendo Pain looked at Namikaze Tianming calmly and spoke lightly. Me, I am willing to fight. I want to let him have a taste of my art. Advertisement. Deidara behind him raised his hand and shouted excitedly. Having watched the battle for so long, he naturally knew how powerful Uchiha Itachi was, but this did not make him afraid to fight. Instead, he became more excited. Deidara, leave this battle to me. The silent scorpion on the side stood up. Senior Scorpion, Deidara was obviously not happy. Deidara, if I can't win, you can attack again. Scorpion still spoke calmly. Deidara opened his mouth and was about to say something when he heard the voice of Uchiha Itachi. You don't have to fight anymore, just come together. Scorpion and Deidara frowned at the same time and looked at Namikaze Tianming with dissatisfaction. Hey, Uchiha Itachi, are you looking down on me? No, I'm not targeting you. I mean, everyone here is garbage. Namikaze Tianming raised a finger, smiled and shook his head and said. Comma. Everyone in Tendo Pain's eyes suddenly became angry, and they all looked at Namikaze Tianming angrily. This boy was too arrogant. Terumi Mei was behind Namikaze Tianming, looking at his arrogant back with her mouth wide open. Wow, just one sentence offended all the members of Akatsuki. But that's true, this guy has a very poisonous tongue, and I've never heard anything good from him. You guys come together, I'm in a hurry. Unexpectedly, Namikaze Tianming seemed not to notice that he was too arrogant at all, and he hooked his hands and challenged everyone in the Akatsuki organization. Presumptuous. Fei Lu Hu. Needle 8 waves. Scorpion took off his mask, and the humanoid puppet's mechanical mouth opened. Countless poisonous needles shot out frantically from it at such a fast speed that ordinary people could not avoid them at all. Namikaze Tianming just glanced at Terumi Mei behind him without saying anything. He waved his hand and an aura shield protected himself and Terumi Mei. These countless poison needles hit the spiritual shield, making a tinkling sound, but they could not break through the defense of the spiritual shield. After Namikaze Tianming gave Scorpion a cold look, he disappeared right away. When Namikaze Tianming appeared again, he was already above the Scorpion. Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming kicked Scorpion directly on the head. Boom. The humanoid puppet was torn into pieces. What? You killed the red sand scorpion in one move. Deidara opened his eyes wide suddenly. He couldn't believe it. Is Scorpion of the red sand so weak? Everyone in the Akatsuki organization fell silent at the same time. They didn't expect that Scorpion could be solved by Uchiha Itachi in just one move. Hey, why are you still hiding in there? Playing dead. Do you think I don't know that the person outside is just a puppet? Namikaze Tianming folded his arms and looked coldly at the wreckage of the red sand scorpion on the ground. Sure enough, as soon as Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, a scorpion tail made of steel suddenly jumped out from the wreckage and stabbed Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming's expression remained unchanged. He simply stretched out 2 fingers to pinch the scorpion's tail. The poison on the scorpion's tail wanted to invade, but it had no way to enter. Namikaze Tianming swung the scorpion tail at the wreckage, and saw a figure in a black robe jump up from the wreckage. After standing still, the figure slowly took off his cloak. Only then did everyone see the figure clearly. It turned out to be a young man with pink hair and handsome looks. This is Scorpion's true body, but because Scorpion transformed his true body into a puppet, Scorpion's true body still looks like a teenager. What Namikaze Tianming just defeated was just a puppet of the red sand scorpion, Fei Liuhu. I saw Scorpion holding a scroll in his hand, which slowly unfolded. Then with a bang, a puppet with its arms hanging down appeared next to Scorpion. Namikaze Tianming recognized it immediately. This puppet was the 3rd Kazekage from the previous Orochimaru Impure World reincarnation. Magnet-style Satetsu Shigur. When the 3rd Kazekage puppet was about to launch a ninjutsu, Namikaze Tianming dodged and came directly in front of the 3rd Kazekage, and punched him. Boom. With just one punch, the 3rd Kazekage puppet suffered the same fate as Hiroko, and was shattered into pieces. Scorpion's expression changed because he discovered that the puppet that had turned into pieces was covered by a mysterious force, and he was unable to control the pieces to restore them. In other words, the puppet that he had carefully designed and made was destroyed by Namikaze Tianming before it could even show its power. Although Scorpion was angry, he did not show any expression because he was a puppet. Scorpion used several instant body techniques to distance himself from Namikaze Tianming. I want to see how many puppets you can destroy. Scorpion took out another scroll and said coldly. Chapter 113. Red Sand Scorpion. Come out, my masterpiece. The Red Sand Scorpion threw the scroll in his hand into the air and roared. Countless white smoke flashed by, and then thousands and thousands of puppets appeared in the sky above Scorpion. Wow, is this Scorpion Senpai's treasure? Tisk tisk tisk, I have to admit that Scorpion Senpai's research on art is not inferior to mine, Deidara. Looking at the puppets all over the sky, Deidara couldn't help but admire them. This is the first time I've seen Scorpion use so many puppets in such a long time. The strength of this Uchiha Itachi is truly unfathomable. Black Zetsu's eyes flickered as he looked at Namikaze Tianming, not knowing what he was thinking. I heard that Senior Scorpion once controlled hundreds of puppets to conquer several countries. I originally thought that he was just bragging, but I didn't expect that it was actually even worse. These are not hundreds of mechanical puppets, these are clearly thousands of mechanical puppets. He is indeed the Scorpion of the Red Sand. I would like to call him the number one in the puppet world. At this time, Uchiha Obito had recovered at some point. He walked behind everyone and spoke loudly in a bully tone. Tendo Pain and Konan just glanced at Uchiha Obito without saying anything, and also watched the two people fighting without saying a word. Because at this time, Uchiha Itachi remained calm even when facing such a large number of puppets. Sure enough, after a while, Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Haha, we're comparing numbers, right? 10,000 swords technique. Namikaze Tianming put his two fingers together, and a golden sword condensed between his fingers. Namikaze Tianming pointed into the air, and the golden sword flew into the air. Then it exploded like fireworks, turning into millions of golden light spots floating above Namikaze Tianming. Then, the golden light began to change and turned into one very small golden lightsaber after another. Except for the number and size, it is exactly the same as the sword controlling technique used by Namikaze Tianming just now. Seeing the golden lightsaber above, Uchiha Itachi, Scorpion couldn't help but think of the fate of Kakuzu's four masked monsters, and an ominous premonition suddenly emerged in his heart. Kill him. At Scorpion's command, the thousands of mechanical puppets immediately launched various weapons and headed straight for Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming sneered and waved his hand, and thousands of golden lightsabers were also launched. Advertisement. More importantly, Namikaze Tianming's golden lightsaber seemed to have eyes, and it directly faced those strange weapons one-on-one. As soon as these weapons touched the golden lightsaber, they were like a piece of paper and shattered at the touch. However, the golden lightsaber did not lose its momentum and still rushed towards the mechanical puppet above the Scorpion with great momentum. Even though Scorpion continued to control the puppet to attack, he still couldn't stop the golden lightsaber. The golden lightsaber pierced directly into the body of the mechanical puppet with one go, and then exploded with a bang, like fireworks. Countless explosions sounded and countless fireworks bloomed. Scorpion looked at the mechanical puppets that were being crushed to dust in dismay. These were all his hard work. Uchiha Itachi, I'm going to kill you. The Scorpion stretched out his arms angrily, roared, and his joints exploded violently. Thousands of arms rushed out madly, all grabbing towards Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming was not in a hurry. He made sword gestures again, and thousands of golden lightsabers floated above his head again. Namikaze Tianming waved his hand, and the golden lightsabers rushed towards the thousands of mechanical arms. Without exception, these thousands of mechanical arms were all destroyed by the golden lightsaber, no matter how many mechanisms or poisons were hidden inside them. Just like before, everything was destroyed. Scorpion quickly removed the mechanical arm, threw it forward, and then flew to the side to avoid it. The golden lightsaber directly shot a deep pit with a diameter of several meters at the place where Scorpion had just stood. Ah, you forced me to do this. Scorpion was seen trembling, staggering, and taking out two scrolls from somewhere. At this time, he was already extremely angry and it was difficult for him to keep a rational mind. Bang! Scorpion tore open the scroll again and released four puppets, two of which stood guard on either side of Scorpion, one on the left and one on the right. The other two puppets appeared in front of Scorpion with a menacing look. Tisk tisk tisk, I thought Senior Scorpion had run out of ideas, but I didn't expect he actually had a backup plan. Why do these puppets feel so similar to real people? They are so similar. Is this the pinnacle of puppeteers? Advertisement. I just don't know who the real person of this puppet is. Since Senior Scorpion can make them into puppets, I guess the identities of these puppets in their previous lives must not be simple. The flatterer Deidara once again spared no effort in flattering. If I'm not mistaken, the two puppets in front should be the first Kazekage and second Kazekage of Sunagaku. I didn't expect Scorpion to be so bold that he actually made the first generation, second generation, and third Kazekage of Sunagaku into puppets. As for the other two, I really have no impression of them. Tendo Pain explained on the side. What? They are the first Kazekage and the second Kazekage. They are from the same era as the god of ninja. Isn't that extremely powerful and terrifying? Deidara's eyes suddenly widened and she looked at the two puppets in disbelief. However, when Deidara mentioned the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama, everyone in Akatsuki involuntarily looked at Kakuzu. The look in his eyes seemed to be saying that this person seemed to be from the same period as the god of ninja, and he also claimed to have fought with Senju Hashirama and escaped unscathed. It's just that the strength doesn't seem to be in line with the gimmick. What are you looking at me for? Kakuzu was a little angry and humiliated. He knew that because of this battle, his status in their eyes would definitely drop a lot. However, he himself did fight against Senju Hashirama, and he survived by fighting him with all his might, although Senju Hashirama might not have used his full strength. Ahem, well, it's nothing, let's just watch the fight. Deidara quickly pointed at the two people on the battlefield who were on the verge of a tense situation, and the others also tactfully turned their attention back to the two people in the fight. Kakuzu also snorted coldly and looked at Namikaze Tianming with even more resentment in his eyes. Namikaze Tianming looked at the first case cage and second case cage puppets and nodded in sudden realization. In the original novel, Scorpion did have a scroll that he hadn't used, and many people were very curious about what kind of powerful weapon was hidden in this scroll. Unexpectedly, these were actually the human figure puppets of the first case cage and the second case cage, and they looked so lifelike, just like real people. Even the third case cage, who is known as the strongest case cage, was beaten by me. Do you think I am afraid of the first case cage and the second case cage? Namikaze Tianming crossed his arms and asked with his head tilted. Chapter 114, Planetary Devastation. After hearing what Namikaze Tianming said, the scorpion, which had been particularly ferocious, froze and fell into silence. When these two puppets were made, Scorpion was still very young and thought that the first case cage and the second case cage were the strongest people, so he used them as his trump cards. But later, as Scorpion's strength grew, this killer weapon was never used and was kept as a treasure by Scorpion. However, they ignored the fact that these two puppets themselves were actually not as strong as the third case cage that was created later. Xie, life and death on the battlefield is common, and it is also normal for your parents to die in the war. It is understandable that you created these two puppets named Father and Mother to soothe your inner loneliness. But you shouldn't transfer your resentment to the third case cage. He even assassinated the third case cage, causing Sunagaku to be leaderless and in turmoil. He chose to shift the blame externally, indirectly provoking the Third Ninja World War. You know that losing a loved one is painful, so why do you inflict that pain on others? The dead can no longer be brought back, so you don't cherish those who are still alive. Have you forgotten your own grandmother, Chio? Namikaze Tianming didn't continue. Because Scorpion had fallen into silence at this time, then slowly turned around, walked to the back, and said nothing. Namikaze Tianming stopped talking. He knew that Scorpion would never change his mind just because of his few words, unless one day he figured it out himself. Uchiha Itachi, your strength is unquestionable, and I admit, this was a little beyond my expectations. But what I didn't expect was that you could be so sharp-tongued. Konan, who was standing next to Tendo Pain, took a step forward and spoke softly. Haha, it's okay. There are many people who can speak better than me. After all, I haven't learned the trick of talking nonsense yet. Namikaze Tianming waved his hands helplessly, indicating that his talking skills were not strong enough. B. Tianzui. What is that? How come I have never heard of it? Konan blinked her big eyes and looked at Namikaze Tianming curiously. It was the first time she heard the term, Tianzui. Konan, let me tell you, this Kodo Tenzuki is an extremely terrifying ninjutsu. Just by moving your mouth, you can forcibly change the will of others. Namikaze Tianming had no intention to kill Konan, after all, she was also a pitiful person. Advertisement. Having grown up without any family, he finally found a way to depend on Yahiko and Nagato, and they established the Akatsuki organization. His life was moving in a good direction. As a result, not long after accepting Yahiko's confession, Yahiko was murdered by Hanzo of the Salamander due to Danzo's instigation. So, Namikaze Tianming just started talking. However, this is different in the eyes of other people. Why do you always attack others when you disagree with them? Konan, don't waste time talking to him. He is just stalling for time. We must resolve this as soon as possible, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Tendo Pain quickly interrupted Konan who was about to speak, and Konan glanced at Tendo Pain who was speaking. This familiar face and voice, but unfortunately he is no longer himself. Humph, I almost fell for your trick again, I won't hold back. Konan was seen holding a paper crane in his hand, looking at Namikaze Tianming with hostility. I never thought of stalling for time. If I wanted to leave, none of you could stop me. Namikaze Tianming said indifferently, I just want to remind you, don't forget Yahiko's dream. Who would have thought that when they heard Namikaze Tianming mention Yahiko, Tendo Pain and Konan both widened their eyes and looked at Namikaze Tianming in disbelief. How do you know Yahiko? Konan just found it a little unbelievable. Since Yahiko's death, Nagato made Yahiko's body into Tendo Pain and never used the name Yahiko again. How did he know this name? Have you ever met Teacher Jiraiya? Impossible. Even Teacher Jiraiya can't know information about us. Suddenly, Konan thought of a possibility, but quickly shook his head to deny it. HMPH, even if it's Teacher Jiraiya, he can't stop us. I want to make the world feel pain. Tendo Pain on the side was roaring angrily. I tell you, even if Mr. Jiraiya is here, he can't stop me from doing what I want to do. If he tries to stop me, I don't mind killing him. At this time, Tendo Pain was gasping for breath and extremely angry. In his opinion, Yahiko's death was the fault of this world. Haha, you ungrateful boy, have you forgotten what Jiraiya taught you? Namikaze Tianming expressed great contempt for what Tendo Pain said. Advertisement. Especially in the original work, Jiraiya died at the hands of Pain's Six Paths, so Namikaze Tianming did not have much good feelings towards Nagato, who manipulated Pain's Six Paths to kill Jiraiya. Tianming even wanted to beat Nagato up to let him know what it means to respect teachers. In the original work, the last thing they should have done was to surround and kill Jiraiya. Haha, don't worry about how I know that. I'm just reminding you not to go astray. In Namikaze Tianming's view, they are just like children who always want to destroy something and say immature words like making the world feel pain. What has the world done wrong? After all, these problems are caused by people. Ultimately, the reason why various situations occur is that you are not strong enough. As long as you are strong enough, without saying anything lofty like protecting the world, at least you can protect the people around you. Don't say any more. How can you understand my pain? Tendo Pain didn't care what Namikaze Tianming said at all, he rushed towards Namikaze Tianming, extremely angry. Nagato, don't be stubborn. Namikaze Tianming knew that it was Nagato who was controlling Tendo Pain. Tendo Pain's anger was actually Nagato's anger. Shut up. Universal pull. Tendo Pain stretched out his hand towards Namikaze Tianming, and a huge suction force directly sucked Namikaze Tianming over. Of course, they didn't know that this was because Namikaze Tianming didn't resist. I saw Tendo Pain grabbing Namikaze Tianming with one hand, and a sharp black stick slowly appeared in the other hand. It's over. Tendo Pain thrust the black stick in his hand directly at Namikaze Tianming. However, the black rod did not penetrate into Namikaze Tianming's body. With a bang, the black stick broke just like that. Planetary devastation. Tendo Pain roared, and a huge black ball appeared in the air. Chapter 115. Pain's Six Paths, everyone is shocked. Planetary devastation. A huge black ball suddenly appeared in the sky. A powerful suction force came from this black ball. This suction force directly enveloped Namikaze Tianming, and the rocks and trees on the ground were constantly sucked up by the black ball. However, Namikaze Tianming seemed to be fine and looked calmly at the black ball in the air. And Tendo Pain frowned, and the suction on the black ball became even more terrifying. Even more, the range of this suction force is getting larger and larger. Everyone, step back. Conan, who knew Tendo Pain's skills, quickly gave a warning, then jumped back first to create some distance. Seeing that even Conan was like this, the other members of Akatsuki did not hesitate and retreated one after another. Sure enough, just after Conan and the other Akatsuki members distanced themselves from each other, the place where they were just now was covered by a powerful suction force. Everything on the ground was sucked up and continued to gather towards the black ball in the air. Boom. Namikaze Tianming, who had been standing still, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Because the ground with a diameter of about 2 meters centered under his feet could not withstand the suction and began to rise slowly. Tisk tisk tisk, it's worthy of being one of the abilities of the Rinnegan, it's still got something. Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but admire. Then with a whoosh sound, Namikaze Tianming and the rocks under his feet were sucked up. At the same time, several very large pieces of rock were sucked out of the ground by the black ball. If Namikaze Tianming was sucked onto the black ball and wrapped by those large rocks, the seal of the planetary devastation would probably be completed. Unfortunately, having read the original work, I know the flaws of this ninjutsu. Namikaze Tianming shook his head and sighed, life is really wonderful. Heavenly Emperor Art. Physical chapter. Break all laws with one force. Namikaze Tianming was seen reciting silently with his eyes closed. Then, Namikaze Tianming opened his eyes, and a golden shadow of the Emperor of Heaven suddenly bloomed all over his body. Namikaze Tianming was completely enveloped by golden light. Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming threw out a golden punch, and the Phantom of the Emperor of Heaven also threw out a punch, but this time the Phantom of the Emperor of Heaven punched at the black ball in the air. Bloody. There was a loud bang, and a vibration surged in all directions. However, this vibration directly destroyed all the rocks and forests within a radius of several miles. Conan and the members of the Akatsuki organization looked at the ruins with lingering fear, and couldn't help but secretly feel fortunate that if they had not kept a certain distance just now, they would not have had time to retreat further, and they would probably have been buried in the ruins. Tendo Pain was also suspended in the air. His clothes were tattered and there were a lot of damages on his body. He had no time to dodge the shock just now and became like this. But now he was not in the mood to pay attention to his body, but stared at the black ball in the sky and Namikaze Tianming. Crack. A cracking sound was heard, and a crack appeared on the black ball. No, there were many cracks, and the black ball in the sky also began to disintegrate. With the decomposition of the black ball in the sky, planetary devastation has been cracked. Without the attraction of the black ball, all the objects that were originally sucked in the air began to fall down. In an instant, dust filled the air and ruins were everywhere. Impossible. How is this possible? How could planetary devastation be cracked like this? Tendo Pain looked at the scene in disbelief. He never thought that this, Uchiha Itachi, could break the planetary devastation so easily with such an unprecedented ninjutsu. Could this be the ability of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? Nothing is impossible, Namikaze Tianming said coldly in midair, then he flashed in front of Tendo Pain and punched Tendo Pain in the face with incredible speed. The power of this punch was so great that it directly deformed the style of painting of Tendo Pain. Tendo Pain was roaring and punched into the ruins by Namikaze Tianming. After a long time, Tendo Pain struggled to crawl out of the ruins, but now he had been beaten beyond recognition. Hey, Nagato, the Akatsuki organization is actually full of talented people, and every member is very capable. But you don't know how to unite. You all like to fight alone and don't like to work in a team. It's hard to achieve anything great. Quote. Namikaze Tianming was suspended in the air not far in front of Tendo Pain and sighed. I don't know what you're talking about. Come out, everyone. Advertisement. I saw Tendo Pain clapped his hands, then slapped the ground, and a contract pattern flashed by. Bang, 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 bang. There were 5 light sounds, 5 streaks of white smoke flashed by, and 5 more figures appeared behind Tendo Pain. And these 5 figures were none other than the other 5 of Pain's 6 paths, except Diva Pain. They are the Asura path, the human path, the hell path, the animal path, and the evil Kido. Wow, are these 5 people also members of our Akatsuki organization? Why have I never seen them before? Ah Fei shouted excitedly. Of course, he knew about Pain's 6 paths, but he pretended not to know, and no one knew for what purpose. Could it be a member who joined before me? Why have I never seen him before? Kakuzu standing by also had a confused look on his face. No way, Kakuzu senpai, if even you don't know who these 5 people are, then it's even more impossible for us who came later to know. Deidara covered her mouth in surprise. Could it be that these 5 people are actually the core members of Akatsuki, and those of us who came later are just external members? Deidara suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Conan, who had been silent, with wide eyes. The other Akatsuki members also looked at Conan, but Conan's eyes were always on the battlefield and he ignored everyone. Everyone had no choice but to turn their attention back to the battlefield. Hell Path Pain took a step forward, formed seals with his hands, and a deep voice rang out. The gate of hell, the reincarnation of Yama, open. As Hell Path Pain slapped the ground began to shake violently as if there was an earthquake. After a while, a huge head of the King of Hell slowly rose from the rock. There is a big word, King, on the forehead of the King of Hell. The King of Hell suddenly opened his mouth and stuck out a long tongue. But Tendo Pain didn't even look at it. He jumped directly onto the tongue, rolled Tendo Pain into his mouth with his tongue, and began to chew. Chapter 116. Shirado Pain's continuous bombardment. Equals that, Kakuzu senpai, that monster ate the leader. Deidara was so scared that she quickly pulled Kakuzu's sleeve and screamed. Upper right quadrant circular arc DO, what the hell is going on? Will the leader be okay? I haven't really joined the Akatsuki organization yet, please don't. Ah Fei is also here to join in the fun. Kakuzu and Sasori were a little surprised, but when they saw the calm expression on Conan's face, they didn't say anything. Namikaze Tianming also looked at the head of the King of Hell with a calm expression. He naturally knew why Tendo Pain jumped into the mouth of the head of the King of Hell. Sure enough, not long after, the King of Hell's head stopped chewing and then opened its mouth again. The purple tongue stuck out forward, like a red carpet, and Tendo Pain stepped on the red carpet step by step and walked out of the mouth of the King of Hell's head. However, the current image of Tendo Pain is completely different from the image of Tendo Pain who just entered. Just now, Tendo Pain was in tattered clothes and covered with wounds. It could be said that he was no longer in human form. But the Tendo Pain that came out now was intact, and this Yama's head actually restored Tendo Pain. This, can anyone tell me what is going on? The leader walked in for just a few moments and all his injuries were healed. This is too amazing. What kind of art is this? Quote. Deidara just felt that his brain was not enough. Obviously, this scene was beyond his understanding. This obviously touches my blind spot. I don't know. Scorpion touched his chin, also looking confused. Just after Tendo Pain recovered, Shirado Pain was quick-witted and clenched his fist towards Namikaze Tianming, and then there was a loud bang. Shirado Pain's fist detached from his arm at the wrist like a rocket, and rushed towards Namikaze Tianming with a powerful impact force. Namikaze Tianming was not afraid and kicked the incoming fist. Although the impact of this punch was quite strong, it did not cause any actual damage to Namikaze Tianming. Instead, he was kicked back by Namikaze Tianming, but fortunately there was a magnet connecting Shirado Pain's arm and the fist, so it flew back to Shirado Pain's arm after a while. HMPH, Mata. Advertisement. Shirado Pain pulled his left arm out from the wrist again. Moreover, Shirado Pain pulled out a string of missiles from the broken arm. Without exception, these missiles were aimed at Namikaze Tianming. Call out. Missile launch. Boom. Bang. Boom boom. As soon as the missile reached Namikaze Tianming, it exploded violently. This was followed by a series of explosions. The powerful blast waves caused the ground to shake, as if there was an earthquake. Soon, a deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters appeared in front of everyone, and the pit was filled with smoke. This tiny missile is so powerful. However, Naruto Pain did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he walked to a place not far from the deep pit with a cautious look on his face. Immediately afterwards, another scene that shocked everyone appeared. Naruto Pain's bald head was actually torn into pieces like petals. The muzzle of a gun hidden deep in one of the black holes was revealed. Head laser cannon. With a roar, the muzzle of the gun above Naruto Pain's head suddenly emitted a deep blue light, which was a phenomenon of chakra's continuous condensation. Call out. A beam of blue laser suddenly flew out and hit the place where Namikaze Tianming was just now. Boom. A mushroom cloud slowly rose, and the deep pit which had just been tens of meters in diameter expanded several times, and the surrounding area was razed to the ground. It's true. Art is explosion. Ha 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 ha. As expected of a senior of our organization, the power of this explosion is truly extraordinary. Advertisement. With such continuous bombings, even if Uchiha Itachi was still alive, he would probably be seriously injured, right? Senior Kakuzu, Senior Scorpion, it seems that your combined ninjutsu and puppetry techniques are no match for this unknown senior. Deidara looked at the scene with stars in her eyes, it was so pleasing to the eye. However, Kakuzu and Sasori looked at each other and looked at Deidara at the same time, both of them were somewhat dissatisfied. This guy, why didn't I notice it before? Why is he talking so much? But Deidara was right. The move that Naruto Pain just used was indeed more powerful than their special moves. However, in a battle, whoever has the more powerful ninjutsu will not necessarily win. After all, fighting still requires the brain. Wait, don't be so happy yet, Uchiha Itachi is not dead yet. Conan looked at the center of the smoke with a serious expression. In the center of the deep pit, where the smoke was everywhere, a strong wind suddenly blew up, forming a tornado that blew away all the smoke. Namikaze Tianming once again appeared in the public eye. As expected, Namikaze Tianming was still intact and not hurt at all. Not even a little bit. Even Terumi Mei, who was not far behind Namikaze Tianming, was still inside the aura shield and was not injured. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization couldn't help but gasp. What kind of monster is this Uchiha Itachi? Why didn't he get hurt at all? However, Naruto Pain seemed to have expected this and was not too surprised. Instead, his clothes suddenly exploded. Naruto Pain was seen with his upper body naked, and suddenly he turned into a creature with 3 heads and 6 arms. Immediately afterwards, the 3-headed and 6-armed Naruto Pain actually rushed directly towards Namikaze Tianming, looking like he was going to fight to the death. When Naruto Pain rushed in front of Namikaze Tianming, he suddenly dodged incredibly fast and went directly behind Namikaze Tianming. Then, the 3-headed and 6-armed Naruto directly hugged Namikaze Tianming, 2 of his arms tightly locked Namikaze Tianming's throat, and the other 4 arms locked Namikaze Tianming's arms. I have to say that the Naruto Pain's strange power is still very terrifying. For a moment, Namikaze Tianming was unable to break free. Renjiandao also took advantage of the opportunity when Namikaze Tianming was unable to move, and flashed in front of Namikaze Tianming, and suddenly stretched out his right hand and placed it on Namikaze Tianming's head. However, Human Dao Pain's hand was bounced away by a mysterious force. Originally wanted to read the memory of Uchiha Itachi, but Human Pain found that it was not so easy to extract the memory of Namikaze Tianming. Are you kidding me? With such little mental power, you actually want to break through Namikaze Tianming's mental defense. Chapter 117. Hungry Keto, exploded. Tianming. Pain, please let him go. Terumi Mei, who was behind him, saw that Namikaze Tianming was actually captured alive by Pain, and her heart was suddenly in turmoil and she shouted anxiously. However, Terumi Mei was unable to break the spiritual energy shield set up by Namikaze Tianming and could only stand there anxiously. Seeing Terumi Mei's anxious look, Namikaze Tianming felt warm in his heart and smiled gently at Terumi Mei. Don't worry, they can't do anything to me. Terumi Mei stared at Namikaze Tianming blankly. This was the first time he spoke to her so gently. Humph, there's nothing I can do to you. Then what do you think of my trick? Wait, what did you call him just now? Tianming. Suddenly, Human Pain seemed to have thought of something, looked at Terumi Mei in surprise and asked. However, at this time Terumi Mei had already realized that she had said the wrong thing, so she quickly shut up and did not answer Human Pain's questions. Humph, even if you don't answer, it doesn't matter, I have plenty of ways anyway. It doesn't matter if you're Uchiha Itachi or not. Quote. After Human Dao Pain finished speaking, he habitually wanted to put his hand on Namikaze Tianming's head, but when he thought of the mysterious power just now, Human Dao retracted his hand. After looking at him for a long time, Human Dao Pain put his hand on Namikaze Tianming's shoulder. That posture looks like greeting someone. Namikaze Tianming stared at Renjiandao Pain with a strange look in his eyes for a while, but he was still afraid that he would say, "Hey, friend." However, this scene is just Namikaze Tianming's imagination and will not happen. I'm going to suck your soul out. Human Dao Pain looked at Namikaze Tianming coldly and told him his purpose this time. The Human Wei Pain, with his right hand on Namikaze Tianming's shoulder, exerted force, and a powerful attraction directly entered Namikaze Tianming's body. Advertisement. However, not long after, the Human Pain, who was originally full of confidence, fell into silence. After a long while, he looked at Namikaze Tianming with a strange expression. How is it possible? Why is there no soul in your body? Are you just a puppet? As the human pain, the Rinnegan he possesses has two abilities, one is to read the memories of others, and the other is to extract the souls of others. But strangely, neither of these two abilities worked on Uchiha Itachi. This surprised human Dao Pain very much. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. Tisk, you want to extract my soul with just your little spiritual power. You really underestimate me. Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but sneer. He had the soul power of the spiritual transformation stage, and there was really no one in this world who could compare with him. I don't believe it, I can do it. I saw human Dao Pain stepped forward again, put his hand on Namikaze Tianming's shoulder, and spiritual power surged in again. However, this time, the scene that human Pain saw was completely different. This time, what appeared in front of him was a golden shadow that seemed thousands of feet tall and had its eyes closed. In front of this golden shadow, human Pain was like an ant. Pain the human world stared at the scene in a daze, and then he saw the golden shadow suddenly open his eyes. Two golden beams of light shot out from these eyes, directly knocking the spiritual power of human path Pain out of Namikaze Tianming's body. Of course, no one present except Pain's six paths could see what was happening in Namikaze Tianming's mind. They only saw that the human Pain was suddenly hit hard, and the whole person flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, extremely weak. HMPH, since my spiritual power can't do anything to you, I'll drain your chakra. Because of the shared vision, Kido Pain naturally knew how difficult this, Uchiha Itachi, in front of them was to deal with. The hungry Kido Pain grabbed Namikaze Tianming's arms with both hands, and the huge suction force directly wrapped Namikaze Tianming's whole body. Absorbing chakra. Are you transformed from the great sword Samahata? Namikaze Tianming looked at Kido in surprise. He actually sucked some of his spiritual power away. Advertisement. He naturally knew that absorbing chakra, spiritual energy, was the ability of this Rinnegan. He said that just to be funny. Well, he was very happy. HMPH, let's see if you still have the strength to speak after I suck your chakra dry. But your chakra is indeed a rare delicacy. This is the first time I have absorbed such pure chakra. Hungry Kido Pain looked at Namikaze Tianming with shining eyes, feeling the wonderful feeling of absorbing the other's chakra into himself. Hungry Kido Pain was even a little intoxicated by it. HMPH, you like absorbing chakra? Then I'll let you absorb as much as you want. Namikaze Tianming suddenly raised his head and looked at Kido Pain with a smirk on his face. The Emperor's secret in his body was running wildly, and the spiritual energy of the nearby heaven and earth also rushed into Namikaze Tianming's body frantically, and then transformed into spiritual power in Namikaze Tianming's body. Then, he was sucked away by the hungry Kido Pain. Ha 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 ha, this feeling is just too wonderful, let chakra come more fiercely. Hungry Kido Pain screamed excitedly. Although the six paths of pain are all controlled by Nagato through the Rinnegan, the personalities of the six paths of pain are always influenced by their personalities in their previous lives, so the personalities of the six paths of pain are also different. However, soon, Kido Pain's expression changed, because after this powerful chakra, spiritual power, entered his body, it actually caused an adverse reaction. No, to put it simply, his body could no longer withstand so much chakra, spiritual energy. Stop it, I don't want this chakra anymore. Let me go. Hungry Kido Pain was panicked this time, because when he wanted to take back his hands, he was shocked to find that he couldn't pull his hands back. The most important thing is that the chakra in Uchiha Itachi is still being continuously transported into his body. Finally, the hungry Kido Pain couldn't hold on any longer and suddenly swelled up. The hungry Kido Pain was like a balloon, constantly expanding and getting bigger. Upon seeing this, the other six paths of pain hurried forward to help, but found that suddenly, an invisible wall seemed to block their way. The hungry Kido's body was seen growing larger and larger, and finally with a bang, the entire hungry Kido Pain was like a firework, completely blooming his brilliance in the air. Hungry Kido, he exploded. The other Pain's six paths stared at this scene in amazement. Now, there was absolutely no possibility for Hungry Kido to be resurrected unless Nagato found another corpse to make into Hungry Kido. Chapter 118. Space blocked, identity exposed. Everyone present was stunned to see that Hungry Kido Pain actually exploded due to absorbing too much chakra of Uchiha Itachi. How much chakra does one need to have to achieve this? Could it be that this, Uchiha Itachi, is a humanoid-tailed beast? Before everyone could react, Namikaze Tianming directly gave Shirato Pain an over-the-shoulder throw. Boom. It was already a deep pit, and with Namikaze Tianming's fall, the pit became even deeper. Boom. Namikaze Tianming stepped on Shirato's chest again. Needless to say, the power of this kick was so strong that it seemed that Shirato Pain had to be retrained. Summoning. I saw the animal path Pain forming seals with his hands and slapping the ground. A Yatagarasu soared into the sky, flew high into the sky, and then dived down. The sharp long beak stabbed towards Namikaze Tianming, but Namikaze Tianming punched it on the long beak and it almost broke into pieces. Then Namikaze Tianming kicked the Yatagarasu again, causing the Yatagarasu to scream in pain and quickly flee into the sky. As if it was frightened by Namikaze Tianming's strength, the Yatagarasu kept hovering in the sky and was unwilling to launch another attack. Suddenly, Namikaze Tianming felt his whole body tighten, as if he was entangled by something. He looked down, but there was nothing. Summoning technique. The animal path pain made hand seals again and actually summoned several summoning beasts. Looking around, they looked so powerful. The splinter dog, hell crab, bull fighting, and centipede all stood menacingly on both sides of beast path pain. These summoned summoning beasts are the same as these pain six paths, with black rods stuck all over their bodies and their eyes look like Rinnegan. Get started. At the command of the beast Dao Pain, the Yatagarasu that was originally hovering in the sky suddenly flew above Namikaze Tianming. Call out. This Yatagarasu actually threw several bird eggs. At the same time, a huge chameleon slowly appeared behind Namikaze Tianming, and the chameleon's long tongue wrapped around Namikaze Tianming, making Namikaze Tianming unable to move. This chameleon is, without a doubt, also the summoning beast of animal path pain. Moreover, this chameleon can actually become invisible. No wonder it was able to trap Namikaze Tianming without him noticing. Advertisement. The other summoning beasts summoned by animal path pain also began to show their magical powers. Just when the attack of animal path pain's summoning beast was about to fall on Namikaze Tianming disappeared out of thin air. Boom. All the attacks of the summoning beasts failed. When Namikaze Tianming appeared again, he was already behind beast path pain and threw a simple punch. Bang. Bang. Because of the shared vision, when Namikaze Tianming appeared behind animal path pain also reacted, turned around and slapped him with his palm. In the palm of the beast path pain's hand, there is a sharp black stick. However, the black stick that seemed indestructible in the eyes of ordinary people became useless when it encountered Namikaze Tianming's iron fist. Under the bombardment of Namikaze Tianming's iron fist, the black stick broke directly. Namikaze Tianming kicked out with an incredibly fast kick, directly hitting the beast path pain, who flew backwards. Afei was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Could the ability of this Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan be similar to his own Kamui space? Not only Afei was surprised, but other members of the small organization were also surprised, and their faces became heavy. It seems that the strength of this Uchiha Itachi is a little bit stronger than that. Just when Namikaze Tianming was about to take advantage of the victory and pursue, a huge figure appeared in front of Namikaze Tianming. It was the summoning beast that the animal path pain had summoned before, the bullfight. Brutal charge. Moo. The fighting bull roared to the sky and charged towards Namikaze Tianming, but Namikaze Tianming didn't want to waste time with the fighting bull and simply dodged the attack of the fighting bull. Sawtooth penetration. A steel sawtooth as sharp as a knife and several meters long suddenly emerged from the ground and almost pierced Namikaze Tianming's abdomen. Fortunately, Namikaze Tianming reacted quickly and jumped back in midair to avoid the attack. At 2h at plus. Namikaze Tianming looked closely and found that the sudden attack was actually launched by Shirato Pain, who had just been defeated by him. However, at this time, Shira Path Pain had recovered. Obviously, Hell Path Pain had just quietly reforged Shira Path Pain. It seems that I have to get rid of you first. Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming's gaze was immediately locked on Hell Road Pain in the distance. Namikaze Tianming used the same trick again and disappeared directly on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already above the head of Hell Road Pain. Heavenly Foot. Namikaze Tianming roared, raised his long legs high, and stepped down on Hell Road Pain. Boom. A conical deep pit with a diameter of several meters suddenly appeared. He ran away. In the deep pit, Namikaze Tianming jumped up and raised his eyebrows when he saw Pain of Hell appearing next to Pain of Animal Path. This animal path pain can actually summoning hell path pain to his side, that's great. Space blockade. Namikaze Tianming's low voice sounded slowly, and an invisible wave spread out in all directions with Namikaze Tianming as the center. In a short while, everyone present will be enveloped. Now that his soul power has entered the spiritual transformation stage, the scope of the space blockade has expanded several times. Everyone present, including Pain's six paths, only felt a mysterious force sweeping across them, but they didn't feel anything special, so they didn't take it seriously. However, when Afei felt the familiar fluctuations of space blockade, he suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Namikaze Tianming. After a long while, Afei glared at Namikaze Tianming with gritted teeth. Suddenly, Afei pointed at Namikaze Tianming and shouted loudly. Namikaze Tianming, it's you, UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Itachi. Namikaze Tianming. Everyone looked at Afei in confusion. They didn't understand why Afei suddenly went crazy and pointed at Uchiha Itachi and yelled. Moreover, they had never heard of this Namikaze Tianming. Could he be some unknown person? Afei, tell me clearly, what do you mean by this? Who is Namikaze Tianming? Kakuzu looked at Afei coldly and questioned. This guy is not Uchiha Itachi, he is Namikaze Tianming, the younger brother of Konoha village 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, Namikaze Tianming. Afei, finally, exposed the true identity of Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 119. How many floors can a bag of rice be carried? Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Minato's brother. How come I've never heard of him? What makes you think that? Kakuzu looked at Afei in surprise, obviously a little unconvinced. For him, Uchiha Itachi's reputation as a genius was known to everyone after all, so even if he was defeated by him, he was not afraid of being laughed at if the news got out. But, this Namikaze Tianming, an unknown person who appeared from nowhere, if others knew that I was defeated by an unknown person, how would I put my face in the future? Afei glanced at Kakuzu and secretly complained in his heart that as a student of Namikaze Minato, he didn't even know the existence of Namikaze Tianming. If you knew, then there must be something fishy. I have to say, Namikaze Tianming is very well hidden. Everyone present, except Terumi Mei and Afei, had a big question mark on their heads. It turned out that the person who had been fighting with them for most of the day was not Uchiha Itachi, but an unknown person. Oh no, Tianming, you're exposed. There was some anxiety in Terumi Mei's eyes. She didn't expect that Uchiha Obito could recognize Namikaze Tianming's true identity. It was really abominable. Namikaze Tianming looked at Terumi Mei, spread his hands, and signaled Terumi Mei not to worry, and said indifferently. Exposed. So what? Isn't the result the same? After comforting Terumi Mei, Namikaze Tianming looked at the people in Akatsuki. Alas, I didn't want you to feel inferior when you see my handsome face, but since it's like this, well, let's be frank. I won't pretend anymore. As soon as Namikaze Tianming said this, everyone present, including Summoning Beast, fell into silence. Terumi Mei. This guy, even at this time, is still so conceited, although his true appearance is much more handsome. Kakuzu and Scorpion, on the other hand, looked unhappy at this moment. The man who defeated them seemed a little. Namikaze Tianming just turned around and returned to his original appearance. Well, in order to prevent you from feeling inferior, I will have to speed up and knock you all down. Wind style. Rasenshuriken. Namikaze Tianming raised his hands and a spiral shuriken appeared in each hand. The piercing sound spread to the ears of everyone present, and everyone's heartbeats began to accelerate at this moment. Especially Kakuzu, for some reason, he always felt that when Namikaze Tianming used the wind-style Rasenshuriken just now, he looked in his direction several times intentionally or unintentionally. Namikaze Tianming, with a crazy smile on his face, suddenly appeared in front of Pain of the Animal Path and Pain of the Hell Path without any warning. Advertisement. This speed is unbelievable, and this is exactly one of the abilities of the law of space that Namikaze Tianming used for the first time, space compression. It can directly compress the spatial distance between two people. Namikaze Tianming compressed the space between himself and Animal Path Pain and appeared directly in front of Animal Path Pain and Hell Path Pain. Everyone was shocked by Namikaze Tianming's speed. Especially Afei, the speed of Namikaze Tianming immediately reminded him of Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God. It's just that Afei didn't see the Flying Thunder God technique, but it was precisely because of this that Afei was even more shocked. Namikaze Tianming fired two spiral shurikens directly at Pain of the Animal Path and Pain of the Hell Path. Animal Path Pain and Hell Path Pain didn't even have time to react and were hit directly. The moment Animal Path Pain and Hell Path Pain were hit, the spiral shuriken formed a whirlwind that directly wrapped around the bodies of the two and kept spinning. The seemingly huge shuriken is actually a collection of countless tiny blades, which directly destroyed all the cells in the body of Animal Path Pain and Hell Path Pain. The Animal Path Pain and the Hell Path Pain only let out screams and were directly severely injured. Bang! Bang! Due to the severe damage to the animal realm, the summoning beasts that were summoned by him were forced to release the summoning spell at this moment and disappeared directly. Not long after the Animal Path Pain and the Hell Path Pain fell, Namikaze Tianming was like a ghost again, and severely damaged the Human Path Pain and the Asura Path Pain who had just been reforged. Pain 6 paths, in an instant, only Tendo Pain was left. And this happened in the blink of an eye, it was so fast. You are unforgivable. Tendo Pain's eyes were wide open, and after cursing at Namikaze Tianming, he floated up directly. All the chakras from the fallen 6 paths of pain rushed into Tendo Pain's body. At the same time, Tendo Pain's body began to rise, muttering. How many floors do you have to carry a bag of rice? Feel the pain. A bag of rice is hard to carry, think about the pain. Advertisement. One bag of rice is too much, except the pain. A bag of rice has a lot of things in it, understand the pain. Cool slime, start now. Saigai Yitamio, let the world feel the pain. How many floors does one carry a bag of rice? This sounds really similar. Namikaze Tianming looked at the slowly rising Tendo Pain and couldn't help but roll his eyes and complain. Namikaze Tianming is certainly familiar with this empty ear joke, but hearing it in person still has a different flavor. However, Namikaze Tianming didn't have the leisure to continue listening, because he knew that Tendo Pain was about to quit his job. Are you going to use this trick? Are you really going to do this? When Conan saw this scene, he panicked and shouted loudly to everyone in the Akatsuki organization. Run, the farther the better. Seeing Conan so panicked, the members of Akatsuki organization did not dare to delay and immediately ran away desperately. I saw Tendo Pain in the air with his hands raised high, looking down at all living beings, his eyes were extremely cold, and he spoke slowly. Shinra 10, Shinra 10. Before he could finish his words or successfully launch the ninjutsu, Tendo Pain was hit directly by Namikaze Tianming, who suddenly appeared above his head. Puff. Bloody. The style of Tendo Pain was once again knocked off track by Namikaze Tianming's punch, and he crashed straight into the ground, leaving a human-shaped pit. And Tendo Pain struggled in the deep pit for a long time, but failed to escape successfully. Because Tendo Pain's body was not only seriously injured, but even the chakra in his body was sealed by Namikaze Tianming. The reason why Namikaze Tianming did this was naturally because he didn't want Tendo Pain to release the enhanced version of Spicy Tensen, ahem, that is, Shinra Tensai. At this moment, a piece of paper swayed to Namikaze Tianming's feet. Tianming, be careful, this is a detonating talisman. Terumi Mei's face changed drastically, and she quickly reminded loudly. Chapter 120, Spatial Shift. Detonating Talisman. Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows, then stepped on it and crushed it. The detonating tag that was about to explode was actually stepped on and extinguished by Namikaze Tianming. With just one kick, the chakra structure inside was damaged, rendering the detonating talisman ineffective. How many people in this world can do that? Detonating talisman. That's all. Namikaze Tianming smiled contemptuously, then looked at the papers floating in front of him and said with a smile. If you don't want Yahiko's body to disappear completely, I advise you not to do it. As soon as Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, the fluttering papers paused noticeably. Then, the pieces of paper finally came together and turned into the appearance of Konan. What do you want? Konan looked at Namikaze Tianming seriously. The enemy she encountered this time was too strong, which made her feel very powerless. And this feeling of powerlessness has only appeared once before, when Yahiko died. I don't want anything to happen. I want you to take me to see Nagato. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands and said with a harmless look on his face. Huh, how do you know Nagato? No, I will never allow you to hurt Nagato. Even if I die, I will fight you. When Konan heard Namikaze Tianming actually mention Nagato, he was shocked at first, and then he said with a determined look on his face. Why, you mean your paper god technique? You want to use your trump card? Haha, so naive. Let's not talk about whether I will be fooled and led to that sea area by you. Even if I really go there, even if 600 billion detonating talismans explode at the same time, what do you think this will do to me? Namikaze Tianming crossed his arms and said with a look of disdain. Not that Namikaze Tianming's physical strength is that great. 600 billion detonating tags exploded at the same time, and even Namikaze Tianming's golden body could not withstand this power. But, if fighting head-on doesn't work, you can just run and hide in the system space, right? As long as the system space is there, it will be useless even if 6 trillion detonating talismans explode at the same time. Advertisement. You, how did you know that? Konan was stunned to hear that Namikaze Tianming had revealed all her cards with incredible accuracy. She didn't know why Uchiha Itachi could know all her secrets. I have to admit that your ability to obtain intelligence is indeed not something that ordinary people can do. I'm afraid that even if Uchiha Itachi comes in person, he can't compare to you. For such questions, Konan could only attribute it to Namikaze Tianming's ability to obtain intelligence. As for Namikaze Tianming, he naturally wouldn't tell her that he knew all this because he had the script in his hand. Haha, I'm just a little bit stronger than you. Namikaze Tianming used his thumb and index finger to make the classic gesture from his previous life. HMPH, no matter how strong you are, I won't reveal Nagato's location anyway. Konan turned his head to the other side stubbornly. But what if I can cure Nagato? After Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, he stopped talking and looked at Konan leisurely. How is that possible? You said you could cure Nagato. Konan, who had been determined, began to waver at this moment. Yahiko is already irreparable, if Nagato can be cured. Namikaze Tianming nodded calmly. There was no need for Namikaze Tianming to lie about this. Now that it has come to this, let's deal with the Nagato issue first. If Nagato can wake up, then it's fine and we can keep him. If you still want to destroy the world in a crazy way, don't blame yourself. As for Uchiha Obito and other members of Akatsuki, it won't be too late to deal with them later. Okay, I can take you to see Nagato. After struggling for a long time, Konan finally nodded in agreement. Konan, I'm glad you made this decision. I believe Yahiko will agree with you too. Namikaze Tianming said with a smile. Huh, who knows whether the decision I made is right or wrong. Don't represent Yahiko so casually, who knows if you are a friend or an enemy. Konan turned his face away stubbornly and didn't look at Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming shook his head helplessly. Why are the people in the Akatsuki organization more stubborn than each other? Terumi Mei, why don't you wait here for a while? She and I will go somewhere first to meet someone and take care of some things. Then I will take you back to Kurigakure. Advertisement. No, I want to go with you. I don't trust her. As soon as Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, Terumi Mei spoke excitedly, looking at Konan with hostility. Although she didn't understand many things now, she didn't want to put Namikaze Tianming in danger. What's more, the person they are going to meet now seems to be the real leader of Akatsuki. Even these Akatsuki members are so powerful, let alone the real leader of Akatsuki. Although Namikaze Tianming's strength is equally mysterious, Terumi Mei is still worried. Okay, Let's go together. Namikaze Tianming sighed helplessly, but Namikaze Tianming still felt a little warm in his heart. After Namikaze Tianming withdrew the aura shield, Terumi Mei pouted and walked to the left of Namikaze Tianming, because Conan was standing on the right of Namikaze Tianming at this time. One left, one right. Conan, you just need to tell me the direction. Namikaze Tianming ordered. This direction. Conan nodded and pointed in the direction of Rain Shinobi Village and spoke softly. Namikaze Tianming nodded, then stretched out his hands and grabbed Terumi Mei and Conan's shoulders on the left and right respectively, and disappeared on the spot. Space teleportation. After just a few space shifts, Namikaze Tianming and the other two appeared in Rain Shinobi Village. Okay, this is the Rain Shinobi Village. Nagato's real body should be nearby. After putting Terumi Mei and Conan down, Namikaze Tianming walked to the front and spoke loudly. In fact, Namikaze Tianming was silently recovering his own spiritual power. You know, although this space transfer is easy to use, it consumes too much energy. Alas, in order to show off in front of the girl, I was a bit reckless. Now Namikaze Tianming's spiritual power has actually reached its limit, but Namikaze Tianming doesn't want others to know, so he walked in front of Terumi Mei and Conan. As for Terumi Mei and Conan, they were stunned after confirming that they had arrived at the Rain Shinobi Village. If it weren't for the rain falling overhead, Terumi Mei and Conan would probably have suspected that they were dreaming. How long had it been since Namikaze Tianming brought the two of them to Cloud Shinobi Village? This is a distance of thousands of kilometers. What kind of monster is this Namikaze Tianming? Terumi Mei and Conan looked at Namikaze Tianming at the same time, then looked at each other, and came to a common conclusion. This Namikaze Tianming is a monster. Chapter 121. Ending War with War, There is a Difference. Rain Shinobi Village. In a cave, Nagato looked at Conan who appeared in front of him, as well as Namikaze Tianming and Terumi Mei who Conan brought with him with a bad look on his face. Conan, are you going to betray me? Nagato's face was already somewhat ferocious at this time, and he questioned with an angry look on his face. In a battle many years ago, due to Shimura Danzo's instigation, Hanzo of the Salamander set a trap to kill Yahiko, and Nagato's feet were burned by Hanzo's ninjutsu, the explosive flame array. In addition, due to the excessive consumption of the Gedo statue due to long-term use, Nagato has basically lost the ability to walk, and can only move with the assistance of machinery. At this moment, Nagato is as thin as a bamboo pole, but don't underestimate him. Even though Nagato looks like this now, his strength is still above cage level. Nagato, I didn't. Conan felt extremely aggrieved when he heard Nagato question him like this. Hey, what's wrong with you? Conan brought Tianming here just to cure you, how can you talk like that? Terumi Mei, who was standing by, immediately became unhappy and spoke up to speak up for Conan. As if realizing that there was something wrong with what he said, Nagato was silent for a while, then looked at Namikaze Tianming and asked coldly. Humph, you are not welcome here, get out. Nagato said, and then closed his eyes. Nagato, it seems you have really forgotten Yahiko's ideals. Namikaze Tianming was not in a hurry and directly brought up Yahiko. He knew that as long as Yahiko was mentioned, Nagato would definitely not ignore him. Sure enough, as soon as Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, Nagato opened his eyes again and looked at Namikaze Tianming angrily. Don't mention Yahiko anymore. Yahiko's death has already proved that our previous path was wrong. In this cursed world, there will never be true peace, and people will never understand each other. The true path is to nurture peace in pain. Only when human beings experience the horror of war, fear war, and suppress war. Leading the world in a painful way and making it peaceful is the right path. After saying this, Nagato began to cough violently and gasped for air. Madness. Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming looked at Nagato coldly and slowly uttered two words. You, forget it. Anyway, you can't possibly understand my pain, so how can you possibly understand my path? Nagato was about to say something in rebuttal, but soon calmed down and spoke lightly. Stupid. Namikaze Tianming didn't even raise his eyelids, and this time he only said one word. Mr. Tianming, can I hear your opinion? I believe that with Mr. Tianming's vision, he must have a better insight, right? Seeing Nagato breathing heavily because of anger, Conan quickly looked at Namikaze Tianming and smiled. After this brief contact, Conan was no longer as resistant to Namikaze Tianming as he was at the beginning. After all, his strength was there. Namikaze Tianming glanced at the half-dead Nagato, and was not in a hurry. He continued to speak slowly. I don't have any brilliant ideas, but I do have one humble opinion. HMPH, tell me, what is the purpose of your visit this time? Woman. Nagato. Terumi Mei. Wow, after thinking about it for a long time, they finally understood what Namikaze Tianming meant. Please give me some advice, Mr. Tianming. Conan said softly. It's a very simple truth. The reason why you feel pain is because you are too weak and don't have enough strength. That's why so many messed up things happen. Namikaze Tianming was not polite either. He pointed at Nagato's nose and cursed him mercilessly. If you were strong enough, Yahiko would not have died. And you, Conan, if you were strong enough, how could you be held hostage by Hanzo of the Salamander? You are talking nonsense. We were only so old at the time. We didn't have enough time to grow up, and there was nothing we could do. As if he thought of the scene of Yahiko's death again, Nagato's eyes couldn't help but become moist. Since you also know that it is helpless and you also know the pain that war brings, why do you use the same method to bring the same pain? You thought that Uchiha Obito. No, in front of you, he should call himself Uchiha Madara. You thought he asked you to collect the tailed beasts in order to fulfill your goal. You are just his tools to collect the tailed beasts, and he collects the tailed beasts only to satisfy his own selfish desires. Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming directly told Uchiha Obito's purpose. As for whether he can make the correct judgment, it depends on Nagato himself. Upon hearing that Namikaze Tianming actually knew about Uchiha Madara, also known as Uchiha Obito, Nagato and Konan looked at each other in surprise. I didn't expect that Namikaze Tianming had so much information. Uchiha Madara. No, regarding Uchiha Obito, we were actually prepared for this, and we didn't completely trust him. Nowadays, it's just mutual exploitation. Konan took a step forward and looked at Namikaze Tianming and explained. Being prepared. So what? Wasn't he still killed by Uchiha Obito in the end? Namikaze Tianming rolled his eyes at Konan and muttered quietly. Mr. Tianming, what are you mumbling about? However, Namikaze Tianming's voice was too soft and Konan didn't hear clearly what Namikaze Tianming said. Nothing. I mean, do you think Uchiha Obito doesn't know that you are on guard against him? But how much do you know about his hidden cards? Quote. Namikaze Tianming's words left Nagato and Konan speechless. Perhaps because they had the support of Rinnegan, they habitually underestimated Uchiha Obito. HMPH, you sound very reasonable. Then tell me, is there any better way to change the world than mine? Nagato looked at Namikaze Tianming with disdain. What's the point of talking so well? Haha, the best way is to end war with war. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands indifferently and gave an answer that surprised both Nagato and Konan. Haha, after all, isn't it all about ending war with war? What's the difference between what we did? Nagato said unconvinced. No, what I mean by ending war with war is different from yours. Namikaze Tianming just stretched out a finger and shook it, saying. Seeing Nagato and Konan's stunned expressions, Namikaze Tianming continued. Your so-called war to end war is simply to end war with war, just like a headless fly, without any plan. And my goal of ending war with war is to unify the ninja world. Namikaze Tianming had a calm expression and said something that shocked both Nagato and Konan. Chapter 122. Namikaze Tianming's ambition to unify the ninja world. As long as we can unify the ninja world, there will be no distinction between countries, and everyone will belong to the same country. In this way, wars caused by differences between countries would not be like they are now, where every now and then a major war would turn into a war. By then, there will naturally be rules to restrict those who do not follow the rules. Correspondingly, there will be fewer and fewer wars. Namikaze Tianming continued to explain. But how can people's ambitions change because of this? It's just maintaining superficial peace. As for Namikaze Tianming's statement, Nagato thinks it is a bit too idealistic. Haha, even if it's just peace on the surface, it's still peace, isn't it? Moreover, once the people of a country are accustomed to living in peace, will they agree to go to war? As long as a unified country is established, there will naturally be plenty of time to deal with these issues. Namikaze Tianming also disdained to argue with Nagato. After all, he lived in a peaceful era in his previous life. Moreover, the country where he lived in his previous life was vast and rich in resources, and peaceful coexistence could be achieved in such a large place. What's more, this place is such a small place and the population is limited. If you want to manage it well, it's not impossible. Why, are you surprised? Namikaze Tianming smiled and looked at Nagato and Konan. At this time, Konan and Nagato opened their mouths in surprise. Of course, Terumi Mei behind Namikaze Tianming was not much better. She stared blankly at Namikaze Tianming's back, and no one knew what she was thinking. No, Konan just felt that Sir didn't look like someone who wanted to be king, so I was a little surprised. Konan came back to his senses and said quickly. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. Terumi Mei looked at Namikaze Tianming with a conflicted look on her face. Ha ha ha, as a person, you should naturally have ambitions in your life. If I want to unify the ninja world, what will you do? Support or oppose? Quote. Looking at Terumi Mei's conflicted expression, Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but jokingly said with a smirk. Advertisement. Who knew? Terumi Mei actually started to think about it seriously, and was very conflicted. After a long time, Terumi Mei looked at Namikaze Tianming seriously and said. I've said before, if anyone wants to harm Kurigakure, I will never let him go. But if you can make Kurigakure better, I will never stand against you. After Terumi Mei finished speaking, she immediately blushed and lowered her head. God knows how much courage she must have mustered to say such a thing. Ha 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 ha, don't worry about that. I don't have the time to be a king. What I hate most is dealing with those tedious matters. For some unknown reason, Namikaze Tianming patted Terumi Mei's head and spoke softly, maybe he was trying to comfort her. Namikaze Tianming paused and continued. What I want to do is just to change the current situation of the world. After unifying the ninja world, whoever wants to be the king can do it. Haha, don't you think unifying the ninja world is too easy? You know, even the former ninja gods Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara couldn't do it. Nagato naturally knew that it would be extremely difficult to unify the ninja world. Even if all the members of Akatsuki were added together, they couldn't do such a thing. Just because it's difficult doesn't mean it can't be done. Besides, if unifying the ninja world wasn't difficult at all, I wouldn't be willing to do it. Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy is a bit stupid. Okay, even if you can unify the ninja world in the end. So, you worked so hard to unify the ninja world, but in fact you did it to help others. You don't want wealth, glory, and supreme power. I don't believe it. Nagato, who has fallen into darkness, obviously doesn't trust someone so easily. Wealth and honor, supreme power, aren't these already within my reach? It just depends on whether I am willing or not. As long as you have enough strength, everything in the world is within your reach. As for those false names, I never care about them. Namikaze Tianming stood straight with his hands behind his back, and his every move was full of confidence. Terumi Mei and Konan both stared at Namikaze Tianming's back. Advertisement. At this moment, the image of Namikaze Tianming was infinitely elevated in the minds of Terumi Mei and Konan. Humph, what you think is your business and has nothing to do with me. Go away and don't bother me anymore. Nagato said coldly, turning his head away and no longer looking at Namikaze Tianming, but Nagato's eyes were flickering at this time, and no one knew what he was thinking. No, how can this have nothing to do with you? Because what I am going to do next is to bring Akatsuki under my command. Even you, Nagato, must obey my command. Namikaze Tianming spoke slowly with a smile on his face. Impossible. Akatsuki is Yahiko's life's work. There is no way I'm going to hand it over. This is non-negotiable. Nagato rejected Namikaze Tianming's proposal on the spot without any hesitation. Namikaze Tianming's expression suddenly turned cold, and he said in an equally cold tone. Discuss. Sorry, I'm just informing you. I've made up my mind about Akatsuki, and you have no right to refute it. At this moment, there was a lot of tension between Namikaze Tianming and Nagato. Nagato, I don't like violence. I prefer to win people over with virtue. Besides, we've already fought before, I believe you already know whether you are my opponent or not. Namikaze Tianming reminded. Nagato lowered his head, but soon raised it again with a stubborn look. Looking at the stubborn Nagato, Namikaze Tianming finally sighed and said in a soothing tone. Besides, how come you still don't understand that as long as Akatsuki is doing things that bring change to the ninja world, it is fulfilling Yahiko's wish. So, who is in power doesn't matter. Hearing Namikaze Tianming mention Yahiko again, Nagato fell silent. After a long time, Nagato looked at Namikaze Tianming and said seriously. I can hand over Akatsuki to you, but if you can't unify the ninja world and bring changes to the ninja world as you said, I will still go back to what I originally wanted to do. Nagato's voice was hoarse and he sounded weak, but everyone present could hear that Nagato had made a great determination. Ha ha ha, unifying the ninja world is all later. What we need to do now is to heal you first. At the very least, we need to make sure you can walk first. Namikaze Tianming is in a good mood. What? You can really heal my body? Nagato looked at Namikaze Tianming in shock. He originally thought that Namikaze Tianming said he would heal him just to get close to him. Chapter 123. A little difficult, but not a big problem. What? You dare to question me? Questioning your boss so soon? It seemed that because he successfully recruited Nagato, Namikaze Tianming was in a good mood and even his speech became funny. No, I didn't. Nagato was unable to react to Namikaze Tianming's series of questions and even stuttered when speaking. After all, he is still just a young man in his 20s. Now that the tense string has finally loosened, he has regained a bit of his shy appearance as a teenager. Ha 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 ha, Nagato, you don't have to take it too seriously, this guy did it on purpose. Terumi Mei couldn't help laughing when she saw this scene. Okay, let me see what's going on with your body first. Namikaze Tianming coughed twice, then walked forward and put his hand on Nagato's right hand. The spiritual power circulated in Nagato's body, and he understood the general condition of Nagato's body. In fact, the main reason why Nagato is so weak is because of the side effects of the Rinnegan and the Gedo statue sucking too much of Nagato's chakra. Later, Nagato forcibly controlled Pain's 6 paths, which naturally consumed more chakra. Coupled with the injury on his foot, Nagato would only become weaker and weaker. How is it, Mr. Tianming, can Nagato's injury be cured? Konan asked anxiously. Among the people present, Konan was probably the one who was most concerned about Nagato's injury. Well, it's a bit difficult. Namikaze Tianming nodded seriously and even deliberately touched the non-existent beard on his chin, looking like an old doctor. Konan's expression suddenly darkened. Konan, don't worry, I've been doing this for so many years. I'm used to it. Nagato comforted him in a rare soft voice. Why are you all so impatient? You don't even listen to what others are saying. What I just said is that it is a little difficult, but not a big problem. Quote. Namikaze Tianming rolled his eyes, looking like he couldn't do anything about Nagato and Konan. Forehead. Nagato and Konan fell into an awkward silence. Don't listen to him, you two. I think he did it on purpose. Advertisement. Terumi Mei, who was standing by, could see it clearly. Namikaze Tianming was breathing heavily while speaking like that on purpose. But Namikaze Tianming did it on purpose. Nagato and Konan had been suppressed for too long, so Namikaze Tianming deliberately livened up the atmosphere. However, it seems that the effect is not very great, and Nagato and Konan do not look relaxed. However, this was all within Namikaze Tianming's expectations. After all, he had been suppressed for so long, and it was really difficult to change all of a sudden. Nagato's body is weak and he needs to rest for a while. The effect will be better if he takes the medicine I gave him. When Nagato is not so weak, we can treat his legs. Mr. Tianming, what is a pill? Nagato and Konan looked at each other in bewilderment, obviously having never heard of the word elixir. Well, it's just an advanced version of the pill, the effect is just a little better. Namikaze Tianming explained. To regulate Nagato's body, you need to use Shui Yuan Dan to slowly nourish the body. Take 1 pill a day. Do this for a month, and Nagato will not look so weak anymore. As Namikaze Tianming spoke, he took out a medicine bottle from his arms and handed it to Konan. Thank you, Mr. Tianming. After taking the pill, Konan couldn't wait to open the pill bottle. As soon as the medicine bottle was opened, a strong water force rushed towards him. After pouring out the pill, Konan and Nagato were even more shocked. They saw that the Shuiyuan pill was crystal clear, with full grains, and it seemed as if there was flowing water inside. You can give the pill to Nagato now. Namikaze Tianming reminded with a smile. Konan nodded, then put the pill to Nagato's mouth and said gently. Come, take this pill. Nagato looked at the pill, then looked at Konan, and swallowed the Shuiyuan without hesitation. The pill melted in his mouth, and a gentle force instantly spread throughout Nagato's body. The powerful water elemental force continued to nourish Nagato's almost exhausted body. And Nagato's face also visibly gained a hint of redness. Although it wasn't much, it was an obvious change. It really works. Konan looked at Nagato's changes in surprise. You know, it's only been a short time since he took the pill, but it actually worked. Advertisement. Nagato naturally knew that his physical condition had improved. Over the years, he had tried so many methods and found so many medical ninjas, but nothing worked. But now, with just this pill, my body finally has hope of recovery. It would be a lie to say I wasn't excited. Mr. Tianming, thank you. Nagato looked at Namikaze Tianming for a long time, and finally uttered these words. Ha ha ha, don't be polite with me. You should thank Konan. After all, it's Konan who has been taking care of you for so many years. Namikaze Tianming smiled and waved. Well, I understand what Mr. Tianming means. By the way, Mr. Tianming, this elixir should be very precious, right? Quote. Nagato asked cautiously. Namikaze Tianming actually gave him such a precious elixir. He owed him this favor, but Nagato was still very moved.
You mean the Shui Yuan Dan? This is not bad, I still have a lot. I don't have much left of the Nirvana pills I'll use to treat your legs later. Namikaze Tianming thought to himself, he had plenty of Shui Yuan Dan, probably more than 100,000 bottles. But there are only more than 10,000 bottles of Nirvana pills, which is indeed very few. Hearing Namikaze Tianming say this, the expressions on Konan and Nagato's faces suddenly change. Things have just started to get better, is this the case?
Okay, you don't need to worry about the pills. Although I only have a little bit of Nirvana pill, it is enough to cure Nagato. Namikaze Tianming smiled and said, why are these two people a little worried about gains and losses? However, when Namikaze Tianming turned around, he saw Terumi-mei looking at the pill in Konan's hand with shining eyes. Here you go. This Shui Yuan Dan should be of some benefit to you. As if seeing through Terumi-mei's thoughts, Namikaze Tianming took out another bottle of pills and handed it to Terumi-mei. This water element pill can increase Terumi-mei's water attribute affinity rate, and can also increase the power of water attribute ninjutsu. For me, Terumi-mei looked at Namikaze Tianming in surprise and asked. Yes, it's for you. This Shui Yuan Dan has more functions than just healing. You have water attribute chakra, so it can be used. Namikaze Tianming is not stingy. Chapter 124, Finance Minister Kakuzu. Rain Shinobi Village. Inside a cave at one of the Akatsuki organization's bases. Namikaze Tianming sat on the stage with a smile. At this time, Namikaze Tianming had returned to his original appearance. Standing on the left and right sides are Tendo Pain, Zero Konan, White, and Terumi-mei. Namikaze Tianming glanced at the members below calmly. On both sides of the stage stood Scorpion, Jade Didera, Blue, and Kakuzu, North. Mr. Tianming, Afe and Ju defected when you left with Konan. Should we hunt them down? Kakuzu bowed to Namikaze Tianming and said. Kakuzu lowered his head, secretly wiping cold sweat in his heart. He never thought that the previous, Uchiha Itachi, was actually someone else pretending to be him, and that this person has now become their new leader. However, Kakuzu was somewhat relieved that the leader did not pursue the matter of offending him in the past, otherwise, he would probably not be able to stand here now. Kakuzu still remembers the scene vividly. At that time, Tendo Pain had just announced Namikaze Tianming as their new leader. At this time, everyone in the Akatsuki organization realized that what Afe said was true, and Uchiha Itachi was actually Namikaze Tianming. No one in the Akatsuki organization objected to this news. Of course, no one dared to object, after all, they had seen Namikaze Tianming's strength. Kakuzu was very curious about why Namikaze Tianming did not continue to pursue the matter of his previous offense against him, and he also found Namikaze Tianming privately to ask. Mr. Tianming, why can you be so remiss towards me? Namikaze Tianming looked at Kakuzu and chuckled. You may not be happy to tell me this, because in my eyes, you are too weak. Would you get angry if an ant provoked you? Quote. After saying this, Namikaze Tianming left Kakuzu with a receding back view. Although Kakuzu was devastated, he was secretly thankful that he was able to survive. After all, the longer you live, the more you cherish your life. Just when Kakuzu was in a daze, the voice of Namikaze Tianming came to his ears, bringing him back to reality. Let's put the matter of hunting down Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu aside for now. There's no rush. Namikaze Tianming waved his hand. Namikaze Tianming, who knew Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu's purpose very well, was not in a hurry at all. Advertisement. However, Namikaze Tianming was still surprised that Uchiha Obito was able to make a judgment so quickly and run away with Black Zetsu. Obviously, Uchiha Obito also thought that pain was no match for Namikaze Tianming, so it was better to run away as soon as possible. It is impossible for him to join the Akatsuki organization here, and all his efforts have been wasted. He must cultivate new forces, so that he can continue to achieve his goal. I believe that Tendo Pain has already told you that my goal is to unify the ninja world and maintain world peace. Namikaze Tianming said calmly without looking away. At this time, Namikaze Tianming had his hands behind his back, looking quite majestic. Yes, we know. Sasori, Kakuzu, and Deidara all looked at Namikaze Tianming with shining eyes. They had never thought of unifying the ninja world. Although they are not interested in maintaining world peace, unifying the ninja world seems quite interesting. If we want to unify the ninja world, it is definitely not enough to rely on just a few of us. So, the most important thing for us at the moment is to expand our manpower. Namikaze Tianming just waved his hand, and two figures appeared out of thin air on the open space below the stage. These two figures were none other than Uchiha Shisui and the recovered Uchiha Itachi. Namikaze Tianming spoke softly. These two are both geniuses of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. From today on, they will join Akatsuki, codenamed Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Quote. After saying that, Namikaze Tianming looked at Tendo Pain and nodded. Tendo Pain took a step forward, and the two rings engraved with codes in his hands flew into the hands of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi respectively. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi took the rings, took a look at them, then put them on their hands and retreated to the sides with calm expressions. It was obvious that Namikaze Tianming had already told them about joining the Akatsuki organization. Then, Namikaze Tianming looked at Terumi Mei and continued. Terumi Mei, when you go back this time, have Hoshigaki Kisame find a random reason to announce to the outside world that he has rebelled against Kurigakure and joined Akatsuki. Good. Terumi Mei nodded solemnly. In fact, she knew very well that although it was Hoshigaki Kisame who defected to Kurigakure. In fact, it found a very powerful helper for Kurigakure. Advertisement. After all the members of Akatsuki organization have reached cage level strength. As for the remaining two vacancies, you will be the ones to look for them during the next period of time. When the ninja world is truly unified in the future, the 10 of you will be the greatest contributors, so you must choose the other two candidates carefully. Also, in the coming period of time, we will also need to recruit new soldiers and horses. After all, if we only rely on us alone, it will definitely not work. Therefore, each of you needs manpower to build your own troops and arm yourself. Each of you is a veteran of our Akatsuki organization. Namikaze Tianming's speech was so passionate that everyone was excited. Unifying the ninja world, this is a path that has never been imagined. Kakuzu. Looking at the excited crowd, Namikaze Tianming nodded with satisfaction. His speech was very successful. Then, Namikaze Tianming looked at Kakuzu. Mr. Tianming. Kakuzu, who was originally excited, suddenly heard Namikaze Tianming calling him alone, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. I couldn't help but start to wonder, is Mr. Tianming going to do something to me? Kakuzu, from now on, the financial power of Akatsuki will be handed over to you. I now officially appoint you as the finance minister of Akatsuki. As if noticing Kakuzu's panic, Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly and made a statement that made Kakuzu excited. Yes, Kakuzu will definitely live up to the mission and will not let Mr. Tianming down. When Kakuzu heard the appointment, he was stunned. He never thought that Namikaze Tianming would let him be in charge of the financial power of Akatsuki organization. This was his favorite thing to do. At this time, Kakuzu was full of gratitude to Namikaze Tianming. Kakuzu, financial matters are of great importance, thank you for taking the trouble. Also, you can discuss with Kakuzu about the money needed to recruit soldiers and horses. Quote. Namikaze Tianming instructed with a smile. Yes, everyone is full of energy.